Chapter 61 Superpower Advancement. Try, superpower? How to try this? Neither the brother nor the sister reacted. Even Nangu looked at him in confusion, not knowing why Li Chen said this. Li Chen just asked them to walk to the river. He took big steps and Nangu followed closely behind him. Just try to control the river water. Li Chen looked at the wide river again. Then he turned around and asked the two siblings, after eating the crystal core yesterday, "Did you feel any changes in your body?" This is what Su Fang and Su Xian just talked about. Su Xian scratched his head and answered vaguely, specifically, "We don't know how to say it. But when I woke up this morning, I felt that my whole body had endless energy. We thought it was because I had a good rest yesterday. So we didn't think much about the crystal core." Su Fang was a little curious. She also wanted to talk to Li Chen. So she took a step forward. "Let us control the river water. Is it using superpowers?" "Yes." Li Chen still needs to observe the specific effect. After all, when Nangu ate the crystal core, there was no reaction. And her effect is more obvious, all reflected in the changes in her body. Su Xian and Su Fang looked at each other, walked a little further away, stood up, and looked at Li Chen again. Seeing Li Chen pulling Nangu back a few steps, they thought and stretched out their hands. In fact, for the control of superpowers, these people who have just obtained superpowers not long ago don't have any tricks. But they are more self-taught. Now they just made movements towards the river subconsciously. But the change happened just like that. At first, the two siblings were the most basic superpowers, with very poor abilities. And the amount of water they could mobilize was even less. Now, they just waved their hands casually. And a huge wave rose up. They pressed their hands down again. And the huge wave hit the water again. And the movement was a bit like a giant bomb exploding in the water. With a rumble, the two siblings were soaked by the splashing water because they couldn't dodge in time. Nangu stood beside Li Chen, her eyes full of burning. She saw that the two siblings hadn't used their full strength yet. If they did, would the entire river surface be separated by them? She really didn't know that the water superpowers had chosen a location and were so powerful. No matter what other superpowers they were, as long as they were in this area of water, no one would be the opponent of the two siblings. Not to mention Nangu. Just Su Xian and Su Fang themselves. They also looked at their hands and couldn't recover for a long time. Is it really caused by them? Impossible. They are obviously very weak and have been holding back Li Chen and Nangu. Su Fang turned back first and looked at Li Chen in horror. "Brotherly, how could this happen? We have tried to activate the water flow before, but it is definitely not so powerful." Li Chen's face is calm now, but his inner thoughts are already turning around. It turns out that this crystal core, taken by the superpowers, will make them change so much. For example, the third-level zombie that made Nangu suffer. If it was here, under the hands of this brother and sister, it would be killed in one move. The speed of this advancement is too fast. The key is that he has not found any side effects so far. So Li Chen also looked up at the two people and smiled. "Congratulations. Your superpowers have been upgraded. Advanced? Will we all be so powerful in the future?" Su Xian actually wanted to follow Li Chen. After all, they didn't know anyone at the Jinping base, and they would probably be excluded there. "My combat power has improved, and now it's different from before. They can help." Who knew that Li Chen poured cold water on them? "You are so powerful. In part, because you are close to the water source. If you are in a barren place, your superpowers will be greatly reduced." Su Fang and Su Xian's excitement was extinguished by Li Chen. Nanji's eyes sparkled as he thought, "They are so powerful. Their blood must taste better." Su Xian was the first to adjust. He looked up and said to Li Chen, "Since our abilities have advanced, we must learn how to use them quickly. We will have to find supplies later, and we want to help." Li Chen smiled. "Of course, it would be great if you can help." He knew what Su Xian and Su Fang were thinking. They obviously hadn't changed from weak to strong yet, and they needed to try more to be sure. Li Chen took Nangu to wash up, and he ate something himself. Su Fang and Su Xian were always by the water, trying to control the water flow. The most amazing thing was that for the first time, Li Chen saw the two siblings join forces and actually split the river surface. Although the appearance of the river bottom was only exposed for a moment before it was submerged by the water flow, it was enough to shock people. After observing for a while, he found that Nangu was always staring at the two people with burning passion. Li Chen laughed. "You haven't forgotten the debt they owe you. Of course. Nangu raised her chin. Debts must be repaid. When they go to the Jinping base, it will be difficult for me to ask for the debt. I will tell them when I go to find supplies later. Li Chen saw that she had a good plan. Just as he was about to speak, he vaguely saw something flying in the sky. Nangu followed his gaze and said blankly, "Why is there a helicopter here?" Li Chen stood up and ran to ask Su Fang and Su Xian to stop. But it was obviously too late. The helicopter actually turned in the air and slowly landed here. Su Fang and Su Xian were still excited. They were really sure this time. Their abilities had greatly improved. But when they saw the helicopter, they couldn't laugh anymore. It must be because of the loud noise just now that the helicopter was attracted. It is still unknown whether the other party is an enemy or a friend. Su Fang and Su Xian hid behind Li Chen and asked anxiously, "Brother Li, are we in trouble?" "It's my fault." Li Chen stretched out his hand and pulled Nangu to his side, making a gesture to protect her. "I shouldn't have let my guard down because I thought this place was near the river and deserted." Nangu could feel the breath of the superpower from a distance. And it was a breath that made her very excited. The people on the helicopter were all strong. Soon, the helicopter landed on the open space in front. The cabin door slowly opened, and several men came down from it. Li Chen looked at them calmly, ready to take action at any time. There were 5 people on the opposite side, all wearing wear-resistant clothes, with bulges around their waists, obviously with guns. The leading man looked to be in his 30s, with a broad face but deep eyes. A crew cut is the most challenging face shape for a man, and this man can obviously handle it. Looking at the 4 men behind him, except for one who looked very young, the others were all in their 20s, following the leading man and looking at their group. Just now on the plane, several men were still discussing, "That town is so miserable. When we rushed there, not only was there no one alive, but there was also a big fire. I guess we couldn't get out." Another person said, "If the rescue mission is not completed, we have to find supplies. Anyway, we are facing zombies. I think it's easier to find supplies." Several people were discussing well, but who knew that they saw the river surface turbulent on the helicopter? They thought there was a bomb underwater, but they didn't expect that when they got closer. They found that there were 2 water-based superpowers. This time, everyone was shocked. After all, in the base, the water-based superpower's daily work is to collect water for the base's people to use. How can they have such a strong fighting power? So these people looked at each other and made a decision. They would land first to test the situation. Gao Changshu has always been the leader of this 5-person team, although he was chosen only because he was the oldest. The guys behind him are all superpowers. They usually have their own ideas and don't listen to him much. But no one spoke now, obviously waiting for him to speak first. It was only after they got off the plane that they realized that there were 4 people. Looking at the man in the lead, his appearance was so conspicuous, and his aura was vaguely revealed, which was very unfathomable. Looking at the girl next to him, the 5 people felt even more incredible. It was the end of the world, and he still had such a beautiful woman by his side. If he could protect her well, it would mean that this man was quite powerful. So Gao Changxi weighed the pros and cons in his mind and decided to show his goodwill first. They had discussed it on the plane before, and the 2 water-based superpowers must be taken back to the base. As for the man and woman in front of them, they were not easy to deal with at first glance, and they could not go head-on. "Hello. We are the rescue team of Jinping Base, and we are their captain, Gao Changxiu." As he said that, Gao Chaoxiu also stretched out his hand to shake hands with Li Chen. But Li Chen did not move, but just said lightly, "Are you guys okay?" Because he held Nanji's wrist with one hand. He could feel her hand jumping, obviously excited to see so many superpowers. Compared to devouring her own kind, she prefers to eat people. Really, this habit is probably impossible to change. From the pupils of the men in front of him, it is basically possible to judge what kind of superpowers they have. For example, the man in front of him, Gao Changxiu, should be an Earth type. Gao Changxiu saw that Li Chen did not trust them, but he did not mind. After putting his hand down, he smiled and asked, "Where do you want to go?" Li Chen glanced at the 2 siblings behind him, and did not answer Gao Changxiu's words, but just asked, "Why are you here?" Gao Changxiu also slowly put away his smile. This man is really a soft and hard person. So he explained his purpose. "You also know that the base is now expanding and needs talents. We just saw their behavior on the helicopter, and want to take them back to the base. Nangu blinked. Take them to the base. That's just right. Anyway, they are going to the Jinping base. Chapter 62 The Strong Team. Who knew that Li Qin made an awkward expression, even if you say so. I can't hand over my companions to you. Are you going back to the base directly now? No. Gao Changshu pointed to the distance. There is a small city called Anqing. Let's go find supplies, and then go back to the base. Anqing. Isn't that where they are going? Nangu grabbed Li Qin's hand, as if to tell him, you can agree to them. And then we can also take a helicopter to Anyang. But Li Qin grabbed Nanji's hand with his backhand and said to Gao Changshu, I'm sorry. I think we are not on the same way. Gao Changshu was unwilling to give up Su Feng and Su Xian. So he bypassed Li Qin and said to them, the welfare of our base is very good. Especially for superpowers like you. You can get a house. And you water superpowers don't need to go out to fight. Are you sure you want to give up? The two siblings. Anyway, whatever Li Qin said is what it is. And apologized to Gao Changshu. We are really not on the same way. There was a man behind Gao Changshu, who had a cold face since he got off the plane. And his expression was very impatient. He was the type with a feminine appearance. Nangu looked at his skin, which seemed to be more delicate and fair than her own, but his pair of purple eyes, when he looked at her coldly, made people feel no warmth at all. Speaking of purple eyes, what kind of supernatural power is that? Nangu felt that she had never seen it before. Zhong Haoshuan had been frowning since the beginning, and now seeing that these people were not appreciative, he said to Gao Changshu impatiently, since they don't want to follow us, let's go. After all, we have a mission to complete, and bringing them along would be a burden. Although Zhong Haoshuan is not the captain, he is the most capable one in the team, and Gao Changshu usually gives him some points. But this time, Gao Changshu did not give in, and turned to Zhong Haoshuan and said, I haven't forgotten my mission. Nangu looked at him calmly. So this team is not harmonious? Yes. You can tell by looking at the few people in the team. They have been standing separately since they got off the plane. And they haven't said a word. There is also a young one at the back. Can he be 18 years old? With a white and tender little face. He lowered his head and didn't look at these people. His flaxen hair always makes people feel very soft. And it flutters slowly when the wind blows. Nangu identified it for a while, and finally knew where the familiar feeling came from. She had eaten a wood-type mutant. This boy is also a wood-type. Seeing that Gao Changshu was also unmoved, Zhong Haoshuan snorted coldly and went back to the helicopter. It's just two water-type mutants. Without them, the base would not die. Seeing him turn around and leave, Gao Changshu apologized to Li Qin. He has a bad temper. I'm really sorry. Li Qin shook his head indifferently. Seeing that Nangu didn't say anything, Gao Changshu asked in a friendly way, are you all together? Nangu leaned towards Li Qin and nodded to Gao Changshu. The pupils of these two people were all black, and it was impossible to tell whether they were superpowers. But what Nangu was carrying on his back should be a tang sword. Is this man also a martial artist? Several men were waiting for him behind him. Gao Changshu made up his mind and said to Li Qin, how about this? You follow us. I will make sure everything is arranged for you at the Jinping base. You see, we can have helicopters when we go on missions. So you should know that our status in the base is not low. If it were an ordinary person, he would not dare to give you such a guarantee. Li Qin knew what he said was true. These days, helicopters are also precious things. Gao Changshu said again, or you can go to the base first. If you are not satisfied and want to leave, we will never stop you. He looked up. I always keep my words in the base. And the few people behind me can prove it. He is an upright man, which makes Li Qin admire him a little. So he nodded. Then we can follow you to Anqing first. Gao Changshu understood instantly. These people didn't bring any luggage, and they didn't look like they had any supplies. Now they went to Anqing to collect supplies. He grinned and led the four people to the helicopter. Okay. Although the supplies we find must be handed over to the base, we can get a lot every day. When the time comes, each person will collect some for you. If you really don't want to stay in the base, you can also do it for you. Li Qin and Gao Changshu walked in a row. His natural aura of superiority made people want to look at him more. But they didn't dare to look up. Nangu hadn't reacted until they sat in the helicopter. Are they going to Jinping base? Are they going to Anqing? Shouldn't they ask the people in the helicopter to take them? Now Li Qin didn't agree to anything, but was invited up by Gao Changshu. Nangu turned his head to look at Li Qin. For the first time, he actually admired this man a little. No one was talking at this time. The brother and sister sat far away and looked over here awkwardly. Li Qin held Nanji's hand all the time. When everyone looked at them, they basically confirmed their relationship. Several men were a little disdainful. It's already this time. And you still have the mood to talk about love? Besides, that woman is so beautiful. Can Li Qin protect her? Gao Chongqiu asked Li Qin with a smile after he got on the plane. We don't know your names yet. He nodded. And the 4 men reported their names one after another. When it came to Zhong Haoshuan, Nangu saw him frowning and reluctantly said, Zhong Haoshuan. This time Li Qin did not hide it, and told Gao Chongqiu the names of the 4 people on his side. Gao Chongqiu also asked, what did you do before the end of the world? If you have a special profession, such as a doctor, you will get preferential treatment after entering the base. Nangu blinked. She is a doctor, but she doesn't want to enter the base. So many humans can only look but not eat. Too sad. Li Qin made up 2 identities. But Gao Chongqiu didn't continue to ask. With the helicopter, they quickly flew to Anyang. Jinping Base has sent many teams of superpowers here, so everyone has a basic understanding of the current situation in Anqing. Li Qin and the other 4 did not speak, listening to Gao Chongqiu and his men explaining the task. Zhong Haoshuan still leaned back in his seat and watched coldly, as if he noticed that Nangu was staring at him without blinking. And he glanced at Nangu coldly. Nangu saw a purple light flashing in his eyes, which was really beautiful. And he even smiled. Zhong Haoshuan didn't expect her to smile at him, and his face was a little ugly. He turned him around and said to Gao Chongqiu, our helicopter has limited carrying capacity, and now we have 4 more people on board. How much supplies can we bring back? Su Xian listened silently, thinking that this team was very confident. They hadn't even started looking for supplies yet, but they were so sure that they could bring them back? Gao Chongqiu also thought of this, but waved his hand. 2 water-based psychics are more important than supplies. Let's just treat it as a reduced workload today. The helicopter landed on top of a building. What surprised Nangu the most was that it was very close to the city center. Anyang was also hit by the disaster, and the entire city was destroyed. The city center was where the most zombies were. Are these men really that confident? After Gao Chongqiu assigned tasks to everyone, he asked Li Qin and Nangu, do you want to come down to find supplies? Su Fang immediately shouted anxiously, no! There are too many zombies here. What if you get hurt? There is no special medicine now. If you are really bitten by a zombie, you can only wait for death. Gao Chongqiu realized that the other party was an ordinary person. So he said apologetically, because all the supplies around here have been found. We can only come to the city center. It doesn't matter. You still go straight. Wait in the helicopter. Li Qin pulled Nangu down from the plane, and then told Su Fang and Su Xian, you watch the helicopter. Then he said to Gao Chongqiu, let's try our luck. Zhong Haoshuan didn't know what was going on, but he just couldn't stand Li Qin and Nangu. And now he said disdainfully, this is the city center. There are countless mutant zombies. It's not a place for you to try your luck. He added, if something really happens, we won't come to save you. Li Qin nodded lightly. We are responsible for our own lives. Seeing that he was so stubborn, Zhong Haoshuan could only ask Nangu, what about you? Do you agree to go with him? Nangu tilted her head and looked at him. Anyway, we have killed many zombies. Why do we have to hide? Zhong Haoshuan was really choked by Nangu, and stopped persuading him. He turned around and walked a few steps, but turned back and threw a walkie-talkie to Nangu, if you have anything, just shout to Channel 4. Do you understand? Nangu had used the walkie-talkie before, and got the hang of it in a few seconds. But before she could thank him, Zhong Haoshuan left. Gao Chongqiu and several other people also left, and the flaxen-haired boy walked the slowest. Nangu saw that he had a bitter face, and was obviously reluctant. When he approached, he heard him mumbling, I really don't want to kill zombies. Why am I a superpower? I really don't want to go. It turns out that there is a rejection mission here. But when they were about to pass by, the boy turned his head and looked at Nangu. His voice was very gentle. Just like the feeling he gave people, Zhong Haoshuan is that kind of character. He never says it clearly when he is nice to people. Don't mind it. Li Qin could see that the boy in front of him had clear eyes. In addition, he was still young. So he smiled gently. We didn't take it to heart. Nangu also reminded, yes. You have to be careful when you go to kill zombies. Such fragrant blood. It would be bad if it was ruined by other zombies. The boy smiled shyly and looked at Nangu and blushed. Well, I will be careful. Nangu felt that he was a very teachable boy. At this moment, someone who left first was already calling him, Xianyuhua. Hurry up. Here I come. The boy responded crisply, and Nangu thought he was going to run down. But he jumped directly from the building. Jumped from the building. Chapter 63 Separate Actions. Nangu was shocked at this moment. That child, is he called Xianyuhua? Why didn't you just talk it over nicely? Why did you jump off the building? She subconsciously reached out to pull him, but was stopped by Li Chen. It's okay. Look. Li Chen seemed to have expected Xianyuhua to have a backup plan, and pointed to Nangu slowly. Nangu looked along his finger and found that on the roof, a vine was tightly wrapped. She ran to the edge of the roof and looked down, and found that Xianyuhua was following the vine downstairs. After a few breaths, he landed steadily on the ground. Looking at the few people who left earlier, they had already met up with Xianyuhua downstairs, and someone hit him. The distance was too far, and Nangu couldn't hear what they were saying. But it seemed that the people in this team seemed to be in a healthy competitive relationship. As for the little boy, Nangu didn't know how to describe it. Even if they were Wood-type superpowers, they wouldn't be so willful equals. Li Chen called Nangu over. Let's leave quickly too. Nangu thought he was going to look for supplies, so he followed him closely. The two men were not Wood-type superpowers, so they couldn't jump down as coolly as Xianyuhua. But they were still walking pretty fast. The main reason was that when the four men went down just now, they had already swept the entire building. There were no zombies wandering around, so they naturally didn't have to take action. After going downstairs, Li Chen took the intercom and turned it on, and directly switched to channel 4. But he and Nangu didn't say anything. The intercom system was also silent. The plan made by the 5 men before was to act separately. Li Chen looked at the sky. In Anqing, the sky was low and a huge gray mist had covered the entire city. He didn't have a map of Anqing in his hand. After hiding with Nangu, he didn't let Nangu survey the terrain, but took out the small bag of crystal cores. Then, he found a few light silver crystal cores from it and handed them to Nangu. I wanted to give them to you in the morning, but they interrupted me. Nangu now looked at the crystal cores and was a little confused. Am I a spiritual zombie? Is eating crystal cores useful? Although I can't explain the reason, I always feel that I am not. Li Chen put a few crystal cores next to her mouth and motioned her to open her mouth. Nangu opened her mouth obediently, and sure enough, the crystal cores soon melted and disappeared in her mouth. Some things are still unclear, but if you want to improve your abilities now, you can only take the spiritual crystal core. After Li Chen finished speaking, he asked Nangu, how far can you sense now? Nangu closed his eyes and felt quietly, about 500 meters. I can't see clearly beyond that, but I can smell the smell of zombies. Was it this range before? Li Chen asked again. Nangu shook her head. It's smaller than this. You forgot that I also ate a Wood-type mutant. Li Chen smiled. Now you don't say that you took the wrong road? Nangu suddenly stopped and covered her mouth. She couldn't tell this man about her private meal. Let's go. Let's go find supplies. Li Chen pulled Nanji's wrist. Nangu was reluctant. Why should I help you? Anyway, if I don't attack actively, these zombies won't attack me. Li Chen stared at her. Very good. The little zombies can negotiate with him now. Then why did you help me yesterday? Nangu thought hard for a while. Yes. She was confused. Why should I help you? I can let the zombies eat you all. Li Chen wanted to pinch her when he saw her regretful. Look. After a stalemate, he pinched her face. Nangu was still blinking at him. Under the gray sky, her eyes were the only bright color. I'll take you to find something else. Li Chen had no choice but to change his approach. What are you looking for? Nangu now felt that the crystal core was shiny and edible. She also liked it a little. You will know if you come with me. Li Chen smiled mysteriously. Nangu thought that Li Chen and she had the same idea, so she followed him immediately. With her little radar, they quickly explored the terrain. Nangu could accurately tell how many zombies there were around and where they were. Some low-level zombies had already fled silently after feeling Nanji's strength, and the rest wanted to devour the two of them. At this moment, they were outside a huge shopping mall. After such a long time since the end of the world, The shopping mall had gone from being empty that night to gathering many zombies. The types of zombies here were also very diverse. Several fast ones were always rushing on the ceiling. The huge ceiling was rustling under their rush. Li Chen had no weapons in his hands. His gun and bullets had been used up. So Nangu saw that he was just holding a dagger and made a gesture to her. There is a supermarket below this door. Nangu just surveyed the terrain. If you want to go down, you have to take the stairs. And now the stairs are blocked by several ice zombies. They hit at the door. And from this angle, you can see the huge ice spikes coming out of the stairs. Those speed zombies have always been eyeing Li Chen and Nangu. As long as these two people move, they must deal with these zombies first. There was a rumbling sound in the distance. One after another. Li Chen knew that it was the 5 people who had already started fighting with the zombies. They made such a big noise in the city center. It seems that they are used to it. He also made a gesture to Nangu. And Li Chen decided to leave the speed zombies to her. The ice zombies over there are more difficult to deal with. And he was worried about Nangu going there. Nangu nodded, thinking that the crystal core of the speed system is also very beautiful. So she crossed the Tang sword and looked happily at the direction of the ceiling. Another loud noise was heard. And Li Chen went straight to the stairs, while Nangu rushed under the ceiling. As expected, several speed zombies rushed directly to Nangu. Too slow. Nangu stared at them and saw a zombie swooping down, leaving only a shadow in the air. But she raised her leg and kicked it hard. With a bang, the speed zombie was kicked away by her. It hit the glass window in the store. And with a bang, the whole window shattered. And the glass fell to the ground. The speed zombie obviously didn't expect Nangu to be so powerful, and had some intention of retreating. Nangu held the Tang sword. And now she also understood how Li Chen felt at the beginning. It turns out that torturing other zombies is just as good as torturing weak ones. And it's so cool. Several speed zombies slowly surrounded Nangu. They stuck to the ground tightly. Some of them looked like they were running. Nangu just bowed slightly and looked around from left to right. There was also a sound of fighting at the stairs. Li Chen was entangled with several ice zombies. Although the speed of those ice zombies was not fast, they could freeze a piece of ground in an instant. If Li Chen hadn't dodged quickly, he would probably have been slaughtered by them. Nangu originally wanted to play with these speed zombies for a while, but she was still a little worried about Li Chen. So she didn't wait for these zombies to rush up, but she took action herself. The sound of fighting outside was getting closer and closer. This shopping mall occupied a large area, because Li Chen saw that the other 5 people were attacking from the north gate. They rushed in from the south gate. Nangu sensed the position of everyone and knew that they had also encountered a strong enemy. Unknowingly, the battlefield moved towards here. But the most urgent task is to deal with the speed zombies in front of them. When the zombies saw Nangu rushing up, they also attacked Nangu from different directions. But Nangu was stronger than them, so they couldn't take advantage of it and were killed by Nangu. One speed zombie saw that he couldn't beat Nangu, so he ran away in the chaos. Nangu didn't chase him, but just dug out the crystal cores of the zombie she killed. When she reached the stairs, she saw the ice zombies lying on the ground and the neat cuts on their necks. And Nangu felt a chill down her spine. When Li Chen saw Nangu, he smiled at her first, and then made a downward gesture to her. Go. Nangu nodded and followed him, looking at his broad back. Feeling a little complicated, she couldn't figure out why she was worried about this man just now. Didn't she hate him the most and hope he died the most? Almost as soon as they reached the underground floor, there was a sound of a building collapsing in the north. Nangu pricked up her ears and listened carefully, then asked Li Chen, "Did you hear the sound of electric sparks?" Li Chen didn't sense as far as Nangu, so he shook his head. Before Nangu could continue speaking, the intercom rang. A man's voice with a smile came out. What on earth did this encounter that made Hao Xuan use all his skills? It wasn't Gao Chongxiu or Xi Hua, so it should be one of the other 2 men. Zhong Hao Xuan's voice came through the intercom. It's too troublesome to meet a group of wind-type people. His voice was uniquely cold, and there was a feeling of being filtered by the intercom. As for their conversation, Nangu didn't understand. What special skill? Is there something special about Zhong Hao Xuan's ability? There are 5 zombies on the opposite side. I'm on the left 3. You're on the right 2. Li Chen had already started to clear the way when Nangu was paying attention to the intercom. Nangu then retracted her attention and found that one of the 2 zombies on the right was a spiritual system. Nangu must get his crystal core. Holding the Tang sword, She walked forward excitedly. But Li Chen grabbed her. Nangu saw that several zombies were about to pounce on her. They were now very evolved and could be killed if they were not careful. Seeing the confusion in Nanji's eyes, Li Chen told her his thoughts. Try to use the power of the spiritual system to control that zombie. Spirit system? Nangu still didn't understand what this was. In fact, she had seen psychic zombies controlling other zombies. But she was different. She had never realized that she had psychic power in her body. For example, this radar function was only available when she first became a zombie. But since Li Chen said so, Nangu was ready to give it a try. Chapter 64 Such a strong man. Then I will deal with the gravity zombie next to him first. The spirit zombie was obviously cooperating with the gravity zombie. It was discovered during the fight that the spirit zombie dominated his movements. Nangu had never fought against the gravity zombie and suffered a lot of losses. She originally thought that her body was very light. But after really meeting the gravity zombie, her legs felt like they were filled with lead. And it was difficult to run, let alone jump up. Fortunately, Li Chen said that the gravity zombies have a control range. Just like the spirit zombie. If you are far away from it, it may not be able to sense your actions. Thinking of this, Nangu began to take roundabout means. She always lingered outside the control range of the gravity zombie, waiting for an opportunity to give the zombie a heavy blow. As for the spirit zombie, Nangu still had to take time to deal with it. This feeling of the east wind and the west wind fighting against each other was so magical that she was immersed in it unconsciously. Perhaps it was because some of her zombie traits had awakened, and her competitive instinct was completely aroused. The spiritual zombie had been hiding in the back, and both sides were trying to suppress each other. In fact, Nangu was more exhausted because she had two opponents. It didn't take Li Chen long to deal with his three zombies. After putting away the crystal core, he waved the dagger in his hand. It was indeed more labor-saving to use a gun. It seemed that if he went to the Jinping base, he would have to get some weapons from them before leaving, because the noise of their fight was too loud. The zombies in the underground mall also moved here. The number was much less than Li Chen expected. The intercom that had just been silent could now always hear their voices. Gao Chongqi was still asking, why is there movement in the south? Are our people there? This time, the man who spoke up was the one who mocked Zhong Haoshuan. I don't know. I'm not there. Others also said that they were not there. Gao Chongqi was puzzled. Could it be Li Chen and Nangu? How could two ordinary people like them make such a noise? This is impossible. Right? Li Chen didn't want other zombies to disturb Nanji's battle. So he stood in front of them and kicked away any zombies that rushed over. The zombies were enraged and ignored Nangu. Li Chen saw that they all turned to rush towards him, pointed his dagger at them, and smiled. Your opponent is indeed me. Nanji's current state is no different from that of a bloodthirsty zombie. The spirit-type zombie is definitely a third-level zombie. And so is the gravity-type zombie. She took the opportunity to be in her own world. Everything she saw was desolate. And only the spirit-type zombie made her see so clearly. Because she could never win. Nangu was a little anxious. And Li Chen still shouted to her, calm down. It's just two zombies. What can't be solved? When Li Chen spoke, Nangu bit over. Li Chen was familiar with her attack habits. After all, he taught her little by little. After clamping her, Li Chen whispered in her ear, use your brain more. After speaking, he pushed Nangu out, and he suddenly lowered his body. With this action, the dagger was directly inserted into the belly of a zombie. When the zombie was still deadlocked, he chopped off his head again. Nanji's mind suddenly became clear. She observed the environment, and a solution emerged in her mind. She ran out of the control range of the gravity zombie in a few steps, rushed to the shelf, and hung on the ceiling. The spiritual zombie did not expect her to retreat suddenly, and the control power chased after her. And Nangu was waiting for this moment. He exerted his body's potential to the maximum, and actually suppressed the zombie like this. Then she found the right angle and rushed straight towards the gravity zombie. Don't you like gravity the most? Then taste this taste. Before the voice fell, Nangu had already stepped on the head of the gravity zombie accurately. And then with the range he exerted, and the weight of Nangu himself, his head was instantly stepped into the chest by Nangu. And immediately, the black brain burst. This gravity zombie died. And the other one was of course not worth mentioning. Nangu quickly solved him too. This was her first time trying to suppress other zombies with her spiritual power. And it was so satisfying. But when she turned around and saw the zombie corpses at Li Chen's feet, she was no longer happy. 7, 8, 9. Why did she only kill 2? And he could kill more than 10. She was not convinced. She couldn't open her mouth to ask for praise. Nanji's face was tight, and she walked forward holding her tang sword, even forgetting to take the crystal core she had always wanted. Li Chen cut off the crystal core and put it away, and quickly followed Nangu, looking at her little head. He couldn't help but reach out and rub it twice, and his voice became more gentle. Little zombie, you did a good job this time. Nangu slapped his hand away, looking like she wanted to get angry, but didn't know how to start. After holding it in for a long time, she could only say, "Don't rub my head with the hand that just killed a zombie." Li Chen laughed and showed Nangu his palm. "It's not dirty at all." Nangu turned her head away, feeling even more depressed. Li Chen was clearly showing off that other zombies couldn't get close to him. Looking at herself again, the soles of her shoes were all the brains of that gravity zombie. She felt irritated no matter how she thought about it. Before Nangu could feel awkward for a while, she and Li Chen suddenly felt a strong breath. So the two of them hugged each other and rolled to the side. When she looked at the original ground again, she found a row of sharp metal rods inserted there. Nangu thought, if she was still standing there, she would have been pierced. Li Chen also looked solemn, dragged Nangu to stand up from the ground, and hid behind a shelf. He looked at the metal zombie through the gap between the goods. The whole zombie was different from the ones he had seen before. He was much stronger than other zombies. Even without using superpowers, he was difficult to deal with. "How is it?" Li Chen asked Nangu. "Can you control this zombie?" Nangu tried. "And Su?" His face became even paler. "No. He is very strong." "It doesn't matter." Li Chen thought of another plan. "We can wear him down little by little. I will take the lead later, and you cooperate with me." Nangu had a question in her mind that she had wanted to ask Li Chen for a long time. Seeing that Li Chen was about to leave, she immediately grabbed his sleeve and said, Why don't you let me go?" According to Li Chen's previous personality, he must have charged into battle by himself, and he would command from the rear. But in the recent battles, he has been protecting himself from behind. Is he brewing some conspiracy? In fact, there is really no conspiracy, because Nanji's words stumped him. Don't let Nangu fight? Why didn't he feel it? Something in his heart seemed out of his control. So Li Chen had to pretend to take his clothes out of Nanji's clothes naturally. Deal with the enemy in front of you first. Nangu didn't want to ask any more questions. So he and Li Chen went their separate ways, and decided to surround the metal zombie. The metal zombie was originally coming for Li Chen. He smelled Li Chen hiding behind the shelf, and rushed over with a roar. Nangu was in another direction, watching him quickly condense a new metal gun in his hand. When the zombie rushed forward, he stepped hard on the ground with his bare feet. With his feet as the center of the circle, the ground around him cracked and the gravel flew. What a powerful force. If she had a heartbeat, she would be scared to death at this moment. Li Chen's face was actually worse than hers, because he guessed that this zombie was not just a metal zombie. He should have some enhanced ability. In other words, it was difficult for the cold weapons in their hands to penetrate his body. He weighed whether to take that thing out. The shelf was fiercely swung away by the metal gun, and Li Chen subconsciously used his weapon to block it. But someone was faster than him. A green vine suddenly sprang out from another direction and directly wrapped around the metal gun. Then, more vines swarmed out and tightly wrapped around the metal zombie. Nangu held the knife and looked at the scene in front of him, still wondering why the wood type, whether it was a superpower or a zombie, like bondage plays so much. There would be no one else who could act so promptly except Xi and Yuhua. Li Chen looked up at the direction he was walking towards, stood up straight, and prepared to thank him. Who knew he would find that Xi and Yuhua was crying while walking towards him? Nangu also stared at him without blinking, and saw that his tears kept falling down, and he looked like a crying bag. In addition, he looked weak and fragile, and if you didn't look closely, you would think he was a girl. The metal-type zombie was tightly entangled and wanted to struggle, but he saw Xi and Yuhua's hand retracted, and he couldn't even move. Finally, Xi and Yuhua walked to the zombie and cried, "I really don't want to do this again. Zombies are too scary." He cried really sadly, and twitched. But it would be better if we could ignore the scene where the metal zombie's head was tangled by his vines. Nangu looked at the body of the metal zombie's family, and then looked at Xi and Yuhua crying sadly. not knowing how to comfort him. So she cast her eyes on Li Chen. Li Chen's expression was extremely weird, and he walked to Nange and said, "This Xinyuhua is powerful and vicious. Such a difficult zombie. He killed it with one move." Nange nodded. Yes, she could still speak when she was asked to comfort weak people like Su Xian and Su Feng. But now she didn't know how to talk to Xinyuhua. Li Chen added, "The key is that he is a grown man. Why is he crying so hard?" Nange turned to look at him. "Is that the problem?" Xinyuhua wiped her tears, sighed in disgust, and squatted down to dig out the crystal core resignedly. Chapter 65 Give you a bag. Unlike Nange's usual tool for digging out crystal cores, Xinyuhua flipped his right hand, and a wooden dagger appeared in his hand. However, there are some similarities between the two people. Their movements are very clean and neat. It can be seen that this Xinyuhua always does this kind of thing. After digging out the crystal core, he wiped it carefully before putting it in his pocket. He was crying sadly just now. Now the gold beads are no longer falling. But he still looks pitiful. He suddenly remembered something, looked at Nange and Li Chen, and said apologetically, "I killed this zombie. Can I take the crystal core?" Nange was afraid that if he didn't give it to him, he would cry again. So he nodded quickly, "Okay. It's yours." Li Chen didn't say anything all the time. His eyes were indifferent. He had only a guess before. This team of 5 was so strong that they dared to make such a big noise in the city center, and could fly a helicopter by themselves. Do they have any special way to improve their abilities? It was Nange who accidentally discovered that superpowers could improve their superpowers by taking crystal cores. But Li Chen felt that they could not be the only 2 people in the world who knew about this. Li Chen has been paying close attention to the radio these days, and no one on it has made this method public. Now looking at the methods of this 5-person team, maybe they took the crystal core earlier than Nange, and in larger numbers. There was no broadcast on the radio. I guess they wanted to give these superpowers preferential treatment. After all, when everyone knows about it, many superpowers will join the army of zombie hunters. If they want to distance themselves from others, they can only use this opportunity. Xinyuhua didn't notice Li Chen's expression. He just felt that Nange was easy to talk to, and made him feel close to him. His strength in the team was not bad, but he was not the strongest. Every time he killed a zombie, the ownership of the crystal core was the same as before. Whoever killed more would naturally get more. Anyway, they were also here to move supplies. Now Xinyuhua walked beside Nange naturally. Nange looked at his hands carefully, and there was no plant left. She was really a little afraid that this crybaby would chop off her neck, just like he did to the gold zombie. Every time I come out, I can only get a few crystal cores. Now Zhong Haoshuan may have harvested hundreds of them, Xinyuhua said carelessly. Nange didn't respond, but he opened the conversation. "Oh, I really hope you don't call me out next time. Isn't it better to let me stay in the base? Zombies are too scary." This is the second time Nange heard him say that zombies are scary. She couldn't help but ask, "Then do you think I'm scary?" Li Chen always followed them 2 steps away. There were zombies all around, and they still had the mind to chat. But when he heard Nange's words, he also looked up at her back. Xinyuhua seemed very surprised, and felt a little funny. Now she didn't cry anymore, and smiled very softly. How could it be? "Nange, you don't scare me at all." Nange laughed dryly twice, wanting to scare him. The action of the 5-man team is time-limited. After all, such a big movement will soon attract more zombies, and then the superpowers will not be enough to consume. So after talking to Nange, Xinyuhua started to clear the zombies again, although he was reluctant every time he started. Nange followed him, and learned a lot without realizing it. Li Chen didn't say a word at first, but found that Nange followed Xinyuhua and ran farther and farther. He wanted to pull her back, but other blind zombies rushed out and stopped him. Nange was now more handy in killing zombies than before, and this was her first time cooperating with a superpower. Seeing that Xinyuhua could control and promote the growth of so many plants, she felt it was amazing. After they knocked down dozens of zombies, Xinyuhua wiped the sweat off her face and said to Nange while digging out the crystal core, "We've almost killed them all. Let's move the supplies quickly." Nange didn't rush to take the crystal core. Anyway, it wasn't a spiritual system, so she couldn't use it, and spiritual systems were rarely on the front line in battle. After killing for so long, she didn't see a single one. She squatted beside Xinyuhua and asked him like a curious baby, Are all of you wood type people so powerful? Xi and Yuhua kept moving his hands and looked at Nangu in surprise. Me? Powerful? Nangu nodded, yes. Being stared at so intently by Nangu, Xi and Yuhua actually blushed a little. He was originally fair, and his flaxen hair shone with a faint golden color through the light from the ruins on the ground. He didn't go to dig out the crystal core, and he didn't know what to do with his hands and feet. He stuttered when he spoke. I'm not powerful. Nangu really wanted to praise him, but seeing him like this, why was he still shy? After a while, Xi and Yuhua finally mustered up the courage to look at Nangu and said sincerely, "You are the first person who said I am awesome." Nangu wanted to correct him. "I am not a human. I am a zombie." Li Chen also dealt with the zombies on his side. As soon as he came over, he saw Xi and Yuhua talking to Nangu shyly. He frowned, immediately pulled Nangu up, and said to Xi and Yuhua, "We still need to find something else. You can deal with the scene yourself." Xi and Yuhua's face became bitter again. "It's so gloomy here, and there are zombies everywhere. Do you really want to leave me here alone?" Li Chen actually smiled. "Wait until you deal with all the zombies here. It won't be gloomy anymore." After that, he took Nangu away, without even giving Nangu and Xi and Yuhua time to say goodbye. The main reason was that Nangu was a little slow to react. She had walked a long way before she shook her wrist. "Where are we going?" It was empty just now, and there weren't many supplies. Li Chen actually didn't understand why he got so excited and dragged Nangu away. It was obvious that she was much more relaxed when she followed others to kill zombies. But he felt very upset. He stubbornly held her hand again. Well, it turned out that he felt more comfortable this way. "I didn't bring you here to find supplies." Soon, they went to another exhibition area. The other members of the 5-member team just passed by here. So the zombies had been killed. Li Chen took a casual look and found that the crystal cores of these mutant zombies had been dug out. Nangu tried to shake her wrist a few times, but failed to shake it off. So she could only follow him silently. After Li Chen stood still, he let go of her hand before she spoke. Then, he took something and put it in his hand. Nangu looked down and found it was a small yellow bag. There were no big brands in this underground mall, but the bag was beautifully made, and the price tag was still on it. She didn't understand why Li Chen gave her a bag, so she looked at him in confusion. Then she saw that Li Chen turned his head away. His hair had grown a little longer recently, but it was still a lot worse than Xi and Yuhua's. From the back, even without touching it, you could tell that his hair was very hard. Li Chen turned his head to Nangu and said unnaturally, "The bag is for you. The red envelope you found in Jingshui City before. Wasn't it lost?" Nangu remembered the bag. At that time, she was not able to move freely and speak fluently, and she loved the bag very much. Now she understood a little bit. It turned out that Li Chen had to drag her here because he wanted to find a bag for her. Oh! She felt so fond of it. That's not all. Li Chen also found perfumes, although they were all of poor quality. But he still handed them all to Nangu. Looking at his current expression, it seems that he is not much better than Xi and Yuhua just now. And he doesn't even look at Nangu when he speaks. Last time, the perfume bottle was smashed by you. This time, your fingers are flexible, so you can keep these perfumes. Nangu was very happy. These shiny and fragrant things, she likes them the most. Supplies and so on. She is a zombie, and she doesn't need to eat. So Nangu was like in heaven, grinning at Li Chen, and immediately said, "I will take all the bags with me." Ha. Then, without waiting for Li Chen's response, she rushed in. This time, it was Li Chen's turn to stare at her back and smile indulgently. Nanji's movements now were much faster than when she killed the zombies just now. But she only had 2 hands. The perfume was okay. She could put it in her bag. But where could she put so many bags? So Nangu had to pick and choose. Li Chen stood by the shelf not far away and saw Nangu excitedly pick up a bag and couldn't let it go. As a result, she rushed to another shelf and threw it away. Nangu finally picked 3 bags, some of which were shouldered and some were back. When she ran back to Li Chen, her steps were much lighter, and she looked up. She found that there was a bag behind Li Chen that was particularly beautiful. It was dark green, but she also liked the 3 in her hand, and she didn't want to throw them away. Li Chen just watched her struggling alone, waiting for her to beg him. Anyway, he had 2 free hands now, and could help her pick it up. who knew that before Nangu could figure it out and speak. Xianyuhua's voice sounded from behind again. Nangu, why are you looking for so many bags? They can't be eaten. And they are not solid. Nangu snorted lightly, and even had a little girl's attitude. I like it. Xianyuhua ignored Li Chen directly because she was close to Nangu. Then what are you struggling with now? Nangu sighed and asked her to look at her bags. I like all these. But this one. She pointed to the one behind Li Chen. I want it too. Xianyuhua smiled brightly immediately. Although his eyes were still red, that's easy. I'll help. I'll take it. Li Chen now hates this Xianyuhua more and more. Always smiling at Nangu. Taking the bag in Nanji's hand. Li Chen also asked, is there anything else you want? Nangu shook his head excitedly. Grabbed the one behind him. Held it in his hand. And suddenly smelled it. Chapter 66 Li Chen's Choice. What's wrong? Xianyuhua also came over and saw Nangu opening the bag with a surprised look on his face. Huh? She flipped through the inner compartment. Why is there? It's no wonder Nangu was surprised. Because there were actually several blood bags. But she had never smelled the smell of these blood bags. And they looked fresh. She looked at Li Chen in confusion, wanting to ask him if he prepared them for her. Who knew that Li Chen only took a glance and said, why is there a hawthorn drink in this bag? Drink it. She didn't believe that Li Chen didn't know that this was blood. But no matter why this blood bag appeared here, Nangu was not going to throw it away. If I don't give myself a snack now, I may not be able to eat meat for a long time when I really go to the Jinping base. Xianyuhua didn't know what happened yet. Just scratched his head. You like to drink hawthorn drinks? There are a lot of them on the shelf over there. I'll get it for you. When he talked to Nangu, he always didn't look at Nanji's eyes, but secretly glanced at Nangu with his peripheral vision, like a boy who was just beginning to fall in love. Unable to Nangu to refuse, he turned around and ran away. Nangu didn't stop him, but turned around and asked Li Chen, you really don't know why this blood bag is here? Why do I feel so similar to the one I drank before? Li Chen still had a blank expression. Aren't all blood bags the same? Maybe this is who left it. Nangu really believed it. She happily opened the blood bags and drank them all. She threw the blood bags on the ground contentedly and licked her lips with her bright red tongue. Li Chen stared at the moisture on her lips, and suddenly his heartbeat and breathing became rapid. He did not urge Nangu, but turned around and left. The sound of the underground battle never stopped. Xianyuhua had been gone for so long and had not returned. Maybe she had encountered zombies. But Li Chen had just taken 2 steps when he saw Nangu rushing over and said anxiously, all the zombies on the second underground floor are coming up. From the northwest corner. She knew there were zombies all around. But the ones on the second underground floor were very quiet and had not moved. Why did they move now? And the northwest corner was exactly the direction Xianyuhua had just left. Although Li Chen didn't like that guy, he couldn't just watch him being trapped like this. So he said to Nangu in a deep voice, let's hurry over now. After running a few steps, a voice came out of the intercom. It was the same one who teased Zhong Haoshuan before. His voice was a little frivolous. Nangu remembered it very clearly. Where is the big noise again? We have already moved the supplies and are ready to evacuate. Soon after, Xianyuhua responded, there are too many zombies. I have to kill them for a long time. Woo woo. Well, she started crying again, even though he quickly cut off the connection. Nangu could guess that he was crying while killing zombies. When Li Chen and Nangu ran to the northwest, they saw someone who had arrived earlier than them. The man's back was also resolute and courageous. At this moment, his arm was slightly raised, and as he moved, the intercom rang. He's a bit tricky here. I'll solve it directly, and then meet up with you. After saying that, he put the intercom back on his waist. Nangu followed his direction and looked at Xianyuhua. He saw all kinds of vines surrounding him at a very fast speed. And he was surrounded by them. The zombies were still biting the vine wall from all directions. Xianyuhua fought slowly. And when he got a chance, he would kill the zombies with one blow. Xianyuhua, you retreat. The man was very frugal with his words. Originally, Xianyuhua didn't want to face the zombies. Now that helpers came, he was about to retreat. He was afraid that the man would go back on his word and promised, Zhong Haoshuan, kill all these zombies, and the crystal cores will be yours. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge flower rose into the air, and standing on it was Xianyuhua. He controlled the flower and left the battlefield in a turn. And Zhong Haoxuan also took action. The zombies saw Xi and Yuhua running away, and Zhong Haoxuan was so close to here. So of course they had to find a new target. It was only after Xi and Yuhua stepped back that she found Nange and Li Chen standing not far away. He was immediately annoyed. He never felt embarrassed to leave the scene halfway before. But this time, he found it a bit difficult to face Nange. But now was not the time to dwell on these things. He shouted to Nange and Li Chen, "Go! This place may collapse soon." Collapse? Nange clearly felt that the building here seemed very solid. Li Chen reacted faster. He didn't even say anything to Nange. He directly carried her on his back and ran towards the exit. Nange looked back at Zhong Haoxuan and pointed, but he still. Before she finished speaking, she opened her mouth wide, speechless in shock. It turned out that none of those zombies could get close to Zhong Haoxuan. It was not like Xi and Yuhua had plans to protect her. But with a few crackling sounds, those zombies were surrounded by lightning. The lightning was quite dazzling. And Nange even felt that there was a black afterimage in her eyes when the light passed by. And it was obvious that Zhong Haoxuan was still accumulating strength. He was waiting to kill these hundreds of zombies with one blow. Li Chen did not look back. But he heard the voice behind him, and guessed why there was such a big commotion just now. It turns out that there is a lightning-type superpower in this 5-man team. As soon as they retreated to the safe area, Zhong Haoxuan also accumulated power to the final stage. Nange had never seen such a thick lightning. Like a fire dragon rising from the ground, following the direction of the lightning, with Zhong Haoxuan as the center. All the zombies within a few hundred meters were pierced by lightning. The scene was so grand that Nange never knew that someone could kill zombies in such a domineering way. If there were only a few crackling sounds before, now there is a rumbling sound, which is simply deafening. And this lightning obviously does not only attack zombies. Nange now finally understands why Xi and Yuhua said that this place might collapse. It was completely passed by lightning, and the huge destructive power caused the entire building to explode and disintegrate. In just a few breaths, it really became a ruin. And because of the flying dust, Nange did not see where Zhong Haoxuan was. But lightning can directly penetrate a huge concrete pillar, so he probably won't be hurt. Xi and Yuhua also looked back, with admiration in her eyes. After a while, Nange turned around and asked him, "Don't we really need to go back and take a look?" If Zhong Haoxuan had an accident and was crushed to death by a boulder, his blood as a thunder-type superpower should not be wasted. The probability of such a mutant superpower appearing is very small. If you miss it, you may never see it again in the future. Xi and Yuhua smiled at Nange. No, he can handle it. His supplies have been collected. And Li Chen also took a lot of things before leaving. After putting Nange on the ground, several people looked at the rooftop where their helicopter was parked. Nange felt it for a while, and his face changed. There were zombies around the helicopter. It must be because Su Fang and Su Xian, the two siblings inside, attracted them. She was about to say it, but was interrupted by Li Chen. "Let's go back quickly." Nange was still wondering why Li Chen didn't let her speak. When she saw Li Chen's calm eyes, she had to shut up. How could she know that Li Chen didn't want her ability to be exposed? Whether she was a psychic or not, there was no doubt that she could sense the surrounding environment. Originally, this 5-member team was very strong. They were able to win over 2 water-based psychics. Who knows if they would attack Nange? Fortunately, Xi and Yuhua took Nange back to the bottom of the building quickly. This time he also used his special skills to wrap Li Chen and Nange's waists with vines. The other end of the vines was directly wrapped around the roof. Then he activated his superpowers, and the 3 of them were lifted into the air like this, without having to climb the stairs. Nange was a little nervous at first, but then she actually laughed. The vines around her waist were entwined in circles. She glanced at the ground and saw that the place she had just left had been destroyed by Zhong Haoxuan. There were also several men running towards here from one direction. In the distance, there were zombies chasing after her. The whole city seemed to have shrunk. A strong wind blew past. Nange said to Xi and Yuhua, "Your trick is very good. It saves time and effort." Xi and Yuhua was embarrassed by her praise. Just when she wanted to be modest, she knew that the strong wind just now was not the natural wind in the air, but was blowing from the roof. There were wind-type zombies above. This was not the worst. The worst thing was that the wind blade rushed towards Li Chen. But it didn't hit him, and it actually cut off the vines that were wrapped around Nange. This is a building with more than 30 floors. They are about to reach the roof. Now that the vines were cut, Nangu fell down suddenly. Ah! She shouted involuntarily. Her voice was particularly terrified. Last time, she broke several ribs when she fell from such a low building. This time, she might have her brain exploded if she fell from such a high building. Li Chen, help me. At the critical moment, Nangu tightened her throat, and only Li Chen's name flashed through her mind. Li Chen had already made a choice when Nangu was in trouble. He decisively let go of the vines around his waist and rushed in the direction of Nangu. Xin Yuhua was a beat slower than him, but she immediately gave birth to new vines to make up for it. When Nangu was falling rapidly, she was still thinking in her heart that if she was given another chance, she would definitely climb the building honestly and never be lazy again. Such a high building. When will it reach the bottom? Just when she was about to have an intimate contact with the ground, her waist suddenly tightened, and then she was caught in a broad embrace. This time, he was at the bottom. The man's voice rang out from above her head. Even though she was dizzy in the wind, it still reached her ears. He said, Nangu, don't be afraid. Fortunately, after she recovered from the shock, Xin Yuhua's vines also arrived. This time, he did not give the wind zombies a chance, and quickly dragged the two people to the roof. Chapter 67, Body Cold. Nanji's heart was almost beating with fear after such a series of ups and downs. After landing on the ground with great difficulty, Xin Yuhua rushed over and stretched out his hand to her before she could say anything. Nangu thought he was going to hug her, so she took a step back. Xin Yuhua also realized that he was a little too excited. And before Nangu could say anything, he started crying again. He was originally weak, and there was no sound when he cried. But the big tears kept falling down. He didn't dare to look at Nangu, and his action of covering his eyes was particularly pitiful. Nangu, are you okay? I'm sorry. I really know I was wrong. Nangu saw that he was crying so sadly that he almost wanted to get a stitch in the side. He forgot everything he wanted to say just now. This is not right. It was she who almost died. So why did he cry instead? Stop crying. Nangu tried to coax him, thinking in his heart that he would not taste good if he cried too much. Xin Yuhua kept wiping away tears, and Li Chen watched coldly beside Nangu. This crybaby was really out of character with his abilities. Although Nangu comforted her, Xin Yuhua still felt guilty. After crying for a while, she thought of zombies again. Nangu heard him say that he was used to the horror of zombies, and didn't mind comforting him more. But there were so many wine zombies behind him. Their helicopters were surrounded. Shouldn't he face his enemies first? Nangu tried to remind him several times, but he was still immersed in his own world. Looking at Su Fang and Su Xian in the helicopter, the expressions on their faces were so horrifying that they couldn't be more horrifying. There are so many zombies outside. What if this helicopter is not strong and they rush in? Su Xian was particularly upset. His ability has been improved so much that he can definitely protect himself. But why are there so many zombies this time? And they are on the roof, which is not conducive to his ability. Now such an embarrassing scene was seen by Nangu. If Su Fang hadn't pulled him, Su Xian really wanted to rush out and teach these zombies a lesson. Xin Yuhua, Nangu called him. Just as she was talking, a wind-type zombie rushed over and was about to bite Xin Yuhua's vest. Xin Yuhua seemed to have eyes on his back. A vine covered with barbs stabbed into the zombie's neck along his back. The zombie didn't even have a chance to struggle before he was killed. He cried and looked disgusted. I said zombies are the most annoying. Nangu stopped him from doubting his life, held his shoulders, and said speechlessly, if you don't take action, these zombies will really surround the roof. Xin Yuhua still stared at Nangu stubbornly, with big watery eyes, and Li Chen frowned even tighter. Is it popular for these little boys to act cute now? Then Nangu. Xin Yuhua was full of hope. You really don't blame me. Nangu was still dodging the wind blade at this moment, and nodded vigorously when he heard it. No! Hurry up and take action. Xin Yuhua finally burst into laughter. Li Chen always paid attention to the position of these zombies. After seeing Xin Yuhua retreat, he pulled Nangu into his protection circle first. Being bullied by zombies to this extent, Nangu certainly couldn't give up. She drew her tang sword and ran towards the helicopter, as if she was competing with Xin Yuhua. Su Xian and Su Fang were in the helicopter, and they didn't blink when they saw Nangu and Xin Yuhua killing zombies under the gray sky. Especially Nangu. Why did Su Xian feel that her speed seemed to be faster? She had a cold face. Her black eyes were shining. And every knife hit the zombie's vital points. Looking at EP61 again. The plants he spawned covered the entire roof. Obviously, green represents vitality. But when he kills zombies, green can take lives. Compared with the two of them, Li Chen was not very conspicuous. Su Xian and Su Fang even looked at Nangu with admiration, and didn't notice that Li Chen had been following not far from Nangu. The other members of the five-man team had just finished the battle, and when they were far away, they discovered the movement on the roof. They had to go up the stairs, which took some time. When they reached the top of the building, the battle was almost over. Several people were obviously not prepared to intervene, because they were confident in EP61's ability. What really shocked everyone was Nangu. Before, she was always following Li Chen, and was so beautiful. I thought she was just a vase. Who would have thought that she was the main force in killing zombies? Gao Chongqu felt that the harvest of this mission was really huge. This Nangu is a good kung fu. If she is brought to the base, she will also be a talent. Su Hong and Chong Feng also stared at Nangu. Only Zhong Haoshuan noticed Li Chen. His eyes changed, but returned to normal in an instant. Indeed, Nanji's movements were dazzling. As a woman without superpowers, she was eye-catching enough. But she almost left the side and the back to Li Chen. If Li Chen hadn't escorted her, she might have been bitten to death by those zombies. Li Chen was not conspicuous, but he was the first one who was more powerful than Nangu, because he was able to deal with zombies on three sides with ease. Zhong Haoshuan observed for a while, and was even more shocked. How could this Li Chen seem to deliberately induce the zombies to attack Nangu? He even arranged the angle for Nangu. What was his intention? Pursing his lips, Zhong Haoshuan fell to the end, and suddenly noticed that there were other zombies climbing up the building. Just at this moment, the battlefield had been cleared. Su Hong smiled and took 2 steps forward, saying with regret, "If I had known there were so many wind zombies here, I would have come back earlier." Nangu chopped off the head of the last zombie with a knife, and glanced at Su Fang and Su Xian. She remembered this person's voice, and he had teased Zhong Haoshuan on the intercom before. But she didn't look back, but just opened the door of the helicopter and said to Su Xian and Su Fang, "It's okay. They are all dead." Su Xian and Su Fang looked at Nangu with more enthusiasm than before. This is simply their savior, and he saved them so many times. How can they repay this kindness? Su Fang actually has a good impression of Li Chen. Now she was a little surprised to find that when she saw Nangu in camouflage uniform, walking towards her neatly, her heartbeat would actually speed up. By the way, didn't Nangu say before that he wanted to bite her, seeing how powerful she was? Otherwise, would he have given in to her? Anyway, it's the end of the world now. Who cares whether he's with a man or a woman? What Su Xian was thinking was actually the same as Su Fang's. Compared to Su Fang, he was more certain that Nangu was his favorite person. After all, he was almost molested by several men at the beginning, and Nangu didn't despise him when he saw how embarrassed he was. Now, let alone biting him, he could even jump off the roof. Li Chen also noticed the burning gazes of Su Fang and Su Xian. But before he walked to Nanji's side, he glanced at Zhong Haoshuan indifferently. Zhong Haoshuan was not going to deal with Li Chen and Nangu. After all, he was a superpower, and didn't want to travel with ordinary people, especially the Jinping base. They were treated as animals to be exploited by superpowers. What was the use of having a high status? Honey bombs, and let them work hard for the base. Even his previous bad attitude towards Li Chen and Nangu was also due to this. And now Li Chen looked at him, and he felt a chill all over his body. How could this be? He only felt this way when facing higher-level superpowers. He was not nervous even when facing so many mutant zombies. And the meaning of Li Chen's eyes was also very clear. No matter what he had just discovered, he warned him to keep these things secret. Li Chen just looked at Zhong Haoshuan and went to find Nangu without looking back. Zhong Haoshuan, who was left far away, was instantly angry. Of course, he was not afraid of Li Chen. The shock just now must have been an accident, because they are all strong. They will definitely feel more embarrassed if they are suddenly suppressed. He couldn't attack Li Chen, just as a zombie was about to climb to the roof. He said coldly, "You go to the helicopter first. I will clean up the scene." That is to say, he will kill all these zombies by himself. Gao Chongqu still looked at Zhong Haoshuan happily. "It is true that those who are capable will do more work. Then we will wait for you on the helicopter." Su Hong was still complaining, I said. Why don't you pay attention to me? I can't get so many wine zombie crystal cores. In fact, when Nangu opened the hatch, Xi and Yuhua was already digging out the crystal cores. Now he held a handful of crystal cores, smiled brightly, and ran towards Nangu. But he looked back at Su Hong. I can't give you this crystal core. I want to give it to Nangu. Several people got on the helicopter one after another, and only Zhong Haoshuan stood on the roof full of zombie corpses, looking at the edge of the building with a cold face. He raised his hands slightly and lifted a small stone from the roof to the sky. Just when the stone was suspended in the air, lightning filled his body, crackling a few times, and connected the stone. I saw a dazzling lightning net, which exploded from the roof, and even the gray sky was illuminated. Gao Chongqi was flying a helicopter, and Chong Feng was his assistant, looking at the situation below. He said with lingering fear, Fortunately, the helicopter has taken off. Otherwise we would all be electrocuted to death. Su Hong was still sticking to the glass with interest, watching the spread of the electric net. At this moment, the whole building was shrouded in a flash of lightning, and those zombies rushing up have realized that Zhong Haoshuan is a very powerful opponent. They want to run. But how can they run faster than lightning? When the electric net is spread, those zombies will be electrocuted alive and charred. It only took a short time from the start to the end of the battle. Zhong Haoshuan did not check again to see if there were any fish that had slipped through the net, but just turned and headed towards the helicopter. Chapter 68. Pay attention to Nangu. His windbreaker drew a sharp arc in the air, and his eyebrows seemed to be covered with frost. A rope fell from the helicopter, and he wrapped it around his arm twice, and was pulled up directly. After the cabin door was tightly closed, Gao Chongqi asked everyone to check their equipment and count the supplies. After they were sure that everything was taken, they flew towards the Jinping base. Zhong Haoshuan had just sat down when Su Hong spoke again. I haven't seen you use this trick for a long time. Those zombies are quite honored. Zhong Haoshuan just turned his head to the window in silence. Su Hong hit a hard nail, and could only turn his head away in dismay. He noticed Nangu at this moment. Nangu was still sitting with the brother and sister. Since they got on the plane, the brother and sister had been caring about her and worried about whether she was injured. Su Hong propped up his face with the back of his hand. He was originally very handsome, with a pair of peach blossom eyes shining brightly. He looked at the three people with a smile. Even if you are bitten by a zombie, there is a chance that you will not be infected. If you are scratched, the chance of not being infected will be even greater. Seeing you are so panicked, you should not know yet, right? Su Feng and Su Xian were a little embarrassed. They really didn't know these things. Li Chen was sitting next to Nangu. When she was talking to the siblings, he helped her tie the belt of the tang sword to make sure it would not fall off. Before the three people returned to Su Hong's words, Li Chen spoke. His tone was still light and full of alienation. We have never been injured, so we have no chance to know. Su Hong gritted his teeth. He was a grown man, and he couldn't argue with Li Chen. But what Li Chen said was clearly mocking them for not being as capable as him. He didn't seem very nervous about Nangu, and he was unexpectedly protective of her. Only Nangu was still confused, because she understood what these two people said. Just from the surface, Su Feng and Su Xian looked at Li Chen gratefully, and then found that Nangu looked cute, which made them like her even more. Xi and Yuhua had been ignored by Nangu from the beginning, and now he was wronged again. But he still came over and gave all the wind crystal cores to Nangu like offering treasures. These are your trophies. Nangu looked at the shiny crystal cores and had no interest. She couldn't eat the wind crystal cores, so she pouted and said to Xi and Yuhua, I don't want it. You keep it. Originally, they killed these zombies together. Xi and Yuhua's face fell, and she tried to persuade him carefully. Why don't you want it? With so many crystal cores, you can get a lot even if you exchange them for supplies. Nangu was even less interested in supplies, and shook her head stubbornly. Li Chen noticed what Xi and Yuhua said, and glanced at the crystal core in his hand. Su Hong interrupted and looked at Nangu, thinking that she was wasting the resources. I have a lot of crystal cores of other systems here. What do you want? I'll exchange them with you. I need the wind system. Nangu had just eaten her fill, and was not interested. Li Chen asked, what do you have? You can show me. Su Hong also noticed that the relationship between Nangu and Li Chen was a bit weird. At least, Li Chen could be Nanji's master. So he grabbed a handful of crystal cores to show Li Chen. But Li Chen looked down on them. They are all from low-level zombies. Not very useful. Are there no better quality ones? Su Hong wanted to ask. Better quality ones. Do you think you are picking a diamond ring? However, Xin Yuhua's handful of wind crystal cores was too tempting for him, and he reluctantly took out a few more crystal cores. These crystal cores were obviously darker in color, and one of them was even black. Li Chen pointed at the black crystal core and asked, "What is this?" "I don't know either." Su Hong shrugged. "We have been hunting zombies for so many days, and I am the only one who got this black one. No one can use it, but it is probably a good thing." Li Chen looked at him suspiciously, and Su Hong couldn't make up any more. "Okay. If you want this, I'll give it to you as a gift." "Okay." So at Li Chen's insistence, he took 3 high-grade crystal cores. 1 spiritual, 1 thunder, and the other was the black one. Then he gave half of the crystal core that Xin Yuhua gave to Nangu to Su Hong. Su Hong was not very satisfied. "What are you going to do with the remaining half?" Li Chen calculated the account clearly. "Didn't you say that it can be exchanged for supplies? Keep these for use at the base." Damn. Su Hong couldn't help but burst out with a swear word. Li Chen wanted to extort more supplies. How shameless. But who made him have the things he needed? So Su Hong could only reluctantly give half of the supplies he collected to Li Chen. Nangu, who was sitting next to him, was simply amazed. She just killed a few zombies, right? But Li Chen actually used these crystal cores to exchange for so many things. It seems that Su Hong is not someone who can be easily fooled. But after a few words from Li Chen, he couldn't bargain anymore. What should she do? She suddenly felt a little respect for Li Chen, although Gao Chongxiu didn't say anything. When the two successfully handed over, he laughed. "It's been a long time since I saw Su Hong get frustrated." "Li Chen, you are really this." As he said that, he gave Li Chen a thumbs up. Li Chen just smiled slightly and was very modest. "Thank you for the compliment." Su Hong was so sad that he wanted to cry. He was the one who was blackmailed. Why is Gao Chongxiu still turning his elbow outward? He also glared at Xin Yuhua. "We are teammates. But you gave all the crystal cores to others?" Xin Yuhua widened her eyes. Like a confused little deer, how could Nangu be someone else? "I am willing to give it to her. If you say that again, be careful of me." Nangu choked up when she heard him, and she was in a dilemma. "My little ancestor, please stop crying. I have seen all those refugees cry like this." So she interrupted immediately. "Yes. I am not someone else." Xin Yuhua's face turned from gloomy to bright, and she smiled sweetly at Nangu and stopped talking to Su Hong. Su Hong cursed again in his heart. This Nangu is a psychiatric type. She is almost brainwashing people. There are many people on the plane. Plus the supplies are very crowded. Su Hong is a talkative person. So after the sulking, he started to talk to Nangu. Now he is also very interested in Nangu, the Tang sword behind her, and her skills that seem to come from the army. How did she practice it? Could it be that she was a soldier before the end of the world? "Nangu, you don't like crystal cores or materials. So what do you like?" He decided to cater to her after figuring this out. Nangu blinked and was about to answer that she liked drinking human blood the most, but suddenly noticed that Li Chen put a small red envelope on his knees. "Oh, isn't this what I just found?" So Nangu was attracted by the bag, grabbed it, and asked Li Chen excitedly, "It's still there. I thought it was lost." Li Chen smiled softly at her. "The others are gone. But this one contains perfume. So I took it." Nangu heard this, unzipped it, and found that the bottles of perfume were not broken. She was even happier. Su Hong felt that he might understand what Nangu likes. This is simply a rip-off, right? It's the end of the world. She doesn't want to eat or drink. She doesn't want to think about how to survive. But she wants to be beautiful? The key is that Li Chen also spoils her. If he hadn't brought this bag, how could it have gotten into Nanji's hands? Su Hong felt deeply powerless. He could get supplies and crystal cores, but no one told him that this kind of thing, which he thought was the most useless, could also buy Nangu. His heart hurt so much. He feels that he was very wasteful before. So Su Hong made a decision at this moment. No matter what he saw in the future, he would take it away if he could take it away. A long time later, a person nicknamed Sweep All was particularly famous, and he wished that no grass would be left wherever he went. If they knew that Su Hong developed such a habit because of a female zombie, I guess the whole person would doubt his life. Su Hong was not discouraged by the failure to strike up a conversation. He became more and more courageous. In fact, not only he, but everyone except Zhong Haoshuan was curious about Nangu. But Li Chen was like a protective shield for Nangu. Anyone who wanted to talk to Nangu had to go through his filter. Later, he answered most of the questions. And Nangu was busy fiddling with the perfumes. Anqing was not far from the Jinping base. But it took nearly an hour to get there. Nangu was in good spirits. But she felt very sleepy when she was about to enter the base. Because she had experienced drowsiness before. Nangu was not so panicked this time. And she even said hello to Li Chen. I'm going to sleep. Li Chen turned his head to look at her suddenly. And there were many things in his eyes that Nangu could not understand. His Adam's apple moved. And he finally smiled and said in a low voice, Okay. Then you go to sleep first. Su Hong felt that he and Nangu were already very familiar with each other at this time. And he came over eagerly. Why are you still sleeping? In another 5 minutes, the plane will be able to land in the base. Nangu yawned. Not to mention 5 minutes. She couldn't even last 5 seconds. And fell on Li Chen's shoulder. Now she is much more beautiful when she is asleep than before. After all, from the appearance, she is no different from ordinary people. Only Li Chen knew how anxious he was when Nangu was sleeping. She didn't breathe, had no heartbeat, and fell asleep as if completely dead. He was very worried that she wouldn't wake up. When this thought came up, Li Chen himself was stunned. Worry? How could he worry about a zombie? When did he have such an idea? Li Chen's face became much paler, and his eyes became more obscure. But no one thought about Nangu. Only Su Hong said dryly, Really fell asleep? That was too fast. Li Chen tightened his arms around Nanji's shoulders and hummed. Chapter 69 Doctor Draws Blood. Su Fong and Su Xian have been following Li Chen for a few days. But Nangu is with Li Chen every night. So they don't know that Nangu doesn't sleep at night. At this moment, when they saw Nangu fall asleep, they said with sympathy and distress, Sister Nangu must have fallen asleep because she was too tired from fighting the zombies just now. Gao Chongqiu hadn't seen the scene of Nangu fighting zombies before. But he also knew how many ferocious zombies appeared near the supermarket before. And even he suffered. Later on the rooftop. Although he only watched for a while. He also knew that Nangu was very strong. It is right for two people like this to be taken care of more. So Gao Chongqiu smiled and said to Li Chen, Anyway, we are here. Let's go to the base first. I will arrange for someone to find a place for you to live. Li Chen still held Nangu tightly. And after the plane stopped steadily in the base, he thanked Gao Chongqiu and hugged her off the plane. Su Fong and Su Xian regarded Li Chen as the backbone. So of course they followed him. The other members of the 5-member team came down last. Li Chen was not in a hurry to leave. He was holding Nangu, tall and straight, and asked Gao Chongqiu, after entering the base, Do we need to do any inspections? Gao Chongqiu smiled and waved his hand. If it were someone else, they would take off their clothes at the entrance of the base to check if they had any wounds. The main reason for the base is that they are worried that someone will become a zombie. But we have already walked all the way. And we are sure that you are human. So this step of inspection is unnecessary. He thought for a while and added, But after you are settled, someone will come to draw blood. And the doctor in the base will test for infectious diseases. Gao Chongqiu was a little embarrassed when talking about this. His skin was originally dark, and now it was a little red. I'm not doubting you. But this is the rule of the base. Su Hong was careless and stared at Nangu curiously. Who could fall asleep so quickly? What's the big deal? Our base is now developing a reagent that can detect human superpowers. It will be successful soon. Li Chen couldn't help but be a little shocked. Not to mention that there are doctors in this base. The reagent for detecting superpowers should not be underestimated. If it is really developed successfully, I'm afraid other bases will come to learn from it. At that time, this Jinping base, which is isolated in a corner, may not be peaceful. Will it be annexed or become stronger? The road ahead is confusing. Zhong Haoshuan frowned and looked at Su Hong, and said coldly, Why do you say so much to them? Are you going to hand in the task? Speaking of handing in the task, Su Hong was simply inconsolable. All the supplies he found were squeezed by Li Chen. How many more tasks would he have to do in the future to make up for these supplies? So he touched the tip of his nose. His peach blossom eyes drooped, as if he was more embarrassed than Gao Chongqiu just now. I won't go this time. Please ask for leave for me and the boss. After saying that, he ran faster than anyone else. as if he was afraid that others would ask him for supplies. Seeing that Gao Changshu had explained everything, Li Chen nodded slightly and said to him, "It's not easy to manage the base. We will cooperate." Xi and Yuhua was still looking at Nangu eagerly. If Gao Changshu hadn't stopped him with his eyes, he would have gone to Nanji's side long ago. Gao Changshu couldn't bear to see him like this. He was the youngest and a crybaby. So he said helplessly, "Yuhua, take them to their residence." Xi and Yuhua's face, which had just been gloomy, suddenly broke into a smile, as bright as the sun at noon. "Okay." As he said that, he came to Li Chen and stretched out his hand to him. "Li Chen, let me hold Sister Nangu." Li Chen frowned even deeper, and obviously disliked him even more. "Just lead the way. What do you want to hold?" Xi and Yuhua's eyes turned red, and he sniffed. He looked at Nangu reluctantly, as if he was going to part with her forever. But he didn't disobey Li Chen's words, and he quickly arrived at the residence with 4 people. The rooms in the base are already very tight now. The place where they live is the center of the base. It is said that many leaders of the base live here. When Xi and Yuhua took Li Chen upstairs, he pointed to him through the window. "We live in that building upstairs, and that is my room." Li Chen listened to him and didn't turn around. He just put Nangu on the bed first, and also tidied her hair and pulled the quilt on her body. Su Feng and Su Xian lived in the next room. Xi and Yuhua said that someone would deliver the supplies in a while, and asked them to wait for a while. So they didn't come. The supplies that Li Chen exchanged from Su Hong were all placed in a small storage room next to it by Xi and Yuhua. After putting Nangu away, Li Chen sat on the bed and glanced at Xi and Yuhua. Xi and Yuhua didn't understand what was going on yet, leaning against the window and looking at Li Chen, her eyes full of expectation. The two looked at each other in silence for a long time, and Li Chen finally couldn't help but say, "Are you not leaving?" "Leave?" Xi and Yuhua was even more surprised. "Where should I go? Sister Nangu hasn't woken up yet." Li Chen looked at him with disdain. "You are not needed here." Xi and Yuhua was embarrassed, but she didn't move. "A doctor will come to draw blood later. I can't leave." Speaking of this, Li Chen still had a headache. He had no problem. But Nangu was a zombie, and as soon as her blood was drawn, she would find something wrong. How to hide it for her? At first, his plan was not to enter the base. Anyway, they had supplies, and they could take Nangu away directly. Who knew that Nangu suddenly fell asleep, and his plan was disrupted. In addition, he also wanted to see what kind of doctor could develop a superpower detection reagent. So after thinking for a while, Li Chen pretended to be embarrassed and said to Xi and Yuhua, "You have never known that Nangu is most afraid of blood drawing. If blood is drawn when she is asleep, she will definitely be very sad when she wakes up." Xi and Yuhua's eyes widened, and her little heart was pounding. Yes, his sister Nangu is so noble. How could anyone take her blood? Besides, she doesn't look like she has an infectious disease. Even if she does, I have to keep it a secret for her. Xi and Yuhua, the brainless fan, made a decision almost instantly. "I'll go find a new blood sample to help Sister Nangu." As he said that, before Li Chen could say anything else, he jumped out of the window again. Anyway, Li Chen had seen him jumping off the roof, so of course he wasn't worried about him this time. On the contrary, the passers-by were frightened by Xi and Yuhua and screamed twice. After seeing the person clearly, they shouted to him, "Can you please not jump out of the window? It's really scary." Xi and Yuhua's hearty laughter came in the air. "Haha. I remember. I will pay attention next time." Li Chen thought that Xi and Yuhua had a good relationship with people in the base. At least, he didn't cry when someone said something to him. Xi and Yuhua went to draw blood very quickly. I don't know who he asked for blood, but it was a bright red tube. Li Chen looked over and asked him, "Are you sure this is okay?" Xi and Yuhua nodded without hesitation. "Someone wanted to enter the base just now. I asked for their blood from outside, gave them a little benefit, and sent them away. Don't worry. This blood sample must be the only one in the base now." Li Chen looked at Xi and Yuhua approvingly and thought, he is not just a crybaby. He also brought back 3 blood sampling devices. When Li Chen saw this, he knew his intention. This was to prepare to collect their blood samples before the doctor came, so as to avoid the possibility of being exposed if the blood was collected on the spot. So Li Chen ordered Xi and Yuhua to collect blood from Su Feng and Su Xian. When Li Chen's own blood was put together, He observed the 4 tubes of blood and found that the blood of superpowers was indeed different from that of ordinary people. Su Fong and Su Xian's blood was obviously lighter, but there was nothing special about his own. Xian Yuhua felt that he had also done a good job. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, moved a small stool, and sat at the head of the bed, just staring at Nanji's face. Li Qin didn't like his look at him, so he began to ask questions calmly. Now Xian Yuhua has regarded Nange as his own, so Li Qin is also trusted by him. Many things that others would not reveal. Xian Yuhua told Li Qin truthfully. For example, the current Jinping base does not have only one leader. Now the people in the base call them superpowers and ordinary people. In fact, it is not just here. In many bases, there are conflicts between superpowers and ordinary people. Superpowers are more powerful and receive more preferential treatment, which ordinary people certainly cannot stand. But it is indisputable that ordinary people still need the fighting power of superpowers. In the Jinping base, the superpower faction has gradually gained most of the power. Xian Yuhua sighed. He had a handsome face, but he pretended to be an uncle. The reason why the superpowers can't lead the entire base is because Dr. Yi, who I told you about, is an ordinary person. Now, Dr. Yi is responsible for the health of both superpowers and ordinary people. You even found that we are more powerful than ordinary superpowers. All thanks to Dr. Yi. Speaking of Dr. Yi, Xian Yuhua obviously liked him very much. Unlike when he just mentioned the ordinary people, he was disgusted. The ability to improve ability through crystal cores was also first proposed by Dr. Yi. At that time, the end of the world had just arrived not long ago. Xian Yuhua said a lot unconsciously, although the leaders of the superpower faction and the ordinary faction are not Dr. Yi. He obviously stands on the side of ordinary people, and is willing to fight for more benefits for them. I heard that he always wanted to go back to Shangjing. If the leaders of the two factions had not kept him, he would have left long ago. The more Li Qin listened to Xian Yuhua, the more he felt that Dr. Yi was amazing. So he asked, is he really an ordinary person? Xian Yuhua nodded and said regretfully, yes. He has no superpowers. If he had superpowers, with his medical skills, he would definitely have a greater role in the end times. Now he is trapped in this Jinping base, probably because he is controlled by people with superpowers. Chapter 70. You are the scary one. Although Xian Yuhua didn't say it explicitly, Li Qin could think of it. He had several plans in mind and decided to weigh them when he met Dr. Yi. As the two were talking, there was a knock on the door. Xian Yuhua looked up and asked, who is it? It's me. A gentle male voice sounded. Even though he couldn't see the person through the door, Li Qin could guess the man's style of doing things. Xian Yuhua said to Li Qin, Dr. Yi is here. He was about to stand up and open the door, but Li Qin had already walked to the door and opened it. It is said that when you don't say a word to a stranger, you rarely leave a bad impression on the other party. Even Li Qin himself is tall and handsome, and the 5-man team has no hostility towards him. Dr. Yi at the door is even more outstanding. He wears glasses and has soft edges and corners, which makes him look more gentle. He was still wearing a white coat. His skin was probably much whiter than other men, because he stayed indoors all year round. Li Qin had never seen such a gentleman before, and his temperament even made people feel very close. But his first reaction was why a man was so white. He didn't like it very much. Yi Xiao was actually looking at Li Qin in his heart, but his eyes were not so aggressive. This strange man should be the one brought into the base by Gao Chongqiu? Originally, when he heard Gao Chongqiu praised him so highly, Yi Xiao was quite curious and wanted to meet him. Who knew that he couldn't like this man after just one encounter? So he was gentle and a little alienated, and stretched out his hand to Li Qin. Yi Xiao. Li Qin raised his hand and shook it, then quickly released it. Li Qin. Yi Xiao nodded and said to him, I'll take the blood. Li Qin let Yi Xiao go through the door, and saw that the man was carrying a small medicine box behind him. He saw Xian Yuhua after he entered the door, and his smile was obviously softer. Yuhua is here too. How is it? Did the mission go smoothly? Xian Yuhua stood up. From Yi Xiao's perspective, he still blocked the person on the bed, so Yi Xiao didn't see Nanji's face. I encountered some minor troubles, but they were all solved by Zhong Haoshuan. Xian Yuhua seemed to be infected by Yi Xiao's breath. Originally, he was a Wu-type supernatural power, and he had a sense of nature. Now Li Qin looked at him, and couldn't associate him with the crying look. Yi Xiao didn't go in any further, but just said to Xian Yuhua, It's good to come back safely. I just happen to have some medicines and equipment I want to find. I'll go find Gao Chongqiu later. Xi and Yuhua nodded. But she was a little disappointed. Although he also understood that there was only one helicopter in the base. He still overcame the difficulties of the ordinary faction and handed it over to them. How can you use the helicopter without getting greater credit? Li Chen handed the blood sample to Yi Xiao. Intuitively, he didn't want Yi Xiao to stay here for too long. This is the blood sample. The implication is that you can leave and take Xi and Yuhua with you. Yi Xiao wanted to leave here early. He always believed in Xi and Yuhua and didn't expect that there would be any problems with the blood sample. So after taking it, he put it directly in the medicine box. He nodded distantly to Li Chen. Then I'll leave. If there is anything, you can let Yuhua come to me. After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Xi and Yuhua stared at Nange for a few seconds, hesitated for a moment, and followed Yi Xiao out. Li Chen then returned to the bedside and sat down next to Nange. The supplies belonging to Su Fang and Su Xian were delivered very quickly. After the siblings had eaten, they looked at Nange and said to Li Chen, "The people in the base have already known about our abilities and said they want to see us after dinner." Su Fang was a little scared. She had inquired before and heard that there were tens of thousands of people in this base. This was not like their small town. If an accident really happened, they would not be able to run away. So she said this to Li Chen in the hope that Li Chen could accompany them. But Li Chen was unwilling to leave Nange. She was still in a coma and could not leave. So Li Chen told them a few words. "Be careful and tell the truth. But don't mention me and Nange too much." Su Fang was a little disappointed. But there was nothing she could do. So she could only take Su Xian away. Nange had not woken up. And Li Chen could not eat or drink. Su Fang and Su Xian, on the other hand, went to meet the leader of the supernatural faction with trepidation. He was a man with sharp eyes, who looked to be in his 50s. Everyone called him Mr. Lin. As for his name, he did not take the initiative to tell Su Fang and Su Xian. Just like what Li Chen said, Mr. Lin only asked when their supernatural powers awakened and how they upgraded. After hearing that they came from that town, Mr. Lin looked at them with pity and said condolences. Su Fang and Su Xian were very restrained all the time, sitting on the chair, not daring to move. Mr. Lin laughed. "Don't be nervous. In terms of superpower level, I am not as good as you two. I can sit in this position because the people below respect me. By the way, you just said that you advanced by eating crystal cores. Who gave you the crystal cores? Was it your companions who entered the base with you?" Su Xian nodded honestly. "Yes. But we don't know how he knew this method." Mr. Lin really stopped asking questions and said to the two of them, "Let's do this. Tomorrow I will gather everyone together to verify your strength, and then arrange your positions. Don't worry. Water-based superpowers have a much higher status in the base than other superpowers. Zhong Haoshuan, you also saw it, right? He mutated into a thunder-based one. Killing zombies is like chopping vegetables. And he respects water-based superpowers very much." Su Xian thought about Zhong Haoshuan's cold look and thought, "Why didn't I see respect?" But since Mr. Lin said he wanted to verify his ability, the two of them couldn't refuse. After agreeing on a time, Mr. Lin also asked someone to take them on a tour of the base. The man was quite tactful and simply introduced them without asking them any questions. When passing by a small house, the man pointed and said, "This is our radio station. We are communicating with the outside world through here." Su Fang couldn't help but take a closer look and thought. The broadcasts she heard on the train were all coming from here. Just then, the door of the small house was opened and a beautiful woman walked out. She was wearing a fitted uniform and looked about 25 years old, with big reddish curly hair and a great figure. Su Fang and Su Xian were both attracted. The man who was responsible for the introduction laughed. "How is it? Pretty? That's Tang Siyue, our broadcaster. Before the end of the world, she was famous throughout the country. She is a flower in our base. And she is also a superpower. Many men in the base are chasing her." Su Fang looked at her enviously. The woman obviously noticed them, but just nodded distantly and left. Su Xian pulled Su Fang's sleeve and said to her, "Sister, let's go." Su Fang sighed in her heart, thinking that if she could have the beauty of that female broadcaster, Nange would definitely like her more. Su Xian had no idea what Su Fang was thinking. Now they all had some misunderstandings about Nange. Nange, who was missed by several people, woke up in the second half of the night. She actually knew that she was very sleepy. So she fell asleep. But this time, she fell asleep differently from before. She could feel someone around her, and knew they were talking. But she couldn't hear what they were saying, and couldn't wake up at all. She just felt that her body seemed to be changing little by little. And the damaged texture was slowly being repaired. When she opened her eyes, her bright eyes were glowing in the dark. She felt that her spirit had recovered to its peak state. After some investigation, she found that she could now see things within a radius of 1 kilometer. In other words, her supernatural power had also advanced. Haha. Although I don't know how powerful she is now. If she encounters a third-level zombie again, it will definitely not be her opponent. Nangu was very happy, clenched her hands on her chest, and laughed twice. Oh! She is so powerful now. It must be easy for her to escape. Haha. Li Chen. That stupid human. Don't try to catch her this time. Just when she was thinking about good things, she suddenly heard a male voice. What are you laughing at? Nangu was startled, and saw a dark shadow sitting by the bed. Oh no! It was Li Chen sitting there. She sat up suddenly, shrank to the inside of the bed, and stared at him in horror. Why are you here? You didn't make a sound at all. Do you want to scare me to death? Li Chen actually put his heart at ease when he saw her wake up. Nangu will never know that he sat by her bed for nearly 10 hours, and almost became a stone for missing his wife. At this moment, he also had the mood to joke, and said to her teasingly, I have been sitting here, but you didn't notice it. Besides, you just opened your eyes suddenly and started laughing. You know it's the middle of the night. You are the one who is really scary. Okay? Nanji's eyes were also a little watery. Of course, Li Chen knew that she definitely didn't understand what rippling water was. She was simply more beautiful than before because her ability had improved. At this moment, Li Chen turned around and accused her. But Nangu still stiffened her neck and refused to admit it. I didn't know you were here. You deserve to be scared by me. Humph! After saying that, she laid down again, with her back to Li Chen, indicating that she didn't want to see him. Li Chen smiled and glanced at her, then took out a bag of food from under the bed, sat on the bed, and began to tear the packaging bag. Nangu couldn't help but look at him sideways when she heard the rustling sound, and found that he was eating a piece of bread in one hand. Of course, although his movements were still elegant, he ate very quickly. After he finished eating, Nangu saw that he had stuffed 2 pills into his mouth. Nangu was originally curious, so she forgot that she was still angry with Li Chen and asked softly, What did you eat that tasted good? Li Chen knew that she only thought about eating, and his eyes were curved with laughter. Chapter 71 I Want to Eat You. In fact, Li Chen was taking the most common vitamin tablets, bought at the pharmacy before the end of the world, and cost more than 10 yuan a bottle. He always carried this with him, but he didn't eat it often. Eating dry bread all the time was not good for the body, and he now relied on this to supplement vitamins. Seeing Nanji's curious look, Li Chen's bad taste came up again. So he pretended to be mysterious and put away the small bottle, and smiled at Nangu. Why do you ask so clearly? You can't eat it. Because she fell asleep. Li Chen hadn't rested from yesterday to now. Now he saw that it was almost dawn, and he should have slept for a while. But he suddenly wanted to talk to the little zombie. Nangu glanced at him with some complaints. Her eyes were bright, glowing in the dark night. If you look at it suddenly, it's a bit scary. But Li Chen was used to her ugliest look, and now he thinks she is getting more and more pleasing to the eye. Why are you so stingy? She pouted. Her face was pale, but her lips were rosy. I'm just asking. Although she was talking to him, she was obviously looking into his pocket, as if her eyes wanted to penetrate the fabric and see the bottle. Li Chen was on guard against her using her mind to detect him, and even covered it with his hands. Nangu didn't hide in the bed, but came closer, blinking her big eyes. What should I do? She is really curious now. What is so delicious? Why don't you let me see it? Just when Nangu was scratching her head, the man who had been sitting by the bed suddenly stood up and lay on it. The bed was originally small, because this was Li Chen's room and Nanji's was next door. Li Chen felt that Xi and Yuhua must have done it on purpose, not wanting them to live together. So his bed was very narrow. The two of them had squeezed in the car before, but Li Chen didn't think it was a big deal. The little kid wanted to separate himself from Nangu. How could he know what this bloodthirsty little zombie would do if she wasn't watching? There were tens of thousands of people in the base. So many superpowers. Did she really think she could hold back? Nangu was lying down well. But Li Chen suddenly came up and hugged her without any warning. She didn't blink. Hey. 1100. There are humans playing hooligan here. Just talk if you want to. Why are you so close to me? Nangu wanted to push him. But as soon as she stretched out her hand, she turned and went to his pocket. Li Chen had been on guard against her for a long time, and directly pressed her wrist. When he spoke, his breath would spray on Nanji's face. And she suddenly felt that her sense of touch seemed to have recovered a little bit. Feeling it carefully again. It was gone again. Li Chen still had his eyes closed. His arms strong. I haven't slept all night. Let me rest for a while. Nangu was unwilling. It's so crowded here. As she said that, she still tried to touch his pocket. Why was my wrist still held by him? I couldn't even touch my pocket. I was so angry. And the distance was so close that Nanji's eyes turned red when she smelled the fragrance of his blood. Li Chen actually felt the dangerous aura emanating from Nangu. And he was still negotiating with Nangu. If you behave yourself, I will show you tomorrow morning and give you food. Really? Give it to me? Nangu was shocked. Although this man is usually a bit shameless, he is actually quite a man of his words. Li Chen said him, in a low voice. Then don't give me just a little this time. Nangu has become much smarter. Li Chen actually has a headache. What should I do? As the level increases, the little zombies seem to be smarter. Will they be unable to be fooled in the future? Okay. He agreed and fell asleep soon. Nangu was obedient. She was not familiar with the base. Thinking of so many strong men, especially on the helicopter. Zhong Haoxuan's last move made her tremble until now. It seems that if she wants to find something to eat for herself, she has to wait until Li Chen wakes up. She was energetic and lay there dryly without moving. Anyway, there was nothing to do. So she secretly detected the area of 1,000 meters. Now everyone is basically asleep. Some night watchmen outside are patrolling in circles with weapons on their bodies. The whole base is quiet, and occasionally there is a burst of children crying. Nangu originally enjoyed this feeling, because she could almost figure out the terrain after a little snooping. If she goes out hunting in the future, it will be convenient. Hee. Just when she relaxed her vigilance, she suddenly felt the same breath, and she suddenly retracted her mental power and patted her chest in shock. She actually wanted to wake Li Chen up. But Li Chen was still asleep. What to do? She just felt the breath of a psychic, although she didn't know what kind of zombie she was. If the other party was also a psychic, he might be able to sense her. Would her identity as a zombie be exposed? Nangu was a little scared and glanced at the door, fearing that a superpower would break in the next moment. Oh! How could she be so depressed that she fell asleep at the door of the base? Tang Xiyue woke up early because she had to prepare for the morning broadcast of the radio station. She was just reading the manuscript. But suddenly, she felt that her spiritual sea was invaded. But it was only a moment. And when she felt it carefully, she couldn't find any clues. Tang Xiyue looked at the time. It was 4:30 in the morning. Patting her forehead, she thought she might be a little too sleepy. Otherwise, she wouldn't have hallucinations. In the entire base, she was the only superpower of the spiritual system. This was an S-level secret. Even Zhong Haoxuan and his group didn't know it. When she discovered her superpowers, she immediately found Yi Xiao. He was the leader of the base, and had a lot of say. He immediately asked her to keep it secret, saying that her superpowers were not strong enough, and now was not the time to expose it. But in fact, she had long been tired of doing the broadcasting every day. There were so many zombies outside. There must be psychic ones. She just waited like this. When would she get a crystal core to upgrade? Also, although the management said that she was a superpower, ordinary people didn't know. And those damn men always pushed their feet. If she hadn't been vigilant, she might have been bullied many times. What's the use of her psychic system? When can she become as powerful as Zhong Haoxuan and the others? The more she thought about it, the more annoyed she became. Tang Xiyue threw the manuscript aside and decided to take a day off today. Anyway, the scripts are ready, and the base has trained several broadcasters. So let them host today's program. It was almost 6 o'clock when Li Chen finally woke up. Nangu waited for almost 2 hours, but no one came to kill her, so she felt relieved. However, because of this incident, she forgot about Li Chen's vitamin tablets. It was still Li Chen who opened his eyes and looked at her. His face softened from hazy, "Good morning, little zombie." Nanji's head seemed to have an antenna, and it stood up immediately, looking at him excitedly. "You're awake? Shouldn't you fulfill your promise?" "Okay." Li Chen yawned, and didn't wash his face when he got up, but handed the vitamin tablets in his pocket to Nangu. "Here, eat it." Nangu tilted her head to look at him, and she was still wearing a modified version of camouflage clothes, which made her waist and chest look even more prominent. Li Chen looked at her calmly, and actually got out of bed and stood up. Nangu took the vitamin tablet, read the instructions carefully, and asked in confusion, "You said you would give me this?" Li Chen nodded, and Nangu felt that his smile looked a little triumphant. "Yes. Eat whatever you want. I have a few bottles here." Nangu knocked on the bed board twice angrily, and threw the vitamin to Li Chen. "Liar!" she cursed. "You said you would let me eat yours?" It was obviously a very ordinary sentence, but I don't know what Li Chen thought of it. There was even a suspicious blush behind his ears, and his eyes were averted. "I said I would give you this." Nangu covered her chest. What should she do? She felt so angry. Li Chen saw that the little zombie was depressed, and wondered if he had gone too far. But didn't he just give her a snack yesterday? Did she want to eat more now? Before he could comfort her, Nangu took advantage of his inattention, grabbed the tang sword at hand, and rushed towards Li Chen. Fortunately, Li Chen reacted quickly, and he dodged after a flash of cold light. Otherwise, looking at Nanji's posture, it seemed that he was going to split him in half. "Do you want to test your skills with me?" Li Chen smiled and moved his wrist. Nanji's current strength is different from the past. It was okay for Li Chen to bully her before, but she couldn't swallow this breath now. So she held the tang sword across her chest, raised her smooth chin, and a cold light flashed in her eyes. "That's right." Before she finished speaking, she rushed over with the sword again, and she showed no mercy to Li Chen in every move. When Li Chen just dodged her first move, he knew that Nangu was serious, so he took it seriously. But Nangu clearly wanted to chop Li Chen. But later on, it turned into a coaching match. Li Chen obviously reserved some strength for Nangu, dodging most of the time, and only when he couldn't dodge would he use the force to fight back. "Your lower body is still too weak. Didn't you eat enough yesterday?" The tang sword in Nanji's hand had great destructive power. After a while, the walls of the house were left with many cuts. Her eyes were red, and she had completely forgotten where she was. "What do you care about me?" Nangu was so annoyed. "You still flick your wrist, but you look like a zombie. You are not afraid of getting hurt." When Nangu chopped the sword, Li Chen suddenly grabbed her wrist. Although she didn't feel any pain, Li Chen's hand was too strong. She could even hear the creaking sound of the bones being squeezed hard. Nangu wanted to kick him, but Li Chen turned around and pressed her against the wall. Before she could attack again, the weapon in her hand was removed by him. Chapter 72. It's my man. With a clang, the tang sword fell to the ground. Nangu wanted to pick it up, but Li Chen was still holding her down, so she could only look up at Li Chen angrily. Li Chen pinched her chin and stared at her eyes. He had exerted a lot of effort just now, but now he didn't even breathe. But Nangu, who was a zombie, actually felt tired. She was too frustrated. According to this situation, how long would it take for her to defeat this man? "Little zombie, what are you angry about?" Nangu snorted. "Whoever lied to me. I'm angry about that." Li Chen was still innocent. "Obviously you didn't ask me clearly last night." "Is it me?" Nangu had a Spartan expression on his face. Li Chen nodded seriously. "Yes." He began to use his skill of changing the subject again. "Besides, I woke up this morning and found that you were a little flustered. Did you get into trouble last night?" When it came to this, Nangu secretly cried out in her heart that it was bad. She immediately dodged Li Chen's burning gaze and pretended to look at the scenery outside. "Even though the windows were closed, I was very good last night and didn't make any mistakes." Li Chen smiled faintly. The more she acted like this, the more it meant that she had something to hide. So he threatened her. "Are you sure you don't want to tell me? There are many people with special abilities here. You know, if something really happens, I, an ordinary person, can't save you." Nangu was successfully fooled and stared at him in horror. "Really can't save me?" Li Chen nodded again. So Nangu had to say pitifully, "Yesterday, I just used my mind to observe this place a little bit, and then I found a psychic special ability." He looked quite advanced. Hearing her voice getting lower and lower, Li Chen knew that she was really scared. Now he was also worried, and asked hurriedly, "Did that person find you? Where exactly is he? Did you feel it?" Nangu shook her head disappointedly. "As soon as I observed him, I immediately withdrew my spirit. I didn't remember where he lived." Seeing her like this, Li Chen felt a little distressed. So he stopped teasing her and promised her, "Wait until we settle Su Fang and Su Xian. I will take care of some personal matters and leave immediately." There were so many zombies along the way, such as wind and water systems, which could appear in groups. Only very few spiritual systems. I'm afraid this is also the case among humans. If they are really observed by the people in the base, it will be troublesome for them to leave. Nanji's identity is also a big problem. There is also a radio station here. If someone finds out that she is a zombie, the news will spread all over the country in a few minutes. How could she survive under the eyes of humans then? Li Chen was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice that his hand was still clamped around Nangu. Nangu wanted to warn him, but seeing his solemn expression, she calmed down after a morning of anxiety. This man was very powerful. She didn't know why, but she believed that he could protect her. But just because these two people didn't move didn't mean that others wouldn't come. When Xi and Yuhua opened the door, she saw the mess on the ground and exclaimed, "What are you two doing? Are you going to tear down the building?" Both Li Chen and Nangu heard his voice, but Li Chen didn't move. Nangu was blocked by his tall body, so she stuck her head out. This was a big deal. Xi and Yuhua exploded, "Sister Nangu, did he bully you?" As he said this, he rushed forward as if he was going to fight Li Chen to the death. Li Chen slowly let go of Nangu, turned his head and looked at Xi and Yuhua. "I will beat you to tears if you come over again." Maybe she had never seen Li Chen so cold before. Xi and Yuhua was really scared, and her eyes were full of tears again. Nangu hurriedly said, "Oh, don't cry. We are doing exercise." Li Chen looked at her with a dark look in his eyes. What kind of exercise is it so early in the morning? Xi and Yuhua obviously thought it was wrong. She looked at the wall with a sour look, and then thought of the posture of the two people just now. This exercise is too intense. And the look in his eyes was lingering, as if Nangu had failed him. Fortunately, Nangu was more open-minded and did not receive his eyes. Li Chen wanted to explain, but now he simply shut up. Nangu took 2 steps forward. "Why did you come so early?" Xi and Yuhua originally wanted to see if Nangu was awake and take her to have breakfast. They usually have hot meals in their base. But now he was a little angry. So he snorted and turned around and ran away. Nangu blinked and looked back at Li Chen. What's wrong with him? Li Chen's tone was very much like a middle-aged father. Very helpless. It's puberty. Don't worry about him. I'll go wash up. Li Chen took the basin in the room and went directly to Su Fang and Su Xian. So he said that it was good to have 2 water-based abilities, and he could take a hot bath without any problem. To his surprise, when he opened the door, he saw Su Fang and Su Xian standing at the door. Su Xian was behind Su Fang, explaining to Li Chen dryly, "Just now I heard some loud noises in the house." His face was also pale. If Nangu hadn't come out in neat clothes, he would have run away angrily like Xi and Yuhua. Su Fang was even more complicated. How many people did Nangu like? Just now she said so loudly that she wanted to eat Li Chen. She lowered her head, wishing she was overthinking. Nangu wanted to visit the base now. The idea of the siblings didn't reach her. She just asked happily, "Have you eaten in the morning?" The siblings nodded woodenly. "Then take me around here. Anyway, the surrounding terrain has been explored." Li Chen added, "Wait for me to wash up. I will go with you." "Why are you following me?" Nangu frowned and waved her hands. "If you have anything to do, do it quickly. I will be careful." Li Chen grabbed her and looked at her with concern. Nangu immediately assured with her eyes that she would not expose herself. Li Chen then let go of her hand. "Don't go too far. Come back early." So Nangu did not give Su Fang and Su Xian a chance to refuse, and dragged them away. After Li Chen washed up, he was worried about her and followed her. Su Fang and Su Xian walked behind Nangu, and they looked like Nanji's followers. In fact, Nangu called them out alone. And there was a little trick. These 2 siblings still owed a debt. After walking around here, he received countless looks. Nangu now brought 2 little followers with him, and he looked quite impressive. Su Fang and Su Xian didn't talk all the time, but Su Xian couldn't help asking Nangu, "Sister Nangu, the leader of the base met us yesterday. The welfare here is pretty good. Do you want to stay? Nangu didn't want to live among a group of humans. So she shook her head, no. It's too hard to find food here. Su Fang looked up. How could it be? There are still plenty of supplies here. This area was originally a residential area. And the base has been cleaned up. Nangu pouted, thinking that you really don't understand me. After a circle, Nangu took the siblings to a remote alley. This place is quite far from the residential building. And no one came early in the morning. Nangu stood at the foot of the wall. And the sun just fell at her feet. Although her body was in the shade, she seemed to glow as she advanced, attracting the attention of Su Fang and Su Xian. Nangu hugged her hands together. Without being too deliberate, her face was tense anyway. You will be in the base from now on. Nangu reminded them implicitly to pay back their debts. Su Fang and Su Xian nodded. And Su Xian said without giving up, we want to follow Sister Nangu. Nangu felt helpless. I mean, we may not see each other in the future. Aren't you humans the most particular about paying back your debts? Su Fang didn't understand. What do you mean? Nangu exclaimed and decided to tell them clearly. But before she could open her mouth, she heard footsteps. Aren't these the two new superpowers? I heard they came here by helicopter. Nangu is very unhappy now. What's wrong with these humans? Didn't they see that she was going to have breakfast? Su Fang and Su Xian also turned their heads to look. What they saw was incredible. Although these people who came over were ordinary people, they were strong and powerful. The most important thing was that there were more than 50 of them. The entrance of the alley was narrow, and they were blocked directly. They also heard that the relationship between the superpowers and ordinary people in this base was not good. They would not encounter people who were trying to show off their power as soon as they arrived. Right? The siblings were right. These ordinary people were just looking for trouble. They didn't dare to look for those superpowers with strong combat power, thinking that two water-based people would definitely not have much killing power. In addition, there were more than 50 of them. And they couldn't beat two? Nangu was a little irritable because she couldn't beat Li Chen this morning. Now she met someone who was willing to die. She pulled Su Fang and Su Xian and protected them behind her. What? Do you still have any opinions? When these men saw Nangu, their eyes were obviously stunned for a moment. And they were still a little amazed and couldn't turn their minds. The leading man also looked wretched, but his body was very strong. But Nangu knew at a glance that these people were weak. They didn't know how they trained their muscles. Such men couldn't even survive a single move from Li Chen. Seeing Nanji's temper, these men became happy. The leader pointed outside and said, "It's too narrow here. Let's talk outside." Nangu had no objection and said arrogantly, "Let's go." Su Fan and Su Xian followed him. But the man stopped them and said, "These two water systems have to stay here." Nangu stared at him fiercely. "What? Do you still want to touch my people? Your people? A delicate little girl is going to protect two living people? Did they hear it right?" Immediately, a burst of laughter broke out in the crowd. Nangu really thought that these humans were stupid. They were her food. How could they not be her people? Unable to bear it any longer, she kicked the leader over with one foot. "What are you laughing at? I said they are my people. So they are mine." Chapter 73. Whose fault is it? Nanji's kick to Zhao Chong was really merciless. Zhao Chong rolled over and hit the wall with his back. Now he felt that not only were his ribs broken, but his back was also in pain. He kept covering his chest with his hands and almost couldn't breathe. Damn! How could this woman be so cruel? There are big bosses and small bosses in the base. Zhao Chong, who gathered a group of small hooligans and acted arrogantly among the ordinary people in the base, can only be regarded as a small boss among small bosses. Water-based abilities are protected like eyeballs in the base. No matter which faction they belong to, they have a high status. They came to find the brother and sister Su Fang and Su Xian just to give them a warning and scare them. Who would have thought that Nangu would show up halfway? Nangu didn't care what they thought. She couldn't take her food. Originally, Zhao Chong didn't plan to really fight with Nangu. Now he was kicked over. Of course he was furious. He couldn't get up. But he could ask his men to do it. Catch her for me. Being bullied by the newcomers who just entered the base and had no power to fight back. If this matter spread out, wouldn't his reputation be ruined? No matter what the woman in front of him came from, he had to teach her a lesson. Nangu was so angry that she laughed when she saw that this person not only didn't back off, but also wanted to be serious with her. Li Chen always told her not to fight. But now these people took the initiative to cause trouble for her. She couldn't blame her. Right? So, in the narrow alley, a group of men saw that Nangu, a delicate little girl, was not afraid of them, and was eager to try. They were a little nervous. I saw her kick just now. If they really fight, how much chance do they have of winning? Nangu has already set her posture. Her eyes are flying. And her bright eyes are shining in the sun. Why are you still standing there? She hooked her finger at them, and smiled charmingly. Come on together. These men were provoked like this, so they naturally couldn't give in. Anyway, they were many, and they were not really afraid of Nangu. So they looked at each other, drew their sticks, and rushed towards Nangu. Nangu smiled wanly, and also went to meet him. Who knew that before she could make a move, Su Fong and Su Xian were faster than her, and two water columns rushed up to the sky. That water column was different from what you usually see. If you look closely, it can be as thick as two people. Not to mention Nangu. The group of people under Zhao Chong were all stunned. Such water-based superpowers, they don't have any in their base. But the more terrifying thing is still to come. Following these two, more water columns emerged from the ground. And the position where the water columns emerged was just under the feet of these people. Before they could react to what happened, the whole person was pushed up to the sky by the water column. Looking at those men, because the water column was getting higher and higher. They were getting farther and farther away from the ground. They wanted to jump down, but they were worried that they would fall to death. So they could only cry and scream on the water column. Nangu instantly felt that the posture she had put on was useless. She had only seen such scenes of people being pushed up by water columns in cartoons. Hey, why did she remember cartoons when she didn't remember anything else? Su Fong and Su Xian have been on edge these past 2 days. This uneasiness reached its peak when Nangu rushed out to protect them. In particular, they all wanted to stay with Nangu. But when they closed their eyes at night, they would only think of the scene when they were trapped in the helicopter and had to wait for Nangu to rescue them. Su Fong and Su Xian thought about it for so long and made up their minds that they would improve the way they fight. Although the water-based superpowers seem to be useless, if the superpowers are strong enough, the water-based superpowers may also exert extraordinary combat power. After their research, they also proposed many ways to fight. Today, using a water column to push someone up was the first time they tried it. And it worked instantly. Su Fong and Su Xian couldn't be happier. They looked at each other with joy in their eyes. Even if they pushed these dozen people up to the sky, they still had some strength to spare. Su Fong ran to Nangu first. Her face flushed, and she said shyly, Sister Nangu, how do you want to deal with him? Su Xian didn't fall behind, but he was still a little distance away from Nangu, and his eyes were always fixed on Nangu. Nangu was a little itchy. What should she do? Her little brother was too powerful, and she, the boss, had no place to use his skills. The people on the water column were now about 10 meters from the ground, which was already several stories high. Although Nangu and the others were in a very hidden position, there were suddenly a few more people in the sky, which still caused a commotion in the base. Nangu didn't know that many people were rushing here, and she was still thinking seriously about Su Fong's question. Those men cried on the water column, Hurry up and let us go! Seeing that Nangu was not threatened by them, they could only beg, We are blind and come to trouble you. Please, let us go. We will never dare to do it again. Nangu frowned. Why are these humans so noisy? She, a talking zombie, doesn't have so many words. So she asked Su Fong, What do you think we should do? This question stumped Su Fong. She had never taught anyone a lesson. So she smiled shyly like a young wife. All listen to Sister Nangu. Su Xian was ready and gave Nangu a trusting look. Nangu grinned. His look was even more radiant, then let them fall one by one, and experienced the feeling of falling from a high altitude. It was just like the feeling of falling down when the vines wrapped around him were cut off by the wind zombies yesterday. That sour feeling will never be forgotten. But as for me, there will be someone to save me, and these people will fall into a meat paste. Thinking of this, Nangu also smiled happily. Pointing at Zhao Chong, Let's start with that person. Su Xian nodded heavily. Okay. With a wave of his hand, the water column supporting Zhao Chong disappeared out of thin air. Zhao Chong's body paused in the air for a moment, and then fell rapidly. Ah! Before he finished shouting, he heard a heavy bang. Originally, he should have fallen straight down, but who knew that he was blocked by the wall of the alley? So when he fell, he didn't have such a strong impact. Now he was lying on the ground, with blood slowly spreading under him. Nangu detected it, and found that he had fainted. Looking up at the people in the sky again, they were all shivering, soaked, and dared not speak anymore. Nangu was like picking prey. She wanted to hum a song, and stretched out her finger to draw a circle. She clearly found that the people shivered all over where her finger passed. There were two people who had poor mental endurance and jumped down before Nangu pointed. Nangu had more and more fun, and said to Su Fang casually, "Let's drop 3 together this time." Doing bad things is definitely addictive, especially following people like Nangu. So Su Fang, the good girl, was no longer reserved and took back the 3 water jets. Nangu looked at the sky expectantly. The 3 people she chose this time were in a very good position. There would be nothing blocking them when they fell. But as the 3 people screamed, they were caught in midair. They were entangled by several vines. Nangu turned his head in confusion, and then he saw that a group of people had come behind him. Su Fang and Su Xian knew the leader, Mr. Lin, the leader of the base. Su Fang and Su Xian were embarrassed when they suddenly saw Mr. Lin. Only Nangu didn't feel anything, because she didn't know who he was. She knew the people around him. They were Xi and Yuhua. It was Xi and Yuhua who used his supernatural power to catch them. Nangu didn't say anything, waiting for Mr. Lin to speak. Anyway, she didn't plan to stay in this base for long. After injuring a few people, wouldn't Mr. Lin want her to pay for her life? While Nangu was watching with her arms folded and cold eyes, Li Chen also ran over from a distance and blocked her directly. He didn't face the others first, but turned to check Nangu. "How are you? Are you not hurt?" He was just 2 steps late. How did this girl make such a big noise for him? "Nan Xioga, I really can't not look at you for a second." Nangu blinked her eyes, looking at Li Chen's eyes. Is it worry? But what should he worry about? So she laughed and turned around. "I'm fine." Hearing her say this, Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but tapped her forehead. "It's nothing. You just know how to bully others. Didn't we agree that we can't fight with others casually?" Nangu was still aggrieved, stiffening her neck. "It's obvious that they were the first to find trouble, and you still blame me." Li Chen looked at her dotingly. He was protecting her in front of Mr. Lin, but she could never think clearly. At this moment, he turned his head and looked at Mr. Lin. "You also heard that things may not be what we saw. Who do you want to hold responsible now? Mr. Lin?" Although Xi and Yuhua wanted to rush to Nanji's side from the beginning, Mr. Lin was there, so he could only be a little follower. But seeing his eager look, Mr. Lin couldn't help but laugh. The responsibility must be held responsible. Li Chen's body tensed up, and he quietly blocked Nangu behind him again. From Mr. Lin's perspective, he could only see half of Nanji's face. Nangu simply turned her head away. "Just hold it responsible. Who's afraid of you? Come and fight if you don't agree." If Li Chen knew that his Nan Shiga was so arrogant now, he would definitely knock her on the head a few more times. But now, he was completely focused on Mr. Lin, and analyzed quietly that if he took action, he would be able to take Nangu away safely. Chapter 74 My Junior Sister. Now they are in the center of the base, where there are superpowers everywhere. It will probably take a lot of effort. Who knows? Seeing Li Chen's fearful look, Mr. Lin immediately waved his hand and said with a gentle smile, "Don't worry. I am not going to hold you responsible. Originally, you just arrived at the base, so you are our guests. Su Fang and Su Xian are the new leaders of our base. We had agreed to test their abilities today. It was Zhao Chong and the others who rushed out without having eyes and were accidentally injured. It was also their fault." Nangu, who was standing behind Li Chen, was shocked. "Oh my god! Black can be said to be white like this?" What Mr. Lin meant was that Su Fang and Su Xian were testing their superpowers here, and Zhao Chong still disturbed their testing. In this way, whether they are dead or disabled, it is none of his business. Li Chen was also a little relieved. He should have thought that Su Fang and Su Xian's abilities were different from before. Mr. Lin, who arrived first, was the leader of the superpower faction. How could he side with ordinary people? Su Fang and Su Xian were relieved. As long as Nangu was fine, it would be fine. After all, she was the first to start. She lied with her eyes open, saying that she didn't provoke those people. While several people were still talking, a man in a white coat ran over in a hurry. Yi Xiao was the only one in the base who was dressed like this. When Li Chen saw him for the first time, he frowned calmly. And Mr. Lin took 2 steps forward. This Yi Xiao was a treasure. They didn't dare to provoke him. Yi Xiao was so eager to save people that he had no intention of greeting Mr. Lin. He walked around him with a cold face. This was the first time Xinyuhua saw Yi Xiao like this. In the past, Big Brother Yi was always as gentle as the spring breeze, and it was rare to see him with a cold face. This time, his whole body was cold, and he was really angry. How could Yi Xiao not be angry? These newcomers treated the rules of the base as decorations? It was clearly said that they were not allowed to fight privately. What was the result? Several superpowers bullied these ordinary people, lifted them up so high with water columns, and then removed the water columns. In this case, it was a blessing to be alive. Yi Xiao checked the few people on the ground and saw that they were still lucky. They were just taking care of them. After doing emergency treatment, he looked at Su Fang and Su Xian coldly. Why don't you put those people down? Yes. There are so many people in the sky. These people were almost scared to death. Just now, they heard that Mr. Lin wanted to put all the faults on them. And they were even more discouraged. Now that they saw Dr. Yi Xiao, they cried as if they had met a savior. Dr. Yi, you are finally here. We are all being tortured to death by these people. Su Fang was frightened by Yi Xiao's eyes. Her hands trembled. But she looked at Nan Ge, not knowing who to listen to. Nan Ge was still standing behind Li Chen, so she didn't see Yi Xiao, but she heard his voice first and felt it was quite familiar. She had a little bit of a good impression of this man. Who knew he would actually order his people like this? What, Dr. Yi? I am still Dr. Nan. Nan Xiaoga got angry, snorted, and turned her head to the side. Why should we release them? We won't. We should hold them accountable. Li Chen couldn't do anything with her. Where did this onion come from? She was still pointing fingers at her. Yi Xiao was squatting on the ground to treat the injuries of several wounded people, who knew that after hearing Nan Ji's voice, he suddenly stopped his hand. His eyes were like the sea under the storm, full of waves. Li Chen stood close and saw clearly that his hands were shaking. Then, Yi Xiao stopped dealing with those men, and even ignored the few people who were still being pushed by the water column. He stood up in a panic. His body swayed, and walked towards Nan Ge. Li Chen looked at him warily. But looking at Yi Xiao's appearance, it didn't seem like he was going to attack Nan Ge. Besides, with his physique, he couldn't beat Nan Ge. Nan Ge also found Yi Xiao walking towards this side. She stood out from behind Li Chen, raised her smooth chin, and raised her eyes with a look of contempt. Why? You still want to do this to me? Before Nan Ge finished speaking, she saw Yi Xiao throwing away everything in his hands like crazy, rushing to Nan Ge, hugging her, and holding her tightly in his arms, as if to rub her in. The uncertainty and panic in the man's eyes turned into ecstasy at that moment. He was excited, as if he had become a different person, and said with a full sense of loss and recovery, "Little sister, it's really you. You are still alive. It's great." A man who stood tall and upright, and had never shed a tear after the end of the world. At this moment, his eyes were red. Su Fang and Su Xian hadn't figured out what was going on yet, but their abilities could only last so long. So they put the men in the air down first. These people didn't dare to stay here any longer, and several people worked together to lift a wounded person and left quickly. Only Yi Xiao was still holding Nan Ge, tightly unwilling to let go, calling Nan Ji's name incoherently. This reversal made Nan Ge, who was very wary of humans, forget to dodge. She just tilted her head in confusion. Junior sister? What is this name? Was she from a martial arts family before? And who is this man? Su Fang and Su Xian stood aside as wooden men, secretly glancing at Li Chen. Sure enough, the veins on Brother Li's forehead stood up, and he was obviously very angry. What to do? Brother Li is now more terrifying than the angry Nan Ge. Can they escape? Mr. Lin took Xinyuhua with him, and they were the ones who really didn't understand the situation, especially Xinyuhua, who was a little angry and helpless. Brother Yi is a person he respects very much, and Nan Ge is his favorite sister. But now they are hugging each other. Should I pull them apart? It's urgent. Waiting online. Mr. Lin showed a relieved smile, patted Xinyuhua's arm, and told him, I don't care about your young people's affairs. I'm going back first. You watch here. After saying that, he left with the people behind him. And he really didn't stay long. Xianyu turned around a few times and felt that this scene was even more terrifying than the Shura field full of zombies. However, before he could hesitate, someone had already taken action. Li Chen was just pushed away by Yi Xiao. At this moment, he stretched out his hand, grabbed the collar of Yi Xiao's white coat, and threw him aside fiercely. Even so, Yi Xiao did not forget to grab Nangu. If Li Chen had not reacted quickly and pulled Nangu into his arms, she would probably have fallen with Yi Xiao. In such a short time, the man beside Nangu changed from Yi Xiao to Li Chen, and she was still confused, looking at Yi Xiao who staggered to his feet, and then looking at Li Chen with a stern face. Nangu tilted her head and blinked. Li Chen was really furious at this moment. This little zombie, who has caused a lot of bad peach blossoms, doesn't even know where she is wrong? Does she still want to become a popular person? See that I have dealt with this guy named Yi Xiao, and then I will deal with her. When looking at Yi Xiao again, Li Chen actually felt a sense of sudden enlightenment in his heart. No wonder I didn't like him the first time I saw him. It turns out that this is the problem. Yi Xiao was also very angry and asked directly, "Who are you? How could Gur be with you?" Gur? Li Chen's eyebrows jumped twice. Nangu was hugged by him, and suddenly she shivered. Why did she have a bad premonition? Can she escape? Li Chen hugged Nangu tighter in a domineering way, and answered in a deep voice, "I am Nanji's husband." Nanji's eyes widened. "Hey! Didn't you say you were your boyfriend before? How come you're your husband now?" Yi Xiao's handsome face became extremely ugly, and his eyes were full of fire. "What did you say?" His voice suddenly rose several degrees. "How could Junior sister be your wife? If it's not mine, is it yours?" Li Chen frowned and looked at him. This man knew Nangu, but now Nangu doesn't remember anyone, so he might be a big trouble. Should we take advantage of this moment to get rid of him? In fact, this idea only lasted for a moment in Li Chen's mind before he rejected it. It's the end of the world. If this man is really an important person to Nangu, and he was killed by me, I'm afraid that when Nangu can remember everything in the future, he will never forgive me. Yi Xiao was suddenly stunned by the question, and after a fierce pause, he said loudly, "Of course it's mine. Did you abduct her after the end of the world?" Although he said it firmly, in Li Chen's opinion, it seemed that he had changed his words at the last minute. So he didn't want to talk nonsense with him, and just said lightly, "Even if she was your wife before, she is also your ex-wife. Now she is my woman. Besides, if you are really a couple, can you still call her junior sister? What do you know?" Yi Xiao sneered, with contempt in his eyes. "When we were in medical school, we were under the same tutor, but I am 2 years older than her, and she always called me senior brother." Although Li Chen didn't show it on the surface, his heart was already turbulent. So these two people are actually such a senior brother and sister relationship? Yes, Nangu is just a doctor. Why didn't he think of it? In Li Chen's heart, at this moment, there was actually a faint regret fermenting. He really shouldn't have brought Nangu into this base. Now one trouble has not been solved, and another one has been provoked. Seeing that Li Chen stopped talking, Yi Xiao felt a little relieved. He looked at Nangu, and his eyes and expression instantly became very gentle, just like every time they had been together. He held out his hand to her. "Junior sister, come to me. No matter what happens, I will protect you." His eyes were so open that Nangu had the urge to reach out his hand for a moment. Chapter 75. Who are you? Li Chen did not dodge, but he did not stop Nangu. His eyes were far-reaching and deep, as if he could see through the skin and see inside. Such a scrutinizing gaze should make people feel extremely powerful. But somehow, it was a little fragile. So now, Nangu, what choice will you make? Will you return to your senior brother and escape from me completely? Or will you be willing to accompany me to hell? Everyone focused their eyes on Nangu, no doubt waiting for her reply. Nangu was not used to the feeling of being stared at like this. But fortunately, she did not have the thought of not disappointing Tathagata or Qing. So she walked out from behind Li Chen and tugged at the corner of her clothes with her hands. Now she was delicate and cute. And when she was not fighting with others, she looked like a good baby. Although I am embarrassed and a little inappropriate. But she mustered up the courage to look at Yi Xiao, her eyes sparkling, making people reluctant to blame her too much. "Who are you?" The whole place was silent, as if the wind blowing past them could make a hissing sound. Yi Xiao's hand was still stretched out, and it was frozen in the air. He looked at Nangu, his eyes full of disbelief. Su Fang and Su Xian were also alarmed. To be honest, although they didn't have much contact with the base, they knew how high Yi Xiao's status was here. If Nangu was really his junior sister, then it would definitely be safe to stay with him in the base. The siblings understood that Li Chen was unwilling to take them with him. Even if their strength was already outstanding, it would be different if Nangu was willing to stay. In this way, Nangu rejected Yi Xiao, and Su Fang and Su Xian were a little disappointed. Xi and Yuhua was secretly happy in her heart. Hee. Sister Nangu did not agree to Dr. Yi. That means, I still have a chance in the future. Although Brother Yi is a man I respect very much, I can't give up my feelings. Thinking of this, Xi and Yuhua's flaxen hair was so excited that it was about to explode. And what really broke the silence was Li Chen's laughter. In fact, he really didn't laugh very loudly, and even restrained himself secretly. But who made it too quiet here? So he became the only source of sound. Li Chen covered his mouth lightly and deliberately didn't look at Yi Xiao, because he was really afraid that he couldn't help but mock this man a few more times. Speaking of which, he is almost 30 years old this year, and he has experienced a lot of storms and waves, even the end of the world. But he seems to have never laughed so happily. It's like a winner in life. Yi Xiao is worthy of being the leader of the base. Although he was rejected by Nangu, he quickly calmed down. The main thing is that Li Chen, the love rival, looks very eye-catching. If he gives up like this, what will happen if Nangu is deceived by Li Chen? So Yi Xiao put down his hand and smiled at Nangu. Didn't I just say that I am your senior brother? Nangu also answered seriously, but I really can't remember. Pain flashed in Yi Xiao's eyes. What did you experience after the end of the world? So you lost your memory. Although I am not a brain doctor, I know a little bit. Can I check it for you? Nangu shook her head quickly. Ordinary people can't see her zombie body. A good doctor will know something is wrong after a quick check. I won't check it. I'm not sick. I just can't remember anything. Yi Xiao wanted to ask more questions, but Li Chen had already grabbed Nanji's wrist and was ready to take her away. We don't plan to stay in the base for too long. We will leave tomorrow. Nangu is in good health and doesn't need you to check. Seeing Li Chen's firm answer, Yi Xiao was furious. How can she be good? How much has she changed? She has lost all her memories. You keep saying that she is your wife. Do you care about her like this? Li Chen thought to himself. If I didn't care about her, I would give her to you. Now you say you are her senior brother. Nangu doesn't recognize you. How can I recognize you? So Li Chen's face turned cold, and his obvious action of protecting Nangu made Yi Xiao's expression tense. If you have anything to say, let's talk in private. This is because he didn't want Yi Xiao to provoke Nangu too much. Even if Yi Xiao was reluctant, he didn't want to expose her scars in front of Nangu. Seeing that Nangu was so dependent on Li Chen, I don't know what happened to the two of them along the way. It was absolutely impossible to let Nangu leave now. So he had to get past Li Chen first. So although Yi Xiao was frustrated, he still turned aside and let the two of them leave first. Seeing Li Chen taking Nangu away, Xi and Yuhua looked at Yi Xiao hesitantly and decided to go to Nangu to ask about the situation first. This world is so small. Who would have thought that the doctor at their Jinping base was actually Nanji's senior brother? That means Nangu is also a doctor? That's great. The base will definitely be willing to keep them. Su Fang and Su Xian followed quietly behind. And Su Xian mustered up the courage to ask Yi Xiao, Dr. Yi, I don't know what Zhao Chong did to trouble us just now. Yi Xiao almost forgot how angry he was before. Now his mind was full of Nangu. She was his most beloved junior sister. How could he let her get hurt? So Yi Xiao returned to his gentle appearance and comforted Su Fang. Don't worry. I will handle this matter. Thank you, Dr. Yi. The two thanked him happily. Yi Xiao didn't know how he got back to his research institute. In fact, it was called a research institute, but it was also his residence. But it was much simpler than his previous research room. He had to ask Zhong Haoshuan and his team to find the equipment he needed. At this moment, he should discuss the route and plan of the action with Gao Chongshu, because the equipment was too important. So he had to go there in person. But now Yi Xiao sat dejectedly on the chair, not at all interested. After graduation, he and Nangu were assigned to a hospital. But he was doing research outside all year round, and he and Nangu were always separated. When the end of the world happened, he was near Anqing, so he came to the Jinping base later. If he hadn't had a heart of a doctor, he would have returned to Shangjing to find Nangu. Fate is so strange. The person he had been thinking about suddenly appeared in front of him. Yi Xiao covered his eyes. What should he do? Even if Nan Ge had forgotten him, he was still very happy. It's good to be alive, the man thought with sore eyes. After a long time, he calmed down and looked up to see the blood sample on the table. The 4 tubes side by side were exactly those of Li Qin and his group. Yi Xiao's mind moved and he began to check. Of course, he didn't care about others. He was concentrating on analyzing only Nan Ge's. After waiting for a long time, he put down the test tube, and his face became more unfriendly and more obscure. Because Su Feng and Su Xian were going to join the base. The whole base was very happy. Needless to say, the superpowers really regarded them as companions. And the ordinary people were staring at Su Feng and Su Xian's superpowers, hoping that they would improve their lives. Of course, there was the intention of using them, but more of them were definitely flattering. The matter of Zhao Chong was suppressed by Yi Xiao, and outsiders did not know why he did so. Only Li Qin and the others knew in their hearts that the man did this for Nan Ge, and Mr. Lin did not have to bother to deal with the troubles of the ordinary people. So he notified the whole base that he had driven Zhao Chong and his group out, and that a banquet would be held tonight to welcome Su Feng and Su Xian to join the big family of Jinping base. Of course, everyone had no objection. They had seen the dozens of water columns that shot up into the sky today. These siblings were really great treasures. So everyone happily joined the welcome action. Everyone didn't have much supplies, so they had to get them from other places. Fortunately, there were speakers, musical instruments, and people who could play in the base. At night, the lights on the square were all on, and everyone sang and danced, which was very lively. Nan Ge and Li Qin also attended the banquet, and Xi and Yuhua dragged them here desperately. At this moment, Xi and Yuhua secretly stuffed delicious food into Nan Ge, but Nan Ge couldn't eat it at all. Li Qin just sat for a while, and then told Nan Ge to stay here alone, because he had something to deal with. Nan Ge nodded blankly, thinking in her heart, isn't it just to meet Yi Xiao? What's wrong with telling her? Now she is sitting bored at the edge of the square, with Xi and Yuhua beside her who looks excited. Oh, what should I do? So close to Sister Nan Ge. His heart is so excited. Nan Ge kept looking at the distance, and after a while he said to Xi and Yuhua, look, it's pitch black everywhere. Only the square is so bright. This made Xi and Yuhua a little embarrassed. But it was dark, and he couldn't see his slightly red face anyway. The power supply in the base is tight. In order to supply the square with electricity, other places have been cut off. In fact, Nan Ge really thinks the scene is pretty good. The small square in the dark is like a bright lamp, quiet and distant. It's a pity that she is a zombie. She prefers the endless darkness. It just so happened that Gao Chengxiu came with a few people. When he saw Xi and Yuhua, he smiled and teased. I said, when I can't find you, I will come to Nan Ge. You will always be by her side. Xi and Yuhua laughed and asked, why is the captain here too? The food here is good tonight. Let's eat it, Gao Chengxiu said in a low voice and laughed again. Nan Ge was not unfamiliar with the other people. Zhong Haochuan stood coldly in the distance, as if he was isolated from the world. Su Hong still talked a lot, but no matter whether it was Zhong Haochuan or Nan Ge, they didn't pay much attention to him, which hurt him. Chong Feng and Su Hong were two extremes, and he didn't talk as usual. Gao Chengxiu talked with Xi and Yuhua for a while before notifying him. Tomorrow we have to go out to find a batch of equipment, because we have too many people. We can't use a helicopter, so we have to drive out. Xi and Yuhua's eyes were full of hope. Then I don't have to go, right? Gao Chengxiu looked at him meaningfully. You are a main player. Chapter 76. I'm going to go. Thinking of those eerie zombies. Xi and Yuhua was about to cry again, but I'm the youngest. Didn't you all say that after this mission, you won't let me go on missions for a while? Originally, Nan Ge was quite surprised to see Xi and Yuhua crying. But now she actually found that this little boy looked pretty when he cried. So she stared at Xi and Yuhua with lingering thoughts, fearing that he would stop crying at some point. Gao Chengxiu didn't know what Nan Ge was thinking, but just patted Xi and Yuhua's shoulder. Tomorrow, Dr. Yi, Li Qin and Nan Ge will go with us. Are you sure you don't want to go? Xi and Yuhua's tears suddenly stopped, and she turned her head to look at Nan Ge. Really? Of course. I'm not lying to you. Then I'll go. Xi and Yuhua really changed her mind. Gao Chengxiu left after giving instructions, leaving Nan Ge alone. Erkan said, wait, when did I say I was going? Why don't I remember? But Gao Changshu didn't answer her at all. Nangu could only turn around and look at Xianyuhua. Oh! Xianyuhua looked even more innocent than her. Smiling. So Nangu was very depressed, and sat down again. How could these humans exploit a zombie like me like this? So annoying. After seeing this, Li Chun and Yishao walked out of the small square. After walking about 1,000 meters, Li Chun stopped. Although there is no light here, it is not very dim. Li Chun looked at Yishao. If you have anything to ask, just ask. Why did Nangu become what he is now? What Yishao cares about most is Nanji's health. It's the end of the world. Isn't it normal to have accidents? When I picked her up, she was already like this. Li Chun didn't tell Yishao the truth. Yishao could only worry. How could she lose her memory? I must give her a comprehensive examination and cure her. You'd better save your energy. Li Chun said lightly. We will leave tomorrow. I won't allow it. Yishao disagreed. I have already told Gao Changshu that Nangu will follow me in tomorrow's operation. Li Chun suddenly got angry. He walked forward and grabbed Yishao's collar. Follow you. Why? Who do you think you are? Yishao was not as strong as Li Chun. But he didn't give in. Tomorrow we are looking for a batch of very important equipment and reagents. I was originally short of an assistant. Now that I meet Nangu, it's just right for her to do this. But she is not from your base. She doesn't have to do this for you. Li Chun thought Yishao was ridiculous. What important equipment? What assistant? It was obvious that he panicked when he heard that I was going to take Nangu away. He wanted to keep Nangu. But I already knew what he was thinking about Nangu. So how could I let him do this? Yishao's face flushed. And he fiercely pried Li Chun's hand apart. Looking at him threateningly, you can stop Nangu from going. But I have more ways to keep her. You are really shameless. Li Chun felt that there was nothing to talk about with Yishao. So he turned around and was about to leave. Yishao did not chase him. But a warm and desolate voice sounded behind him. Everyone in the base knows that I have always wanted to go back to Shangjing. Li Chun stopped. But they don't know that I just want to go back to find Nangu. My parents are abroad and I haven't contacted them yet. Now the one I miss the most is her. But you didn't go back. Li Chun exposed him mercilessly. With your ability, it's easy to leave a place. Isn't it? You just use hypocrisy to flaunt yourself. Although it was so unpleasant. Li Chun didn't hear Yishao's rebuttal. But just saw him crying and laughing. Although the smile was uglier than crying, yes. Everyone says that I have a heart of a doctor and can't bear to leave these people. But only I know the real reason. Yishao looked up at Li Chun. And the deep emotion in his eyes made Li Chun even more moved. Can you imagine that when the bad news came? The whole body was like being in an ice cellar. And every day, living like a zombie. Li Chun's pupils shrank for a moment. You mean? Yishao looked at his palm. As if to see how powerless he was. Some people say that Nangu is dead. Died on the night she was on duty at the hospital. His voice was also light. And his white coat was particularly conspicuous at night. I dare not go back. I am afraid that I will not be able to find her after I go back. But I don't want to trade and believe that she really left. The moment I saw Nangu today, I thought in my heart that as long as she is still alive, I am willing to shorten my life by 20 years. Yishao looked at Li Chun again. You don't understand how persistent I am to her. Even if I die this time, I will not let her leave me again. Li Chun was angry. But he didn't know how to vent his anger to Yishao like this. Even. What position does he take? Who is he to Nangu? That woman will only think of escaping from him. Yishao used his last trump card. How important doctors are in the end times. You can't be unaware. Looking at your figure. And your usual habits and movements. You should have been a soldier before. Right? I have already promised the people in the Jinping base the reagents this time. I will leave with you after this matter is settled. Don't worry. The experiment has reached the last step, and will be over soon. Yishao used himself as a bargaining chip. But Li Chun really didn't want to take him with him at all. Nangu is also a doctor. Even if she has forgotten everything in the past, the things in her bones will not change. When we graduated, we all swore for the medical career. Now you stop her from participating in the action. When she thinks about it in the future, she will definitely hate you. Because she gave up tens of thousands of lives. Yishao's words exploded in Li Chun's heart like a thunder. After a long time, he suddenly exhaled a foul breath, looked at Yishao, and said helplessly, with your eloquence, it would be a pity if you didn't become a lawyer. When and where will we meet tomorrow? I will take Nan Gu with me. Yi Xiao also showed a sincere smile. He took the initiative to extend his hand and told Li Chen the time and place. And then said, I find that I admire you a little now. Li Chen also shook his hand back, but immediately loosened his hand and stood upright. But I still hate you very much. Yi Xiao was stunned, and then laughed. When Li Chen returned home in the evening, he found Nan Gu waiting for him in his room angrily. That little look clearly showed that he was going to blame him. What's wrong? Li Chen stared at Nan Gu for a few times. His heart was still complicated. Xi Nuhua was just a child, but Yi Xiao was an extremely difficult opponent. Nan Gu patted the bedboard, making a clattering sound. What a crappy operation. I won't go. The test paper has nothing to do with me. I thought Li Chen would definitely force her to go. She had already thought of the follow-up measures. She wanted to make a fuss so that Li Chen would not be able to rest tonight. Humph! Who knew that Li Chen just smiled slightly. If you don't want to go, then don't go. You can wait for us to come back at the base tomorrow. Nan Gu was stunned. Hey, why don't you play by the rules? What else can she say next? She covered her chest. What should she do? Her heart was so blocked. Li Chen stood there without moving. But he was actually laughing in his heart. What are you waiting for? Why don't you leave? Are you going to rest in my room at night? Nan Gu stood up angrily. Who wants to be here? Finally, she can leave this man. She can't wait to be happy. She will go to the base alone tomorrow. Oh, yes. Su Fong and Su Xian are now the big celebrities in the base. She can let them take her. Although she thought so. Everyone rested. Including Li Chen's room was quiet. Nanji's heart was like being tickled by a little hand. What is the task tomorrow? Why doesn't Li Chen take me with him given his personality? Is he going to find something good? And he is afraid that he will take a share? After a night of brainstorming, Nan Gu finally determined that Li Chen must want to eat alone. That's why he didn't take her. How can I be such a zombie with personality? I have to follow him tomorrow and make him angry. So the next day when they gathered, Li Chen saw Nan Gu coming late. There was a woman coming from another direction, but Li Chen didn't know her, and he couldn't tell what kind of superpower this charming woman was. He just smiled at Nan Gu. Why are you here? Didn't you say you wouldn't come? Nan Gu looked up at the sky, looking very uncooperative. It's a good day today, and I suddenly wanted to come again. She was still finding other reasons for herself. If the superpowers in this team were killed by zombies, she could still get a share of the spoils, so she couldn't waste them. Li Chen deliberately provoked her. It's dangerous outside. You'd better not go with me. Nan Gu stamped her feet and said a little angrily, I'm going. How about it? Li Chen sighed helplessly. Well, then I won't stop you. You should protect yourself. Nan Gu tied her hair into a ponytail today. When she shook her head, her black flowing hair drew a very beautiful arc in the air. Of course, I will protect myself. After saying that, she turned around and got in the car. Today Gao Chongqi was driving a truck, which looked very heavy. There were already several people in the car, and as Nan Gu expected, Yi Xiao was also there. Yi Xiao and Nan Gu looked at each other and smiled softly. He had also seen the way she and Li Chen got along just now. It turned out that her personality had changed a lot after she lost her memory. But Yi Xiao thought she was very cute now. In the past, she always liked to suppress herself in a shell, and her life was too tiring. Junior sister, sit here with me. Yi Xiao pointed to the seat next to him. Nan Gu waited and sat opposite him, because there was a window there, and although it was sealed, she could still see the scenery along the way. Li Chen got in the car afterwards, leaving Gao Chongqi alone under the car to ask Tang Xiyue why she came. She was not on the list of this operation. Chapter 77. Another person added. Although Gao Chongqi had not had much contact with Tang Xiyue, he knew that she was originally responsible for the propaganda and construction of the base. Although he heard that she was also a superpower, this operation was crucial. He was thinking about how to politely refuse her request to follow him if he rashly joined a person he was not familiar with. Tang Xiyue had come into contact with many people over the years, and she could see Gao Chongqi's reluctance almost at a glance. There was no way. She could only take out the transfer order in her hand and show it to Gao Chongqi. Mr. Lin has agreed to let me follow you. Captain, don't worry. I won't cause you any trouble. Gao Chongqi looked at her suspiciously, took the transfer order and looked at it, and found that she did not lie to him. He still had to give Mr. Lin face. So Gao Chongqi returned the transfer order and showed a friendly smile. Then welcome to join our operation this time. Tang Siyue couldn't help cheering in her heart. Finally, she didn't have to wait for their protection at the base. And she could also go to find crystal cores to evolve. The two walked to the truck together. And Gao Chongqiu finally couldn't help asking her, "Isn't it good in the base? The world outside is not as beautiful as you think." Tang Siyue was of course mentally prepared. She was good at getting along with people. And she joked with Gao Chongqiu, "Captain Gao, have you forgotten that I joined the Jinping base later? Along the way, I have seen many zombies." Speaking of this, Tang Siyue suddenly put away her smile. Her eyes were restrained and serious. Besides, I can't rely on everyone's protection for my whole life. I want to become stronger. Perhaps her eyes were too firm, which made Gao Chongqiu stunned for a moment. After reacting, he stared at Tang Siyue with appreciation. In the end of the world, girls are always a little weaker. Their superpowers are mostly gentle water related, and their physical strength and skills are often not as good as men's. Tang Siyue took the initiative to stand up and expressed her desire to train herself, regardless of her ability. This mood is worthy of Gao Chongqiu's affirmation. After the two got in the car, Gao Chongqiu saw that there was no one around Yishao. So he sat directly. Chang Feng drove in the driver's seat, and Su Hong sat in the co-pilot. Tang Siyue let the people in the car look at her generously, and then made a decision. She smiled slightly and took the initiative to introduce herself. "I am Tang Siyue. My superpower is spiritual, and I will join your action this time. Maybe my combat effectiveness is a little worse, but I will help you do a good job of investigation and avoid casualties." As soon as these words came out, the originally quiet car became even quieter, with only the wheels rolling on the ground and the rumbling sound of the engine. The five-man team, except Chang Feng, all looked at Tang Siyue in unison. "She is actually a psychic? And she took the initiative to tell you about her special ability? You know, in the end times, it is normal for people to not trust each other. If they were Tang Siyue, they might not tell you what their special ability is until after the battle. After all, the person sitting in the car now is not her teammate." Tang Siyue saw that everyone was looking at her, and she touched her nose a little embarrassedly. "Did I say something wrong? I thought, tell everyone about my special ability first, so that we can plan more powerful actions." Gao Chongqiu spoke first. "You did nothing wrong. Since you joined our team this time, we should trust each other. Just like you said, the investigation work is left to you. Su Hong, you come and change seats with Tang Siyue." Su Hong was originally sitting in the co-pilot seat, investigating the situation. When Gao Chongqiu spoke, he turned around and came to the carriage. Tang Siyue had nothing to be shy about, so she accepted the task neatly and sat in the same row with Chang Feng. The people who were shocked by Tang Siyue just now have calmed down. As for Li Chen and Nan Gu, when Tang Siyue said the three-word psychology department, what they thought in their hearts was different from others. Li Chen didn't know Tang Siyue, although she took the initiative to talk about her special ability. He still needed to observe to what extent she could do for the team. As for Nan Gu, she originally thought that this big-breasted girl was pretty. Now that she knew she was a psychic, she was just surprised to think, could it be that Tang Siyue was the one who almost discovered her that night? Li Chen also turned his head to look at Nan Gu, indicating that she should follow the team and not easily expose her special ability. Unfortunately, Nan Gu was a bit stubborn, and she didn't understand what Li Chen's eyes meant. But she still felt a little happy. This is the first time she has seen a human of the psychic type. Hee. I don't know what her blood tastes like. In this way, Nan Gu was more certain that it was the right thing for her to follow this time. Li Chen was really helpless when he saw Nan Ji's heartless look. If Tang Siyue was a psychic, what would she rely on to evolve? The crystal core of a psychic zombie. And Nan Gu might be a psychic. Looking at her coveting eyes, she was probably thinking about how to eat people. She didn't understand that Tang Siyue left the base this time just to catch stupid zombies like her. Li Chen sighed. He couldn't explain the reason to Nan Gu, so he would just keep an eye on her on the road. Xi and Yuhua and Nan Gu are close. In previous sunrise operations, he was always the most unhappy one. This time, he was a bit of a joker, telling Nan Gu about the situation on the road. Nan Gu looked out the window at this moment, thinking that she could feel it within 1,000 meters around her. And it seemed that Xi and Yuhua didn't need to tell her. What she didn't notice was that Yishao looked at her from time to time, his eyes full of deep thought. After the car drove for a while, Nan Gu asked, "This doesn't seem to be the way to the base that day. Gao Changqiu explained. We are going to find medical equipment this time. Not supplies. And we won't go to the previous city. This road is quite long. And it will take about 3 hours to drive. 3 hours? How many zombies will we encounter on the road? Li Chen knew that none of the 5-member team was weak. So of course, he didn't worry about zombies. Because the journey was long. Tang Xiyue would talk to everyone on the way. Although she looks charming. She speaks very well. And she knows a lot. So she won't be boring. Sure enough. After driving for more than an hour, several people had a good impression of her. At this moment, Tang Xiyue was talking about what happened in her university. After listening, Yi Xiao said to Nangu, you failed a subject twice. And finally took the makeup exam in your senior year. I tutored you. Later you said that you will never forget what you learned in that subject in your life. Nangu didn't expect Yi Xiao to bring up the past. The key is that she didn't remember it at all. Campus life and so on. It was as distant as the last life. And after listening, Nangu didn't feel sad. Just asked Yi Xiao, you didn't pass twice? Impossible. How can I be so stupid? Yi Xiao was stunned. And then burst out laughing. Junior sister, you have become more confident after losing your memory. Although he had tried to cover it up, Nangu still saw the mockery in his eyes. Oh! Stupid human still wants to laugh at me. So Nangu stiffened her neck and refused to admit that it was herself. No matter what others said. She looked like I must be a genius. The person you were talking about must not be so stupid. Tang Xiyue actually noticed Nangu when she got on the bus. According to Yi Xiao, she lost her memory? Nanji's appearance was very outstanding. And people could remember her deeply at a glance. At this moment, there were only 2 women in the team. Both of them were beauties. One was enchanting, and the other was cold and beautiful. Tang Xiyue was of course a little nervous. If they all favored Nangu, she would have fought for the transfer order in vain. Just when Tang Xiyue was frowning, the opportunity suddenly came. She looked ahead and asked Gao Changqiu, what is ahead? There are many zombies. Do we still need to go there? Gao Changqiu signaled Chang Feng to stop the car first. And then he walked to the front of the car and asked Tang Xiyue, can you confirm what type of zombies they are? Tang Xiyue closed her eyes and felt it for a while. And said with some difficulty, there are many mutant zombies. Nangu was still cleaning her Tang sword in the car. After Tang Xiyue finished speaking, she stuck close to Li Chen and whispered in his ear, there are 5 wind type, 6 fire type, and more than 30 metal type zombies. All of which are 2nd level zombies. After speaking, Nangu smiled proudly and raised her eyebrows to look at Li Chen. I found it a long time ago. She looked at Tang Xiyue with a little disdain, thinking that humans are just like this. Not as good as herself. Li Chen thought Nangu was really cute. She was obviously still bothered by Yi Xiao's mention of her failing the exam. Right? However, Nangu could feel it so clearly. But Tang Xiyue couldn't. It seems that Tang Xiyue's ability is indeed not as powerful as Nanji's. Gao Changqiu heard that they were all mutant zombies. So he asked Su Hong to go down and investigate. Not long after, Su Hong came back. His peach blossom eyes sparkling. It's a sideways bus. Although there are many mutant zombies, they are all weak. Yu Hua. Let's go. You and brother go to clean up the battlefield. Ah? Xi and Yu Hua look bitter. Can't we not go? Su Hong chuckled twice. Dragged Xi and Yu Hua out of the car. Of course not. Your wood system is more suitable for group attacks. Let's go! Xi and Yu Hua was very unconvinced. Speaking of group attacks, Zhong Haochuan's thunder system is obviously more powerful. But before he could struggle, Su Hong took him away. Within a minute, the roars of zombies came from a few hundred meters ahead. Tang Xiyue kept an eye on the situation on the battlefield. In fact, the battle ended very quickly. Those 2 people took action to deal with a group of zombies. Just like stamping vegetables. Her superpowers had not been consumed much. And the 2 people were already cleaning up the battlefield. Her eyes became deeper. It turns out that if you have strong strength, you won't be afraid of dozens of zombies. It seems that after she returns to the base, she will have to start participating in the base's physical training. She must not be lazy just because she is a psychic. Chapter 78 I'll follow you. Su Hong brought Xi and Yu Hua back soon. And the car continued on the road. No one took this little episode to heart. And compared to the previous times when Xi and Yu Hua was afraid of zombies, this time he just looked a little worse. But he didn't cry. After he got in the car, he took all the crystal cores in his hand to Nangu. and let her choose like offering treasures. Nangu liked shiny things. And her big eyes flickered. Can I really have it? Xi and Yuhua nodded repeatedly. Yes. Sister Nangu. You can choose whatever you want. Nangu smiled very brightly. And then she didn't be polite to Xi and Yuhua. Picked the shiniest crystal core, and put them all away. Xi and Yuhua was also happy because she gave Nangu something. Only Tang Xiyue, who was sitting in front, looked at Nangu with a strange look in her eyes. It is said that she and Li Chen both have no superpowers. And now she doesn't help in killing zombies. And she has accepted so many crystal cores. You know, there are so many superpowers in the base. And they all need crystal cores. Even one crystal core can be exchanged for a lot of supplies in the base. Nangu took Xi and Yuhua's crystal core, but didn't even say thank you. Tang Xiyue immediately felt unbalanced. Why can't she get a crystal core when she is a scout here? She just joined this team. Of course she didn't know that her crystal core is now with Su Hong, and it will be given to her when she returns to the base. This rule has been established for a long time, to prevent people with ulterior motives from seeing high-quality crystal cores and wanting to take them for themselves. At this moment, Nangu was still fiddling with her crystal core, and didn't realize that Tang Xiyue had already hated her. The 3-hour drive was neither long nor short. They encountered several waves of zombies on the way, but they were all solved by these people. The only ones who did not contribute from beginning to end were Nangu and Yishao. There was a time when zombies surrounded the car, and even Li Chen took action. But one thing has not changed. That is, Xi and Yuhua and Li Chen's crystal cores were all given to Nangu, and Nangu accepted them all. So when they stopped the car not far from the destination, Tang Xiyue's dislike for Nangu was no longer described as hateful. I heard that this woman is good at fighting. But no matter how good she is, can she be better than a superpower? She wanted to see if Nangu would hold everyone back. The city they came to was called Bianqing, built by the water, and the city center was majestic. But after the end of the world, it was already dead silent. They cleared an area of the outer ring, and Yishao took out the map and began to explain the route of action to them. Originally, I was still thinking about which way we should go. But now with Tang Xiyue, it will be much easier. Yishao looked at Tang Xiyue and asked gently, can you help me find out which way to enter the city with fewer zombies? Tang Xiyue had used a lot of her supernatural powers along the way, but she never showed them. It was her first time to go on a mission with someone, and now she couldn't hold on before it even started. Who would take her with them next time? So Tang Xiyue was very hard on herself, nodded directly, and took the task. Okay, I'll check it out in a while. There were also surviving people near Bianqing, so all the supplies outside the city had been moved away. As for hospitals and the like, Yishao didn't know how many intact equipment were left. Fortunately, the hospital he needed to go to was not in the city center. But there were too many instruments, and it would take a long time to move them. Yishao continued to explain the route to them, and showed them photos of the instruments, indicating that they should search in this way after they broke into the hospital. Nangu also took a curious look and accurately said the names of the instruments. Tang Xiyue looked at Nangu in surprise, thinking that she was not a doctor. Right? In the base, doctors have a very high status. If this lazy and greedy woman is a doctor, it would be very difficult to deal with. Yishao listened to Nangu accurately calling out their names, and the uncertainty in his eyes gradually faded. Although he didn't know what happened to her, she was his junior sister. This is the plan. Is there anything else you don't understand? No one spoke. So Yishao continued, after the operation begins, we will split into 3 groups. Nangu, you and I will go together. Nangu originally thought that she was just here to make soy sauce. After all, this operation had nothing to do with her. But now, he wants to follow Yishao. He doesn't have any special powers. Does he still need his protection? Before Nangu could refuse, Li Chen had already blocked Nangu. Nangu, come with me. You go with others. Yishao's eyes collided with Li Chen's in the air, and there seemed to be sparks in the air. Finally, Yishao's face turned cold. Li Chen, I hope you can understand that Nangu is not your subordinate, and it is the best decision for her to follow me. Li Chen was not moved at all, but raised his eyebrows in a sly manner. Why don't you ask her who she wants to follow? Back to yesterday's question. Nangu poked her head out from behind Li Chen and raised her hand to signal. Anyway, I know this machine. Why should I follow you? I can just go by myself. If she doesn't take the initiative to attack those zombies, they won't fight back. It's so troublesome to follow humans. No. I don't agree. This time the two men began to express their opinions to Nangu. Yi Xiao really wanted to have more contact with Nangu. But what about Li Qin? He was afraid that Nangu would run away. So why would he let her act alone? Nangu was determined this time. I just won't follow anyone. Yi Xiao wanted to persuade her a few more words. But Li Qin had already spoken. Okay. Nangu was surprised. Why was this man so easy to talk to these 2 days? Yi Xiao finally didn't force Nangu. He followed Zhong Haoshuan. And Tang Xiyue went with Xi and Yuhua. Although Xi and Yuhua wanted to follow Nangu at first, but was later driven away by Li Qin. What about Nangu? She thought she was going to be free. So she happily chose another road that no one took. Who knew that Li Qin actually followed her from behind? Now there were only 2 of them on the road. Nangu turned around and looked at him angrily. Why are you following me? There are only 3 roads in total. And the other 2 are taken. So of course I can only take this one. Li Qin looked at Nangu with a little pride. But I said I won't go with you. Nangu scratched her head. Why is this man so difficult? Li Qin also nodded innocently. Yes. If you don't follow me, it's the same if I follow you. Ah. Shameless. But since he insisted on following, Nangu couldn't scold him away. So she could only let him be. Moreover, Nangu ran very fast on the road. And soon, she had distanced herself from Li Qin. She originally thought that Li Qin would definitely be entangled by the zombies. But who knew that after running for a while, she looked back and saw that Li Qin was still slowly following her. As for the back, there was a group of dead zombies. Li Qin didn't even dig the crystal core. Nangu gritted her teeth and wanted to scold this man. But she suddenly felt a different breath. So she stopped and looked at the hospital with a serious expression. What's wrong? Li Qin also put away his joking eyes and asked Nangu. Nangu pointed to the dilapidated building. There seems to be something inside. Of course, there are zombies inside, Li Qin said with a smile. Nangu shook her head vigorously. The opponent is very strong, and I can't tell what kind of system he is. From where they are standing to that building, it is definitely less than 1,000 meters. Even Nangu can't feel what kind of superpower it is. What kind of zombie is it? Is it another mutant zombie that we haven't seen before? Li Qin asked solemnly. Nangu couldn't tell it clearly now, and felt that the smell on the zombie was too mixed. In addition, she glanced at the way they came. It seems that other humans are coming too. When Nangu talked about zombies, Li Qin was only confused for a moment. After all, they had a lot of people here, especially the 5-man team, each of whom was strong. And he was not worried about not being able to deal with the zombies. Now Nangu said that humans are coming. You know, humans are much more terrifying than zombies. So Li Qin changed his mind and made a decision. Come with me. Before Nangu could react, her wrist was grabbed. And then she returned from the original path and turned into another building. Nangu also pulled Li Qin's sleeve. Where are you going? Aren't we looking for equipment? Li Qin just made a gesture to silence her, and then pushed Nangu into a corner. Let's take a look at the situation before going in. Nangu knew that Li Qin should have his own reasons. But why should she listen to him? At this moment, she was like a rebellious child. As soon as Li Qin let go, she jumped up like a rabbit. Then you can investigate here. I am more interested in the big zombie in the hospital. Bye. Before she finished speaking, she ran away again. When Li Qin wanted to stop her, the group of people had already driven to the front. Li Qin noticed the direction Nangu left, knowing that she was very curious. I am afraid that she would not leave until the big zombie died. So Li Qin forced himself to calm down and hide in the dark. After the vehicle stopped, some people got out of the vehicles one after another. Li Qin secretly observed them and found that they were still carrying weapons. It was just that the distance was too far. Li Qin could not hear what they were saying, but he just saw them looking around the truck twice. At this moment, those people showed a covetous look at the big truck. Li Qin was very familiar with this kind of look, because when he drove an armored vehicle, other people looked at his car with the same look. And seeing that they were familiar with the road, it was obviously not the first time to do such a thing. Those people did not kill the zombies, but waited near the truck. He also said with a smile, Brother, this truck can hold a lot of people. When they are swallowed by the zombies, we will pick up all the valuables on them. Another one also said, I really didn't expect to meet such a big fat sheep this time. Chapter 79, He Must Show Off. After getting rid of Li Qin, Nangu was so happy that she ran into the dilapidated hospital building along the original road. As for the other people who suddenly came here, wasn't Li Chen guarding outside? Nangu didn't worry at all. She didn't realize it herself. She didn't know when she had already trusted Li Chen's ability so much. This time, there was no Li Chen to interfere. And she arrived at the outpatient department quickly. Because they went in 3 different roads. The other 2 roads had already heard the sound of fighting. Only Nangu was still wondering why there were so many zombies outside. But so few inside. She walked around the outpatient department and only saw 2 wandering little zombies, who were also looking at her. After staring at each other for a long time, the 2 little zombies seemed to think that she was not dangerous, and turned around and left. Nangu pouted, thinking that even zombies could ignore her now. But because there were not so many zombies, she felt that this action was very exciting. Where is the giant that she felt? Nangu slowly drew out her tang sword. A cold light flashed in her eyes. She bent her body and walked in carefully. The other 2 teams also slowly approached the hospital. Yi Xiao and Zhong Haoxuan walked on the same road, and he didn't need to take action at all. In a few breaths, Zhong Haoxuan's thunder power burst out, and a group of zombies were killed by him. And Zhong Haoxuan didn't have any communication with Yi Xiao. But when he first walked forward, he signaled Yi Xiao to protect himself. After killing so many zombies, Zhong Haoxuan walked in front, and Su Hong was behind to dig out the crystal core. When they were almost at the inpatient department, Gao Chongxiu also came with a few other people. Yi Xiao looked up and saw that Li Chen and Nangu were not here, and the road they chose was also quiet. Could it be that they didn't come at all? Gao Chongxiu also noticed this and asked, "Where are Li Chen and Nangu?" Tang Xiyue's face was a little pale, but when she heard Nanji's name, she still used her mental power to feel around. But Nangu was a little far away from them. Not to mention that Tang Xiyue's mental power was almost exhausted. She was not as powerful as Nangu. So how could she feel her? So she pulled a corner of her mouth and answered, "I'm afraid she is not here." "You said they didn't come?" Gao Changxi frowned, thinking that Li Chen and Nangu would never be people who would flee from the battlefield. Yi Xiao trusted Nangu very much. Maybe they were just delayed on the road. Let's go find the equipment first. Even if they don't come, they should be waiting for us at the truck. Tang Xiyue originally thought that after what she said, Yi Xiao should be disgusted with Nangu. Who knew that he would be so protective? If Li Chen and Nangu didn't help at all, what were they doing here? Unfortunately, Tang Xiyue didn't want to give everyone a bad impression of her, so she gritted her teeth and said nothing. Su Hong also noticed that Tang Xiyue's complexion was not right at this time, and asked in a friendly way, "Your superpowers are almost exhausted, right? There are not many zombies in this hospital, so you follow us and don't need to investigate." Tang Xiyue panicked when she heard it. Does this mean that she is no longer needed? No. She has come this far. How can she be looked down upon? So she said arrogantly, "I can still do it." Seeing her hurried tone and red eyes, the men felt a little ashamed. But she didn't listen to others' advice. So what could they say? Gao Chongxiu sighed secretly in his heart and patted Tang Xiyue on the shoulder. In this case, you can continue to pay attention to the movements around you. But when you can't hold on, remember to tell us. Tang Xiyue nodded with emotion. In fact, her body was already very weak. But she was just holding on. This is the teammate she trusts. If she can't kill the zombies, she must repay them with something else. Gao Chongxiu also guessed that Tang Xiyue might have misunderstood the relationship between their 5-member team. They gathered together at first just because they were outstanding. For example, on the battlefield, they were used to fighting alone. However, they did not abandon the bad habits of their teammates. Tang Xiyue followed them out, which was a responsibility. At worst, when she really couldn't hold on, he would arrange for her to rest. Although Tang Xiyue was a bit of a show-off, she had always left a good impression in the minds of these men. After all, she had never been afraid of anything during her journey. And she was so calm that it didn't seem like it was the first time she used her spiritual power to fight zombies. Gao Chongxiu also secretly decided that he would keep all the spiritual crystal cores for Tang Xiyue. After the group reunited, they slowly moved forward. Su Hong was restless, and he pulled Xi and Yuhua and said, "There are so few zombies in this hospital, which is really wrong. Maybe there is something big." Xi and Yuhua was trembling with fear and glanced at him. "Can you stop being such a pessimist?" Su Hong smiled. "I'm just thinking about it." After saying that, he turned to look at Tang Xiyue. "There's really nothing here, right?" Tang Xiyue actually felt the breath of danger just now. But her mental strength was too weak, and she couldn't detect anything no matter how hard she tried. Worried that these people would dislike her, she comforted Xinhua like an older sister. Yes. Although I don't know the reason. There's nothing here. Don't be afraid. Xinhua didn't get close to other women except Nangu, and he just hummed lightly when he heard it, and walked forward alone. In his impression, Sister Nangu was not a girl who would leave her teammates and come alone. Maybe she was also in this hospital, and he had to find her as soon as possible. Yi Xiao relied on his knowledge of those previous hospitals and took people directly upstairs. In the empty stairwell, only their footsteps kept echoing. Zhong Haoxuan was still walking in the front, with Xinhua behind him, Yi Xiao and Tang Xiyue in the middle, and the others in the rear. After walking up several flights of stairs, Xinhua felt even more strange, and he couldn't help but ask Yi Xiao, Dr. Yi, we've been to some abandoned hospitals before, but none of the walls were as clean as this one. When everyone heard what Xinhua said, they turned their heads and looked at the wall, only to find that it wasn't like that in those previous hospitals, because there were fights between humans and zombies, or between zombies. The walls were full of traces of fighting and dried blood. But the walls of this hospital have no marks except for some peeling? Look over there. Zhong Haoxuan pointed in a direction. The marks look like they were left by people. Su Hong walked from the back to the front, checked it out, and smiled and said to Xinhua, how come this looks like the marks left by your vines when you drag people? Even if she didn't say she didn't find it. Xinhua also felt vaguely familiar. When they walked up, they found more similar marks. And not only wood, but also wind, fire, and metal. Zhong Haoxuan even found traces of lightning. This is really strange. There are so many superpowers who have been here. So why can't we see zombies? Nangu walked faster than them. But after 2 circles, she found that the behemoth seemed to be still moving. When she caught up, she actually saw the 2 little zombies from before. She tried to attack one of the little zombies. Her intuition told her that the little zombie must know the whereabouts of the big zombie. As long as it went crazy, it might take her there. But the little zombie had poor fighting ability. It just squeaked and escaped from the exhaust vent. Nangu closed her eyes and felt it carefully. The 2 little zombies were actually running in the same direction. And there were Gao Chongqiu and his group. Nangu frowned and sniffed as if she was disgusted. Does my smell so bad? The little zombies didn't fight me, but went to find those humans instead? Now these 2 little zombies were the clues. Nangu ran down the stairs without hesitation. At this moment, Gao Chongqiu and his group had seen the little zombies and started to attack them. Unfortunately, the zombies were too fast and didn't want to fight. Seeing that they couldn't beat these humans, they ran away. None of the people in the battle realized that there was anything wrong, especially Tang Xiyue, who was too weak. At such a close distance, she didn't even notice the little zombie rushing over. Gao Chongqiu was the backbone of the entire team. The little zombie ran away, and everyone was waiting for him to make a decision. And he was also very decisive. He said in a deep voice, although we don't know what's ahead, these 2 little zombies are the only clues. Let's follow them. Now there is only this one way left. Xinhua suddenly sucked the vines on the wall, and her body lightly passed Zhong Haoxuan and rushed after the 2 little zombies. The little zombies were still squeaking and screaming, because the whole building was empty. Their screams kept echoing, so the position could be distinguished very clearly. The others were running behind. Tang Xiyue's eyes were full of stars, and she was out of breath. Slowly, she was left behind by the others. Fortunately, Yi Xiao still remembered her. Do you want to take a break? Tang Xiyue still shook her head. She was almost able to find the equipment. How could she fall down here? I can still walk. Anyway, there are no zombies here. You guys go chase them first. I'll be there soon. Tang Xiyue pushed Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao looked at her with a look that was not fake, and felt even more helpless. Supporting Tang Xiyue, Yi Xiao said to her, let's not fall behind. I'll support you. Tang Xiyue was even more moved. Although the 2 little zombies were fast, they could not stop many people from chasing them. Even now, they had already run to the 15th floor, and Xinhua suddenly found that there seemed to be light going up. Especially why there was a gust of cold wind here. Isn't this inside the building? Is there a huge ventilation hole here? Chapter 80 Huge Monster. When he finally rushed into a room with the 2 little zombies, he didn't stop. and his body suddenly stepped on the air and fell down. Fortunately, he was able to control the vines and hang himself on the floor of the 15th floor. But when he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes widened suddenly. Regardless of his own situation, he suddenly shouted, "Be careful! Don't come over!" The other people heard the shout and stopped outside the stairs, and they all noticed the unusual place. When they slowly walked to the outside of a room on the 15th floor and put it down to look, they all took a breath of cold air and suddenly stepped back 2 or 3 steps. What on earth is down there? I saw that the area between the 2nd floor and the 15th floor had been hollowed out, and now there was a completely empty big hole. As for the one among them, there was actually a zombie hybrid that was about 7 or 8 stories tall. The reason for this is that when they looked down from the 15th floor, they found that there were countless wriggling zombie heads, limbs, and torsos in the meatball. And these zombies seemed to be symbiotic, and they were all conscious, even after humans appeared. Those exposed heads turned towards Xi and Yuhua in unison. Xi and Yuhua was originally afraid of these ugly things. A zombie with missing limbs would scare him to tears. Not to mention a zombie hybrid. How many zombies are gathered in this big meatball? The ground trembles when it moves a little, and they just came up from the 1st floor, and they never thought that the whole building could be hollowed out by this big zombie. Yi Xiao and Tang Xiyue were the last to arrive. When they saw the zombie, they were struck by lightning. Tang Xiyue endured all the way. She was also a girl. When she saw such a disgusting zombie hybrid, she vomited. Gao Changshu's face was livid, and he was still thinking of a solution. Who would have thought that those 2 little zombies could lead them to such a huge monster? Because there was no good solution for the moment. He could only ask Tang Xiyue, "Can you feel? What on earth is this thing?" Tang Xiyue wiped her mouth, but her mouth was still bitter. She tried not to think about the hybrid and said to Gao Changshu as calmly as possible, "This zombie has many heads with spiritual crystal cores. He prevented me from feeling him. I'm sorry for putting everyone in this situation." Gao Changshu saw that Tang Xiyue was also very hard, so of course, he couldn't blame her for anything. But he still couldn't help thinking that if she hadn't been so arrogant along the way, her superpowers wouldn't have been consumed so quickly. What to do now? This big zombie obviously treats them as lunch. Look at Xi and Yuhua, hanging in the air, not daring to move, because the zombie has already set his sights on him. Cold sweat dripped down Gao Changshu's forehead, and he said to Xi and Yuhua, "Can you still come up?" As soon as Xi and Yuhua moved, a huge metal ball hit him. He still swung his body in the air and barely escaped this disaster. When he stood against the wall again, he could only shout to the top with a bitter face, "No. This zombie is too strong. As long as we move, he will attack." Zhong Haoshuan said coldly, "Then, there is no way. We can only kill it." After saying that, he looked at Xi and Yuhua, "Catch me." As expected of a teammate who had cooperated for such a long time, Xi and Yuhua instantly understood what Zhong Haoshuan meant. Okay. And Zhong Haoshuan didn't even hesitate, and just jumped down from the big hole on the 15th floor. Suddenly there was another person, and the hybrid certainly couldn't just give up. He only heard countless heads in his body screaming, and then countless wind blades rushed towards Zhong Haoshuan. Seeing that their teammates were in danger, the other few people certainly couldn't stand idly by. They were still on the 15th floor and began to cover Zhong Haoshuan. And Xi and Yuhua also caught him with vines. Several wind blades passed by, but they didn't even cut his vines. In the end, he dodged the attack of the hybrid in a panic, and the metal pole cut off his vines. However, Zhong Haoshuan was less than 10 meters away from the ground at this moment. He saw a flash of lightning suddenly burst out from his fingers, and then he supported himself on the ground. He flipped backwards and landed steadily. When he was in the air, this hybrid had attacked him so many times. How could he give up? So as soon as he landed, he used his strongest attack. In the whole dark hole, a dazzling thunder gate suddenly burst out. As for this lightning, of course, it was wrapped around the big zombie. The crackling sound of breaking through the air continued for a long time. Zhong Haoshuan used this trick to kill zombies before, which was enough to kill all the zombies within a few miles. So when the lightning faded, Xi and Yuhua had already picked up several teammates, who were still on the 15th floor. They all stood in the open space, staring closely at the hybrid. "Did it get rid of it?" Su Hong asked. Everyone's faces were solemn, and there was a constant smell of burning and fire in the air. But when the smoke cleared, They found that such a grand lightning had only electrocuted a layer of skin off this hybrid. It was even angry now, and its body had expanded. Everyone's expectant eyes suddenly became dead silent. Even Zhong Haoxuan's full-strength attack could not hurt it. How did this hybrid form? Su Hong got goosebumps all over his body, and his lips trembled. What should we do now? Gao Chongqiu saw that the zombie had already used its superpowers on him. His pupil shrank, and he made a quick decision: disperse the attack. The 5 people suddenly ran in 5 directions, and their superpowers were not hidden, and they all threw them at the zombie, because the behemoth was dealing with these people. Yi Xiao and Tang Xiyue were still on the top of the 15th floor, watching the battle. Tang Xiyue struggled to stand up, and Yi Xiao frowned and asked, "What do you want to do?" She was of course anxious. "I want to help. You are already exhausted, so it is better not to attract that big zombie," Yi Xiao said very calmly. Tang Xiyue didn't understand why he could be so calm at this critical moment. Didn't he find that the superpowers of these people had no effect at all when facing this hybrid? They might die here. So Tang Xiyue looked at Yi Xiao with some disappointment. "You are not a superpower, so you should protect yourself and don't worry about my business." Yi Xiao was really helpless. How long will Tang Xiyue continue to show off? Of course, he saw that the 5 people were in a bad situation, but they came here to find equipment. Now that the main building has been emptied by this hybrid, the equipment must be lost. The most urgent thing is to escape, not to join the battle and make trouble. So Yi Xiao turned his face cold to Tang Xiyue for the first time. "Since Gao Chongqiu is not here, I am the leader. I order you not to move rashly." Tang Xiyue didn't listen to Yi Xiao's words, and still went forward, trying to attack with mental power. Yi Xiao twitched his mouth and reached out to pull Tang Xiyue. Before he touched her, he heard Nanji's voice. "You'd better save it. Mental power is useless against it." When the two heard the voice, they looked up suddenly and found that Nangu was hanging on the 16th floor. At this moment, she turned over and fell directly from above to the 15th floor. In fact, Nangu arrived a little earlier than Xi and Yuhua and the others, compared to Tang Xiyue, who vomited as soon as she saw the zombie. The light in her eyes was particularly dazzling. Why? Of course, it was because she thought this zombie was so handsome. How could it have so many heads? How could it have all the superpowers? Even seeing it hollow out the entire building, you can tell how powerful it must be. Such abilities are her lifelong pursuit. She also wants to be such a zombie. Ah! What's good about looking like a human? What's good about being called beautiful? What she wants is blood and crystal cores. So Nangu made up her mind. She wanted to see how this zombie fought, and how it devoured its own kind. Maybe she could learn it too? Seeing Tang Xiyue trying to attack the zombie just now, Nangu didn't want to care about her. But Yi Xiao said that he was his senior brother, although he didn't remember him. The concern in Yi Xiao's eyes was not fake. So, somehow, she came forward to stop Tang Xiyue. The 5 people below were still fighting hard. This hybrid was really too difficult to deal with, especially since it was a large zombie of the whole system. The most terrible thing was that their attacks were ineffective on him. Tang Xiyue's disgust for Nangu accumulated to the extreme along the way. She was even more unconvinced when she was stopped by Nangu. Then what good solution do you have? Do you still want to hide behind everyone? Yi Xiao couldn't stand others talking about Nangu, so his attitude towards Tang Xiyue became worse. Nanji's words make sense. Why don't you listen? Tang Xiyue felt that she was not wrong. What was wrong with her caring about her companions? You know, this was her first mission, and she hoped to win everyone's good impression. The most important thing is that she has kept in mind all the words that Gao Chongqiu and Su Hong said about her. She is not like Nangu, who would take advantage of these people. So Tang Xiyue was angry and said without thinking, "You are protecting her because she is your junior sister. Do you know that they may die because of your wrong judgment?" Yi Xiao was almost mad at this unreasonable woman. At this time, she is still bullying. Nangu was confused and a little angry. She didn't say anything yet. Why was Tang Xiyue so excited? This sentence should be left to you. Yi Xiao was determined to protect Nangu. As for Tang Xiyue, go away. Tang Xiyue was also stubborn. Anyway, her mental strength had recovered a little. No one could stop her this time. She wanted to attack the hybrid. Nangu noticed her thoughts and widened his eyes. Stop! Chapter 81. Nangu is angry. After Nangu awakened as a zombie, it was her instinct to seek benefits and avoid harm. Although she saw the big zombie hybrid before the group this time, She did not attack rashly. It was easy to see that this big guy was not easy to deal with. What if she was killed? Besides, she and this hybrid were the same kind. It clearly felt her. But it didn't attack her. Then she must have lost her mind to take the initiative to cause trouble for it. But now she really regretted it. She shouldn't have stayed here just to watch the fun. She should have escaped earlier. Nangu was a beat slower than Tang Xiyue. Her mental power had already attacked the hybrid. Now she was already at the end of her strength. This was tantamount to hitting a rock with an egg. Nangu wanted to call her. But it was too late. The hybrid was already very violently attacked by the 5 people below. The people above were provoking it. It would be strange if it could let Tang Xiyue go. Then you can see colorful. Several kinds of supernatural powers mixed together. Rushing straight to the 15th floor. Nanji's rescue was just a subconscious reaction. She dragged Yi Xiao and Tang Xiyue to hide to the side. But Tang Xiyue was still a little slow. She was locked by the mental power of the hybrid and suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Her mental power also became disintegrated. Nangu didn't care about Tang Xiyue's situation at this moment, because the hybrid saw that it only attacked one person and was still chasing Nangu and Yi Xiao. Nangu didn't want to fight it unless it was absolutely necessary. So she directly let go of Tang Xiyue's hand, grabbed Yi Xiao's wrist, and started running around on the 15th floor. This was originally a circular building. Nangu and Yi Xiao ran in a panic, and there were constant explosions behind them. The hybrid was really a big trouble. It had too many heads and too many eyes. No matter where Nangu ran, it could catch up, looking at the vines and metal knives chasing him randomly, and even turning into a few balls of fire from time to time. Nangu was simply annoyed. It was all Tang Xiyue's fault. She had no ability. So why did she show off? This time, Nangu could have escaped and informed Li Chun. But now she might die here, because Yi Xiao was dragged away by Nangu. He didn't react to what happened for a while. From the side and back of Nangu, he could see her fluttering black hair and beautiful profile. There was an attack chasing him from behind. But Yi Xiao actually smiled. He knew that even if his Nangu lost her memory, she would not ignore him. Since this floor is circular, Nangu took Yi Xiao for a run and returned to Tang Xiyue. Yi Xiao knew that Tang Xiyue was kind, but he really couldn't forgive her because her impulsiveness put both Nangu and himself in danger. The man's demeanor made him say something to Tang Xiyue in a kind way. Can you leave now? Leave here quickly. Tang Xiyue also realized that she had caused trouble at this moment. But after being attacked by the hybrid, even her breathing was much weaker. How could she leave here? Nanji's words were much more unpleasant than Yi Xiao's. She couldn't stand this woman. If you want to attack again next time, stay away from us. If Tang Xiyue still felt a little guilty when facing Yi Xiao, she didn't feel any guilt when facing Nangu. She was even quite satisfied with the current situation. Why can Nangu stand aside and do nothing when others are fighting? So Tang Xiyue covered her chest and sneered, "Do you need me to control me?" Nangu gritted her teeth. And Yi Xiao knew that she was on the verge of going berserk. But Nangu used to have a good temper. It is said that before the end of the world, she just happened to solve a medical accident. In school, she was also a person who would take advantage of others, but who knew that Nangu simply overturned all his cognition this time, because she directly loosened her wrist, without showing any mercy to Tang Xiyue, grabbed her collar, and threw her down from the 15th floor. Just didn't she want to fight this hybrid? Then hurry down. Tang Xiyue didn't react, and a horrified scream instantly rang out in this space. Nangu was still watching coldly on the 15th floor, because the collision of the surrounding superpowers was too strong. Her hair and clothes were flying around. Although her voice was not loud, it was enough for several people present to hear clearly. At this moment, she was still staring at Tang Xiyue, who was falling continuously, watching the wind blade cut wounds on her body one after another, and even her clothes became tattered. I don't care if you die. At such a high place, if Tang Xiyue really fell to the ground, she would definitely die. At the critical moment, it was Xi and Yuhua who saved her once. Although Xi and Yuhua was also very reluctant to save her. It was obvious that Tang Xiyue had a conflict with Nangu, but Nangu was also a bit extreme in his handling of the matter, and actually left the person behind. Their base has its own rules. When fighting outside, unless you are unable to do so, you must not fail to save or betray your teammates. If Tang Xiyue really died, Nangu would be in big trouble after returning to the base. Tang Xiyue was thrown and caught like this, and when she sat on the ground again, she was completely exhausted. What attack on the hybrid? She didn't even have the energy to care about a few people now. She was dizzy, and just stared blankly ahead. But Tang Xiuyue being thrown down was far from the end. The 5 people had been attacking the hybrid for a long time. But there was no effect. Gao Changshu made a prompt decision. I will hold it back from here. And you escape from other exits first. This hybrid would not die without missile bombing. Their luck today was too bad. They came to this hospital without a good inspection. They must not be so arrogant next time. The other teammates certainly did not agree. No. What will you do if we leave? Even Chang Feng, who had been silent all the time, said firmly, let's go together. Nange and Yi Xiao did not hear their conversation at all, because they were still exhausted. Yi Xiao did not have superpowers, and Nange would be a burden if he took him with him. He pulled out his arm and smiled softly at Nange. Nange, don't worry about me. Just run by yourself. Nange really wanted to run by herself. But when Yi Xiao suddenly said this, she was unwilling to leave. Originally, they were on the 15th floor, but now the 15th floor could not hold on, and they had all run to the 14th floor. But even if there are more than 10 floors, it can delay Nange for a while. But when will it end? At this moment, Yi Xiao and Nange hid behind a wall. Yi Xiao also gave Nange a pistol. He held Nanji's hand tightly, and his eyes were determined without a trace of hesitation. Listen to your senior brother. Take the gun and leave now. That thing can't be solved without this weapon. You leave now. Nange looked at the gun in her palm. To be honest, her mind was chaotic for a few seconds. It seems, it's not the first time that humans have protected themselves. For example, Li Chen was a little bad to herself at first. But now when he encounters zombies, he always rushes in front of her. And what about Yi Xiao on the opposite side? He said he was his senior brother, and said she was his beloved little junior sister. Nanji's feelings were originally missing, and she didn't even understand why she was reluctant and sad at this moment. She also glanced around in panic, and the familiar figure was not there. Why did she want to see Li Chen so much? Is it because Li Chen is here that she knows what to do right? Seeing Nange was silent, and the wall behind her could no longer hold on, Yi Xiao immediately pushed her. Go quickly. Li Chen is outside. Right. Let him take you away immediately. Nanji's head got hot, and she really exploded in silence. I won't leave. She stuffed the pistol back into Yi Xiao's hands. Leave this thing to Li Chen. His shooting skills are much better than mine. Yi Xiao stared at Nange in surprise. What are you going to do? Nange looked coldly at the mixture below, and the little admiration turned into disgust. I want to see how powerful this thing is. Yi Xiao immediately understood what Nange was going to do. Don't be impulsive. But before he finished speaking, Nange grabbed the Tang Dao and jumped down from the building. Unlike Tang Xiyue's fall, Nange didn't feel any fear at all. She could even feel a strong wind passing by her ears, making her vision extremely clear. The 5-member team was now injured. But Xi and Yuhua still noticed Nange in an instant and shouted to her, Sister Nange, don't come down. This zombie is too powerful. Nange didn't believe it. No matter how powerful it is, what can it do? Anyway, it doesn't devour me today. Then I will kill it. When she jumped down, she also found a good angle and rushed towards the huge body of the hybrid. But the hybrid was full of heads. How could it let Nange succeed? It actually moved. When Nange approached, many arms stretched out, as if to grab Nange. Nange didn't know what fear was at this moment. Images kept flashing in her eyes, but the speed was too fast, and she couldn't catch it at all. Her eyes were scarlet, and there was only one thought in her mind. Kill! 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 So Nange picked up the knife and chopped off those arms that stretched out. Originally, the 5 people below were already in their throats, thinking that Nange would definitely be injured. After all, in their eyes, this hybrid was invulnerable to swords and guns. Who knew that when Nanji's Tang sword fell, the arms on the hybrid actually flew across, and Nange, at this moment, also stretched her body steadily in the air. She held the Tang sword tightly with both hands, raised it directly above her head, and shouted, Ah! Chapter 82, Fierce Anger. An unbelievable scene happened just like that. It turned out that Nanji's Tang sword was not only effective on the hybrid's arms. When the sword fell, blood splattered, and she actually cut open half of the hybrid's body. Even after the landing, he didn't believe that he did it. The hybrid screamed in pain, and it was a mixture of men, women, old and young. And it looked even more ferocious. Nangu heard it like this. Of course, it was unwilling to give up. But its weakness had been discovered by Nangu. That is, it was afraid of physical attacks. Nanji's unintentional move also opened a new door for Gao Chongshu and others. I saw several people immediately draw their weapons, and then looked at each other, and heard Gao Chongshu say, "It seems that only physical attacks are effective against them. Have you forgotten the training you received in the base? These people are all experienced. Although they are not as strong as Nangu, the power of cooperation is definitely not to be underestimated. Especially Xi Nuhua, who now looked at Nangu with even more admiration, was the first to support Nangu with a knife. Sister Nangu, I'll help you." Nangu knew that now was not the time to be complacent, and it would probably take a long time to deal with this hybrid. So she also tightly grasped the knife in her hand, and rushed up from different directions with the other 5 people. The superpower is not easy to use. Right? Then no. I can still kill you with the weapons in my hands. After these people changed their methods, they only needed to let the hybrid attack from time to time, and the rest was solved. Nangu was even more courageous than the others, and the others once again refreshed their perception of Nangu. A few days ago, when she was seen killing zombies, she didn't seem to be so powerful. How could she be so fast now? Just now she was beside me, and the next moment she moved behind the hybrid. Even when she swung her knife, there was a residual image left in the air. Nangu was focused on killing, facing an opponent stronger than herself. She was also very excited, so she didn't know that her devil-like appearance at this moment shocked the hearts of the other 5 people. The zombie kept making hissing sounds, and the few people who had been waiting outside and ready to reap the benefits could no longer sit still. They discussed anxiously, "What should we do?" A man in black asked, "Why is there so much noise? Did they fight against the hybrid? Will this hybrid be killed by them? Hurry up. Let's go and see." Several people made up their minds, took their weapons, and walked towards the hospital. Li Chen had been waiting for them to make a move. When he saw them leave, he followed them quietly. The closer they got to the hospital, the more obvious the screams became, so their faces became worse. The man in black had just cursed, "It's really bad luck. Let's stop them from slaughtering the hybrids." The few people reached a consensus in an instant, and quickly went around to the back of the building, and even opened a dilapidated iron door. Li Chen saw the few people walk in, and his eyes became colder, seeing how familiar they were. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had done such a thing. How many people died because of their deliberate frame-up and cold-eyed watching? Li Chen loaded his pistol indifferently, and when he opened his eyes again, he was already full of murderous intent. Sure enough, these people saw from the dark that there were 5 men and 1 woman in the building, and they were about to kill the hybrid, and it might be too late for them to save the hybrid now. So they discussed, "There are many crystal cores in this hybrid. Let's kill these people while they are fighting." Several people nodded and pointed their pistols at the people in front. Nangu had just felt someone approaching, and the murderous intent in the air was even stronger. But now she couldn't get her hands free. How to deal with those people? But she soon stopped worrying because she heard gunshots, not directed at them. It was Li Chen who fired first. The people who were ambushing didn't expect that they could have a backup plan. They turned around to look at Li Chen, but Li Chen had already killed several people. The remaining people did not dare to confront Li Chen head-on. One ran towards the hybrid, and the other ran desperately towards the outside of the hospital when Li Chen chased after him. Although Yi Xiao did not join the battle, he never let down his guard. So the one who escaped outside was quickly caught by him. As for the one who ran inside, could the other people still keep him? As long as one of them spared a little effort, they could beat the man to pieces. Originally, they wanted to pursue the victory, especially Nangu, thinking that this human wanted to kill her. She was furious. Who knew that this man, seeing that the situation was not right, actually ran towards Tang Xiyue. Tang Xiyue had been resting for a long time. Her frightened mood gradually calmed down, but her legs were still weak. So when she saw a man running towards her, she couldn't escape. Nangu smiled smugly in her heart. "If you had to pick a fight with me just now, I won't save you now." But Nangu and the 5-man team didn't save you. It doesn't mean that others won't save you. Li Chen, who had just arrived here, didn't know the grudge between Tang Xiyue and Nangu at all. He just thought that Tang Xiyue was sitting in the corner to rest because she was injured in the battle with the hybrid. So he aimed his gun at the man who rushed towards Tang Xiyue without hesitation. and with a bang, he shot him in the head. Yi Xiao happened to be escorting the man in black inside, and he also saw Li Chen's actions. He couldn't help but tighten his hand holding the gun, thinking, no wonder Nangu just told him to let him give this thing in his hand to Li Chen. At this moment, Li Chen stepped forward, kicked the dead man aside, and glanced at Tang Siyue. Although his face was still stern, and he did not reach out his hand to Tang Siyue, his expression at that moment was like a ray of light that penetrated the clouds and shone directly into Tang Siyue's heart. Li Chen also asked lightly, how are you? Can you still walk? Tang Siyue had been neglected for so long, and her body and heart were cold. So someone cared about her, like a straw, which she held tightly in her hands. Her eyes were immediately filled with tears, and when she spoke, she seemed to hear the sound of fireworks exploding in her heart. She knew that because of the life-saving grace just now, she had fallen in love with the man in front of her. So she immediately said pitifully, I'm fine. Now the hybrid had no attack power. After being chopped to pieces by Nangu, the supernatural attack was also effective against it. So the 5 men saw it, and without hesitation, they launched a wave of supernatural attacks on the hybrid and took it away directly. Nangu put away the Tang sword and did not intervene in the battle again. But she was angry now. Very angry. How could Li Chen save that Tang Siyue? Wouldn't it be better to let her die? So Li Chen saw Nangu walking towards him as soon as she saw him. And there was a trace of joy in his heart, thinking that he had raised this little zombie for so long. And she finally knew who she should be close to. Who knew that when Nangu came to him, she glared at him fiercely before he could give her a proper response. And then she unilaterally declared, don't talk to me anymore. Li Chen blinked and blocked Tang Siyue's tears, and asked Nangu in confusion, what's wrong? What did I do? Nangu gritted her teeth hard. She was really mad at Li Chen. He was deliberately going against her. So she didn't want to talk to Li Chen anymore. She snorted coldly, and followed her policy of not talking to Li Chen, and turned to walk towards Yi Xiao. Li Chen really didn't know what happened. He thought about it, and it seemed that he didn't provoke her along the way. The hybrid had fallen down at this moment, and the matter of digging out the crystal core was handed over to Xinhua. Because this hybrid was formed by the fusion of too many people's corpses, it was difficult to deal with it. And there were a lot of crystal cores, and in addition to the ones they could use, they also dug out a silver-white spiritual crystal core and a black one. They didn't know what the black one was, but Li Chen had taken one before. When Xinhua put it away, she was still thinking that if Li Chen wanted it, she could give it to him. When the entire battlefield was quiet, the 5 people also walked towards Nangu. Gao Chongqu felt a little sorry for Tang Siyue, so he supported her and said to her, if there is any grudge, let's talk about it in the car. Li Chen instantly understood why Nangu was upset with him. Was it because he saved Tang Siyue? He was only away for a while. How did Tang Siyue offend her? Tang Siyue originally hoped that Li Chen could support her, but who knew that Gao Chongqu would come in the end? She looked at Li Chen with soft eyes. But unfortunately, Li Chen had turned his head away and walked towards Nangu without looking back. Tang Siyue had gritted her teeth hard, and her fingernails were about to dig into the flesh of her palm. It was like this again, where Nangu was. These people would not even look at him. They could not stay here for long. As expected, they quickly got on the truck and drove away from this place. The man in black who was caught by Yi Xiao was also in the truck, but he was tied up with ropes. All the weapons on his body were searched out and thrown aside. The seats where everyone sat were also very different from when they came. Tang Siyue sat in the car. Su Hong went to the co-pilot, and Nangu sat next to Yi Xiao. At this moment, Yi Xiao was using the tissue he brought with him to wipe the blood on Nanji's hands and face. Nangu did not move, just letting him touch her. Li Chen was so angry when he saw this scene. If he apologized to his little zombie now, I wonder if Nangu would accept it. The car drove for more than 10 minutes, and found a safe place before stopping. They still had things to deal with, so they first talked about what happened after they separated. Chapter 83 Coax Nangu. Gao Chongqu and the others have always been together, so they are mainly concerned about how Nangu and Li Chen separated, and what happened during this period. Li Chen had nothing to hide about this, and after briefly telling the story, he looked at Nangu. Why did you fight with that hybrid? Nangu was still angry, and didn't want to talk to him, so she turned her head to the side. Yi Xiao felt very guilty about this, and his eyes were always on Nangu. She rushed out to save me. If anyone is the most self-blaming now, it must be Yi Xiao. He brought Nangu out to spend more time with her. But he didn't expect that he would put Nangu in such a dangerous situation. So he sincerely apologized to Nangu, Junior's sister. I'm sorry this time. I won't take you out with me if there is a mission in the future. Nangu was soft-hearted at this moment. And she wanted to piss off Li Chen. So she felt embarrassed when facing Yi Xiao's apology. No. I just did what I could. Xi and Yuhua was sitting next to Nangu at this moment, still looking at Tang Siyue with hatred. So after Nangu finished speaking, he asked directly, Sister Nangu, how did that woman offend you? Anyway, in his heart, Nangu was the best. And it must be Tang Siyue's fault. Nangu didn't want to explain. So Yi Xiao told her about the situation at that time. Sure enough, after everyone heard it, their faces darkened a little. Tang Siyue also knew that she had caused trouble. But she hated Nangu more than she apologized. It turned out that she was so good at fighting. But she had been hiding in the dark. If she hadn't angered that hybrid, I'm afraid she wouldn't have taken action. Right? Tang Siyue's heart ached when she thought that Nangu had taken away the limelight of killing the hybrid. However, she knew that the other men were on Nanji's side. So she lowered her head and apologized sincerely. I was impulsive this time. I'm sorry. She was a beautiful woman. And it was her first time on a mission. Even if Li Chen and Yi Xiao didn't care about her looks, they still felt pity for her. As the captain, Gao Chongqiu also said something fair. You can't be blamed for this. We were all down there at the time. And you were eager to save people. Besides, Nangu is not the captain. So you really don't have to listen to her. But since we are a team, we must cooperate with each other. Don't conflict with Nangu next time. He was really trying to comfort Tang Siyue. Especially Nanji's skills were too strong. And Tang Siyue's spiritual system was no problem. Before she could control Nangu, Nangu could cut her with a knife. In addition, Li Chen and Yi Xiao both protected Nangu. And Xi and Yuhua was still a die-hard fan of Nangu. If she really offended Nangu in the future, Tang Siyue's fate might not be good. But after hearing what Gao Chongqiu said, Tang Siyue didn't have any intention of reflecting on herself. She just felt that Gao Chongqiu was just like other men, who liked a vase like Nangu and didn't see her efforts. However, she didn't show her unwillingness on the surface, but just nodded humbly, saying that she would definitely get along well with Nangu in the future. Nangu turned her head and looked outside the car with disdain. Who wants to get along well with her? Psychic-type superpowers must think about how to hunt zombies like themselves all day long. Anyway, even if I let Tang Siyue go this time, I will chop her head off next time. After listening to the whole story, Li Chen touched his nose helplessly. No wonder the little zombie ignored me. With her personality, she hates whoever she hates. I guess the road to apology will be bumpy. Seeing that everyone had talked, Yi Xiao brought up his own affairs. He looked at the man in black in the car and asked, What's the matter with the hybrid in the hospital? Meng Yan lost so many brothers today. And he was also tied up. He was frustrated and scared. He told the truth. This hybrid was formed after the end of the world. It was not so big at the beginning. Later, he devoured almost all the zombies in the hospital and became what it was before. Then how did you find it? Yi Xiao asked again. Meng Yan swallowed his saliva. I found it when I came to the hospital to find antipyretic medicine. Why didn't this zombie attack you? This made Yi Xiao incomprehensible. It has a period of weakness every day. And at that time it is like a dead body. No matter what you do, it has no reaction. It also has two small zombies around it. When the hybrid is dormant, they are responsible for protecting the hybrid. Yi Xiao said coldly. So as long as someone comes here, you wait for the hybrid to kill them, and then go in to pick up things? Meng Yan nodded and huddled aside. He clearly felt that these men were looking at him with contempt. Even Li Chen regretted not killing him at that time. Such scum is clearly relying on the end of the world to harm his compatriots. If they could give others a warning, or kill the hybrid while it was dormant, how many people could be saved? Nangu also saw such zombies for the first time, and she was a little dazed. As for the fate of the man in front of her, her zombie brain knew it clearly, and they would definitely not spare his life. Sure enough, after asking questions, Yi Xiao drew his pistol and pointed it at Meng Yan's head. Meng Yan immediately shouted in fear, Wait! I have something else to say. The hairs on his body stood up. He didn't want his head to explode. Say it, Yi Xiao said lightly. Meng Yan swallowed again and tried to make his eyes more sincere. You came to the hospital to look for something, right? We took advantage of the hybrid's dormancy to move a lot of medicines and equipment. And now they are all in the base. If you can spare my life, I will give you all these things. You said equipment? Yi Xiao was a little tempted, but how do we know that what you said is true? Meng Yan leaned forward. Several of our brothers died here, and now I am the only one left. You drive me there. I will definitely not lie to you. Since he said there are equipment, Yi Xiao naturally can't kill him like this. Li Chen also pondered for a moment and said to them, you sit in the car behind. I will drive him from the front. As long as a certain distance is maintained. Meng Yan can't use any tricks even if he has any. Gao Chongxiu didn't want Li Chen to get involved, so he said he would drive. But seeing that Li Chen was so determined, he still took people to the car behind. Nangu wanted to follow, but Li Chen called her, Nangu. She turned around with a bad mood and asked coldly, what's the matter? You and I are here. Li Chen's voice was softer than before, and his attitude was very humble. But Nangu didn't want to pay attention to him at all, and still wanted to get off the car. Li Chen waited for the other people to leave, grabbed Nangu, and then said in her ear, don't you want rations? She looked at him in confusion, not understanding what he meant. Li Chen smiled meaningfully at Nangu. You stay. She hesitated for a while, but finally couldn't resist the temptation of rations. So she muttered, let me make it clear first. I'm not staying to forgive you. As long as she could stay. Li Chen felt very happy, and he reached out and touched her head, whom Nangu saw that he was addicted to touching her. So she stepped back 2 steps and sat down in the car. 2 cars started moving, and the car driven by Meng Yan and his team was a rare high configuration one. And he really didn't lie. Their small base was in a very hidden place, and the warehouse was piled with a lot of things they had looted during this period. After Nangu saw the car parked, Gao Chongxiu took Meng Yan out of the car, and Yi Xiao went into the warehouse to find the necessary equipment. Now, there were only Li Chen and Nangu on the truck. Nangu was still sitting in the corner, with the Tang sword sheathed and placed at her feet. At this moment, she still propped up one leg, put her forearm on her knee, and stared at Li Chen with her big eyes without blinking. She had thought it over. If Li Chen dared to lie to her again, she would definitely ignore this man again. Fortunately, he came over and handed her a blood bag. Nangu blinked and wanted to take it, but Li Chen asked, why aren't you curious about where it came from? He looked at Nangu expectantly, thinking that as long as she asked, he would tell her, who knew that Nangu had no curiosity about the origin of this thing, and directly reached out to grab it. I don't want to know. Li Chen was a little frustrated, but in order to coax Nangu, he could only honestly hand her the blood bag. Nanji's skill in opening the blood bag is first class now, and when she drank the blood inside, she turned her back to Li Chen. Li Chen looked at the back of her head and thought it was very beautiful. He thought that he must be insane. After Nangu finished drinking, Li Chen smiled and asked her, how is it? You are not angry with me this time, right? Nangu touched her stomach and rolled her eyes again. Li Chen is so obedient to her now. If she doesn't take advantage of such a good opportunity to trick him, what are she waiting for? So Nangu held out her hand to Li Chen. I'm not full yet. Li Chen's eyes were very sharp, and he saw through her little thoughts in an instant. But Nangu just raised her beautiful chin and said with her eyes, what? You cannot give it to me. If you don't give it to me, you can get off the car. Li Chen smiled dotingly, and really took out another bag of blood from his pocket and gave it to her. But when Nanji's hand was about to touch it, he actually took the blood bag back. Give it to me, Nangu whispered to him. Li Chen sat beside her, his eyes full of smiles. You are really not angry with me, right? Nangu stared at the blood bag eagerly, and made a swallowing motion. But her reason prevented her from easily giving in to Li Chen. She just announced that she would ignore him in the future. If she was not angry at all, she would be so embarrassed. So the little zombie turned his head. Chapter 84. A little happy. It seems that you don't want to drink anymore, so I'll get off the car. Li Chen pretended to leave. Nangu didn't agree with this, and hugged Li Chen with her hands and feet. Her big eyes were dark and clear. You are not allowed to leave. Li Chen raised his eyebrows. When Nangu came close to him, she actually had a faint fragrance. It was amazing. In the first 2 months, she only smelled like rotten meat, and her body was not only very cold, but also soft like a real human. Li Chen's eyes darkened for a moment. His voice was hoarse, but his eyes were clear. You know what I want to hear. It's not this. Nangu gritted her teeth, thinking that humans are so despicable. She can't handle it at all. So she could only say a little reservedly and a little rogue, okay. I won't have a cold war with you. Li Chen laughed and pinched her face, and then handed her the blood bag. You wait in the carriage. I'll go see what's going on down there. Nangu didn't care about the equipment. As soon as Li Chen left, she opened the blood bag and started drinking. This time she deliberately slowed down a little, thinking, if Li Chen could use the blood bag to coax me every time I got angry, then she would get angry every day, twice a day, and each time for half a day. Just when she finished the blood bag in her hand, Nangu found someone coming. She put the empty bag directly into her clothes pocket, looked back, and found Tang Xiyue looking at her not far away. Nangu didn't like her, so naturally he didn't have a good mood towards her, compared to her willingness to forgive Li Chen. This Tang Xiyue, even if she gave her life to herself, she would not change her mind about her. Tang Xiyue actually didn't enter the warehouse. She was waiting outside. Just now, Li Chen got off the car, and she wanted to go up and say a few words to Li Chen. But Li Chen ignored her at all. So Tang Xiyue's heart was filled with bitterness at that moment. She didn't even need to think to know that Li Chen must have coaxed Nangu in the car just now. What's so good about coaxing such a willful woman? Isn't it right that he saved me? Gao Changqiu said that they are teammates. Besides, I have helped everyone along the way. Even if Nangu and I have any grudges, what does it matter if Li Chen is involved? She guessed that Li Chen ignored her just now. Nangu must have said something to him. So staring at Nangu at this moment, Tang Xiyue's eyes became even more unfriendly. Nangu was full at this time, and she had nothing to do. So she jumped out of the car and walked towards Tang Xiyue. Tang Xiyue's face was pale, and she stubbornly did not retreat. Nangu whispered in her ear, I know you hate me and want to kill me. But if you dare to do so, I will show you how fast my knife is. Tang Xiyue's face darkened instantly. You are provoking me like this. Aren't you afraid that Brother Li and Dr. Yu will know? She looked at Nangu coldly. But she was actually a little afraid of her. After all, when facing that hybrid, Nangu threw herself down from the 15th floor. Nangu seemed to see through the fear in her heart, and laughed twice. You can go and complain. See if I am afraid? After that, she didn't talk to Tang Xiyue anymore, and walked into the warehouse. What if there is something that she can eat? Hee. Tang Xiyue's breath was stuck in her chest, unable to go up or down. She took dozens of deep breaths before she suppressed her anger a little. At the same time, she was still wondering why Nangu had such a strong smell of blood when he approached her just now. Was it because the blood of the hybrid was on her body? Mingyan really didn't lie. Yi Xiao thought they would return empty-handed this time, but he didn't expect to find equipment here. Similarly, there were many special medicines, which their trucks could just fit. As for supplies, Su Hong perfectly played his characteristic of sweeping everything away, leaving only a piece of bread for Ming Yen. Originally, Zhong Haoshuan wanted to kill Ming Yen, but Yi Xiao was a doctor, and Li Chun was a soldier. Even if Ming Yen had grievances with them, they had killed so many of his companions, and took away all his things. He might not survive in the end times. So the two men agreed to leave Ming Yen alive. When Ming Yen saw that both cars were driven away, and he was left with only an empty warehouse, he collapsed to the ground like a survivor. Half an hour later, he realized that he could not just sit there and wait for death. Now he had no weapons and no companions. If he encountered zombies, he would only be killed. So he kept thinking, and took advantage of the fact that it was not dark yet, holding the last piece of bread and walked in another direction. At this moment in the Huayuan base, their leader Kai Fengmao was eating while listening to his subordinates' reports. In fact, they were talking about only a few things, such as the development of the base, and what talents other bases had received. Kai Fengmao was short, but that did not mean that he had no skills and strength. After the end of the world, he was one of the first people to build a base, and his strength continued to grow. Regardless of his character, he always rewards and punishes people in his base clearly. Hearing that another team of superpowers came to the base today, Kai Fengmao was very happy and ate 2 more bowls of rice. Sir, just now an ordinary citizen came to the base and said he wanted to see you. Why would an ordinary person want to see me? Kai Fengmao frowned. No. But that person said he had important information about the Jinping base to tell you. If he hadn't heard the word Jinping, the assistant would have chased the man away. Sure enough, Kai Fengmao was now interested and didn't even eat. He said to the assistant, "Okay. Let him in." Ming Yan walked for several hours before he arrived at the nearest first base. However, this place is already far away from the Jinping base. Usually, the people of Huayuan base and Jinping base don't interfere with each other. This time he came to find Kai Fengmao. And he was also nervous, fearing that he would not believe him. So when he was invited into the base, he showed great respect to Kai Fengmao and told him everything about what he had seen at the Jinping base today. "Mr. Kai, the hybrid in the hospital is a super zombie. None of us dared to get close to it. But these people actually killed it, because Huayuan base is not far from Yanqing." Kai Fengmao also received news about this hybrid. But after sending people to inquire several times, they all said that superpowers are ineffective against this hybrid. But it has so many heads, each of which has a crystal core. So Kai Fengmao arranged for superpowers to train early in the morning. And when their abilities are improved, they will go to kill this hybrid. Who would have known that the zombie he had set his sights on was killed by someone else? And it was someone from the Jinping base. Kai Fengmao was instantly furious. "Come to Yanqing to kill zombies. This clearly shows that you don't take me seriously." Ming Yan didn't expect that he would have such a big surprise waiting for him when he came to tip off. So he exaggerated and said, "My brothers and I moved a batch of medicinal materials and equipment back when the hybrid didn't grow up." When Kai Fengmao heard this, his sharp eyes pierced over, which made Ming Yan shudder. We actually want to honor you." After saying this, he laughed dryly twice. But Kai Fengmao obviously didn't believe it. So he could only change the subject. "I'm just very confused. There are 2 doctors from the Jinping base, and they all picked some experimental equipment. Sir, do you think they are going to develop something?" Ming Yan's words reminded Kai Fengmao. Yes, these people must have a conspiracy. Otherwise, how could they come so far to get the equipment? Since Ming Yan told him these things, it can be regarded as a credit. Kai Fengmao put away his murderous intentions. "I know about this matter. You stay at Huayuan base for the time being. After I find out the situation in Jinping, I will need your help." Ming Yan immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry. As long as I can help, I will definitely do my best." Just when Ming Yan and Kai Fengmao reported the situation, Yi Xiao and his group also returned to the base. The truck drove into the gate surrounded by wire mesh, and soon arrived at the center of the base. Mr. Lin was very concerned about their action this time. When he heard that Yi Xiao was back, he personally came out to greet him. Yu Wukong, the leader of another faction in the base, also came out. After Yi Xiao got off the car, they all walked up at the same time. Seeing that everyone was in a mess, they asked anxiously, "How is it?" Yi Xiao smiled slightly. "It was safe, since the equipment has been obtained. I will be in seclusion to study the reagents recently. Don't disturb me during this period." No one would refuse Yi Xiao's request. Mr. Lin also brought a few superpowers, and asked them to carefully move all the equipment to the laboratory. Yi Xiao also said to Mr. Lin, "There are still medicines and some supplies in the car. Put them in the warehouse first. The people in the team have not divided the things today." Mr. Lin immediately understood what Yi Xiao meant. "Okay. You divide this batch of supplies first, and leave the rest to the base." After a few more pleasantries, Mr. Lin took people away. Yi Xiao turned around and looked for Nan Ge, and found that she was lowering her head and kicking the pebbles on the ground. Looking bored, with a message in his eyes, he said to Gao Chongxiu, "Everyone is tired today, so I'll leave the crystal cores and the like with you first, and you can divide them tomorrow." Gao Chongxiu agreed. "Okay. Then we'll leave now." Nan Ge saw that they could finally disband, waved to Yi Xiao, and walked to their room with Li Chen. Li Chen saw that Nan Ji's attitude towards him was much better, and his anxiety was finally put down. So after walking away, he asked Nan Ge, "What are you thinking about? So absent-minded?" Nan Ge said, a little depressed, "It turns out that this time it's really just a mission. It's not interesting at all." She thought there would be some surprises along the way. In the end, thinking about that hybrid, it was all scary. Li Chen couldn't help laughing. It turned out that Nan Ge still cared about her not getting any treasures. So Li Chen comforted her, "You will definitely get the spiritual core today, and it will be yours tomorrow. Aren't you happy?" Nan Ge thought about it, nodded reluctantly, and pinched 2 fingers together, looking at Li Chen with pure big eyes. "Just be happy a little bit." Chapter 85, Fighting for the Crystal Core. The crystal core had no taste at all. It melted quickly in the mouth. Nangu couldn't even taste it. In this way, blood still attracted her more. But she had eaten a lot today, so she could still look forward to the crystal core tomorrow. Back to her residence, Li Chen asked Nangu to wash her face and change clothes first. She moved very quickly. But just after she changed her clothes, Su Fang and Su Xian knocked on her door. Today, Nangu and Li Chen went out for a day, which really worried them, fearing that they would encounter any danger. After all, there were so many zombies outside, and they were so powerful. And the two of them had no special powers. Nangu was waiting for them. She had been interrupted by someone several times when she was eating. Now it happened to be delivered to her door. She thought she could have a midnight snack. So she let the two siblings in without saying a word. But before she could say anything, Su Xian asked with concern, "Sister Nangu, where did you go today? Did you encounter any danger on the road?" Su Fang also looked at Su Xian complainingly. "How could I not meet her? When Nangu came back just now, I saw her. Her body was covered in blood." Then, she looked up at Nangu a little embarrassedly, and immediately lowered her head and asked in a low voice, "That should be the blood of zombies. Nangu is so powerful." In her heart, that is an undefeated myth. She really was not injured. Especially when she heard Su Fang and Su Xian mention what happened today. She remembered the hybrid, so she told them about it. Originally, these two people admired Nangu very much. And after hearing what she said, they were so surprised that they all surrounded her and kept asking about the details of the fight. When Li Chen came to see Nangu, he saw Nangu was telling them how brave she was today. Nangu not only talked, but also added actions. When she was in the mood, she took a tang sword and waved it on the ground twice. Sure enough, the two people looked at her more passionately. And this kind of admiring look also made Nangu very happy. Her little tail was almost up to the sky. And she thought proudly, "I know that you weak humans can't be as powerful as me." It was very late when Li Chen drove the brother and sister back, and asked Nangu to have a good rest and not to hang out at night. And then he went back to his room. Nangu was very excited at this moment, and she didn't need to sleep at all. So she thought about how brave she was today. After lying in bed for several hours in a daze, Nangu suddenly seemed to remember something, sat up suddenly, slapped her thigh hard, and said in annoyance, "I said I forgot something. I forgot the midnight snack." Su Fang and Su Xian didn't know that Nangu was still thinking about them. What made them happiest now was that Nangu was excited yesterday and promised them that he got a lot of crystal cores from the hybrid and could help them get back 2 water-based ones. They were so moved. After all, that was the big zombie that Sister Nangu had killed at the risk of her life. They didn't do anything in the base, but they could get such a big bargain. Woo woo woo. They were really moved by Nangu and almost cried. The next day, Nangu and Li Chen did participate in the distribution of crystal cores. The crystal cores from yesterday were all placed with Su Hong. After Yi Xiao arrived, they discussed in the room. Yi Xiao was the first to speak. "I didn't help at all yesterday. And I'm not a superpower. It's enough to get those equipment and medicines. The base doesn't lack my supplies. So I don't want this crystal core." The 5-member team was a little surprised after hearing what Yi Xiao said. But after thinking about it, it was reasonable. Dr. Yi has never been someone who would covet their things. But yesterday's situation was special. So it can't be said that he didn't help at all. So Gao Chengxiu asked Dr. Yi, "Why don't you take one? Even if you can't use it yourself, you can exchange it for something." Yi Xiao waved his hand. "Really? It's not necessary. I'm just here to go through the motions. You can divide it as you want." Since he was so decisive, Gao Chengxiu stopped persuading him. Anyway, they will still pay attention to collecting medical items for Yi Xiao in the future. Compared to the heated discussions among the others, Tang Xiu has sat aside and never said a word. Today, she looks much better than yesterday. It should be because she has recovered her mental strength after a night's rest. When Su Hong took out all the crystal cores just now, she noticed that there was a spiritual core in it. Now all her attention is on that crystal core. She is the only spiritual superpower here. So this crystal core must be hers, right? The 5-member team took 3 crystal cores out according to their own categories. After a round, it was Nangu and Li Chen's turn. In the eyes of everyone, these two people are not superpowers. So their benefits are really divided. Especially Nangu. She made such a great effort yesterday. It's impossible to give her nothing. Right? who knew that Nangu just glanced at the crystal core on the table and took out the spiritual one casually. I want this one, Tang Siyue exclaimed, staring at Nangu. Her stunned expression turned into anger. Is Nangu deliberately against her? She is not a superpower and does not need the crystal core. Why does she want to snatch it from herself? Li Chen also picked out the black crystal core. Sure enough, everyone paid more attention to Nangu than him. After all, no one can use the black crystal core. So Li Chen took it away. But the one in Nanji's hand originally belonged to Tang Siyue. Before anyone else could say anything, Tang Siyue had already spoken. Nangu, it seems a bit inappropriate for you to take the spiritual system. Right? Nangu was very straightforward. And she didn't understand where Tang Siyue's hostility towards her came from. Why is it inappropriate? Didn't I help in killing the zombie yesterday? Tang Siyue almost bit her teeth to pieces when she thought of Nanji's fierce swing of a tang knife yesterday. And it was because of her accidental killing of the zombie. So facing Nanji's questioning, Tang Siyue could only say unwillingly, you helped. Why can't I take this crystal core if you helped? Besides, I don't want the others. Nangu didn't understand what these stupid humans were thinking. She felt that she had suffered a lot. Tang Siyue wanted to fight for herself. So she tried to calmly say to Nangu, but I am also a spiritual type. This crystal core is what I need. What does it have to do with me that you are a spiritual type? Nangu put the crystal core directly into his pocket and snorted. You still want me to give you the things in my hands? Besides, because of your recklessness yesterday, I almost died at the hands of that big zombie. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Tang Siyue looked at Nangu anxiously. But Li Chen was still here. And she couldn't argue with Nangu. So she had to look at Gao Chongqiu. Captain, I hope you can give me justice. Didn't I work hard on the way yesterday? Gao Chongqiu is really in a big headache now. As expected, there are more women in the team. And there are more things to do. Look at how wise he was at the beginning. There was no woman in the team. At the same time, he also thought that Tang Siyue was really not suitable for their team. If they have to go on a mission in the future, they must not take Tang Siyue. This time, he actually felt that Nangu should not take the crystal core. Although Tang Siyue didn't help much, she always worked hard. It's just a spiritual system. So rare. It's better to give it to her. So Gao Chongqiu smiled at Nangu and said in a friendly way, Nangu, you can't use this crystal core, so you should give it to Tang Siyue. You see, the other crystal cores are also very beautiful. I can give you more. Anyway, you will exchange them for supplies. Right? This time, the medicine can also be divided with you. Nangu was not easy to talk to. Why should she give it up? She just wanted this spiritual system. So she raised her head and questioned Gao Chongqiu. Without me, you would all have died yesterday. Right? Now you are asking me to give up something that originally belonged to me? Gao Chongqiu was speechless and also a little annoyed. After all, he was the captain. And this Nangu was too disrespectful to him. Nangu doesn't care whether he is the captain or not. And he is not a member of their team. According to Li Chen, they will leave the base after this operation. Xi and Yuhua is a supporter of Nangu. So she expressed her opinion directly. I think Nangu can get any crystal core she wants. She saved our lives yesterday. If it weren't for her, we wouldn't have gotten a single crystal core. Gao Chongqiu glared at Xi and Yuhua. But in the team, we have always distributed according to demand. Zhong Haoxuan is a man who doesn't spare people. He has never been close to Li Chen and Nangu before. But who knows that this time he expressed his attitude, but it also depends on who has made greater contributions. Right? Tang Siyue also contributed yesterday. Gao Chongqiu really doesn't know how to persuade these people now. Tang Siyue is just an ordinary girl. And she doesn't have many companions. Why don't they give her some leniency? Zhong Haoxuan's thoughts were straightforward. If they gave in to her, who would give in to him on the battlefield? So even though Gao Chongqiu was the captain, he didn't give him any face. What you mean by contribution is on the road. That half-baked vague guidance? With a sneer, he picked up his 3 lighting crystal cores and was about to leave. But before leaving, he glanced at Tang Siyue faintly. Even without her investigation, I can still kill all those zombies. As soon as these words came out, everyone's face was not very good. Especially Tang Siyue, who was already pale. She worked so hard yesterday, but was denied by someone with just one sentence. She clenched her fists tightly and wanted to refute. But Zhong Haoxuan didn't give her a chance at all, and turned around and walked out the door. Chapter 86. The equipment is broken. Nangu actually felt that what Zhong Haoshuan said was quite right. Tang Siyue really didn't do anything? I'm afraid she was the only one who was moved by her. So Nangu also stood up and said to Gao Chongqiu, anyway, I won't give up this crystal core. If any of you refuse to accept it and beat me, I will give it to her. Gao Chongqiu wanted to mediate the relationship between the two people before. But now, he was completely humiliated by Nangu. So he pointed at Nangu and said bitterly, don't forget. This is the Jinping base. Originally, Li Chen and Yi Xiao didn't want to get involved in the matter between the two women. This time, even Gao Chengxiu got involved. Li Chen couldn't stand it anymore. He stood up in front of Nangu and looked at Gao Chengxiu coldly. Sure enough, his eyes were too sharp and solemn, and Gao Chengxiu's outstretched hand froze in the air. Tang Siyue looked at Li Chen, but her eyes lit up. He saved my life yesterday, so he will definitely not ignore me today. Right? So Tang Siyue also stood up and said to Li Chen urgently, Brother Li, Nangu is yours. Please judge. Who should this crystal core be given to? Nangu looked at Li Chen a little nervously. In her impression, Li Chen never seemed to be biased towards her. Yi Xiao was also looking at Li Chen. He wanted to see who Li Chen would protect. If he really had a good face and hurt Nangu, he would definitely snatch Nangu away no matter what the price was. After listening to Tang Siyue's words, Li Chen also noticed Yi Xiao's gaze. He looked back and even smiled at Yi Xiao. Who does he think he is? For a good reputation? Can he let Nangu suffer? When Yi Xiao saw Li Chen's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. This man is obviously determined to get Nangu. Sure enough, when Li Chen answered Tang Siyue's words again, his expression did not change at all, and there was no warmth in his words. It seemed that he just reiterated Nanji's words. Nanji's contribution is great, so the crystal core will naturally be chosen by her. If you think the distribution is uneven, you can find another team or hunt zombies yourself. We have already got the crystal core, so I'll leave first. After saying that, he grabbed Nanji's arm and took her out. Nangu was still staring at Li Chen blankly. She didn't expect that he would actually speak for her. After walking a long way, Nangu reacted and actually smiled at Li Chen. Li Chen touched his face and asked helplessly, Is there something on my face? Nangu shook her head and looked at the sky. She put her hand on her forehead and covered her eyes. I just want to see if the sun rises from the west today. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Chen poked her back of the head with his hand. Let's go quickly. Nangu giggled. Her voice was like a silver bell. She stuck to Li Chen and kept asking, Why are you so partial to me? Didn't you save Tang Siyue yesterday? I thought you would speak for her today. Li Chen really didn't know where Nangu got this idea. He just met Tang Siyue yesterday. Why should he help her? Besides, he remembered his promise to Nangu yesterday. He clearly said that all the crystal cores of the spiritual system were hers. He hugged Nangu, because Nangu was small and did not resist. After being hugged, her body shook a little. Then she heard Li Chen say above her head, You are more likable than her. Nangu snorted. He actually compared himself with that woman? However, they took the crystal core and did not plan to cause trouble to that woman again. That is, after Nangu and Li Chen left. Yi Xiao and the others also left one after another, leaving only Tang Siyue and Gao Chongqiu in the room. She was very sad just now, and now she couldn't hold it back and burst into tears. Very sad, Captain. I have tried my best. Too? Although I shouldn't say this, I just don't understand why everyone favors her. Gao Chengxiu still felt pity for Tang Siyue, so he stayed to comfort her. Maybe Nangu just saw that the crystal core was beautiful, took it back to play with it for 2 days, and then returned it to you. Don't be too sad. There will be spiritual crystal cores in the future missions. I will leave it to you first. Captain, you must keep your words. I will work harder than now, and won't hold you back. Gao Chongqiu laughed dryly twice, thinking that your level is not a little bit lower than our team members. And you still want to go on a mission with us? I think I have to talk to Mr. Lin quickly to keep you away from us. After comforting Tang Siyue a few more words, Gao Chongqiu left on the pretext that there were things to deal with in the base. As soon as he left, Tang Siyue wiped her tears fiercely, thinking of Nanji's provocation and Li Chen's indifference. She was furious and pounded the table, saying, Nangu, you and I cannot coexist. Nangu got the crystal core and ate it when she got back. She pouted her lips and found that it still tasted tasteless. After eating, she asked Li Chen, When are we leaving? Li Chen thought for a while. We will leave when Yi Xiao's reagent is developed. Anyway, the equipment is complete. And it will only take a few days. Nan Ge can wait. But Su Fang and Su Xian have to participate in the construction of the base during the day. And Xi and Yuhua and others always have to go on missions. So there is no one to accompany her. So Nan Ge was very bored. And she wanted to go to the base's ring to have a look. It's called a ring. But it was originally a deserted park. After the base was built, it was turned into a playground. If someone is not on a mission, they can spar here. There are also veterans and martial arts coaches in the base, who are usually responsible for training people in the base. Nan Ge is not interested in training, but she thinks fighting is interesting. So she told Li Chen about this idea. Li Chen thought about it, and felt that he couldn't always let Nan Ge stay in the house. So he agreed, you can try to fight, and see what your current level is. But you should be careful. There are too many injured people in the base. I'm afraid Mr. Lin will come to find you. Nan Ge laughed and thought, I can finally let these humans see my style. Her idea was good. But before she went, Yi Xiao came. Li Chen was still full of hostility towards Yi Xiao. After all, everyone knew what he was thinking about Nan Ge. But seeing that Yi Xiao was very anxious today, it seemed that he was not looking for Nan Ge to talk about love. What's wrong? Li Chen also put away his hostility and asked seriously. Yi Xiao obviously ran over and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Then he said to the two of them, come with me to the laboratory. Li Chen thought there was something wrong with the reagents. But after taking Nan Ge over, he found that a very important instrument was broken. Yi Xiao was very anxious and pulled Nan Ge over to ask her to check. Take a look. Is it unusable? When they got the equipment back from Ming Yan, it was still good. But it was only 1 day ago. And it broke unexpectedly. This thing is the hardest to find. They don't have a senior repairman, let alone any replacement parts. Now the reagents are halfway through. And it seems to be successful. But such a thing happened. No wonder Yi Xiao is anxious. Nan Ge quickly got the hang of these instruments. And those experiences and memories were like being engraved in her bones. After she checked it, she nodded. It's broken. I can't fix it. Yi Xiao leaned on the table dejectedly. And the medicine on it shook because of his movements. He covered his eyes and laughed and cried, I've been waiting for so long. And I almost lost my life for these equipment. But it turned out to be such an ending. Li Chen also went forward to take a look. But he didn't know much about these equipment. So he just asked Yi Xiao, can't we look for it again? Yi Xiao laughed and cried, you don't know. This equipment is hard to find. And few hospitals have it. I don't know how the news of our previous search for equipment in Bianshan was spread to Huayuan base. And they even contacted Mr. Lin by radio to protest that we went to their base to seize resources. And we have to negotiate with Jingping base. Li Chen also understood. They traveled so far to reach the base? This is not over yet. Yi Xiao was obviously under great pressure. Huayuan's people seem to have been keeping an eye on the hybrid, waiting for the team's ability to improve. And then kill the hybrid. Now the hybrid has been killed by us. And the crystal core has been obtained by us. Huayuan's people also want us to return the crystal core in medicine. Originally, if Yi Xiao could develop the reagent, these would not be a problem. But now, the most critical step has become unsustainable. No wonder he was so anxious to find Nan Ge and Li Chen today. Nan Ge was only responsible for listening, mainly because she couldn't think of any good solution now. However, her focus was obviously not on the reagent. But she muttered, the people from Huayuan said that the hybrid was theirs. Is that true? If they were really capable, why didn't they kill the big zombie long ago? Now that we have killed them all, he is just asking for benefits. How can such a good thing happen? She is just a little miser. It is impossible for her to take out the thing she swallowed. Yi Xiao looked at Nan Ge with relief. He knew that his little sister would always stand on his side. Now that the equipment is broken, I still have to think about how to explain it to Mr. Lin. Yi Xiao sighed, obviously wanting to take all this responsibility, and said to Li Chen and Nan Ge, you go back first. Don't worry about this matter. If Mr. Lin gets angry because the reagent is unsuccessful, he can just leave here. Who knew that when Yi Xiao was about to see him off? Li Chen suddenly said, you just need this equipment. Right? I have a way. Huh? Yi Xiao felt that he was hallucinating. Chapter 87 Nan Ge will win. Let alone Yi Xiao. Nan Ge was quite surprised after hearing what Li Chen said. She walked to Li Chen, pointed at the device and asked, do you know what this thing is called? Li Chen glanced at it and said honestly, I don't know. Nangu couldn't help but want to mock this human again. You don't even know the name. And you still say you have a way? Fall? Yi Xiao was reminded by Nangu and thought that Li Chen might be arrogant. So he expressed it tactfully. I think I should tell Mr. Lin the truth this afternoon. Li Chen ignored Yi Xiao, just raised his eyebrows and asked Nangu, why? Don't you believe me? Nangu thought. This is not about whether I believe you or not. Although you know a lot. You are also a layman in medicine. Right? Different fields are like different mountains. Can you really turn out a machine? So although Nangu didn't say anything, she obviously expressed her distrust with her eyes. Li Chen felt a little upset. Couldn't this little zombie take back her little look? She finally found out that she could despise him in some areas. Right? He simply didn't tell Nangu, but just reiterated to Yi Xiao seriously, although I don't know what this thing is. I have a good memory. I will find it for you today. Yi Xiao widened his eyes, and really couldn't believe that things could take such a turn. But he still asked worriedly, can you really find it? Several hospitals around here have been swept by our team members. Li Chen spoke and acted very calmly, and rarely promised anything easily. This time, facing Yi Xiao's doubts, he was not angry at all. Don't worry. I will definitely do what I promised. But you have to promise me one thing. What is it? Yi Xiao's heart was alarmed, thinking that this man would not threaten him. Right? Nangu was also very curious. What was Li Chen's purpose? She never expected that Li Chen would pull her over and say to Yi Xiao, when I'm not around, please help me keep an eye on her. She likes to run around too much. Ah? Nangu thought. Are you kidding me? You asked someone to do this? How afraid are you that I will run away when you're not around? Yi Xiao took a long time to react, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Li Chen was very meaningful. To be honest, why does he feel that Li Chen is the mountain man now? And Nangu is the little wife he bought with his life savings, and he has to watch her every day for fear that she will run away. But since Li Chen said so, it was easy for Yi Xiao to connect with him. After all, he just wanted to get this little wife into his hands. So he nodded, don't worry. I will follow her today. Nangu blinked and asked the two men, did you overlook something? I haven't said anything yet. You have reached a consensus? Li Chen has already agreed with Yi Xiao. Then I will leave now. You give me your pass. It would be a bit troublesome if I didn't follow the people in the base. Yi Xiao took out the certificate from his pocket and handed it to Li Chen. Then Li Chen lowered his head slightly and looked at Nangu and smiled softly at her. Be good. Wait for me to come back at the base. Nangu deliberately turned her head away from him, thinking that if you are not here, I will run away. Now I run so fast that you can't find me when you come back. Li Chen rubbed Nanji's head, and then left solemnly. After she left, Nangu turned her head to look outside, and found that the man didn't even turn back. So she turned her head to look at Yi Xiao again, and also stated her position. Let me make it clear first. I don't know you. I don't want to be with you today. Do you want to go to the ring? Yi Xiao asked coldly. Ah? Nanji's attention was attracted again. Ring? Didn't I just mention it to Li Chen? So Nanxioga blinked her eyes. How to fight? Yi Xiao smiled playfully. I'll take you there to see. Then you'll know? Nangu nodded. Okay. Yi Xiao smiled in her heart. No wonder Li Chen asked her to watch her. She was too easily fooled. At this moment, Li Chen was picking up the car in the garage, and Tang Xiyue happened to pass by. Seeing that Nangu was not there, she walked up eagerly. Brotherly, what are you going to do? Tang Xiyue was glad that she dressed up a little before going out today. Although she didn't have any cosmetics, the skirt she was wearing was her favorite. She didn't even leave it behind when she fled. When Nangu was here, Li Chen never noticed her. Now he would definitely look at her twice more. Right? But after she finished speaking, Tang Xiyue knew that she was overthinking. Li Chen had already opened the car door and sat in the driver's seat. While starting the car, he casually said to Tang Xiyue, go on a mission. When she heard about the mission, Tang Xiyue immediately asked expectantly, Brotherly, can you take me with you? You know I'm a psychic. I promise I can help you. If she could convince Li Chen, she would be so happy that she would go crazy. After all, she could be alone with Li Chen, who knew that Li Chen just glanced at her sideways. His face as sharp as a knife. Without any relaxation, I am used to partnering with Nangu. You are much weaker than her. Make way. I want to drive out. Tang Xiue subconsciously made 2 steps out. Li Chen rolled up the car window and then drove away, leaving only dust in the air, looking at the woman who was still standing there stupidly. Her eyes were full of hatred and regret. It was Nangu again. He protected Nangu in less than 3 sentences. What if he asked her to follow him on the mission? I have learned a lesson, and I will definitely not act rashly. But no matter how upset Tang Xiue was, Li Chen drove away. She was about to turn around and leave when she heard 2 passers-by say, "Have you heard? There is a person named Nangu who is in the ring right now and threatens to defend the ring. She also wants to challenge everyone in the base." What? Everyone? Isn't this Nangu the one who caused trouble in the base a few days ago? She is not from the base, right? How could she be so arrogant? Isn't she? I want to see how capable she is. The 2 of them left together quickly. Tang Xiue looked in the direction and saw that they were going to the ring. She rolled her eyes and walked towards that direction. Yi Xiao was standing outside the ring at this moment, while Nangu was standing alone in the middle of the ring with a Tang sword on her back. Alas, she didn't realize it before. When Li Chen was there, she always wanted to escape. Now that Li Chen was on a mission, she was so bored that she wanted to fight in the ring. The people around were not gathered yet, and no one came to challenge Nangu at this moment. Nangu was kicking the stones on the ground with her head down when she heard Su Xian calling her, "Come on, Sister Nangu." Nangu turned around and saw that her face turned black. It turned out that Su Feng, Su Xian and Xian Yuhua had somehow gathered together. The key point was that they were holding a banner that read Nangu will win. The 3 of them also found red cloth strips and wrapped them around their heads. The scene was really unbearable to watch. Especially, no one knew who wrote the banner. When writing her name, it was obvious that the word Gu was written wrong the first time, and it was scratched and rewritten from the back. Don't take out such a banner. Okay? It's really embarrassing. Okay? So Nangu pretended not to hear anyone calling her and turned her head away. Su Xian was still waving the banner. Seeing Nanji's action, he was stunned for a moment and asked Xian Yuhua, "Did I speak too softly just now?" Xian Yuhua nodded seriously. "It's probably because it's too noisy here." And Sister Nangu didn't hear it. Su Feng didn't need to hold the banner. She stood next to Su Xian and suggested, "Why don't we shout together? Can we shout louder?" Su Xian and Xian Yuhua both agreed to this suggestion. So they shouted 1, 2, 3, and said in unison, "Come on, Nangu." Nangu wanted to cover her ears. "Don't shout me. Don't shout me." Seeing that she still didn't turn around, Su Feng finally realized something was wrong and asked hesitantly, "Does she think our banner is too ugly?" Xian Yuhua sighed. "There's nothing we can do. Now that supplies are so tight, it's good enough to find cloth to write on. Come on. Let's shout a few more times." Yi Xiao was standing opposite the ring, just able to see the banner, and also Nanji's cold little face. He couldn't help but burst out laughing. Are those 3 people Nanji's cheerleaders? Ha ha ha. I've seen so many people fighting and sparring here, but this is the first time I've seen a cheerleader coming here. Nangu really wanted the 3 people behind to shut up. But fortunately, someone came to fight her before she could get impulsive. I heard that Nangu was just an ordinary person, and the man who came to compete with her was also an ordinary man. He saw that Nangu was thin and small, and thought that she would definitely not be very powerful. So he said with some contempt, "If you feel that you can't bear it later, admit defeat early to avoid accidental injuries." Nangu just glanced at him calmly, without moving her Tang sword at all. The man thought Nangu was too arrogant, and rushed towards her with a loud shout. But before he could get close, Nangu kicked the man in the stomach, kicking him more than 10 meters away. To be honest, she didn't feel any strength. Could it be that the crystal core she ate yesterday played a role? Originally, the opponent was too weak, and Nangu had nothing to be proud of. Who knew that the cheerleaders behind her were like crazy, running around the playground, howling, said, "Sister Nangu is so amazing." In fact, others could not see anything from her kick, but the ordinary people all gasped. Where did this girl come from? So fierce? But they were also aroused to compete, and came up one after another to compete with Nangu. As expected, at the beginning, they were just testing the waters, and Nangu defeated them without much effort. Later, there were a few more powerful ones, but they were still no match for Nangu. At this moment, the cheerleaders were still running, shouting, 14 wins and 0 losses. Sister Nangu is the best. Chapter 88. See you at plots. To be honest, Nangu disliked the three of them at first. But now he thinks their cheers are pretty nice, and he even smiled. Because of Nanji's strong performance. More and more people came around him. The leader of the base also came. And there were many psychics, who had not yet gone on a mission. Now they looked at Nangu with curiosity. The ordinary faction gradually ran out of people to go out. So Nangu said to Mr. Lin, "Send a few psychics?" Mr. Lin was happy. Like an old fox, okay. So under his instruction, the psychics began to fight. Everyone was worried about Nangu, thinking how could Nangu be better than this psychic. But who knew that the result was so surprising? Nangu was really no worse than the psychic. When a wind type came up, the wind blade was directly split by her tang sword. In order not to hurt the psychic, she kicked him down. When a fire type came up, Nangu didn't care about the small fireball at all. She dodged flexibly and finally put the tang sword directly on the psychic's neck. When a speed type came up, knowing that he couldn't beat Nangu, he started to run with Nangu on the ring. After all, Nangu was an ordinary person, and his physical strength would always be exhausted. Right? Wouldn't he win by then? However, before Nanji's physical strength was exhausted, his superpowers were used up first. In the end, he was still thrown down by Nangu. Other psychics came forward, but Nangu always found ways to break through them. Moreover, this girl was extremely strong in both attack and defense. In terms of physical strength, she was like a bottomless pit. At first, Mr. Lin just wanted to test her, but who knew that there were no one else who could fight? And Nangu was still standing on the stage. It was like a pervert. In fact, when Nangu competes with others, she always thinks of Li Qin. Because when it comes to humans who have fought with her, Li Qin is definitely the most. The most impressive thing is when she first arrived at the base. She thought she was already very powerful, and it was not a problem to defeat Li Qin. But who knew that the man could still suppress her? This time, Zhong Haoshuan and Su Hong did not stand up. In fact, if she faced them, Nangu really had no confidence in winning. But she could still do it if she tried. Only Li Qin. How strong this man is, she still hasn't figured out. Speaking of which, when she was competing, there was someone who was more excited than her and her cheerleaders. That was Yu Wenfeng, the leader of the ordinary faction. Because he and Mr. Lin have been dealing with each other, they can maintain a weird balance between the superpower faction and the ordinary faction. But the superpowers are constantly evolving, while ordinary people are progressing slowly, which makes him understand that this balance may be broken at any time. As a result, now, he found such a shocking person. Nangu is an ordinary person, but no one with superpowers can match her. If she can stay in the base and teach ordinary people, maybe the combat effectiveness of ordinary people will be raised to a higher level. And Nangu is the most powerful person who deserves it. So Yu Wenfeng secretly made up his mind to keep Nangu no matter what the cost. The last person to play was Gao Chongqiu. As a member of Nanji's cheerleading team, Xi and Yuhua looked at Gao Chongqiu with some dissatisfaction, thinking, why did the captain come up to join in the fun? Didn't you see that Zhong Haoshuan was standing aside? Gao Chongqiu came out because he felt that Nangu didn't give him face that day, and he wanted to teach Nangu a lesson. He felt that he had always done things in an open and above-board manner, and he would definitely not use any despicable means. This time, Nangu took the initiative to say that she wanted to challenge the entire base, and he went forward, which was not considered bullying her. When Nangu saw Gao Chongqiu, she was actually a little bit expectant. Finally, there is an opponent who can make me take him seriously. Gao Chongqiu smiled slightly. It seems that I am honored. He is an Earth-type mutant. He has just observed for a long time below and found that Nangu is indeed difficult to deal with. Nangu is so excited now. I wonder what her expression will be like later. In fact, it didn't take long for Nangu to find something wrong, because she couldn't move. This Gao Chongqiu actually controlled the soil under her feet and set a trap for her. Xi and Yuhua was worried watching from the sidelines, and said unconvinced, the competition hasn't started yet. Why did you make the first move? Captain! Gao Chongqiu actually smiled honestly. All is fair in war. Before he finished speaking, dozens of earth spikes emerged from the ground and stabbed straight at Nangu. Her pupils shrank at this moment, and the hearts of other superpowers were also tense. And some were even ready to come up to save Nangu, who knew that when the earth spike was about to reach her, Nangu stabbed the ground fiercely with her tang sword. and then saw the ground on the training ground with her, as the center suddenly cracked, and her legs could move. At the critical moment, she had already taken off into the air, and Gao Changshu's earth spike stabbed the place where she had just fought. Exactly. Everyone around was already infected by this atmosphere. Except for those who were really worried about Nange. Everyone was cheering. Nanji's crack just now was too cool. But it was also too nervous. Xi and Yuhua didn't dare to blink, for fear of missing something. Fortunately, I knew Nange wouldn't lose so easily. Although Nange had jumped far away at this moment, the earth thorns were still chasing her. Gao Changshu even calculated her landing point. As long as she rushed down, there would be earth thorns waiting for her. Nange also cursed in her heart. Why is the earth-related ability so tricky? However, even though Gao Changshu and her had been in a stalemate, Nange slowly approached him. Even if the earth-type superpower can control the earth now, the ability is not strong enough to burrow into the earth. As long as she gets close to him, Gao Changshu will definitely lose. Tang Siyue was watching from behind the crowd, and was also very anxious. Will Nange lose? Gao Changshu has already used all his strength. Now Gao Changshu's forehead is covered with cold sweat. He actually regrets going forward to compete with Nange. But it's hard to get off the tiger. The game has to go on. Nange also pulled the corner of her mouth, waved the Tang sword, and fell high. It's over. But before her sword touched Gao Changshu, who was gray, she actually felt that her spiritual sea was turbulent, and the sword in her hand trembled for a moment. But Nange still gritted her teeth and landed beside Gao Changshu, forcing him back 2 steps. At the same time, her knife-like eyes stabbed towards the outside of the field. That position happened to be where Tang Siyue was. Tang Siyue was shocked to the extreme. How could this happen? She used her mental power to quietly interfere with Nange, but she didn't expect that it didn't work. She was also discovered by her? This is absolutely impossible. Nange is not a mental power user. Then what is her identity? Otherwise, she is hiding too deeply? It must be like this. Otherwise, what does she need the crystal core of the mental system for? Tang Siyue smiled coldly. She really thought that Nange was an ordinary person with strong skills. I'm afraid that she had just won dozens of games. And she also used her mental power to interfere with her opponent. She was so embarrassed to stand on the ring and accept everyone's worship and cheers. Tang Siyue also gritted her teeth and vowed to find an opportunity to expose Nanji's true face. Nange has competed in so many games, and she has never used her mental power. Li Chen's words were remembered by her. She was a zombie. If she used her mental power, she would be exposed. But how could Tang Siyue be so mean that she set such a big obstacle for herself outside the court? No matter what she does in the future, Nange and her will have a grudge. After a moment of distraction, the competition had to continue. But Gao Changshu's defeat was already obvious. When Nange was about to rush forward, Gao Changshu automatically retreated to the outside of the court and said gracefully, "You are too powerful. I admit defeat." Although it was a bit regrettable, Nange still put the Tang Dao back at this time, and glanced at the onlookers, and asked lightly, "No one is coming up. What else is there to come up? Come up and wait to be abused by her." The result of the battle is needless to say. Of course, Nange won. The crowd was silent for a moment, and then a thunderous roar broke out. Su Fong and the other 3 were the first to throw away their banners and rush up. They surrounded Nange and chirped like sparrows. Nange won. And they were even more excited than Nange. "Sister Nange, you are really our idol. Sister Nange, you are so amazing. Ah, you were so handsome just now." Su Fong even hugged Nange directly, and Nange almost fell down with such force. At this moment, Su Fong said wholeheartedly, "Nange, I will follow you for the rest of my life." If Nange had an antenna on his head, it would definitely stand up at this moment. Follow me for the rest of my life? Then take good care of me. Wouldn't it be my lifelong ration? Not bad. Su Fong hugged Nange and refused to let go. Xi and Yuhua and Su Xian were so envious that their eyes turned red. Woo! Why don't they have a woman? So that they can get closer to Nange. Fortunately, Nange didn't let Su Xian hug her for too long. She pushed her away, and when she looked for Tang Siyue, she found that the woman had left without knowing when. Su Fong also muttered behind her, after so many games, "Why is Sister Nange still so cold? She has great physical strength." Nange was just stopped by Yuanfeng at this moment, and she didn't hear what Su Fong said. But Yi Xiao, who came over, looked at Nangu meaningfully after hearing this. Yu Wenfeng was very enthusiastic now. Looking at Nangu, just like looking at his long-lost daughter. Nangu, you were really amazing just now. No wonder I heard that you followed their team on a mission yesterday and made great contributions. As he said that, he also gave Nangu a thumbs up. Nangu was a little proud, but the corners of her mouth were deliberately tense. And she said in a deep voice, I'm not amazing. Then she added in her heart, I am obviously amazing. Yu Wenfeng wanted to state his conditions to let Nangu stay here. But Yi Xiao stood in front of Nangu. Chapter 89 called Nangu Team. Yu Wenfeng was happy when he first saw Yi Xiao. After all, Yi Xiao was also an ordinary person. But Yi Xiao's actions to protect Nangu were so obvious. Yu Wenfeng relied on his own ability to be on an equal footing with the supernatural faction in the base. And there was a reason for that. So he was unsure and could only ask Yi Xiao with a smile, Dr. Yi, are you not busy today? Busy. Although Yi Xiao responded to Yu Wenfeng, the smile on his face was very faint. Now I have to take Nangu back to the laboratory. Nangu looked at his back and thought to himself, why did you call me back to the laboratory? Yu Wenfeng showed an embarrassed expression. Yi Xiao was blocking him like this, obviously not giving him face. Dr. Yi, you have also seen how powerful Nangu is. Our base needs such talents. This statement obviously hopes that Yi Xiao can be a lobbyist for him. Unfortunately, Yi Xiao is no longer the same as he was before. He will not force Nangu to do things she is unwilling to do. So Yi Xiao's smile gradually cooled, and his broad back blocked Nangu tightly. Nangu and the others are only staying in the base for a few days, and will leave soon. Yu Wenfeng was a little angry, but he didn't dare to say anything to Yi Xiao. And when he was interacting with Yi Xiao, Yu Wenfeng was also willing to give him some leeway. Who knows when Nangu will change his mind and stay. If things get awkward now, it will be bad for no one. So Yu Wenfeng's fat body stepped aside and nodded with a smile. Then you guys go ahead and do your work. The future of the base depends on you. Yi Xiao's expression eased a little, and he reached back to grab Nanji's wrist and take her away. But Nangu remembered that she had no pulse. And if a doctor like Yi Xiao touched her, she would definitely be exposed. So she quickly withdrew her hand. Yi Xiao looked at his empty palm, and his heart seemed to be squeezed. However, he did not show any unnatural expression, but turned back to Nangu and smiled lightly. With a little complaint, Junior sister and I are becoming more and more unfamiliar now. Nangu blinked and thought, I was also quite unfamiliar with you before. After Yi Xiao took Nangu away, he returned to his own research room. However, in the base, the matter about Nangu had already spread. Everyone knows how brave Nangu is. She even defeated Gao Chengxiu. Those who have watched Nangu compete with others in person have an indescribable admiration for Nangu. Even many instructors in the base expressed their desire to spar with Nangu and asked Nangu to teach them a few moves. But they looked for Nangu all over the base, but didn't see her. After asking, they found out that she was taken away by Yi Xiao. Many people smiled as expected. Hey, I heard that Dr. Yi and Nangu were originally senior and junior brothers and sisters. Now that he took Nangu away, he must have a crush on her. This kind of relationship, just thinking about it, makes me feel that it is a perfect match. Speaking of Yi Xiao taking Nangu away, the most dissatisfied people are Xi and Yuhua and the other three. They haven't talked to Nangu much, and haven't celebrated Nangu. But Dr. Yi has begun to enslave Nangu. They are not convinced. If they are not convinced, can they challenge Yi Xiao? Oh, it seems that it is not possible. When Nangu was becoming more and more famous in the base, Su Fang asked Su Xian, has Nangu become the idol of the whole people in the base now? Su Xian's eyes were bright, and his tone was full of admiration. Of course, everyone worships Sister Nangu. Su Xian suddenly remembered something, and said a little disappointedly, but they actually said that she and Dr. Yi are a couple. Su Fang was also very sad about this. How come there is not only Li Qin, but also Dr. Yi? But compared to Dr. Yi, Li Qin is obviously more to their liking. After all, Li Qin gave them crystal cores before, and he gave them twice, including this hunting hybrid. So Su Fang saw that everyone was spreading outrageous things. Even the romance between Yi Xiao and Nangu in college, which Nangu didn't know at all, was spread out. She finally couldn't help asking, have you forgotten Li Qin? Everyone said, Li Qin? Who is that? The one who followed Nangu into the base? Oh, At first glance, he is not as good as Dr. Yi. Or Dr. Yi and Nan Ge are the most suitable. At this moment, Li Chen didn't know what happened in the base. He just stood on an extremely desolate and dilapidated land and looked at the distant horizon. After retracting his gaze, there was zombie debris all around. If someone else was here at this moment, they would definitely think that a fierce battle had taken place. But here, there was only one man, Li Chen. The bodies of those zombies were already in pieces, and their faces and organs were almost indistinguishable. And it didn't look like any kind of weapon that caused the scene. Li Chen frowned slightly. His shoes stepped on the black water flowing out of the zombie's body. And when he turned around, his clothes rustled. He was still thinking in his heart that this trick was still a little too bloody. It would be better if it could be improved. After Nan Ge followed Yi Xiao back to his laboratory, he asked, "Why did you bring me here?" Yi Xiao stared at her deeply. With only her in his eyes and heart, he was always worried that his love was too hot and scared Nan Ge away. It was not easy for him to see her again, so he had to be careful no matter what he said. So Yi Xiao abruptly retracted his gaze and took Nan Ge to the table. "Do you want to know what I am studying?" Nan Ge blinked, but was not very interested. After all, this reagent is for humans, and it cannot be eaten. Seeing Nan Ge didn't say anything, Yi Xiao put a test tube into Nan Ji's hand. "You go and do the component analysis. I'll test you to see if you have forgotten all the knowledge you have learned during this period." Nan Ge shook the test tube gently, and finally showed a reluctant expression on her face. Yi Xiao cleared his throat, because he also saw through Nan Ji's thoughts, and said to Nan Ge, "If you analyze all correctly, I will give you a reward." "What reward?" Sure enough, Nan Ji's eyes lit up. Every time Yi Xiao looked at her clear eyes, he felt like he was being sucked in by her. Especially those eyes. How can they be so bright now? No less than the stars in the sky. "I will definitely satisfy you. I will never break my promise." Anyway, Nan Ge had nothing to do, so she just waited for Li Chen to come back here. So she disinfected her whole body first, changed into special clothes, and began to test the composition of the reagent in the test tube. Yi Xiao was busy with his own things, and occasionally looked at Nan Ge. Her skilled and focused look really made Yi Xiao's eyes soar, and tears almost fell. His Nan Ge was the most dazzling pearl, because Nan Ge did not go out in his laboratory this afternoon. Xi and Yuhua did not wait for Nan Ge, and found something else to do. Zhong Haoshuan and the others did not have to go on a mission today, and wanted to rest in the afternoon. But they were summoned by Xi and Yuhua. When Gao Changqiu arrived, his face was obviously a little unfriendly. After all, in front of so many people, he lost that big face. Especially when facing Xi and Yuhua. He was in a bad mood. The good-tempered captain had disappeared without a trace. "What's the matter? You are so willful all day long. Can't you go to training when you have time? There are so many zombies waiting for you to kill outside." Xi and Yuhua originally called him over just to make up the numbers. Now he still said this to himself. Of course he was unhappy, and simply turned his head and said, "I really have nothing to do. If the captain doesn't want to stay, then leave." Gao Changqiu held it in for a long time, gritted his teeth and said, "What a joke." He really didn't pay attention to Xi and Yuhua anymore, turned around and left. When Su Hong and the others all arrived, there were only 4 people here. Su Hong yawned, strangled Xi and Yuhua's neck, rubbed his flaxen hair with his big hands, and then asked, "What's wrong with you? It's only today that I found out that you have the potential to be a cheerleader." Xi and Yuhua chuckled twice. "Thank you for the compliment. Su Hong, am I complimenting you?" Zhong Haoshuan also sat down, his expression still cold. "Tell me, what's the matter?" Xi and Yuhua pushed Su Hong away and said to them seriously, "Our team has been established for a while, but we have never had a decent name. It doesn't work to call it a 5-person team. Don't you think so?" Su Hong raised his eyebrows. He subconsciously felt that what Xi and Yuhua said would surprise him. Zhong Haoshuan said coldly, "Just say it." Xi and Yuhua coughed twice and said very righteously, "So I think we should give the team a name. The name is the soul of a team. And I have a best idea. Why don't we call it the Nange team in the future?" After this, the other 3 people were silent. Even Chang Feng, who never cared about such things, looked up at Xi and Yuhua. Xi and Yuhua still had a reason. "There's nothing wrong with what I said. Think about it. Nan Ge is so powerful and has saved us. It's so appropriate to use her name when she becomes famous in the future. we can still proudly say that we are from the Nangu team. Zhong Haoxuan's mouth was twitching constantly. And even Su Hong looked at Xi and Yuhua in confusion. Before Xi and Yuhua finished speaking, Su Hong waved his hand in front of his eyes. Kid, wake up. You are not crazy. We don't like personality cult here. What personality cult? I'm just being realistic. Xi and Yuhua was a little anxious. He clearly thought his proposal was really good. Unfortunately, those people didn't buy it at all. Zhong Haoxuan sneered and was about to leave. So Xi and Yuhua took a look at Su Hong and felt that this person was difficult to deal with. So she went to the usually taciturn Chang Feng and said, Chang Feng, tell me, do you have any objection to calling it the Nangu team? Chang Feng really had no objection. Because he said, I don't care. Xi and Yuhua laughed and looked at Su Hong proudly. Now there are two supporters. Chapter 90. Switch with me. Su Hong actually felt that it was too embarrassing for Gao Changxu to take the initiative to fight with Nangu today. After all, he was the captain. Especially after he lost so badly. If Nanji's knife hadn't deviated a little, he might have cut off one of his arms. But the captain just lost. And they used Nangu as the team name. Is this really good? So Su Hong just patted Xi and Yuhua on the shoulder. You go and convince the captain first. Brother, is up to you. Xi and Yuhua automatically blocked the first half of the sentence. Clapped his hands. And a dandelion flower appeared in his hand. He handed it to Su Hong like a treasure. Brother, thank you for supporting me. Su Hong, what did I say just now? The only one who didn't give in was Zhong Haoxuan. Why should the team use Nanji's name? He didn't care about that woman. The four people were discussing enthusiastically. But they didn't expect that their captain was with Tang Xiyue at the moment. Today, everyone saw Gao Changxu leaving the stage gracefully. But in fact, only he knew that he was injured. Tang Xiyue took the initiative to bandage his wounds. At this moment, he looked at Tang Xiyue, who was concentrating, and felt very guilty. Xiyue, I'm sorry. I thought I could teach Nangu a lesson. Tang Xiyue shook her head obediently. It's okay. Brother Gao. I can see that everyone likes Nangu, and it is certain that they are partial to her. You have tried your best. Don't blame yourself. It's just a crystal core. Li Chen is right. I will get it by killing zombies alone in the future. If she complained to Gao Changxu, Gao Changxu might not feel so sorry for her. Now he feels that he and Tang Xiyue are like-minded. And he likes Tang Xiyue very much. He also took the initiative to say, what zombies are you killing alone? You can follow our team in the future. As long as we are here, we will never treat you unfairly. And don't worry. Nangu will not be able to follow us in the future. Tang Xiyue really didn't expect that she would have such an effect just by talking to Gao Changxu for a few words. So she smiled immediately. But asked worriedly, but my level is not high. Don't other team members dislike it? Gao Changxu snorted. What do they have to dislike? Who hasn't come from your level? Don't worry. After all, I am the captain. Tang Xiyue nodded heavily, with tears of emotion in her eyes. Captain. Thank you. Tang Xiyue's obedience made Gao Changxu feel great satisfaction. Sure enough, a woman should be like her. When it's time to be submissive, you should be submissive. Who can tolerate Nanji's temper? If Nangu knew this, she would definitely think that Li Chen and Yi Xiao could tolerate it. Now Nangu has been busy all afternoon, and finally analyzed the ingredients in the reagents. And even the dosage was deduced by her. Yi Xiao looked at the data she wrote on the paper, and became more and more satisfied with Nangu. Junior sister's basic skills are indeed the most solid. Nangu didn't care about his praise at all. She just stretched out her hand and asked him, where is my reward? Yi Xiao smiled at her, then walked to the cold storage room. After opening the door, Nangu actually found that there were quite a few blood bags inside. She instantly became energetic, thinking, Yi Xiao knows her too well. Right? How did he know that she wanted this? But who knew that what Yi Xiao prepared for her was actually frozen ice cream? When Nangu saw what he had in his hand, she was completely sick. Is this the reward he mentioned? But I don't like to eat this stuff. Yi Xiao also handed the ice cream to Nangu and said, you used to like this flavor the most. I tried many times, and finally made the same one. Would you like to try it? It was the back of Nanji's head that responded to him. These humans really pissed her off. Next time, she must ask Yi Xiao what reward he wants before agreeing. Yi Xiao really wanted to please Nangu, but it was obvious from her forehead that Nangu was very unhappy. So he just looked at the ice cream with some disappointment, then put away his hand and asked, "What else do you want?" Nangu was angry at the moment. So she muttered, "I want a blood bag." Yi Xiao didn't hear clearly. Nangu Buling reacted immediately and almost let it slip. So she immediately shook her head. "No. Just ice cream. I don't want anything else." Yi Xiao was very depressed. This little junior sister. Why did he understand her more and more? Fortunately, when Nangu took the ice cream, Li Chen came back. After he walked into the laboratory, he found Nangu still there. So he asked her, "You didn't go out all day today? You are so good. I will give you something delicious later." Nangu looked at Li Chen with some disbelief. "Really?" Of course. When Li Chen spoke, he had moved the things in his hand to the table. After lifting the curtain, what was revealed inside was the machine that Yi Xiao needed most. Yi Xiao really didn't expect Li Chen to get it. Now seeing this machine, he was so happy that he walked around the table several times and asked Li Chen excitedly, "Where did you find this thing?" "It really solved my urgent need," Li Chen said calmly. "Lucky. I came across a hospital. It's a good thing to have a machine now." Yi Xiao knew that Li Chen was hiding something, so he didn't want to investigate further. He checked the machine and found that it was intact. "That's great. Wait 2 more days, and the reagent will be developed." In fact, Li Chen also had some doubts. If it was just a reagent for testing superpowers, you wouldn't be so happy, because after the superpowers are awakened, unless they deliberately conceal it, it's too easy for superpowers to prove themselves. Yi Xiao just smiled mysteriously. This reagent is of course not just as simple as stimulating superpowers. "Do you know how many crystal cores I have used for this reagent? There are crystal cores in the raw materials?" Li Chen looked at Yi Xiao, and his eyes became deeper. Nangu was not curious. When she was experimenting just now, she found that there were crystal core components in it. Oh, as for how she found it, of course, it was because she had eaten it. "I wish you success soon," Li Chen said sincerely. Yi Xiao nodded. "I will. By the way, I owe you a favor this time. Is there anything you need? Let me make it clear first. It is absolutely impossible for me to let her go." Li Chen could see that he really wanted to express his gratitude to him. So he didn't beat around the bush and said to Yi Xiao, "Give me a few bags of blood." Huh? Yi Xiao never thought that what Li Chen wanted was so simple. This is the end of the world. As an ordinary person, shouldn't he ask for munitions? A car? He actually asked for blood bags. Don't you think about it? Yi Xiao calmly blocked the machine, as if he was afraid that Li Chen would go back. Li Chen raised his eyebrows and looked at Yi Xiao. "Why? Do you still agree to let her go?" "Of course not." Yi Xiao walked to the storage room angrily, then took out 3 bags of blood and gave them to Li Chen. "Okay." Nangu had not spoken all the time, because she had been looking at the machine before. Now she was attracted by the blood bags, and asked Yi Xiao, "Who are you talking about letting go?" Li Chen was helpless, raising such a stupid zombie. His heart was very tired. Before leaving, Li Chen also reminded Yi Xiao, "I met a lot of people along the way, and several women kept asking me to take them to the Jinping base. But I refused them all. You should inform the leadership of the base and let them be careful." Yi Xiao understood instantly, and thanked Li Chen seriously. "Okay. I remember." Li Chen smiled at Yi Xiao and left with Nangu. After leaving, Nangu muttered to Li Chen, "Li Chen, I think the machine you just gave Yi Xiao looks very familiar. As if I have used it." Li Chen's body stiffened for a moment, and soon asked with a smile, "Do you know that Shangjing is so far away?" Nangu nodded slowly. "Yes. Li Chen can't go to the hospital in Shangjing to get it," holding a melting ice cream in her hand. Nangu looked at his blood bag several times, and finally couldn't help it. She also smelled her ice cream, and then pretended to be intoxicated, closed her eyes and said, "This smells really good." Li Chen looked at her indifferently, and said nothing. Nangu praised her twice more before turning to ask Li Chen, "Do you want to eat it? It's the end of the world. It's not easy to eat ice cream. As long as you give me 3 bags of blood, this ice cream is yours." Li Chen thought, "I'm a grown man. Why should I eat ice cream?" Although this blood bag was also asked for Nangu, why didn't he want to give it to her at all? Nangu saw that Li Chen was unmoved, and moved closer, tempting him. "I heard that this is my favorite flavor in the past. Don't you really want to try it? It's delicious." As she said that, she also sucked her saliva. If it was someone else, they might really be attracted by her. But Li Chen looked at her pretty face and suddenly wanted to bite her. And her lips, which looked very soft, must be much more delicious than that ice cream. The Adam's apple moved unconsciously, and Li Chen's eyes became brighter. Nangu also took a step back, because her little antenna told her that men seemed a little scary at this moment. Who knew that when they were about to enter the house? Li Chen actually took the ice cream and handed the blood bag to Nangu. I'll trade with you. Why did his voice become a lot hoarser? Nangu was puzzled for a moment, then put it out of her mind. 3 bags of blood. Although the smell was not as good as Li Chen's, it was a good thing that the amount was large. She could eat her fill. So Nangu dragged the blood bag into the house, and Li Chen and she walked into a room, holding half-melted ice cream, and closed the door. Nangu was afraid that Li Chen would regret it, so she opened all the blood bags when she entered the room and licked them. Li Chen ate the ice cream and felt that the scene in front of him was too beautiful to look at. That was fresh blood. Who would fight with her for it? Chapter 91. Bitten by Nangu. Nangu placed 3 blood bags side by side at the head of the bed, and she chose a very comfortable position to sit. Look at this. Touch that. It's really satisfying. At this moment, Li Chen was still eating the ice cream she gave him, and seeing Nangu clapping his hands in ecstasy. It's time for afternoon tea. Li Chen. After finishing the ice cream in a few bites, Li Chen savored it and thought, is this the taste Nangu likes to eat? It doesn't taste very good. At this moment, Nangu is already finishing her first blood bag, because there are 3. Her speed is not very fast, but it is obvious that she is in a very good mood. When drinking blood, she can't wait to hum a song. Li Chen saw how cute she was, and smiled slightly while sitting on the chair. The poor Mr. Yi had no idea that the ice cream he had worked so hard to make for Nangu had already gone into Li Chen's stomach. As for the blood bag he had given Li Chen, it was used by Li Chen to offer sacrifices to Buddha. Nangu was very intoxicated when she ate, and she didn't talk to Li Chen. The corridor on their floor was also quiet. Not long after, she was finishing the second blood bag, and she felt that several people were walking towards here. Not long after, Su Fang's voice was heard in the corridor. Why are these people in the base now saying that Nangu and Dr. Yi are a couple? No matter how I explain, they don't believe it. Su Xian's tone was obviously a little disappointed. Who made Sister Nangu so handsome during the day, and was taken away by Dr. Yi again? Alas, we should have held her back at that time. After he finished speaking, there were 2 sounds of opening and closing doors. Although Li Chen did not explore what Su Fang and Su Xian meant, his eyes looking at Nangu were not right. He was only gone for a few hours. Right? What happened in the base? Why did everyone think Nangu was Yi Xiao's woman? Li Chen said he was very unhappy now, so he didn't sit down, walked to Nanji's bed, and was about to grab her blood bag. Nangu jumped over like a puppy protecting food, and then protected the blood bag. Now she still had one in her mouth, and asked vaguely, what are you doing? This blood bag was given to me, so it's naturally mine. There's no reason for me to take it back. Li Chen smiled coldly at Nangu, making her back sweat. Nan Xiaoga, shouldn't you explain to me what happened? Nangu was confused. Nothing happened. She finished the blood bag in her mouth in a few bites. Just as she was about to reach out for another one, her movement paused for a moment, and then the blood bag was directly taken away by Li Chen. Nangu was so angry. Wasn't her body already very flexible? How could she be a step slower? Throwing away the empty bag in her mouth, Nangu angrily stretched out her hand to Li Chen. Give it to me quickly. Li Chen, instead of retreating, took 2 steps closer to Nangu, his eyes burning. Do you want it? Nangu nodded vigorously. Give it back to me quickly. Then tell me first, who are you following? Li Chen actually started to care about a rumor. Nanji's mind was spinning fast at this moment, and she had forgotten all about moral integrity. Follow you. When I leave the base. Will you leave? Li Chen asked again. Nangu answered decisively. Let's go. Li Chen finally smiled, his handsome face magnified in front of Nangu. And then he used the finger that was not holding the blood bag to point at his side face. Shouldn't you show some appreciation? What do you mean? Sorry. Nan Xiaoga really didn't understand. Li Chen coaxed her. Just show your loyalty to me. Just press your lips here. That's it. Nangu nodded blankly. Oh, that's how it is. Oh. Loyalty is something she doesn't have. But humans are easy to deceive. Isn't it just touching Li Chen? She won't suffer any loss. So in order to show that she is very loyal to Li Chen, Nange made a decision when she approached. The smile on Li Chen's face became more and more intense. Looking at Nange's face close at hand, he suddenly realized that some things were really beyond his control. It was like he didn't know when Nange would be protected behind him. And he obviously took her with him at the beginning to push her out as a shield. He didn't know when his eyes would always follow Nange. If others bully her, she will be angry. And if she is deceived, she will be angry. No matter how far he goes. He is always concerned about his little zombie. Whether he has enough food. Whether he has been embarrassed by others. He is not young anymore. And he may still be confused at first. But the appearance of Yi Xiao definitely reminded him, and made him know his feelings more clearly. It turns out that the fall of the heart is most out of one's control. As for how they should get along in the future, one is a human, and the other is a zombie. Li Chen has not yet fully thought it through. He just made up his mind that as long as he is there, he will never let Nange suffer any grievances. But this little zombie is too slow. When will he understand his feelings? If I tell her directly that I like her, maybe she will smile at me brightly. And then say, I like your blood too. There is really no way to communicate. Although he coaxed Nange to kiss him, Li Chen felt no guilt at all. Anyway, they would be his sooner or later. So he would just take her intimate behavior towards him in advance. He had never been in love before. So he thought Nange was beautiful no matter how he looked at her. Similarly, although he looked calm on the surface, he was actually nervous. What should he say to Nange when Nange kissed him later? Should he express his feelings now, so that Nange could prepare herself mentally? Although Nange didn't know where the expectation in the man's eyes came from. She just put her mouth close to Li Chen, while secretly reaching for the blood bag with her hand. But Li Chen was just intoxicated. Not stupid. So he wouldn't let her succeed. Before he could be proud, he suddenly felt a pain on his face. Because it was too sudden, he couldn't help but let out a hissing sound. When he pulled back, he wiped his face, and really touched the blood. He looked at Nange with a pale face, his eyes full of disbelief. This little zombie just bit himself like this? Did she want to infect me too? I really didn't expect that she has evolved to such a level of intelligence now. After crying and laughing, Li Chen didn't know whether he was more sad or upset. Anyway, it was because he was not on guard against Nange that she succeeded. Right? Nange was standing opposite him, looking at him smugly. So in Li Chen's opinion, she looked even more gloating. Li Chen lowered his head, and felt that all his strength was drained out. In fact, he now has the ability to kill Nange. If he becomes insane, he can also let Nange be buried with him. But he had never thought of attacking Nange. Nange smiled foolishly for a long time, waiting for Li Chen to praise her. But why didn't Li Chen say anything? So she swallowed her saliva a little, and asked carefully, Li Chen, do you think it's okay for me to show my loyalty like this? You let me bite it. And I actually bit it. Li Chen suddenly looked up at Nange, and found that she was still holding her chest, with an intoxicated and proud look on her face. Obviously thinking that she did a great job. Damn. Why does he want to curse so much now? You said you bit me, to show your loyalty? Li Chen also gritted his teeth, when he spoke. Nange shook his head, and his voice became soft, yes. Did you feel the strength of my loyalty? Li Chen. I really felt it. But I'm dying now. After staring at Nange for a while, Li Chen was sure that this stupid zombie really didn't realize what she did. So Li Chen just returned the blood bag in his hand to her, and sat down against the wall. His hair hadn't been trimmed for a long time. It was originally a flat head, and now his bangs were a little blocking his eyes. Because he lowered his head, Nange couldn't see his expression. He only heard him say in a complicated tone, you continue to drink. Nange excitedly took the blood bag, and sat directly next to him. Although before drinking, she looked at him worriedly, fearing that he would snatch it away again. After finishing 3 bags of blood, Nange patted her bulging belly and asked a question. You said today that someone wanted to take your car to Jinping Base? Li Chen was now immersed in the ocean of death, and was unwilling to respond to Nange's words. Just humming. Nange's eyes widened. Then you don't take them? Why don't you take them with you? Li Chen frowned, thinking, why should I let other women ride in my car? And those women looked embarrassed. But their strength could not escape Li Chen's eyes. They are very likely to be superpowers. If they wash their faces, They may be beauties. Why would such people take his car to Jinping base? What if they bring trouble to the base? But before she could tell Nangu about these, she slapped Li Chen's thigh and made a sound. You take them with you. Just as if you are improving my food. There are several people. You can choose not to take them. Li Chen. Is this your regret point? Nanji's cheeks were puffy. Then what else should I do? If Li Chen was a little disappointed just now. Now he actually has no fear of death at all. And he laughed out loud. He stretched out his hands viciously, pinched both sides of Nanji's face, and began to pull. I know you are a little conscienceless. How can you have any complicated thoughts? What? Nanji's face was deformed by him. I am much better than you humans. Oh! This is the tail rising again. Yes. You are better than me. I will die in your hands soon. Li Chen put down the hand that was pulling Nanji's cheek, and said this out of the blue, making Nangu forget to rub her face. She also put her two small hands on her cheeks, her big eyes blinking. What are you talking about? Chapter 92. The battle was fierce. Li Chen showed her the wound on his face, which was no longer bleeding. I was bitten by a zombie. Nangu widened her eyes in surprise, and covered her big mouth with her hands. Ah! I actually bit you. Li Chen. You bit me or not? Don't you know it yourself? Nangu really didn't expect this just now. And now she is in a very complicated mood. No matter how she attacked before, she never succeeded. But now she hurt Li Chen. If he is bitten by a zombie, he will become a zombie. At this last moment, Li Chen did not forget to remind Nangu, you should follow Yi Xiao in the future. But you should also be more careful. If he knows that you are a zombie, he may want to kill you. Remember to strike first. Don't waste his blood. You eat it all. If he is willing to treat you well, then you should be good and obedient. Don't always be deceived. He was upset as he spoke. Why did he have to give away the zombies he picked up? He was unhappy. He rubbed Nanji's head hard. I can't support you anymore. I will leave everything to you later. Nangu. Do you remember what I said? Seeing that Nangu didn't respond to him, Li Chen said helplessly, forget it. I guess you are thinking about how to eat me now. Nangu suddenly held his hand. The fragility in her eyes made Li Chen unable to understand it all. She felt her eyes were sore. But zombies don't cry. Now it was too late for her to say anything. She could only hold Li Chen's hand and open her mouth, trying to tell him something. How could this happen? I really didn't mean it. I don't want you to die. And I don't want to follow others. Nanji's eyes turned red. Li Chen had seen her like this before, and it was definitely a sign of rampage. He immediately didn't understand. Wouldn't it be better if he died? The little zombie would be free, so she wouldn't have to think about how to escape all day. But what about now? What did Nangu mean by these words? Can't bear to part with herself? Nangu didn't know what was wrong with her, and hugged Li Chen, her teeth trembling up and down. She had tasted fear before, but it was definitely not as deep as this. She said incoherently, don't leave. I really won't bite you in the future. I don't want you to become a zombie. I really know I was wrong. Li Chen's body was stiff, and even his gaze on Nangu became more and more vigorous. That fiery emotion seemed to burn Nangu to death. Nangu just kept rubbing against him, pressing her body tightly against him. And her mind was not clear. I don't want the food given to me by others. Or you can bite me. If you bite me, you won't become a zombie. The zombies outside were scary and dirty. She didn't want Li Chen to become like that. She tightened her arms hard. If Li Chen wasn't in good shape, he might have been broken by her. After waiting for a long time, Li Chen didn't see her calm down. But he didn't show any signs of zombie on his body. So Li Chen pinched her chin, forced her to look at him, stared into her eyes and said, Nangu, I have lied to you many times. Nanji's eyes were confused. But this time, I didn't lie to you. I might die. Li Chen's voice also implied something, as if something was suppressed in his heart. Nangu didn't understand what he meant, and Li Chen didn't plan to explain to Nangu. He just let go of her chin and hugged her shoulders again. Tonight, you stay with me. If I become a zombie, remember to kill me completely. Nangu wanted to reject him. Why kill him? I'm also a zombie. At most, I'll just take care of him like he takes care of me. Be good. Li Chen stroked her back and said softly, let me rest for a while. Such a tone is rarely heard. For some reason, the scarlet in Nanji's eyes gradually faded, and she stopped talking to Li Chen. In the evening, Su Fang came to knock on the door. wanting to ask Nangu and Li Chen to have dinner together. But the two people in the room didn't respond to her. And Su Fong thought they were not there. At night, Nangu sat on the ground with Li Chen. She curled up in his arms, listening to Li Chen's heartbeat, and never said a word. Li Chen slowly fell asleep, and Nangu carried him to the bed. But Li Chen never let go of Nanji's hand. She was not sleepy, and she did not close her eyes all night. But she lay side by side with Li Chen on the bed. The night was getting longer and longer. Finally, after a whole night, the chickens in the base began to crow before dawn. Nangu was in a state of confusion at the time, and was still confused. Why could she hear the chickens crowing so clearly when they were so far away from her? As for Li Chen, he really didn't hear anything. But he was awake. He looked at his hands and feet, which were all normal colors. He looked at his arms and legs again, and there were no signs of zombies. As for the place on his face that was bitten by Nangu yesterday, it had already scabbed. Li Chen breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he is a lucky person, and he didn't turn into a zombie. Looking at Nangu next to him, she was lying flat on the bed with her eyes closed. She was obviously not asleep, but she was as quiet as if she was sleeping. But her brows were slightly frowned. And Li Chen suddenly had an idea. Nangu bit herself, but she didn't turn into a zombie. Does it mean that her current state is getting closer and closer to humans? She has evolved several times, and her appearance is getting more and more beautiful. Not to mention that she seems to be much younger. Now her face is white and tender, but it's just bloodless. Thinking of this, he went to try Nanji's breath. And sure enough, he was disappointed. She was cold all over, and she was still a zombie. Nangu was completely awake now. She grabbed Li Chen's hand and began to say sadly, "What should I do? You become a zombie. It's hard for me to take care of myself. How can I take care of you?" After saying that, she sat up, stared into Li Chen's eyes and asked, "Do you still remember your name?" She stretched out two fingers again. "Do you know which one this is?" "Nangu," Li Chen called her. Nangu tilted her head and explained seriously, "No, your name is not Nangu. It seems that you have really forgotten everything. Just like me at the beginning. I tell you, your name is Nangu. I haven't turned into a zombie." Li Chen didn't know why, but he was really very happy at this moment. He even felt that Nanji's hand was cold, but it was like a beautiful jade. "Ah?" Nangu had a look on her face, saying, "You're teasing me. Being bitten by such a high-level zombie. She didn't turn into a zombie?" Li Chen also led her hand and moved it to his face, touching the scar she left yesterday. "You can check it out. I am indeed still a human." Nangu shouted unconsciously in her throat. Great. Li Chen didn't turn into a zombie. She was not worried for nothing this night. Li Chen clearly saw the joy in Nanji's shiny black eyes. And with a thought, he hugged Nangu tightly in his arms. "I said last night, I didn't lie to you. I might die. But you didn't leave." Nangu didn't know why Li Chen suddenly hugged her and said these words. How could she leave? In this base, she thought that the person she hated the most was Li Chen. But when he got into trouble yesterday, she realized that the person she was most reluctant to leave was also Li Chen. "Since you didn't leave, Nangu, then don't think about leaving again in the future." Li Chen's voice was so calm and determined. Nangu, who was held in his arms, touched her lips with her fingers, thinking, what is Li Chen talking about? After being hungry for so long, Li Chen didn't seem to eat like Nangu yesterday. He needed to find something to eat. Reluctantly letting her go, Li Chen decided to go back to his room. After all, there was nothing here for Nangu. But as soon as he opened the door, Li Chen saw Yi Xiao standing outside the door, and he raised his hand, obviously looking like he was going to knock on the door. "Why are you here?" Li Chen asked with a frown. It was still dark. Yi Xiao also looked up at Li Chen. At first, he couldn't see clearly because of the dim light. But when he heard Li Chen's voice, he froze. "Why are you here? Isn't this Nanji's room?" Li Chen directly blocked the door and looked at Yi Xiao provocatively. "I've said it before. Nangu is my wife. Why can't I be in her room?" "What wife?" Yi Xiao sneered. He thought Li Chen was shameless. But when he looked more carefully, he found a tooth mark on Li Chen's face. Tooth mark. It can't be that he bit it himself. Right? As for who else was in the room, Yi Xiao could tell with his toes. His ears buzzed and almost bled. Last night, What did these two people do? Looking at Li Chen with heartache, Yi Xiao's face turned pale, and he couldn't ask any questions. Su Fan said, "You didn't seem to come back all night, that's why I..." "Oh, last night. We were busy. So we didn't open the door for her." Li Chen still stood at the door leisurely, not letting Yi Xiao see what was going on inside. "Dr. Yi?" Nangu also came over at this time, standing behind Li Chen and looking at Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment. Hatred, sadness, regret and guilt. "Gur, did you bite his face?" Yi Xiao stretched out his hand tremblingly and pointed at Li Chen's face. Nangu nodded. "Very honestly, yes. To show my loyalty." Before she finished speaking, Li Chen covered her mouth and said indulgently, "You don't need to tell Dr. Yi about this." Then, he looked at Yi Xiao again, his eyes full of the light of a winner. "Last night, our battle was a little fierce. And Dr. Yi laughed at me." Nangu blinked. What happened? Did she fight with Li Chen last night? How come she didn't know? Chapter 93 Fighting. Yi Xiao's pupil suddenly shrank after hearing Li Chen's words. And without any warning, he punched Li Chen in the face. Nangu was stunned, because she was standing behind Li Chen. If he subconsciously dodged, he might hit her. So Li Chen actually took the punch. Yi Xiao's face was tense, and his body was like a bow that had been stretched to the limit. His gentleness disappeared, leaving only anger and chill. At this moment, he was more excited than when he learned of Nanji's death. The joy of regaining what he had lost turned into disappointment. But even if his heart was not calm, the chill around him could not be stopped. He was like being thrown onto an ice field by someone. And the girl he liked was gradually moving away. Li Chen was hit hard. But when he raised his head again, he just wiped the corner of his mouth and pulled Nangu, "Go out for a walk. I have something to say to your senior brother." Even now, Nangu still couldn't see what Li Chen was thinking from his expression. He was the one who was beaten. Why didn't he seem angry? He could even talk to her so calmly. Nangu didn't want to leave. She didn't know why the two of them were fighting. Li Chen insisted and pushed Nangu out, waving his hand at her, "Stay away." Nangu had no choice but to look at the two men who were on edge and turn downstairs. Li Chen asked her to stay away because he was afraid of her survey ability. But it was just dawn now, and Nangu had nothing to do. So she took a leisurely walk in the base. As for the two men upstairs, who knows why they started fighting over a disagreement? Are all human men so impulsive? How could Yi Xiao not be impulsive? In his heart, his most sacred junior sister was touched, and by the man in front of him who he disliked. Nangu lost her memory. He had been in contact with her for a few days, and found that she was really like a blank sheet of paper now. How could Li Chen seduce such a woman? Yi Xiao wanted to beat him to death now. Nangu left the door, and Yi Xiao walked in. He said to Li Chen coldly, "You are taking advantage of someone's misfortune." Li Chen did not explain that nothing had happened between him and Nangu. Anyway, it would happen sooner or later. Right? So after Nangu left, he also put away his gentle expression, frowned and stared at Yi Xiao. "You almost hurt her just now." Yi Xiao gritted his teeth. "Don't be hypocritical. I've made up my mind. Nangu will stay in the base from now on." "You leave today." "Leave?" Li Chen pulled the corner of his mouth. There was no way he could leave alone. After all, he just realized his feelings last night. Seeing his obvious disagreement, Yi Xiao took 2 steps forward, pulled his collar, and his eyes were bloodshot. "What do you want to do to leave her? If you force her to stay with you like this, it will only hurt her." Li Chen was not prepared to endure this time. He didn't fight with Yi Xiao just now, just because he was afraid of scaring Nangu. The girl should have gone far away by now. Li Chen grabbed Yi Xiao's hand and threw him aside fiercely. When he looked at Yi Xiao again, his expression was extremely serious. "How do you know that I will hurt her? Besides, if you are unwilling, you can ask Nangu who she is willing to follow." Yi Xiao was really defeated by the confidence in Li Chen's eyes, because he was not sure whether Nangu would stand on his side. After all, Li Chen was the one who had been following her since she lost her memory. Then you shouldn't have treated her like this. You two last night. The more he spoke, the more painful it was. Yi Xiao felt that his breathing was not smooth. Suddenly, he thought, if he could kill Li Chen, wouldn't that be a lesson for him? Wouldn't Nangu be able to stay by his side? So Yi Xiao quickly pulled out his pistol. But before he could point the muzzle of the gun at Li Chen, he saw Li Chen step forward and twist his wrist. In pain, he loosened his hand. When he looked at Li Chen again, The gun was already in his hand, and the muzzle was facing him. Yi Xiao was a doctor. How could he beat Li Chen? He couldn't help but feel frustrated. Is he really going to accept his fate like this? Is he going to give up like this? Li Chen put the muzzle of the gun flat. But he didn't actually load the bullet. After all, this man was Nan Ji's senior brother, and he couldn't kill him. However, Li Chen still threatened, I can regard that punch just now as a reward for your previous care for Nangu. She will no longer owe you anything. As for the matter between me and Nangu, I advise you not to interfere. Nangu is not a commodity. I have no right to give her up. And I will not give her up. If you are a man, fight for it openly, and don't show off in front of me. Yesterday, Yi Xiao still admired Li Chen a little. But today, he was really carried away, and hated the man in front of him. But when he thought of Nangu, his heart suddenly softened. Yes, if Nangu really chooses Li Chen, it is her freedom. What right do I have to say? So when Yi Xiao stood up again, the angry light in his eyes had gradually dissipated. His tone also implied that he was determined to win. When Nan Ji's memory is restored in the future, she will definitely hate you to death. Li Chen smiled indifferently. Why should she hate him? He didn't force her. Throwing the pistol to Yi Xiao, Li Chen glanced at the door. You can go. Since you know that Nangu is mine, stay away from her in the future. Yi Xiao smiled disdainfully. Why? She is my junior sister. I can naturally fight for her. You'd better not let me find out that you have done anything wrong to Nangu. Otherwise, I will never be soft on you. Li Chen didn't regard Yi Xiao as an opponent at all. It was really that this man was too weak in combat compared to himself. This courage is quite commendable. It seems that for Nangu, this man is really going crazy. At the same time, Li Chen was still a little confused. Why did he feel that Yi Xiao seemed very confident when he heard his voice? And that his ability would become stronger in the future? Didn't he have superpowers? Wait until you can defeat me before you say that, Li Chen said lightly. Yi Xiao glanced at him coldly, and then turned and left. However, after closing the door from outside and blocking Li Chen's sight, Yi Xiao covered his heart and bent down. Even in front of Li Chen, no matter how beautiful his words were, he still felt deeply powerless. Because as long as he thought that Nangu would follow Li Chen, his heart would hurt so much that it didn't seem like his own. On this day, Yi Xiao was in a daze, and didn't know how he got back to the laboratory. He didn't eat or drink a sip of water all day. When he heard that many zombies gathered outside the base, he just stayed in the laboratory to complete the last step of the reagent. When the work was done, he shook the test tube, but didn't show any joy. When he walked out of the laboratory, he saw a lot of people standing at the door. The one in front of him was Mr. Lin's assistant. When he saw Yi Xiao, he excitedly came over and asked, Dr. Yi, how is it? Has the reagent been developed? Yi Xiao nodded. Take me to see Mr. Lin. The assistant immediately led the way in front, and at the same time expressed his admiration for Yi Xiao. Dr. Yi, you are really amazing. You can actually develop such a reagent. Yi Xiao followed him out and heard a noise from a distance. He asked, what happened? The assistant exclaimed, and then answered, today, many zombies came to the base to besiege it. Fortunately, there are many superpowers in the base. Those zombies were killed. Now they should be cleaning up the battlefield. Yi Xiao heard that the zombies had been killed, so he didn't pay attention anymore. At this moment, many people gathered at the gate of the base, including many supernatural beings, who were surrounding the two new women and admiringly saying, how did you come up with that move just now? The killing power is too great. A fireball was thrown down, and the whole area was emptied. Yes. Did you cooperate so well before? I didn't expect that there are such talents in the Jinping base. Neither Nangu nor Li Chen showed up for this zombie hunt. Li Chen felt that Nangu was too conspicuous and didn't want her to be in the spotlight. And what about Nangu? She was still more concerned about what Li Chen and Yi Xiao said after she left today. At this moment, they were standing on the periphery. Since they didn't participate in the battle, it wasn't their turn to get the crystal core. Nangu simply asked Li Chen, why did Dr. Yi hit you in the morning? And you said the battle situation? I didn't fight with you last night? Li Chen cleared his throat. Of course, he couldn't explain to Nangu what the fight was about. So he just said vaguely, we men have some private matters to resolve. Nangu pouted, still mysterious. But her curiosity came and went quickly. Standing at a higher place, she was still looking at the two girls below. They are all fire type. I didn't expect that they could develop new moves. That sea of fire fell. It was painful to watch. Li Chen also looked along Nanji's finger. And as expected, he frowned. Because those two women were exactly what he met yesterday. They also wanted to take his car. Sure enough, he said they were not simple. This is not it. Without him, they can still come to the base and eat very well. Just now, hunting those zombies was like their special show. Once they took action, others had almost no chance. However, Li Chen has already reminded Yi Xiao. So the senior officials in the base must be on guard against them. Li Chen also told Nangu that they were going to take a ride yesterday. As expected, Nangu was very regretful. Such a powerful psychic must be delicious. You actually disagree. It's such a waste. He was used to Nanji's remarks. Anyway, they didn't need to clean up the battlefield. So Li Chen said to Nangu, let's go and meet Yi Xiao to see what effect the medicine he developed has. Chapter 94, Heaven-Defying Reagent. Li Chen was sure that it was definitely not a simple detection agent. Nangu had analyzed the ingredients. So when he followed Li Chen, he thought about it for a while. And then said naturally, it also contains crystal nucleus, which should have the effect of stimulating potential. Li Chen's eyes widened suddenly. Yes, stimulate potential. Why didn't he think of it? Yi Xiao is not a superpower. Although he also rescues the wounded in the base. If he studies the potion, he will definitely want to use it for himself first. So, maybe the potion can make ordinary people become superpowers? No wonder the top leaders of the base attach so much importance to it. Even Yi Xiao went out to find equipment in person. Even for this potion. Who knows how many people have been sacrificed? But if this potion succeeds, the benefits it brings to the base are unimaginable. You can try to think about it. In other bases, it is good to have 100 superpowers among 20,000 people. But if the Jinping base puts this reagent into use, then among their 20,000 people, there may be hundreds or thousands of superpowers. In the future, it must be a general trend to rely on the confrontation between superpowers to determine the sphere of influence. So this reagent sounds very dangerous. Thinking of this, Li Chen's pace became faster, and Nangu followed behind him. Jogging. Not long after, she complained. Slowed down. Li Chen was just thinking about something, so he couldn't help but speed up his pace. After hearing what Nangu said, he smiled slightly and stopped to wait for her. Seeing her puffy little face, Li Chen also laughed at her. Short legs. Nangu was very unconvinced and walked right past him, leaving him with her back. She wasn't short-legged. She used to be quite tall, but for some reason, now she can only reach Li Chen's chest. When Li Chen was about to take Nangu to see Yi Xiao, the battlefield at the entrance of the base had been cleaned up. The two women contributed the most. And of course they got the most crystal cores. They put away the crystal cores and walked directly to the accommodation arranged by the base. Their performance today was so conspicuous that it was estimated that the base would send someone to contact them soon. They thought, well, when they met such a powerful person, the base would definitely use the benefits to keep them. And the one who contacted them was Gao Changshu. Now Gao Changshu and several other team members are not close. But Tang Xiyue follows him all day, in the eyes of the men in the base. This Tang Xiyue is a synonym for beautiful and difficult to deal with. No matter how many people pursued her, she didn't nod. But now she and Gao Changshu are inseparable, which inevitably makes people think that they are a couple. Tang Xiyue has never explained that Gao Changshu, as a man, is vain. Since such a beautiful woman is willing to get close to him, why should he push her away? So this time Gao Changshu came to see the two women, and brought Tang Xiyue with him. Although the two people claimed to be sisters, they did not look alike. And except for always acting together, they were not close at all. When Gao Changshu saw them, he thought that the two people probably traveled together on the road to escape. When asked about their names, the two sisters just replied lightly, "You can call me Shaquan and call her Shirong." This is not even willing to tell the real name. Tang Xiyue stood behind Gao Changshu and looked at the two women. She found that they were not good-looking, and their temperaments were still hard. They had no femininity at all, and the clothes they wore were different. In short, she had no hostility towards such women, and she had no intention of getting close to them. Gao Changshu had already said the main topic, Koizumi. Shirong. Today we all saw that you are strong. I don't know if you want to stay in the Jinping base in the future. Our welfare is very good. Koizumi interrupted Gao Changxu with a sneer before he finished speaking. Your welfare is still good? You are obviously a captain. But your ability level is not as high as our sisters. Is the crystal core of your base so scarce? This sentence made Gao Changxu a little embarrassed. But he still maintained his demeanor and explained, our base has its own management method. Shirong also joined in. The one behind you is a woman. Right? Judging from the color of her pupils. Could she be a psychic? But she is too weak. Has she not used a single psychic crystal core after awakening her superpower? As a captain, you can't even protect your woman. How can we rest assured to stay in the base? Gao Changxu was embarrassed to begin with. And now he even mentioned Tang Siyue. He felt that his male dignity was greatly challenged. Tang Siyue was also very depressed. Because what these two women exposed was what she was most unwilling to admit. Seeing how arrogant they looked, Gao Changxu could not persuade them. And he didn't know how he left with Tang Siyue. When they reached an empty space, Gao Changxu explained awkwardly, Siyue, I don't have any spiritual cores recently. I'm sorry for putting you in such a difficult position. Tang Siyue shook her head and said gently and considerately, I don't blame you. You are still injured. But she still had some comparisons in her heart. I heard that Li Qin went on a mission alone yesterday and came back intact. I wonder how many crystal cores he got. Nangu was so lucky to be with such a man. Why can't he just look at himself? Gao Changxu listened to Tang Siyue's words and held her shoulders. His eyes full of emotion. Siyue, I know you will understand me. Don't worry. This kind of thing today will definitely happen for the last time. Tang Siyue nodded and looked at Gao Changxu with moist eyes. Captain, you are so kind to me. Gao Changxu clenched his other hand into a fist. But the smile on his face did not change. Don't be polite to me. By the way, you go back first. I still have something to do. Tang Siyue didn't ask him what he was going to do. After all, men don't like women to monitor them all the way to death. So she just gave a few instructions and left. As for Gao Changxu, he gritted his teeth and returned along the same route. Knocking on their door again. Koizumi's voice rang out. The door is not locked. After Gao Changxu came in, he was no longer as high-spirited as before. He didn't beat around the bush and just asked them, since you have such high aspirations, why did you come to the Jingping base? Xiao Rong had long expected that Gao Changxu would come back. After all, he was a man who didn't want to lose face in front of Tang Siyue. So although she sneered in her heart, she smiled on her face. We sisters, of course, have better places to go. But why should we tell you? Gao Changxu looked up at her. What is your purpose? He paused for a moment and added, if you have something to talk to me about, just tell me directly. I also want to know what benefits you can give me. Koizumi snapped his fingers. And a smile bloomed on his gloomy face. You are really a straightforward person. I appreciate men like you. Let me introduce myself again. I am from Huayuan base. Gao Changxu's eyes widened. But then, he lowered his head. He knew that these two women would not be ordinary people. It didn't take long for Li Qin and Nangu to meet Yixiao. The main reason was that Yixiao had been discussing things with Mr. Lin and Yu Wenfeng. So Li Qin took Nangu to wait outside. Nangu was sure now. She could only feel the influence before. But now? She could hear the nearby voices? What does this mean? Has she evolved again? She glanced at Li Qin and found that his expression did not change. She knew that he could not hear what Yixiao and the two people in the room were saying. So Nangu smiled evilly and listened openly. After hearing this, she became proud. Because it was exactly as she expected. The crystal core could stimulate human potential. Yixiao had failed many times before and after. This time, the reagent he brought to Mr. Lin had a 10% chance of stimulating the potential of ordinary people. 10 doesn't sound like much. But you have to know that at that time, the chance of awakening a superpower was only 1 in 1,000. Most of them were ordinary people. If the rate increases from 1/1000 to 10%, how many times will the number of superpowers increase? And Yixiao also said that this is just a preliminary product. He will improve the reagents in the future and speed up the research on the reagents for curing zombie poison. Mr. Lin and Yu Wenfeng were really happy. With such a high probability of superpower awakening, they picked up a treasure. So in Mr. Lin's office, they also signed a confidentiality agreement. Although in the end of the world, such an agreement may not have any legal effect. But obviously, Mr. Lin wanted to use this document to tell Yixiao not to disclose the secrets in the base. Yixiao signed decisively. When he handed the document to Mr. Lin, He solemnly said, this reagent needs to be produced and put into use on a large scale. After all the superpowers awaken, this secret will definitely not be concealed. We must make various emergency preparations. At the same time, we need to strengthen the security of the base. Mr. Lin and Yu Wenfeng both understand this truth. The two factions have been fighting for so long. At this juncture, they shook hands and made peace, indicating that the base is not allowed to allow outsiders to enter recently. Yi Xiao explained the matter to the two of them and prepared to go back to his own laboratory. He usually has several assistants, but he made the reagents by himself. Now he has the formula. As long as he tells those assistants, they can nix it. While thinking, Yi Xiao looked up and saw Li Chen and Nan Ge. Li Chen's face still had traces of being beaten by him, and the teeth marks were still there, while Nan Ge stood beside him cutely. Why are you here? Yi Xiao thought. Didn't they have an unpleasant quarrel this morning? It's not convenient here. Let's find a place to talk. Li Chen walked in front to lead the way. Chapter 95 witnessed the results. Although Yi Xiao didn't want to say anything to Li Chen, he couldn't refuse Nan Ge since he was there. So he just said in the back, wait for me to go back to the lab and assign the tasks to a few assistants. Li Chen turned around and said to him, then we'll go back and wait for you. It didn't take Yi Xiao long to give the tasks. The assistants were very smart and got the hang of it in one go. Similarly, they were shocked to see so many crystal cores in the lab. So many crystal cores obtained by the superpowers in the base when they went on missions were handed over to Yi Xiao. When Yi Xiao went to find Li Chen, he found him in Nanji's room. When he thought of the way he saw them coming out of the room this morning, Yi Xiao felt a pain in his liver. After pushing the door open and entering, he asked Li Chen coldly, do you have to invite me here? Are you showing off? Li Chen understood what he meant, but didn't explain, just smiled slightly. Yi Xiao wanted to reach out and hit Li Chen, but Li Chen said indifferently, I let you go this morning. Otherwise, do you think you can hit me? This is Nanji's room. Don't mess it up. This sentence, like a thorn, poked Yi Xiao's ball. He sat down dejectedly on a chair and found Nan Ge still sitting on the bed fiddling with something. Yi Xiao said with pain, Gur, why are you with such a scumbag? Li Chen raised his eyebrows, with anger in his eyes. Nan Ge turned around after hearing this, but her focus was obviously not right. You just found out that he is a scumbag. Li Chen was no longer raising his eyebrows this time. He felt that the blue veins on his forehead jumped twice, and said to Nan Ge majestically, give me back what I just gave you. Nan Ge groaned, crawled down again, hugged the things tightly in her arms, and then gave Li Chen a thumbs up in a flattering way. Hee. I was just joking. Li Chen, you are really the best man in the world. You only know how to say nice things. Li Chen poked her cheek, but did not ask any more questions. Yi Xiao looked sideways, and found that Nan Ge was actually protecting a bunch of jewelry. And it was all inlaid with diamonds. Dazzling and colorful. If it was before the end of the world, it would definitely be worth a lot of money. But now, jewelry can't be eaten as food, nor can it kill zombies, and people won't pick it up when they are fleeing. Li Chen knows what Nan Ge likes and found so many for her. At this moment, Nan Ge is wearing diamond rings for herself. 1, 2, all 10 fingers are wearing them, and she is showing them off to Li Chen. Li Chen was clearly talking to Yi Xiao, but he felt Nan Ge approaching and reached out to touch her head. Yi Xiao looked at the tacit understanding between the two people, and his heart sank even more. Tell me, what exactly did you ask me to do? If it's for the reagent, don't think about it. I have a confidentiality agreement with the base and can't tell you. In fact, Yi Xiao still had a reagent with him. Nan Ge fiddled with the diamond necklace while muttering, but we already know that your reagent can stimulate the potential of ordinary people. What? Yi Xiao almost jumped up from his chair. How did you know? He really didn't tell Nan Ge. Nan Ge turned her head and wanted to say that I heard it from the corner of the wall. Fortunately, she was a little smart now, and changed her words instantly. I have analyzed the ingredients inside. Yi Xiao really didn't expect that he was the one who caused all this. At this point, he had no choice but to sigh and say, this matter must be kept secret. Although Li Chen looked down on Yi Xiao, he was also a frank person. We still understand the principle that a man is innocent but guilty of possessing a treasure. This time we asked you to come here because we are going to say goodbye to you. Are you leaving now? Yi Xiao was obviously very anxious, but I said, I want to go with you. We are going to Beihai and don't want to take you with us. Li Chen didn't want Yi Xiao to be a light bulb. However, he was quite interested in this reagent, and was still thinking about how to talk to Yi Xiao. Nange was indeed Li Chen's treasure. Before she had finished thinking, she began to naively add to the knife, Dr. Yi, don't follow us. We have something serious to do. By the way, your reagent sounds really interesting. Can you prepare some for us? As she said that, she also went to pick Li Chen's pockets. Yi Xiao first heard a crisp sound of rustling, and then saw Nange took out a small bag from it. We can provide you with crystal cores. As soon as she finished speaking, she weighed the pocket in her hand and asked Li Chen in confusion, I counted it the night before last. Why are there so many crystal cores in it? Li Chen pinched her thin wrist, put down the crystal core bag, and explained casually, I got it by killing zombies when you were in the limelight at the base yesterday. Nange decisively shut up. Yi Xiao couldn't refuse Nange. So at this moment, when Nange finished speaking, he didn't hesitate at all. Just smiled softly, and his eyes softened a lot. Okay. How many do you need? Anyway, Li Chen and Nange needed a car to leave, so it was too easy for him to follow them. Nange glanced at Li Chen and heard Li Chen say, give us 50 sets first. 50? Yi Xiao laughed and cried, you are really asking for too much. Even if my assistants work day and night, they can only make 5 sets a day. It seems that you have to wait a few more days in the base. Li Chen has waited for so many days, and he doesn't mind these 10 days. So he just said, it's a good opportunity for us to see the effect. Since they all knew the details of the reagent, Yi Xiao made a decision. Today is the first experiment. You come and see. In the evening, Li Chen really took Nange there. This is the most confidential place in the base. No one can enter unless the authority reaches a certain level. And among the 10 ordinary people, Yu Wenfeng selected 9 people, and the other one was Yi Xiao. When Mr. Lin and Yu Wenfeng saw Li Chen and Nange were there, they were obviously very confused. They asked Yi Xiao angrily, what's going on? Yi Xiao admitted generously, my junior sister knows how to apply what she has learned. We can't keep our secrets from her. So it turned out that he analyzed it himself? The other layman looked at Nange in admiration and shock. This girl is not only good at martial arts, but also has such great medical skills. Yu Wenfeng had a plan in mind. Originally, he wanted to make some concessions for Nange, but now it seems that no matter what the price, he has to keep her in the base. If she really doesn't want to, don't blame me for killing her. 10 bottles of reagents are ready, and each group has 3 things. Reagents, test tubes and test strips. The reagent is to stimulate people's potential, and the test paper is to test the final superpower. Because Yi Xiao was also trying this reagent for the first time, he said to everyone, after using the reagent, you may fall asleep for a while. Don't panic. Even if you don't awaken your superpower, it won't harm your body. Seeing that everyone was looking at him with trust, Yi Xiao said to his assistant, let's start. Several assistants came forward one by one, injected the reagent into their arms, and then put on the test paper. As expected, the 10 people fell asleep quickly. Nange had been staring at Yi Xiao curiously, and suddenly realized that Li Chen touched her hand. She was wearing a necklace and a ring from the jewelry that was found for her yesterday. At this moment, Li Chen moved the ring on her middle finger to her ring finger. Nange looked at him in confusion and asked in a low voice, why did you move my ring? Li Chen smiled. Very kind. Don't you think it's more appropriate to wear it on the ring finger? Nange didn't care about this anyway. She would wear it on whichever finger she liked. Instead, she asked Li Chen, how long will they sleep? Li Chen shook his head, I don't know. Let's observe for a while. Both of them were very patient. But Mr. Lin and Yu Wenfeng were a little worried. After 3 hours, everyone finally woke up slowly. Yi Xiao first looked at his test paper. Although he was not mentally prepared, there was no change on the test paper, which still made him very disappointed. At this moment, the 8 people who had woken up had not awakened their superpowers, although the other 2 were still asleep. The test paper had changed color. One of them even awakened the dual system superpowers of wind and fire. Mr. Lin and Yu Wenfeng were also very happy to see such a result, because Yi Xiao said that the success rate of the test paper was only 10%. They thought that it would be good if 1 out of 10 awakened, but they didn't expect that 2 would. If the whole base was injected with this reagent, how strong would the Jinping base be? Now that zombies are evolving faster and faster, humans are already a step slower than them. Now they can win by numbers. Yu Wenfeng wanted to express his gratitude to Yi Xiao. But he also noticed that Yi Xiao was a little disappointed because he didn't awaken superpowers. So he just walked over and said 2 words briefly. Thank you for your hard work, Dr. Yi. Yi Xiao nodded, stared at Nange deeply, and then left. Nange and Li Chen witnessed the effect of this reagent with their own eyes. And Li Chen immediately made a decision to take 50 groups and leave. So during the days of waiting, Li Chen went out to kill zombies alone. And Nange always found that Li Chen had left when he woke up in the morning. The 2 of them were quite close. Every night, Nange would count Li Chen's crystal cores, and found that Li Chen's results were too gratifying, compared with other superpowers. The number of crystal cores he obtained was several times, even dozens of times more than others. And sometimes, although Li Chen came back in a mess, he was not injured at all. During the day, Nange waited for Li Chen to come back at the base and accepted a commission, which was to guide the ordinary people in the base to exercise. Nange did not have the patience of Li Chen, and she could not give lectures. So her training method was only one. That was to fight with her. Anyway, going out to hunt zombies in the future also requires actual combat. If she fails a few more times here, she will have experience. Chapter 96, she took off her clothes. Su Feng and Su Xian also joined the challenge to Nange, and were completely defeated by Nange every time. But they still enjoyed queuing up every time. Soon, Nange became the slayer of hundreds and thousands of people in the base. Many people were looking forward to whether Nange would become the slayer of 10,000 people. Compared with her, Li Chen was very low-key, although he also brought back supplies. The amount he handed over to the base was always a very safe amount. As for the crystal cores in his hand, except Yi Xiao, no one else knew. It was only after seeing Li Chen's crystal cores that Yi Xiao deeply realized that this man might have been underestimated by himself. As for these crystal cores, they are all ingredients for reagents. When he handed him 50 sets of potions, he would give all the crystal cores to himself. But Yi Xiao, or the people in the 5-man team, knew that Li Chen was very powerful. But other people in the base didn't know. They thought, Nange is so good. Why did she follow such a useless man? The base lent him a car, but he always brought it back dirty. And he only brought back a few supplies. It was not even enough to change the gasoline. Many people began to feel sorry for Nange, especially after Nange became 1,000 killer. A large number of supporters appeared in the base. Those people were simply Nange's crazy fans. They thought every day how to make Nange alert and stay away from Li Chen. Nange had a really good life these days. During the day, she bullied the weak in the training ground. And at night Li Chen always gave her extra meals. If there were any spiritual crystal cores, he would give them all to her and let her eat them as snacks. So she didn't feel that Li Chen was bad to her at all. But she was fed with a bit of taste. Nange was so prominent in the base that of course she attracted too much attention. Shaquan and Shirong had been hearing the name Nange since they settled in the Jinping base. Nange's skills were what they feared the most. Slowly, Nange's reputation spread far and wide. Kai Fengmao was pacing in the office. And soon Meng Yan came. He was still as flattering as before. And he bent over and asked, Sir, are you looking for me? Yes. Kai Fengmao asked, Do you know who Nange is? Nange? Meng Yan had never heard of this name. Didn't you meet them that time? I heard that this woman uses a tang sword. Kai Fengmao always felt that this Nange would ruin their plan. Meng Yan suddenly realized. And there was horror in his eyes. It turned out to be her. Sir, this Nange is incredible. The hybrid was killed. Basically because of her. Is it so? Kai Fengmao slammed the table. Let Shaquan win over this woman. If she fails, then find a chance to kill her. Meng Yan agreed, don't worry. Sir, Shaquan will definitely satisfy you. Kai Fengmao stopped Meng Yan when he was about to leave. Wait. Sir, do you have any other instructions? Take a few people to negotiate at the Jinping base. It's been so long. And it's time for them to return the crystal cores of the hybrid to us. Kai Fengmao said with narrowed eyes. Meng Yan was very embarrassed. Sir, they will definitely not return it. Do you need to tell me that? Kai Fengmao raised his voice. Just go and put on a high attitude. So what if there is a Dr. Yi in Jinping base? The scale is much smaller than our base. When they really can't find a way out, just tell them that I want to meet Nange and invite Nange to come. And the previous account will be written off. Meng Yan's eyes lit up. It's really wonderful. It turns out that Mr. Kai actually wants to lure Nange here. Sir, I understand. As soon as Nangu leaves, the combat effectiveness of Jinping base will be greatly reduced. At that time, it will be easier for them to act. When Xiaoquan received the news from Mr. Kai, she was still in the wild. She still killed a lot of zombies today. The fire crystal core was kept by her, and the rest had to be handed over. Recently, Jinping base seems to be crazy. The leadership is sneaky, and I don't know what they are doing. Instead, their crystal cores are being exploited more and more seriously. Xiaorong. I'm going back, Xiaoquan said coldly. This Xiaorong is not from Huayuan base, but from another faction. Letting them come to Jinping together is just to restrain each other. So although they always act together, in fact, they are on guard against each other. Shirong has also solved the last zombie at this time, collected the crystal core, and said to Xiaoquan, "Let's go." She and Xiaoquan received similar orders. Xiaoquan was responsible for winning over Nangu, and she was going to contact Li Qin. Yes, she has been observing this man for a long time, and she was also seen by people in her base when Li Qin was hunting zombies. The news came that this man has strange abilities and is unfathomable. Shirong thought that it was a miracle that Li Qin could go out alone for so many days and come back intact. It was just that everyone in the base was blinded by Nangu and thought that Li Qin was a gigolo. The man's demeanor was clearly not that of an ordinary person. If Nangu fought against him, it was hard to say who would win or lose. So Xiaoquan and Shirong had different thoughts and went back to the base to start the action. Compared with Li Qin, Nangu was easier to approach. The next day, Xiaoquan stood on the training ground and competed with Nangu. Recently, more and more superpowers have joined the battle, and others are happy to see it happen, because as long as Nangu can win 10,000 games, it will be a veritable 10,000 killer. Su Feng and the other three did not have a match today, so they continued to cheer for Nangu. Nanji's fighting skills have become higher and higher in the constant competitions and victories. Now she feels that even if she faces Zhong Haoshuan, she has a great chance of winning. When Nangu saw Xiaoquan, her first reaction was, "Isn't this the food that Li Qin wasted?" Xiaoquan was also secretly looking at Nangu. Such a slender girl. How could she be undefeated in all these days? It's really interesting, because they had an impression of each other. The competition between the two was simply wonderful. Several times, Nangu was almost forced out by Xiaoquan. But Nangu has evolved a lot recently, and Xiaoquan was ultimately unable to match Nanji's speed and was defeated. There was a burst of cheers outside the field, and Xiaoquan was convinced of his defeat. No wonder Mr. Kai said that no matter what method he used, he would win over Nangu. This girl is as good as 100. Nangu was going to pick up Li Qin in the evening, but Xiaoquan stopped her. Nangu was puzzled. Why did the rations come to her? Seeing Nanji's eyes, Xiaoquan showed what he thought was the friendliest smile. "You are really good at fighting." Nangu looked at her proudly, without being modest with this defeated opponent. But she didn't want to pay attention to her. At this moment, Nangu was looking forward to Li Qin bringing her something good. Xiaoquan chased after her and continued, "Recently, I saw your boyfriend go out to hunt zombies every day. But you are ordinary people. You must hand in your crystal cores. Right? I said this, not to provoke the relationship between you and the base. But think about it. The crystal cores you worked hard to get were exploited by others. Aren't you angry?" Nangu thought. What should I be angry about? No one knows that Li Qin has so many crystal cores. Xiaoquan was a little anxious. This Nangu was too difficult to deal with. Why was she so stubborn? Look, you are so capable. Which base wouldn't make you live better than here? Really? Do you want to consider going somewhere else? I have connections. If we go there, we will definitely get the best treatment. Koizumi was talking so much that her mouth was dry. And Nangu finally lost her patience and turned to look at her. I am not from the Jinping base either. Don't persuade me. She has met many lobbyists recently. Why do these people want to win her over? Koizumi gritted her teeth, thinking that there would be opportunities in the future. So she took 2 steps back. If you change your mind, you can always find me. Nangu did not respond to her. Not long after, Li Qin came back. As soon as Nangu saw his car, he went to meet him. This was the 3rd day that Nangu came to meet him. And Li Qin was very happy. This little zombie finally thought of him. Who knew that after the car stopped? Nangu looked straight into the car. Li Qin, what good things did you bring back today? Li Qin felt that he heard the sound of his heart breaking. Shouldn't she care more about him? Fortunately, he was patient now, threw a bag of things to Nangu, and took her hand and walked upstairs. Nangu was close to him, and smelled the smell on his body. His little head was confused. Li Chen, how many zombies did you kill today? There are hundreds of smells on your body. Li Chen really noticed that Nanji's changes were getting bigger and bigger. Not in appearance, but in ability. Now she can listen to the corners farther and farther. And her sense of smell is very sensitive. She could even tell how many zombies she had come into contact with today. So Li Chen pinched her little nose and said as a reward, Nangu is really amazing now. I will continue to reward you with crystal cores tonight. Nanji's eating of crystal cores now is different from the beginning. The crystal cores will not melt immediately when they enter her mouth, but she needs to chew them. Li Chen thinks that Nangu has taken too many crystal cores recently. Although her ability is evolving, it is already very slow. It seems that it is not enough to let her practice with others in the base. He needs to find some other breakthroughs. Nangu also talked to Li Chen about her achievements today after going upstairs. Every time at this time, she is the happiest, like a happy little bird. Li Chen waited for her to finish, pointed at the package and said, look what's inside. What? Nangu quickly opened the package and found that it was full of beautiful dresses. She instantly loved it because after she became a zombie, she first wore a white coat, and later the camouflage uniform that Li Chen prepared for her. You know, her clothes haven't changed for a long time. Holding the clothes, she looked at Li Chen and felt very moved. Li Chen also asked her, do you want to try it? Nangu was of course unwilling to slow down. But what shocked Li Chen the most was that she actually took off her clothes in front of him. Hey! Nan Xioga, what are you doing? Chapter 97 I am the most beautiful. Nangu took off her clothes as if no one was around. And Li Chen was stunned behind her. She was simply too excited and completely forgot about Li Chen. When she lifted her clothes and her belly was exposed, she suddenly looked back and her eyes met Li Chen's, who had no time to retract them. She immediately put her clothes down, and even made a gesture of crossing her chest with her hands. Looking at Li Chen accusingly, why did you peek at me changing clothes? Li Chen was not feeling well. You forgot that I was there. And you took off your clothes? And now you blame me first. However, if it was the old Li Chen, he might have teased Nangu a few words. But now his mind was full of the scenery that Nangu had just revealed when she lifted her clothes. His eyes flashed and his ears turned red. He stood up and walked out, his body tense. You change inside the room. Remember to close the door. Nangu kept the same posture as before and watched Li Chen leave. As soon as he left, she locked the door from the inside. Ah! She was almost seen naked by the stupid human just now, although it was because she forgot that Li Chen was in the room. Li Chen did not stay at her door, but went back to his room. He did not even let Nangu count how many crystal cores he had in his hand that day. He lay on his back on the bed and covered his eyes with his palms. But what can he do? Even if Nangu is not around now, he can't help but think about the scene when she was about to take off her clothes. The little zombie is really different from when he first picked it up. With such fair and tender skin, there are probably not many women better than her now. Everyone is used to living hard in the apocalypse, and they are unwilling to give up every minute and every second. After taking a deep breath, Li Chen clearly felt the changes under him and smiled bitterly. Li Chen, you are really hopeless. You actually started to covet a zombie. Nangu was not as entangled as Li Chen. After he left, for Nangu, he looked at his own affairs and turned the page. She is now fully focused on beautiful clothes, and she is very excited to try them one by one. Her favorite is the bright red skirt, the hem of which only reaches her knees, revealing her beautiful and tight calves. Although Nan Xioga is very petite now, her figure is not bad at all. Usually when she wears camouflage clothes, a group of men will look at her. There was no mirror in her room originally, and this thing is also scarce in the base. But who knows where Xi and Yuhua found a huge floor mirror and embedded it in the cabinet for her. Nangu opened the cabinet door, looked at it for a while, and then focused her eyes on her chest. She hesitated for a moment, but finally couldn't help it, and used both hands to support it. It seems to be much bigger than before. After saying that, Nangu suddenly realized a problem. Before? What before? It seems that she became like this after becoming a zombie? That is to say, what she subconsciously thought of was the scene when she was a human, looking at herself in the mirror again. Nanji's eyes actually showed curiosity and surprise. It turns out that becoming a zombie has this benefit. He giggled. After a beautiful night, Nangu was still in a good mood the next day. She didn't need to eat. She simply washed her face and pushed the door open and walked out. However, at the door, her keen senses heard movement in Li Chen's room. Didn't this man go out today? It was already bright outside. So Nangu walked towards his door. And when she got close, she pushed the door subconsciously. But who could have known that Li Chen's door was not locked? As soon as she pushed it open, she found that Li Chen was shirtless and poured a basin of water on her head. He was only wearing shorts on his lower body, and his whole body was wet at the moment. He also shook his long hair, and water droplets fell from the air, refracted by the fragmented sunlight outside the window. And it was crystal clear. Nangu just stood there in a daze at the door, with his hand still pushing forward. Li Chen also felt someone at the door, and wiped his eyes with the back of his hand. When he found out it was Nangu, his face changed twice. Nangu was looking at him passionately at this moment. If he didn't know this little zombie, he would have thought she was in love with him. But what was the truth? She must be thinking about which part of her body was the most delicious. This cognition made Li Chen very tired. He took a towel and wiped his body, then walked to the door, took Nanji's hand away, and said, "Nanxioga, you have to knock on the door to enter the room. Don't you know?" Nangu was still staring at him. Her eyes fell into his starry eyes, and she didn't know what to say for a long time. Li Chen didn't wait for his response, and closed the door directly. A few minutes later, the door opened again. Li Chen had changed his clothes, and his hair was still dripping with water. Making way for the room, Li Chen nodded with his chin. "Do you want to come in?" Nangu was still wearing her favorite red dress today, with a diamond necklace he gave her around her neck, and a diamond ring on her left ring finger. Li Chen had just closed the door, and was definitely a little embarrassed. So he didn't observe Nangu carefully. Now he found that she was so beautiful that she could circle the earth several times after dressing up like this. I guess no one would believe her if she said she was a zombie now. Nangu stammered. "Then I really went in? Well, anyway, I saw you yesterday, and you saw me back today." Li Chen smiled and teased her. Nangu pouted, and after walking into the door, she asked Li Chen, "Why didn't you go out today? We have collected enough crystal cores. In 2 days, all the potions we need will be ready. I will go to see Xiao in these 2 days." Li Chen knew Nanji's schedule, and couldn't help asking, "Aren't you going to guide the people in the base today?" In fact, it's called guidance, but it's just Nanji's one-sided bullying. Nangu has no interest in being a mass killer, because she thought in her heart that even if she couldn't really win 10,000 games, she was still a real 10,000 killer. Mysteriously confident. However, Nanji's answer today really made Li Chen look at her twice more. At this moment, she was like a proud swan, and she raised her fair and slender neck. "I'm dressed so beautifully today. Don't fight with others." Li Chen chuckled, couldn't help but rub her head, then took out the spiritual crystal cores from his pocket and handed them to Nangu. After Nangu took them, she put them in her mouth one by one. The sound of the teeth and the crystal cores colliding was like eating sour fruit candies. Very crisp. Soon, she chewed the crystal core until it was crunchy. Li Chen saw that her cheeks were bulging, like a cute little rabbit. After several crystal cores were dealt with, Nangu said to Li Chen, "Then I will go with you to see Dr. Yi." Li Chen's heart suddenly sounded alarm bells. Nangu is so beautiful today. Go to see Xiao? That's absolutely not possible. So he began to persuade Nangu, "Why go to play with others and go to the laboratory? Yi Xiao will let you work." Nangu stared at him blankly, and actually felt that what Li Chen said made sense. At this moment, Nanji's little fans also knocked on Nanji's door. Li Chen happened to hear it, so he opened his door and pushed Nangu out. Xi and Yuhua and the other 3 took a breath of cold air when they saw Nanji's appearance today. My God, is Sister Nangu trying to seduce the whole world? But they obviously like her look today. Oh, Sister Nangu looks good no matter what. Su Fang rushed forward in an instant, staring at Nangu with big eyes. "Sister Nangu, are you getting married today? Why are you wearing such festive clothes?" "Getting married? What the hell is that?" Nangu said proudly, "I'm wearing this for myself." Xi and Yuhua's face was almost as red as Nanji's skirt. Sister Nangu shocked him so much today that he almost had a nosebleed. What should he do? Then Sister Nangu, you won't play today, right? Xi and Yuhua asked nervously. Nangu nodded. Li Chen asked me to play with you. Su Xian. What's the matter with this sense of deja vu of a big kid? But the three of them obviously liked this result. Xi and Yuhua immediately came to Nangu. Then Sister Nangu. What do you want to play? Nangu looked at her three reserve food and wanted to play the blood-sucking game. However, just when this thought came up, Li Chen's eyes stabbed at her like a knife. And Nanji's body suddenly tensed up. Nan Xioga. You have to be good. After Li Chen finished speaking to Nangu, Nangu immediately smiled slightly and grabbed Su Fang's hand. Let's go. I'll see if your abilities have improved. Li Chen showed a doting smile. But because Nangu had her back to him, she didn't see it. After she left, Li Chen had a simple breakfast and went to see Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's experiment really went smoothly. And Li Chen also asked about the recent construction of the base. Because he and Nangu knew about it. Yi Xiao did not hide it. 5 sets of reagents will be left for you every day. And the rest are used on ordinary people in the base. And hundreds of them have been successful. Li Chen also looked at Yi Xiao quite seriously. You are really capable. Yi Xiao also took a step back and looked at Li Chen with a bit of horror. Getting praise from a love rival is not such a happy thing. Li Chen laughed. As if the conflict with Yi Xiao had been forgotten. I'm serious. Since the eternal night, no one has awakened. Your reagent may change the world. Yi Xiao was still very proud of his research results. And he openly acknowledged Li Chen's praise. Yes. It is precisely because this reagent is so important that I have been watching in the laboratory all the time. And my assistants have never left here. Yi Xiao also has his own considerations. He can't reveal the secret. But these assistants may not. Human desires are insatiable. If we let them leave, who knows what they will be tempted by. Chapter 98 Never Compromise. He also added, because I'm too busy. I haven't seen my junior sister recently. Li Chen looked coldly, thinking, why should I let you see my Nangu? At this moment, Nangu sneezed lightly, standing in a more remote place in the base, still watching Su Fang and Su Xian use water-based abilities. Sure enough, their abilities have become very proficient because of the special training in the base recently. The force of the water column rushing to the sky is enough to kill a second-level zombie. As for Xi and Yuhua, his strength is so strong that it is abnormal. At this moment, he does not practice, but sits on a large green leaf and floats in the air. Nangu also keenly discovered that it seems that where Xi and Yuhua is, the energy of the water system is also abundant. After carefully using her mental power to investigate, she found that although Xi and Yuhua did nothing on the surface, the soil was actually full of vine roots. Now those roots have spread to the feet of Su Xian and Su Fang. After their water energy fell to the ground, it was all absorbed by Xi and Yuhua. This kid actually took advantage of the siblings. After Su Fang and Su Xian practiced, Xi and Yuhua smiled secretly, then controlled the vines to rush out from the ground, directly tied up the feet and legs of the two people, and then waved her hand. And the two of them were almost thrown into the sky. Su Fang and Su Xian were startled at first, and then realized that it was Xi and Yuhua who did it. There were 2 of them, so how could they be afraid of Xi and Yuhua? So soon the 3 of them got into a melee. And Nangu stood a little further away, watching the water droplets and leaves flying. The 3 of them would not use heavy hands anyway, so she simply let them go. In fact, the happiest person in recent times is Xi and Yuhua. Although he was treated preferentially in the previous team, he never felt a sense of belonging because of the allocation and management methods. But because of Nangu, he got close to Su Fang and Su Xian, and he naturally fought with them. Now Sister Nangu is still watching them from a distance. Xi and Yuhua is so satisfied. Nangu is now near the barbed wire of the base. Behind her is a large area of ruins and plains. From a distance, you can still see zombies wandering on it. Now zombies also know how to seek benefits and avoid harm. They will not attack the base rashly, and rarely act alone. The dilapidated scenery behind him is in sharp contrast to the cheerful scene in front of him. Nanji's red skirt is the most beautiful scenery here. When the 3 people in front were exhausted, Gao Changshu actually came from afar. Xi and Yuhua immediately stopped and pretended that nothing had happened. I haven't seen this captain for many days, and I don't know what he is doing here. The first person Gao Changshu saw was Nangu, and his eyes froze for a moment. But he soon remembered his business. You guys should go back quickly. Huayuan base has sent someone to negotiate because we killed that hybrid. They specifically asked to see Nange. Xi and Yuhua was instantly angry. They didn't kill the hybrid. So is it wrong for us to kill it? Besides, what does this have to do with Sister Nange? Gao Chongqu glared at Xi and Yuhua. Mr. Lin asked me to call you. And do you know who is here to negotiate this time? Xi and Yuhua was puzzled. Who? Meng Yan. The man we let go? Xi and Yuhua's eyes flashed with a hint of wickedness. We should have killed him after we took his things. Nange thought. Since this man has come to her door, why doesn't she see him? Let Su Feng and Su Xian go back first. And she will go back with Xi and Yuhua. Sure enough, when she arrived at Mr. Lin's reception room, she pushed the door open and found that Meng Yan, who wanted to kneel down to Li Chen for his life, was sitting next to Mr. Lin. Now he is still dressed like a man. It seems that he has betrayed their information and made him do well in Huayuan base. When Meng Yan saw Nange, his eyes almost popped out. She wasn't so beautiful at the beginning. Right? No wonder Mr. Kai insisted on winning her over. With such a strong and beautiful woman as the face of the Huayuan base. Huayuan base must be famous. However, his wish to see more was not fulfilled. Li Chun and Yi Xiao also walked in from outside. The former man directly pulled Nange to his side and asked Meng Yan coldly, "What do you want to do with Nange?" Meng Yan came with Kai Fengmao's order this time. And he spoke confidently. The hybrid was originally favored by Huayuan base. But you got it first. Shouldn't you give us an explanation? Explanation? Li Chen grabbed Nange's wrist and could clearly feel her body was cold. What explanation do you want? Of course. Return all the crystal cores to us. And please return the medicines and equipment you took from me. I have seen shameless people. But I have never seen such shameless people. Mr. Lin also asked angrily, what does Huayuan base mean by this? Of course we don't mean anything. We just want to take back what belongs to us. Isn't this the most reasonable reason? Meng Yan said with a smile. Nange, who had been silent all this time, lifted her skirt. In a blink of an eye, the skirt fell, and she had a cold tang sword in her hand. At this moment, she still looked at Meng Yan coldly. In this case, we spared your life at the beginning, and now we can take it back. As she said, she was about to jump forward, and Meng Yan's calmness and courage disappeared, and he stood up from the chair suddenly. You can't do this. I am the representative of Huayuan base. If I die here, Huayuan base will immediately attack you. Yi Xiao looked at all this quietly, not knowing whether he was heartbroken or disgusted. Now is the end of the world. Various resources are scarce, and many people are still displaced, facing the terrifying zombies. They can lose their lives at any time. And Huayuan base, at this time, instead of thinking about how to join forces with other forces to strangle the zombies, they came to pick a fight. Mr. Lin is a person who takes the overall situation into consideration. He will not easily have conflicts with other bases. Although he is angry at this moment, he just glanced at Nange. Don't be impulsive. After that, he looked at Meng Yan. Especially dangerous, as you can see. We will not return the crystal core, medicine and equipment to you. Meng Yan tremblingly said his most important sentence today. So, Mr. Kai said that if you really can't take it out, then please ask Nange to go to our base and take a look. The grudge between us will be written off. Li Chen's eyebrows jumped twice fiercely. Damn it. It turns out that these people are waiting for him here. Nange has been in the limelight at Jinping base recently. Mr. Kai clearly wants to win him over. But how could Li Chen do what they wished? He still blocked Nange tightly behind him. His eyes were not teasing at all. And under his calm pupils, there was a murderous intent. We are not from Jinping base. Whatever you want to do in Huayuan base, don't come to negotiate with the people of Jinping base. Brotherly? Xi and Yuhua looked at him in shock. Would Li Chen stand up to protect Jinping base? But who knows? The direction of things is different from what he imagined. Li Chen stood up. But only for Nange. He pointed at Meng Yan. If you want to make trouble, just tell me. Nange and I will accept it. But you go back and tell your Mr. Kai not to think that Nange will listen to him. It's just a base. We don't take it seriously. Nange looked up at Li Chen suddenly. He was really too serious. Nange's heart was beating. Does he know how big the Huayuan base is? Now he actually said that he didn't take the base seriously? But there are only 2 of them. Oh! Compared to Li Chen, he might be a scumbag. If the 2 of them really face such a large base, Would they have a chance of winning? Ming Yan was also very surprised. Why was this man so arrogant? He wanted to refute and ridicule. But he was scared when he met Li Qin's eyes. If he stayed any longer, Li Qin might really kill him. So Ming Yan stood up and said goodbye. Anyway, I have left my words here. If you are not afraid of trouble from the Huayuan base, hand over Nangu quickly. Li Qin really wanted to kill this man at that moment. But Nangu pulled him from behind. Ming Yan left in a tumble. If he stayed, he felt that he would be torn apart by Li Qin. When the outsiders left, Li Qin still had no smile on his face. Many people had never seen him like this. And Yi Xiao was shocked. In his eyes, although Li Qin was good-looking and skilled, he was really low-key compared to Nangu. And this person was always cynical, as if he didn't care about anything. For example, when he came out of Nanji's room with teeth marks that day, Yi Xiao still reacted for 2 days and tested Nangu again, only to find out that nothing happened between the two of them in the room at that time. Such a man actually got so angry for Nangu. His appearance just now was really terrible, as if the energy in the air was fluctuating. Li Qin was angry, but he still held Nanji's wrist. His eyes swept through everyone in the room and finally landed on Mr. Lin's face. I will not hand Nangu over. And I will also draw a clear line with the Jinping base. If I know that anyone wants to use Nangu to please the Huayuan base, I will definitely kill him. Li Qin said it so matter-of-factly that Mr. Lin felt a chill down his spine. Before everyone responded to him, Li Qin pulled Nangu away. Because he walked fast, Nangu followed him and stumbled a little. Li Qin, what's wrong with you today? Didn't Ming Yan say that he just invited me to visit the Huayuan base? Why did he look like he was going to destroy the Huayuan base? Li Qin only knew that at that moment, his anger was no longer under his control. Just a look is not enough. He pulled Nangu into his arms. I will not compromise on your affairs. Nangu blinked her eyes, nestled in his arms, and actually smiled brightly. Chapter 99. I will treat you well. So this is the feeling of being protected. It's really good. In fact, Nangu really wanted to kill Ming Yan just now, although she was not angry with Ming Yan at all. People like that are not worth it. What she didn't expect was that Li Qin would defend herself like this, even if she didn't know where he came from. At this moment, she really wanted to stay by his side. This human being can give her a sense of security that she has never had before. Seeing that Nangu hadn't spoken, Li Qin relaxed her a little, lifted her chin, and asked, "What are you thinking about?" Nangu blinked her obsidian eyes, and her face was so innocent that people couldn't bear to refuse. Li Qin, you will be good to me in the future, right? Although Li Qin was confused for a moment, he still answered yes. So a little zombie began to push his sleeves a little while saying innocently, "Will you feed me every day in the future?" Li Qin laughed again. Feed you. Nangu laughed. And at this moment, she actually put down the idea of escaping. Then let's make a deal. Okay. If you can't feed me, I'll run away. Li Qin pinched her nose and said, "You dare." It was no longer the threatening tone, and even his eyes were full of gentleness. Nangu could see her own face from his pupils, which was beautiful and flawless, and there was no difference from humans. But she is not a human being, and she doesn't want to be one. She just wants to be a quiet and beautiful zombie, and then find someone to feed her every day. Hee. Brotherly, why are you here? The two were still hugging each other when someone else's voice came from behind. Nangu remembered the voice and turned from Li Qin's arms. As expected, she saw Tang Siyue. After not seeing each other for a while, Tang Siyue seemed to be more restrained than before. What Nangu remembered instantly was that when she was competing with Gao Chongxiu, Tang Siyue used her mental power to obstruct her. So Nangu smiled coldly at Tang Siyue. I haven't settled the score with you for the last time you plotted against me. What? Tang Siyue looked at Nangu in surprise. How did I plot against you? Nangu. Although I don't like you, you shouldn't slander me like this. Her expression was so natural that people couldn't find any fault with it. Especially Tang Siyue pulled the corner of her mouth and said disdainfully, even if you say I plotted against you, you have to show evidence. Right? After that, she looked at Li Qin expectantly. Brotherly, do you believe Nanji's words? Nangu really had no evidence. At that time, Tang Siyue used her mental power to influence herself. How could she find evidence? So Nangu began to act like a spoiled child with Li Qin. She really badassed me. If I hadn't been alert, I might have been injured by Gao Chongxiu's earth thorns. Li Chen found Nanji's anxious look really interesting. This stupid zombie. Doesn't he understand her? Nange hates someone. Even if she really hates him, she doesn't bother to slander him. So Li Chen just asked Tang Siyue indifferently, what happened at that time? Tang Siyue was suddenly heartbroken. Why didn't Li Chen ask Nange? Does he trust Nange so much? What if Nange naively uses him? Will he also sacrifice his life for Nange without hesitation? She really hated him for being like this, and hated herself for falling in love with him even more. So Tang Siyue was like a proud peacock. Now they were standing not far from Mr. Lin's residence, and Gao Chongxiu and the others also walked out of the building. Tang Siyue was not convinced at all. I don't know what you are talking about. Nange looked at Tang Siyue with disgust. You dare to do it, but you don't dare to take responsibility. I really look down on you. You? Tang Siyue was furious. Who do you look down on? Don't change the subject. I'm talking to you about the conspiracy. You are the first to complain. Nange hugged Li Chen's arm, and he was not interested in Tang Siyue at all. This woman is very boring. Instead of entangled with her, he might as well go back to play with Su Fang for a while. Su Fang said that she asked him to bite her. Gao Chongxiu has been close to Tang Siyue recently, and everyone knows about this. So he immediately came to mediate and explain to Li Chen, there must be some misunderstanding. More and more people gathered, even if they wanted to deal with Tang Siyue. It was not in this occasion. So Li Chen just grabbed Nanji's shoulders and looked at Tang Siyue coldly. Since Nange can't produce evidence, we won't pursue this matter today. Tang Siyue's face turned pale instantly. What does Li Chen mean? He still wants to secretly help Nange get back his face in the future? After all, she is also a woman. Why is he so good to Nange? But he doesn't even want to look at her. Seeing that Tang Siyue was in a state of violent behavior, Gao Chongxiu also persuaded her. Siyue, why are you here? Do you have something to ask me? Let's go first. After saying that, without waiting for Tang Siyue to say anything, he dragged her away directly. That Li Chen is definitely not simple. Although this is the Jinping base. If Li Chen is said to have the ability to kill all of them, she certainly does not believe it. But it is definitely very simple to kill Tang Siyue. Tang Siyue also knows that a little impatience will ruin a big plan. So she can only let Gao Chongxiu drag her away. Li Chen did not talk to the group of people behind him anymore, and took Nange away from the place. Seeing that Nange was still a little thoughtful, Li Chen asked, why are you distracted again? Nange shook her head. It's okay. She was a little confused just now. Why didn't she notice when Tang Siyue came over? But she didn't think too much about it. She thought it might be because she was too focused on talking to Li Chen. Because Li Chen and the others parted unhappily, he was not going to stay in the base. So at night, he took 40 sets of stimulating potions from Yi Xiao. After giving the crystal core to Yi Xiao, Li Chen told him clearly, Nange and I will leave here early tomorrow morning. Yi Xiao also became anxious. Can't you wait for 2 more days? I will leave with you after I finish the task at hand. Can you really leave? Li Chen talked to Yi Xiao without Nanji's knowledge. Nange was probably still fiddling with her skirts in her room at this moment. Knowing that they would leave early tomorrow morning, the first thing the girl regretted was that she could not wear a skirt on the road. Yi Xiao was speechless after being questioned by Li Chen. Yes, he really had too many connections with the base. His assistants were still preparing potions in the next room. Similarly, they were also responsible for monitoring him. Li Chen knew that Yi Xiao couldn't answer, so he simply said, you should have seen the current situation clearly. Nange is safest only by staying with me. You don't have to worry about what Yuan Feng will do to Nange. If he dares, he won't be able to see the sun tomorrow morning. Although Yi Xiao was reluctant, he could only agree with Li Chen. Then can you give me a general direction? I will catch up with you. Let's go to Beihai. This was originally the original destination and has never changed. Yi Xiao nodded, indicating that he knew. After a while, he asked curiously, are you worried that Nange is in the base and will bring danger to the Jinping base? Li Chen frowned and didn't admit, no. Seeing him so awkward, Yi Xiao also sighed. No wonder Ger has been following him for so long. But he didn't take Ger down. Obviously, he didn't want to implicate the people in the Jinping base. But he had to pretend to draw a clear line with them. So Yi Xiao could only pat his shoulder. I will prepare the car for you to leave tomorrow. You have a lot of supplies. Right? No need for a car. I have a way to leave. Li Chen rejected Yi Xiao's kindness and took his 40 sets of medicines to leave. Nange was packing his luggage at this time, and he didn't know what was going on. He had to go back to see. Yi Xiao also jokingly said to his back, Nangu is now a big celebrity in the base. It's better to keep your departure a secret. Otherwise everyone will definitely not let you go. Li Chen turned his back to him and waved, let's say goodbye to a few people. Yi Xiao sighed as he watched Li Chen's figure walking further and further away. Whether he could catch up with them was still a question. Just as he was about to go back to check the progress of the experiment, he suddenly heard a sharp alarm. Mixed in with it was the sound of gunfire. The security measures of the base were very good, but they could not block the sound. Yi Xiao even heard the sound of artillery fire in the distance. This kind of alarm. Could it be that someone was bombarding their gate? There are tens of thousands of people in the Jinping base. What kind of force dared to do this? What good would it do to them to blast open the gate and let the zombies pour in? Li Chen didn't walk far before he heard the sound of something going wrong. He hurriedly collected the potion and ran towards Nanji's residence. But when he pushed open the door, he found that Nangu was not in the house at all. Su Fang and Su Xian were not there either. People kept running downstairs. Li Chen grabbed one and asked, what happened? Where is Nangu? Have you seen Nangu? The man was terrified and pointed in the direction of the gate. It seems that other bases are coming to attack us. Run quickly. We can't beat them at all. When they blow the gate open, the zombies will rush out. Hey! Where are you running? Wrong direction. The back door of the base is over here. What back door is Li Chen going to? He wants to find Nangu. After this happened, Nangu was probably at the gate of the base. As for why the other bases came to bomb Jinping base, it was obvious that Yi Xiao's medicine was exposed. Li Chen had never thought they could be so crazy. You know, Ming Yin was scared away by them today. I'm afraid that Ming Yin was sent by Kai Fomao to confuse everyone. While he was negotiating with Mr. Lin, he sent people to explore Yi Xiao's laboratory. Yi Xiao said that he had not left the laboratory too far for so many days. Only because of Nanji's matter did he come to meet Mr. Lin with me. Chapter 100, Attack Jinping. These people are really calculating to the core. Li Chen quickly arrived at the gate. At this time, there were many superpowers in the high level of the base. And many ordinary people with good physical fitness also stood together and took a defensive posture. Climbing up the platform, looking outside, the crowd gathered together in a black mass. Such a big commotion, still at night, has attracted a lot of zombies. However, these teams are very well trained. They are at the outermost periphery, full of superpowers, and all the zombies that approached were killed by them. Li Chen looked around and finally found Nangu in the northwest corner. Fortunately, she was wearing a red dress. So conspicuous. Otherwise, where would he find her? After the accident, Nangu actually wanted to wait for Li Chen to come back, but was dragged here by Xi and Yuhua. Not long after Ming Yin left, these people gathered together. Nangu didn't believe that they didn't have any dirty thoughts. And Nanji's intuition was also very accurate. These people might also come for her. In this case, of course she had to come and see. At this moment, she was still using her mental power to detect how many people the other side had. And Li Chen called her from a distance, Nangu. Nangu looked in the direction of Li Chen excitedly, and waved her hands vigorously. Not long after, Li Chen squeezed over. It was only when he stood next to Nangu that he felt relieved. Mr. Lin stood with Yuan Feng at this moment, and it was obvious that they shared the same hatred and the same enemy. As for the people gathered outside the base, there were actually people from 5 bases. They were not far from the Jinping base, and they didn't expect that they would unite. Kai Fomao, what are you going to do? Mr. Lin asked coldly. Kai Fomao stood at the front. With several superpowers protecting him, you should know what I want. I just heard someone call Nangu. Is that girl the one wearing a red skirt over there? Kai Fomao pointed and said. Hand her over first. Bullshit! Su Xian shouted. Don't even think about it. The people in the Jinping base are also brave. And Nangu is a mass killer. Their idol. Is it possible for them to hand over their idol? So a group of people started cursing. No one can ask us to hand over Nangu. Yes. You can try to see if you could open the gate of the base. If zombies are attracted later, you will die. Although Kai Fomao was mentally prepared for the reaction of these people, he still felt it was magical. For a woman, these people really didn't give in, but their giving in was in line with his thoughts. If they give in so easily, what's the point of attacking them? If that's the case, then there's no need for us to waste time talking. Kai Fengmao raised his hand high. Bomb it. At his command, hundreds of fire-type psychics rushed out. And immediately, countless fireballs bombarded the base. The effect of ammunition may not be as good as the effect of so many fire-type psychics. And the people in Jinping base all had black faces. Su Fang and Su Xian looked at each other, and then rushed forward suddenly. The two siblings joined forces, and the water curtain flew into the sky. The psychics of these two people were originally strong, and they had used up most of their water-type psychic cores. Now what they can control is no longer a small stream of water. From the effect, it is basically a big river and sea. The thousands of fireballs hit their water curtain directly, and were quickly melted. Seeing how strong the siblings were, the people at Jinping base were stunned at first, and then cheered together. Who would have thought that Nanji's little brainless fans were so powerful? Isn't it that they are best at cheering for Nangu when she is playing? Now what is the momentum of them standing alone against 10,000 men? Hundreds of people failed to blast open the water curtain of two half-grown children. And Kai Fengmao was almost embarrassed. But he did not give up. Keep blasting. There are only two of them. Are we afraid of them? But before Kai Fengmao finished speaking, hundreds of superpowers at Jinping base also stood up. They are not like the 5 bases that can gather so many fire-type people. The superpowers of these hundreds of people are quite mixed. But when mixed together, the effect is unexpectedly huge. The thunder-type supernatural power sent a lightning, and the hundreds of fire-type supernatural power users who were leading the charge almost didn't return home. Not to mention that there were so many fire-type, earth-type, metal-type, wind-type, and wood-type supernatural power users. Each of them used their own killer moves. Kai Fengmao's face changed slightly, knowing that his goal of teaching them a lesson with the fire-type supernatural power users could no longer be achieved. So he shouted, "Are you really sure you want to be our enemy? The number of our supernatural power users is many times that of yours." Nangu couldn't wait any longer, and the other supernatural power users were still on the high platform. She tied her skirt into a knot and jumped down with a tang sword in her hand. After she landed steadily, she pointed the knife at Kai Fengmao. "I'm here. If you want them to hand me over, it depends on whether I'm willing to go with you." Kai Fengmao grinned and laughed meanly. "Little girl, we want more than just you. If you had given in, we could have a good talk. Now we want you to hand over Yi Xiao as well." "Dr. Yi?" Everyone on the platform was confused. What do they want Dr. Yi for? Don't you have a doctor in your base? Mr. Lin asked loudly. There are doctors, but no one who can research a stimulating agent. When Kai Fengmao said this, everyone was in an uproar. Those who didn't know the inside story were asking, what stimulating agent? What is the effect? Those who knew the inside story suddenly became angry. Who leaked the news? Kai Fengmao looked at Nangu meaningfully. Who else could it be? You can see who here is not from the Jinping base. Sure enough, following his gaze, everyone else looked at Nangu. Xi Nuhua also shouted loudly, Sister Nangu will not betray the base. You must be talking nonsense. Su Fang and Su Xian also obviously didn't believe it. Yi Xiao was even more angry. I don't know what kind of character my junior sister is. If you want to sow discord, you have to find the right place. Kai Fengmao looked proud. Let's not talk about this for now. Let me tell you what effect the reagent you developed has. He turned his head and looked at the people behind him. You only know that I am here to lead you to attack the Jinping base. But you don't know that they deserve it. That potion can stimulate people's superpowers and awaken ordinary people. When the end of the world comes, all mankind should come together to fight against disasters and zombies together. But what about them? They have such a heaven-defying reagent. But they don't take it out. And they actually want to keep it for themselves. Don't talk nonsense. You and Feng couldn't help but curse. We didn't intend to keep this potion privately. But since we developed it, you are robbing it. How did we rob? Kai Fengmao looked innocent. What we want to do is good things that benefit all mankind. The people behind him were so bewitched by him that they became curious about the reagent, since it can stimulate the potential of ordinary people. What about those with superpowers? Will they be able to awaken other systems after taking the potion? Otherwise, can the current superpowers be taken to the next level? Nangu also looked at Kai Fengmao angrily. You are so shameless. Kai Fengmao saw that the people in Jinping base were unstable, and he stretched out his hand to Nangu. How about it? Little girl, you and your senior brother, come to our base? In the future, Huayuan base will definitely dominate the whole of China. Nangu was not tempted by him, and wanted to cut off his hand with a knife. Kai Fengmao dodged quickly. She wanted to curse again. But there was a rustling sound on the horizon. Others might not be able to hear it clearly, but Nan Ge could feel it. It was the sound of countless birds taking off. Not only them, but also animals within a radius of several thousand meters began to get angry. This was definitely not a sign of the arrival of zombies, because there were very few zombies hunting animals now. That meant that something else was going to happen. But what else could it be? Could it be an earthquake? A volcanic eruption? But there was nothing to shake around, let alone a volcano. Everyone was only distracted by the noise in the distance for a moment. And then, they returned to a tense state. People in the Jinping base were whispering, "So our base actually has such a powerful medicine? Why don't you take it out?" "Yes. I'm just an ordinary person. Why didn't you use it on me? Did the leadership embezzle it?" Although Kai Fengmao only said a few words, he had already made people in the Jinping base suspicious of each other. At this time, he also glanced at the high platform. And Gao Changshu immediately stood up. "I can testify that there is indeed such medicine in the base." He swallowed his saliva, thinking that after he completed the task, he would have a bright future waiting for him. So he began to discredit the people in the base. But the leadership swallowed all the potions. They want to use these potions to make a profit and capture other bases. "Captain, what are you talking about?" This time even Su Hong was shocked. He had only heard of potions for testing superpowers, and Yi Xiao had never mentioned the stimulating potion. They were a team. It was impossible for Gao Changshu to know. But he didn't. That is to say, Gao Changshu was lying. Even if he was not lying, he was betraying the people in the base. Everyone was surprised that Gao Changshu would turn against them. Even Mr. Lin looked at him with pain. "Gao Changshu, what has the Jinping base done to you? The resources given to your team are always the best." Nan Ge had a deep understanding of this, because when they first met them, they were flying a helicopter. There was only one helicopter in the entire Jinping base, but they were allowed to use it. Li Chen did not go down the platform with Nan Ge and confront Kai Fengmao. He just looked at Gao Changshu coldly. Gao Changshu also responded to Mr. Lin's words. "Be good to us. Be good to us. But you can hide such an important thing from us." Instead, it was her. Gao Changshu pointed to Nan Ge. "She is an outsider, and she knows what you are doing." Chapter 101. A traitor appears. Gao Changshu's ability to confuse right and wrong is not ordinary. After a few words, the spearhead is pointed at Nan Ge again. As for who he did this for, you can see it from Kai Fengmao's determination to get Nan Ge. Yi Xiao was not far away from Gao Changshu. He had already drawn his gun when he heard it, and pointed the black muzzle at the man. "Nan Ge knows our plan. But at least she is not like you. Not only did she betray us, but she also attracted so many enemies. And you can even bite back now. Traitors like you. I will clean you up on behalf of the base today." Gao Changshu snorted coldly, and when Yi Xiao pulled the trigger, a wall of earth had been erected. Although the bullet penetrated the wall, the force had been reduced, and Gao Changshu was not hurt in the end. When the wall disappeared, Gao Changshu looked at Yi Xiao with contempt in his eyes. "It's just an ordinary person. You actually want to kill me?" Nan Ge was below, looking inexplicably angry. "That's my senior brother. Even if I didn't admit it before, I know Yi Xiao treats me very well. As a member of the Jinping base, Gao Changshu actually has no sense of collective honor and disgrace. Although I am a zombie, I know that she rarely attacks her own kind unless it is a special situation. Such a scum is really a waste of Mr. Lin's painstaking efforts to cultivate him." So Nan Ge took the knife and saw that Yi Xiao couldn't kill him. So she rushed up to kill him. But she just took a step, and several superpowers surrounded her. "What are you doing?" Just when Nan Ge was about to question, she saw the man opposite her was shot in the head from behind. It all happened so fast that they didn't even notice who did it. Li Chen was still holding his gun high up, and he obviously didn't plan to hide. His voice was as cold as ice in December, and it was chilling. "Get out of the way, or you will end up like that man just now." These people suddenly frowned. How can he be so accurate with a gun at such a distance? This man is too amazing. Isn't he? Besides, people with special abilities usually don't use guns. Could this man be an ordinary person? Do ordinary people have such strong power? Nanji's mood began to become complicated. On the one hand, she felt very safe because she was protected by Li Chen. And on the other hand, she felt a little regretful. These people, I can really deal with them. Don't disbelieve in my reputation as a slayer of thousands of people. Nangu looked up, and her eyes were just stuck with Li Qin's, the man who had just pointed the gun at the bottom. The coldness on his face was like ice that melted instantly, and his eyes looking at Nangu were also very gentle. In fact, when Gao Changxu stood up, the people in the base had already kept their distance from Nangu and Li Qin. Now seeing Li Qin's ability to shoot through 100 steps, they were also a little scared. After all, they always thought that Li Qin relied on Nanji's pretty boy. At this moment, Nangu was still giving Li Qin a thumbs up from below, and her red skirt was particularly hot. Li Qin smiled even more brightly. Kai Fengmao watched from a distance, furious. Isn't this wrong? Didn't he already tell Gao Changxu to deal with the people in the base as soon as possible and make them suspect Nangu and Li Qin? Why are there still people looking at them with admiration? So Kai Fengmao immediately gave Gao Changxu a look, signaling him to quickly complete his task. Gao Changxu understood and immediately shouted, "There are stimulating potions in the base, but they are not taken out for all mankind to use. This is a heinous crime in itself. We are standing here today, and we must punish them and make them admit their mistakes." If it were usual, Xi Nuhua would have cried when she saw this situation. But he was not afraid at all today. Sister Nanji's power was great. He also openly challenged Gao Changxu, "You traitor who eats from the inside. I will kill you." Before he finished speaking, Xi Nuhua had already made a move. But Gao Changxu was his captain, older than him, and not lower than him in terms of the level of superpowers. Xi Nuhua could not get any benefits from him. But Xi Nuhua tried his best, and still injured Gao Changxu. Kai Fengmao led his people below. And it was also the first time he saw such a powerful wood-type superpower user like Xi Nuhua. His eyes brightened, thinking, not only Nangu, but also the men who just fired the gun, and this Mu Shi. He would take them back to the base. Gao Changxu covered his bleeding arm, dodged a little, and looked at Xi Nuhua coldly. "Do you really want to be my enemy? I just want to kill you." The ground under Xi Nuhua's feet cracked, and green substances kept jumping in the soil. Everyone could see that Xi Nuhua was very irritable now, and even his ability was shaken. But before Xi Nuhua could make another move, Tang Siyue exclaimed, "Brother Gao, what's wrong with you?" "Siyu." Gao Changxu was happy. Tang Siyue had always stood on his side. Today was definitely no exception. Sure enough, he looked at Tang Siyue with burning eyes as she ran over and held his arm. Gao Changxu was still like a grown man at this moment, comforting Tang Siyue. "It's okay. It's just a minor injury, ah." His originally gentle eyes suddenly turned into astonishment, because Tang Siyue actually hid a knife in her sleeve, which instantly pierced his heart. No matter how powerful he was still immortal? Especially he had no defense against Tang Siyue at all. His heart stopped beating instantly. He twitched a few times, and then fell down, dying with his eyes open. Looking at Tang Siyue again, the concern on her face had indeed disappeared, and she looked at Gao Changxu coldly, turning back to face the people in the Jinping base. Tang Siyue said forcefully, "I have been with him for so long just to find out his details. Today I finally know that he actually has such a dirty mind. Don't believe the words of this traitor." Tang Siyue's image in everyone's mind immediately became taller. This is simply killing relatives for the greater good. Really good. Because she killed Gao Changxu with her own hands. Her status in the base has risen a lot. She even stood on the high platform and said to Kai Fengmao, "The things in the Jinping base will not be handed over to you. Will you retreat by yourself? Or will we beat you to retreat?" Kai Fengmao was furious. "You actually killed Gao Changxu. Bastard. Come on. Blow open their door for me." The silent superpowers just now rushed up again. Of course, the people in the Jinping base couldn't stand it like this. They jumped off the high platform one after another, saying that they would protect the base. And the battle was about to break out. Nangu, who jumped down first, did not move. She looked up and stared at Tang Siyue. Intuitively, she did not believe that Tang Siyue would be so kind. But Tang Siyue was still on the platform helping Jinping's people fight the enemy. Li Qin had already run down from the platform at this moment, grabbed Nangu, and kept her away from the two trembling wind-type psychics. The matter that could have been resolved by negotiation was now resorted to force. The number of psychics in Jinping base was indeed not as many as those bases combined. And slowly, they were suppressed and beaten. Although Nangu and Li Qin had not joined the battle yet, many people were already looking at them warily. Li Qin first checked Nangu, And when he saw that she was not injured, he said to her, "Are you okay?" "Of course I am." Nangu smiled with high spirits and glanced in the direction of Kai Fengmao. "I will make him pay the price." He even set his sights on himself. "Then I'll go with you." Li Chen followed Nangu, and the two of them immediately ran across the battlefield. Nangu also told Li Chen what she had just noticed. "Didn't you notice that even the zombies don't come over now? We've dealt with Kai Fengmao, so let's hide as soon as possible." Li Chen didn't ask her the reason, because sometimes Nangu didn't know. All Li Chen could do was believe Nangu. Okay. There were many superpowers around Kai Fengmao, and they were a little panicked when they saw Nangu and Li Chen rushing over. The main reason was that the eyes of these two people were too terrifying. How could an ordinary person have such a deep chill? They were not zombies. Kai Fengmao obviously didn't want to fight with Nangu, and shouted from behind, "Are you sure you don't want to come to our base? Our welfare is very good." Nangu responded with only one cold word, "Get lost." In this case, Kai Fengmao also wanted to teach Nangu a lesson, so he immediately waved his hand. "Stop them." Several superpowers rushed up, and Nangu and Li Chen had already developed a tacit understanding. They only needed a glance to divide the work. Originally, their combat power was very strong, and it would be quick to deal with these superpowers. But who knew that Xiaoquan and Shirong came out of nowhere and entangled Nangu and Li Chen? These two people are much more difficult to deal with than others. Li Chen and Nangu were originally fighting together, but slowly, they were separated by Xiaoquan and others. While Nangu was using his Tang sword to block Koizumi's fireball, he said bitterly, "It turns out that you didn't have your true strength before." Koizumi was so difficult now that Nangu thought he was dealing with Zhong Haoshuan. Koizumi didn't have a smile on his face, but was just trying to kill Nangu with every move. Nangu also has a temper. How can she just let her suppress her? Plus, she wanted to go back to Li Chen as soon as possible, so she actually used her mental power. You know, she never used it in competitions at the Jingping base. Her speed, strength, and fighting skills were all first class. Now she used her mental power to suppress Xiaoquan. Xiaoquan couldn't resist, and was stabbed in the shoulder by Nangu. This was because she used up her last bit of strength to dodge a little. Otherwise she would have been stabbed in the heart. Nangu pulled back the knife, and before she could make another knife, she heard someone shouting, "Go back quickly! The gate of the base has been opened." How could it be? The psychics below were all surprised. The gate of the base was very strong, and they didn't hear any bombing sounds. How could it be opened? Chapter 102. She is a zombie. Li Chen had already repelled Xiaorong and signaled Nangu with his eyes not to get entangled with Xiaoquan. The two ran towards the gate of the base from different directions, and the gate was indeed opened at this moment. The one who did this was Tang Xiyue, who had just helped the Jinping base. She didn't seem to be afraid of the people in the Jinping base at all, and she even showed a smug smile on her face. Yes, whether it was spying on Yishao's laboratory or leading Kai Fengmao over, it was all her work. As for why she could do it, Nanji's mental power could evolve. Let alone her. As long as there were enough crystal cores, it would be okay. Xiaoquan and Xiaorong gave her a lot of crystal cores during this period, which was why Tang Xiyue was determined to kill Gao Chongxiu. That man was good to her, but it was just talk. At first, when she and Nangu were fighting for crystal cores, Gao Chongxiu didn't help. And now, Tang Xiyue and Nanji's eyes collided with each other, and the two women saw hatred in each other's eyes. Tang Xiyue was just unsure at first, but when she saw Nangu suppressing Xiaoquan with his mental power, she spied on her. As a result, because of her high mental power level, she discovered the biggest secret. This Nangu is not a human. She is a zombie. Tang Xiyue originally still hated Nangu, but now she and him are in a life-and-death relationship. Nanji's appearance doesn't look like a zombie at all, and she has such a high-level ability. Her crystal core must be very valuable. If I eat it myself, I might be able to break through the 4th level and become the most powerful mental power master in the world. When Nangu and Tang Xiyue looked at each other, she sensed Tang Xiyue's murderous intentions towards her, and also knew that she had discovered her secret. But so what? If she could suppress her once, she could suppress her a second time. This time, she would definitely let Tang Xiyue see what it means to be too arrogant and get struck by lightning. After the gate of the base was opened, the people led by Kai Fengmao had already rushed in one step ahead. They were originally going to occupy the Jinping base this time, and their movements were uniform, and there was no lingering battle. Obviously, this was all in their plan. The death of Gao Chengxiu must have been done by Kai Fengmao at Tang Xiyue's behest, in order for Tang Xiyue to gain the trust of the people in the base. As for how this gate was opened, Tang Xiyue is a psychic, and she has taken so many psychic crystal cores. It is easy for her to control anyone she wants. The people in the Jinping base were simply shocked. I was so angry. Just now a traitor died. And here comes another one. Even the base has been conquered. And their home for so long is gone. Yi Xiao was also very sad. He said to Mr. Lin and Yu Wenfeng, "You should take the helicopter in the base and leave quickly. It's not safe here anymore. If Kai Fengmao catches you, he will not let you go." The two men were also very brave. "We will not leave. Since you are the leader of the base, you have the responsibility to protect everyone." Yi Xiao also knew that now was not the time for him to hesitate. Kai Fengmao really came for the stimulating potion. Now so many ordinary people in the base were about to be caught by Kai Fengmao. Yi Xiao decided to use the potion to exchange with Kai Fengmao. After saying what he thought, Yu Wenfeng's eyes widened. "Are you crazy? Such an important thing must not be given to that scum. You are the one who should leave by helicopter." Kai Fengmao's people were already shouting in the base at this moment. People at Jinping base, listen. Put down your weapons and surrender. Don't resist. Otherwise you will be killed without mercy. Mr. Lin took the opportunity to push Yi Xiao. Go quickly. Yi Xiao had a radio, and the radio station at Jinping base had not been destroyed. And the equipment he was carrying had the function of destroying the laboratory. Mr. Lin was right. This potion must not be given to Kai Fengmao. If he created more superpowers, other bases would also be in danger. So Yi Xiao immediately pressed the button, and someone shouted, "Stop Yi Xiao." But it was too late. Boom boom. Yi Xiao's laboratory was blown up like this, and the flames that shot up into the sky stimulated the eyes of the outsiders. Tang Xiyue was also very annoyed. How could Yi Xiao be so quick? She was now like a leader. Catch Yi Xiao. He knows how to mix the stimulating potion. Soon someone locked on to Yi Xiao's position and began to attack him. Tang Xiyue took advantage of this opportunity to run towards Nangu. She pointed at Nangu and shouted as she ran, "That woman is not human at all. She is a zombie. Kill her." What? Everyone who heard Tang Xiyue's words widened their eyes. That woman didn't look like a zombie at all. But Tang Xiyue was very sure. She has become human. Everyone, attack her quickly. The crystal core in her brain must be very advanced. Although everyone was skeptical about Tang Xiyue's words, Nangu was also an enemy anyway. So they all attacked Nangu. Nangu held a Tang sword, and there was no smile on her face anymore. This Tang Xiyue actually wanted him to give her nourishment. Why didn't he strike her with lightning? Just as Nangu finished thinking, a lightning bolt actually fell from the sky, hitting Tang Xiyue's position directly. If Tang Xiyue hadn't had a strong mental power and sensed it in advance, I'm afraid that the deep pit left on the ground at this moment would be her fate. She looked in the direction where the energy dissipated, but heard the roar of a helicopter. The one who attacked him was actually Zhong Haoshuan, because he was in a very high position. Other superpowers could not attack him. So Zhong Haoshuan started to spread thunder in a large area in the sky. Few people could withstand this kind of attack, and even Tang Xiyue could only dodge it. However, she covered her head and asked Zhong Haoshuan, "Are you crazy? You actually started to protect a zombie." Zhong Haoshuan didn't care what Tang Xiyue said. He was not going to let any of these outsiders go. When Tang Xiyue said that, Li Chen thought that this woman was dead, although he was still on the battlefield. The lightning that fell to his side was always turned around by him. It was as if something was controlling the magnetic field around him, and the direction he was walking towards was exactly where Tang Xiyue was. Tang Xiyue thought Li Chen didn't know Nangu was a zombie, so she immediately ignited hope and shouted to Li Chen, "Brother Li, Nangu is a zombie. She's following you. It must be to kill you." Li Chen walked to Tang Xiyue and suddenly pinched her neck. He looked at her coldly and lifted her whole body off the ground. He spoke word by word, "Whatever Nangu is, I am willing to take her with me." "You?" Tang Xiyue looked at Li Chen in horror. She really didn't expect that Li Chen actually knew it. Oh my god! How crazy and bold must he be? To take a zombie with him when he was escaping? He is a human. How can a human be with a zombie? Tang Xiyue was pinched by Li Chen. Her face had turned crimson purple, and she was almost suffocated. She had no choice but to use her mental power. But before she touched Li Chen, She found that her energy was cut off by Li Qin. But how did he do it? Tang Xiuyue didn't know at all. She just looked at Li Qin in disbelief when she was conscious. You actually also a supernatural power. Why? Why didn't you even look at me? Tang Xiuyue's breathing was rapid. Tears fell from her eyes. And she kept asking herself, why can you fall in love with a zombie and be so heartless to me? I am also a psychic. And I am the most suitable for you. Nangu is a zombie. She will only cause you trouble. But Li Qin didn't care what Tang Xiuyue said at all. He just wanted this woman to die. Just as he was about to use force to strangle Tang Xiuyue's neck, someone interrupted him. Li Qin turned around and found that it was Xiaoquan and Shirong. And because he resisted their attack, Tang Xiuyue had been thrown aside. The battle situation at Nanji's place was not bad. When Zhong Haoshuan threw lightning in the sky, he deliberately avoided Nanji's surroundings. At this moment, Nangu was running towards her. For some reason, she just felt that Li Qin's teaching Tang Xiuyue a lesson was really handsome. She wanted to go to Li Qin. Li Qin had no mercy on Xiaoquan and Shirong. In addition, both of them were injured just now. Now even if the two of them joined forces, they were not his opponents. Tang Xiuyue fainted on the ground, foaming at the mouth. She was no longer able to fight. Kai Fengmao originally hoped that she could use her mental power to break the guards of the gunpowder depot and material depot of the Jinping base. Who knew that this woman would actually kill some zombies? Did she know how to obey commands and orders? Now Tang Xiuyue fell unconscious. And Kai Fengmao didn't even send anyone to check. It would be better for such a person who doesn't know the rules to die, so that Gao Chengxu would not be so kind to her. And she would kill him. If she follows me? If there is a conflict of interest between me and her one day, will she kill me too? The people in the Jinping base have been defeated step by step. Some of them chose to stay and surrender to Kai Fengmao, while others drove and escaped from the back door. Kai Fengmao originally wanted to send people to stop them, but now most people have joined the ranks of chasing Yishao. And there is no other person to do this. He can only bet everything on one thing: catch Yishao quickly. He must be alive. Although Yishao is an ordinary person, he is still very strong. He doesn't get entangled with those superpowers at all. Occasionally, when he runs away, he turns back and shoots a few shots, and can kill a few people. Although the direction of his escape is a bit circuitous, it can still be seen that he is heading for the helicopter. No one noticed that the sky near the base was getting darker and darker. Chapter 103 Meteorite Fall. This time should be the time of the day when the sun is the most abundant. But it is gloomy everywhere. The sun hides in the clouds, as if falling into the deep sea. Except for the sound on the battlefield. Everywhere else is terribly silent. Although Yishao noticed the change in the sky, he had no time to think more. Facing the pursuit of these superpowers, he became a little powerless. And while running, he actually came to Li Qin's side. It happened that Li Qin completely dealt with the two women. He and Yishao looked at each other. I will escort you to the helicopter, but you have to take me and Nangu with you. Yishao had no objection to this. He also heard what Tang Xiuyue shouted just now. At this moment, he still had many questions in his heart, and he wanted Nangu and Li Qin to answer them for him. Okay, he said heavily, with Li Qin escorting him. Yishao's pressure was indeed relieved a lot. The main reason was that Li Qin was extremely strong. For some reason, those arrogant psychics couldn't even get close to him. In terms of speed, Li Qin was faster than those with speed-related abilities. And in terms of strength, he was stronger than those with strength-related abilities. As for his shooting skills, they were the best Yishao had ever seen. And every shot hit the target. The area within a few meters around Li Qin had become his absolute space. No one could get close. Looking at Nangu again, she was not idle either. Zhong Haoshuan's round of bombing had ended, and it was time for her to show her skills. Those hostile psychics treated Nangu as a zombie, and when they attacked her, they had no mercy at all. And Nangu didn't need it, although her weapon is a knife. It is not inferior to Li Qin's gun at all. With her inherent advantage of zombie physique, she can abuse these superpowers just like she can abuse weaklings. She did not spare her mental power this time. She only had one thought in her mind: suppress them and kill them. Although most of the superpowers have entered the Jinping base, there are still many who stay outside. And here, Nangu and Li Qin are simply 1 against 100, swinging the knife and pulling the trigger. Every bit of strength is not wasted. Mr. Lin and Yu Wenfeng are evacuating the people in the Jinping base with a few confidants. Although you have doubts about Nanji's identity. No matter what Nangu is now, she is a helper of Jinping. If it weren't for her and Li Chen holding back those superpowers, the current situation would definitely be worse. Seeing that the battlefield around him was about to be cleaned up, Zhong Haoshuan controlled the helicopter while shouting to Nangu, "You get on the helicopter first." Nangu turned her head to look at Li Chen behind her. They were about 2,000 meters away from here. And Li Chen shouted, "You go first." Since Li Chen would come, Nangu stepped on the ladder and climbed onto the helicopter. But just after she sat down, she suddenly felt something approaching rapidly from the sky. It is certain that it is definitely not a bird or an animal, let alone a shell. This kind of thing falling from the sky, could it be a meteorite? No wonder so many birds and animals fled at the beginning. And even no zombies were seen. Even they knew to avoid danger. And these humans were still fighting. Nangu anxiously shouted to Li Chen below, "Hurry up! A meteorite is coming." Meteorite? The surviving superpowers were worried. How could a meteorite appear? But Li Chen immediately believed Nangu. If the end of the world is coming, what about a meteorite? Besides, there are already too many abnormal signs. Aren't there? So Li Chen just asked, "How long will it take?" Nanji's face was pale. "Hurry up. Less than 10 seconds. 10 seconds later. Li Chen looked at the distance between himself and the helicopter. If he rushed over, he might be able to make it. But Yi Xiao couldn't. So he made a decision. "You and Zhong Haoshuan go first. Wait for me in Beihai." Nangu waved anxiously, her red skirt fluttering in the air. "Hurry up." When Zhong Haoshuan heard that a meteorite was about to fall, he had already adjusted the position of the helicopter and wanted to rush over to save Yi Xiao. But Yi Xiao also shouted, "Take Nangu and go quickly." 10 seconds was not enough for him and Li Chen to get on the helicopter. Zhong Haoshuan gritted his teeth, turned the direction of the helicopter, and increased the speed to get away from this battlefield. When the people in the base heard that a meteorite was going to fall, they didn't believe it at first. But a few people believed in Nangu very much, and knew that they couldn't catch up with the helicopter. So when they saw Chang Feng driving a big truck out, they immediately rushed up. And the truck accelerated suddenly, leaving a trail of black smoke and dust on the ground. The Su family siblings, Su Hong, the two leaders of the base, and some superpowers were all on the truck. But Su Hong searched everywhere and couldn't find Xi and Yuhua. "Where's Yuhua? Where did he go?" Su Fong and Su Xian were also stunned. Yes, wasn't Xi and Yuhua with them just now? Why wasn't he there? Su Xian immediately became anxious. Yuhua hasn't gotten in the car yet. What should he do when the meteorite comes? The 10 seconds were up soon, and everyone looked up at the sky again, and indeed saw an unusually bright and fast-burning mark that cut through the entire sky. Now, no one would question Nanji's words. She really sensed the meteorite. In the blink of an eye, the meteorite was getting closer and closer to the ground, and Su Hong could only lower his head in gray and cover his eyes. The atmosphere in the car was also very depressed. Only the engine kept roaring, wanting to get farther and farther away. The base, which was already far away, suddenly burst into a scream, which was the scream of the remaining superpowers and the ordinary people who wanted to surrender to Kai Fengmao. Everyone was desperate. Even meteorites will fall on the Earth. So what will happen in this doomsday? Is the Earth really going to be destroyed? They humans have evolved superpowers and can improve themselves by obtaining zombie crystal cores. Can't this save themselves? Many people don't know how big this meteorite is. Even if they run away, they are afraid that it will affect them and the Earth will be destroyed. What Su Hong and his friends are sad about is that they lost Xi and Yuhua. How can he face the meteorite alone? Suddenly, Su Fong exclaimed and said to Su Hong, "Look, is that Xi and Yuhua?" Su Hong looked out of the car and saw a small figure running towards the helicopter. At this moment, the helicopter had already flown very high. The one wearing a bright red skirt and standing at the hatch must be Nangu. The distance was too far, so they couldn't hear what Nangu and Xi and Yuhua said. They only saw Xi and Yuhua suddenly roll up a person from the ground. And then the vines rose straight up, really hooking out the helicopter hatch. Even though he was very skilled in controlling the wood-related abilities, Su Hong and the others were still sweating when the two people were rising. Fortunately, Xi and Yuhua swayed twice in the air, and was finally dragged into the plane by Nangu. Su Hong excitedly pinched Su Fong's arm and said proudly, "I knew that Yuhua, that child, would be fine." The helicopter flew much faster than them, and the cabin door was closed, and soon surpassed their truck. Nangu glanced at Xi and Yuhua, lying on the cabin door, and looked in the direction of Li Chen and Yi Xiao, full of anxiety. I thought Li Chen and Yi Xiao would take someone else's car, but that was not the case at all. Because of her strong eyesight, she was a little bit unconvinced at first, because the car that Li Chen and Yi Xiao got on was actually Li Chen's armored vehicle. How is this possible? Didn't he say that the armored vehicle had been blown up? Then where did this car come from? Just now I was only focused on pulling Xi and Yuhua, and didn't look carefully at all. The armored vehicle ran in another direction, and soon the distance from the helicopter was pulled away. Nangu wanted to look again, but it was too late. And Zhong Haoxuan's voice also sounded coldly, "Sit tight. The meteorite is coming." Nangu immediately sat on the ground and grabbed the seat of the helicopter. Even if she didn't need to look, she could feel in her mind that the distance between the meteorite and the ground was not reduced. Fortunately, although the meteorite was large when it first fell from the sky, it had been melted a lot by the friction of the atmosphere, and because of the influence of the air, the direction it fell was also somewhat different from what I had initially estimated. In just a flash, the meteorite hit the ground, although it was still more than 10 kilometers away from the Jinping base. Even at such a distance, the ground could still be felt to be shaking, and the degree was no less than a magnitude 7 earthquake. A mushroom cloud suddenly exploded along the place where the meteorite hit. If you didn't know it was a meteorite, you would think it was an atomic bomb. The force was so strong that even the land was lifted up in the nearest place, and the flying sand and rocks could rush more than 10 kilometers away. Many people who didn't have time to escape were buried in the ruins by the earthquake caused by the meteorite, especially those who came to attack the Jinping base today. They basically didn't run out of this area. Some died, and some were injured. When the meteorite hit the ground just now, the helicopter was also affected. The change in the magnetic field caused the entire body to rotate and land uncontrollably in the air. The compression of energy in the air also almost caused the helicopter to disintegrate. And Nangu was only hit for a while, and immediately began to use his mental power to fight against the magnetic field, although her power was still too weak compared to the magnetic field. Fortunately, Zhong Haoxuan was a man who knew how to seize opportunities. He immediately controlled the helicopter and flew in a farther direction. After finally getting out of the area affected by the meteorite, Nangu leaned against the hatch, and her whole body was exhausted. When zombies are tired, they are different from humans. They don't breathe heavily or have a rapid heartbeat. She just felt very tired and very hungry, and her murderous mind slowly overcame her reason. Just as she was looking for her target with red eyes, a moan sounded. Nangu then looked at the person on the ground, who was wrapped up by Xi and Yuhua at the last moment. Chapter 104 Forced to Separate. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. How could Xi and Yuhua know that the person she wanted to kill the most was Tang Xiyue? If she hadn't been the one who interfered, how could she and Li Chen be separated? Tang Xiyue woke up slowly, and at first, she didn't realize where she was. However, she was still used to the sound of the propeller, and thought, was she rescued by someone? She immediately became happy and sat up from the ground, thinking that she would give in first and not let them abandon her. But who knew that as soon as she looked up, she would see Nangu? Tang Xiyue screamed suddenly, turned her head and looked at Xi and Yuhua, and grabbed his trouser legs and said, Nangu is a zombie. It's really a zombie. Xi and Yuhua's eyes looking at Nangu were also complicated. He also wanted to ask if it was a zombie, but he couldn't ask. The decision to take Tang Xiyue with him, just now, was actually to vent Nanji's anger. So Xi and Yuhua decided to follow his heart, and cut off Tang Xiyue's hand. Nangu had already supported the hatch, and stood up slowly. Her skirt was torn, and she didn't know where her diamond necklace had fallen during the fight. Her black hair was tied up, and now draped over her shoulders. She walked over to Tang Xiyue, and looked at her with a smile. You said I'm a zombie? Tang Xiyue was scared to death, and wanted to attack with her mental power. But who knew that she was no match for Nangu at all? Nangu directly pinched her shoulders, brought her to his side, and then sneered and said, You are right. I am indeed a zombie. Do you know what zombies like to eat the most? Tang Xiyue was scared and began to beg for mercy. Nangu, please forgive me. I was bewitched before. I just looked down on you humans too much. When I let Mingyan go, I should have stood up and killed him. Otherwise, how could all these things happen later? And when you plotted against me in the hospital in Biancheng, I should have killed you with a knife. Tang Siyue's teeth were trembling. She saw Xianyuhua's shock and immediately begged him, "Save me. We are all human." Xianyuhua was struggling with his conscience. What should he do? He never thought that things would turn out like this. Nangu patted Tang Siyue's face and said the last sentence to her, "So I decided to kill you now. I like spiritual power users the second most. You can't." Before Tang Siyue finished speaking, Nangu suddenly controlled her with his mental power and bit her hard on the artery on her neck. If it was Tang Siyue in the past, her blood would definitely not be so fragrant and delicious. But now she is a third-level power user. I don't know how many crystal cores she has eaten from Kai Fengmao. Her blood is really addictive. Tang Siyue was still conscious at first, but gradually, she lost her strength due to excessive blood loss. And finally, she died in pain. Nangu even released his control over her, letting her experience the feeling of having blood drawn out of her body bit by bit. When Nangu let go of Tang Siyue, her pupils could not be seen in her eyes. Her body kept twitching on the helicopter, but not a drop of blood flowed out of her neck. In a few minutes, she was dead. Nangu had no intention of keeping a dead person. She said to Zhong Haoshuan, "Open the hatch." Zhong Haoshuan was actually sitting in the front and knew what happened behind. But he didn't look at Nangu. He just opened the hatch. Nangu threw Tang Siyue's body down like throwing away garbage. From such a high place, there would be no body left after falling down. When she sat back in the cabin, Nangu regained her strength. And this time, because of the catalysis of Tang Siyue's blood, she actually felt that her ability was going to change again. At the beginning, she could only sense a distance of several hundred meters. And then the range became larger. And she could also hear sounds. What about this time? I wonder how it will change. Xianyuhua stared at Nangu without blinking. Her performance just now has proved that she is a zombie just as Tang Siyue said. Nangu propped himself up and smiled at Xianyuhua. "What? Are you scared? Or do you want to kill me?" She remembered that this crybaby was most afraid of zombies. Now that a zombie had killed someone in front of him, he would definitely cry. Right? Surprisingly, Xianyuhua didn't cry. He just turned his head to the side. He was too confused and didn't know how to face Nangu. Li Chen drove the car and took Yi Xiao and the helicopter in the opposite direction. Yi Xiao remembered how Li Chen had taken him to the car just now. And finally couldn't help asking, "Where did you hide your car before?" He was sure that there was no such advanced car in the base. Li Chen did not answer him, but just said to him, "You choose a place. I will take you there. I still want to find Nangu." Yi Xiao refused to leave. "I want to find Nangu too. She is now with Zhong Haoshuan. Who knows what will happen?" Li Chen was also very anxious. But what's the use of being anxious? The road to find Nangu has been destroyed by the meteorite. Seeing Li Chen silent, Yi Xiao hesitated for a moment, and still asked, "Nangu, is she really a zombie?" "Why? Knowing that she is a zombie. Are you afraid or disgusted?" Li Chen asked coldly. Yi Xiao calmed down. "I am not afraid. Nor do I dislike her. No matter what she becomes. She is Nangu. Then can you accept that she used to be a doctor who saved the dying and the wounded, but now only craves human blood?" After Li Chen asked, Yi Xiao really didn't know how to answer. There was silence in the car, and Li Chen obviously didn't want to continue this topic. After they drove for a few hours, Yi Xiao found that they had actually driven to the Huayuan base. The meteorite also had an impact on the Huayuan base, but it was not a big one. At least, the people in the base were still alive and well, and the buildings were still intact. Li Chen just got off the car and found a team of people about to enter the Huayuan base. But the leader was obviously negotiating something with the people in the base. Li Chen looked at his back and his body suddenly froze. The guard of the base was still a little impatient at this moment. Waving his hands, "I've said that our base doesn't accept ordinary people now. You should leave quickly." Kai Fengmao is too ambitious, Yi Xiao thought. That stimulation potion. He may not want to use it on ordinary people. The team was all dusty. The one at the front was tall and straight, with neat black hair. His voice was warm and gentle, which was only for young people. "We don't need to enter the base. But where is your leader? I want to use crystal cores to exchange some supplies with them." "Do you still have crystal cores?" The gatekeeper sneered. "You better leave quickly. Supplies are so important. Who can give them to you?" Before the man in front could say anything, Li Chen behind him said coldly, "That's right. We are not going to take your supplies. The man in front of him turned his head suddenly, and looked at Li Qin in disbelief. Because he was too excited. He rubbed his eyes hard and asked in a trembling voice, "Brother? Why are you here?" This was also what Li Qin wanted to ask Li Yin. But it was obviously not a good time at this moment. He just glanced at the people led by Li Yin. And then patted Li Yin's shoulder heavily. "Now you have become like an adult. You have worked hard." "Brother," Li Yin almost cried. His appearance simply scared his companions. You know. Along the way, Li Yin was resourceful. But he was their backbone. The man in front of him was his brother? Yes. The two men looked alike. But they never expected that Li Yin would turn into a child after meeting his brother. Li Qin was also very excited. After all, he was looking for Li Yin along the way. And now he happened to meet him. He had to thank God for this coincidence. Let Li Yin stand back. Li Qin pointed the gun at the gatekeeper. "I know all your elites are out. Now open the door obediently. Or I will kill you now." The gatekeeper, facing the threat to his life, certainly did not dare to neglect it, and opened the door tremblingly. But who knew that Li Qin did not go in, but called the PA channel in the broadcasting room at the door. And a cold voice sounded, "Listen. People in Huayuan base. I give you 10 minutes to evacuate the base. After 10 minutes, I will bomb the base." Repeated again. When the people in Huayuan base heard this broadcast, they were very confused and thought someone was playing a prank. They cursed and did not prepare to evacuate. Li Yin saw Li Qin coming out and asked in confusion, "Brother, what's going on? Why do you want to bomb this base?" "Don't worry about it." Li Qin kept the time. And within these 10 minutes, he prepared everything, and the shells were also placed on the car. After 10 minutes, he didn't even blink and blasted at the central building of the base. Such a loud noise, of course, alarmed everyone. They didn't expect that the broadcast just now was really no joke. And this is far from over. After bombing the central building, Li Qin pretended to bomb several other buildings. Li Yin never knew that his brother was carrying so many lethal weapons. People kept running out of the base and dodging shells, because the main leaders were not there. The base soon became a mess. And Li Qin's movements in preparing for a fixed-point launch did not change. He looked particularly cold and sullen with glasses. He stopped only when everyone in the base surrendered. The central building was destroyed, and the people in the base were in a panic. Li Qin ignored Yishao and drove directly into the base and arrived in front of a building. After getting off the car, he walked in and saw that the radio equipment in the house was also intact. He felt relieved and began to debug the channel. Not long after, the channel was connected, and Zhong Haoxuan's voice sounded, "Who is this?" "I am Li Qin." His voice was not as cold as when he was facing Kai Fengmao, but it still made people feel cold. "I know Nangu is in your hands. If you dare to touch her, I will kill you." Chapter 105. Wait for me to find you. Zhong Haoxuan didn't expect Li Qin to be able to contact him so quickly. After all, they are still on the helicopter. The Jinping base has been destroyed. So if Li Qin wants to find radio equipment, he can only go to the nearest Huayuan base. In fact, Li Qin's car also has equipment, but it can't transmit signals to the helicopter. It was also thanks to him driving here that he was able to find Li Yin. Li Qin's tone was very cold, and Zhong Haoxuan realized that he was not joking. But facing Li Qin, Zhong Haoxuan still didn't look afraid. Zhong Haoxuan also had a smile on his face. "You still know that she is in my hands now? You already knew that she is a zombie." This is what Li Qin is most worried about. He can accept that Nangu is a zombie, and that she is holding her back everywhere. But others may not. If it was only Xi and Yuhua, Li Qin would still be somewhat confident. But now that he met Zhong Haoxuan, Li Qin couldn't see what this man was thinking. So he could only ponder for a moment, and said calmly, which was considered to be a slowdown in his attitude, "Is Nangu by your side?" Nangu had just sat in the corner of the helicopter, and had not moved. In fact, she was also nervous. After all, Zhong Haoxuan's ability was too strong. If he joined forces with Xi and Yuhua to kill her, it would be difficult for her to escape. Now when she heard Li Qin's voice, she was so excited that she almost cried. The coldness she had just shown to Xi and Yuhua and Zhong Haoxuan disappeared. She quickly threw herself to the instrument and shouted into the microphone, "Li Qin, I'm here." When she followed Li Qin, she always felt that this man oppressed her everywhere. But now that she had left him, Nangu thought of all the sacrifices Li Qin had made for her. She was wearing the red dress that Li Qin had found for her. Thinking of how she had told Li Chen before that she was the most beautiful, she was now more embarrassed than anyone else. Li Chen was worried when he heard Nanji's voice, but she looked quite energetic. At least Zhong Haoxuan didn't do anything to her. So he immediately said, "Nange, no matter where you are now, follow our agreement and go to Beihai to wait for me. I will definitely find you as soon as possible." As for the others, Li Chen knew that Nange was not weak. So his words also carried a hint of threat. "Whoever stops you, you kill him." Zhong Haoxuan knew that Li Chen was referring to himself. After hearing this, Nange nodded vigorously. "Yeah, I'll wait for you in Beihai." Before Li Chen could speak again, Zhong Haoxuan cut off the communication and turned off the signal on the helicopter. After the meteorite fell, the weather became even more outrageous. It was originally sunny outside the base, but it was already pouring rain after flying for a short time. Their helicopter was not flying high, so it was also in the rain. Because of the interference of the heavy rain, the signal on the helicopter became chaotic. After seeing that the signal was unilaterally cut off by Zhong Haoxuan, Li Chen tried to continue to contact, but the connection was unsuccessful. Li Yin also walked in from outside the base with a team of people. He saw Li Chen moving the radio equipment and guessed who he was contacting. "I don't know if I know that person. And what is his relationship with Li Chen?" Li Chen didn't seem to want to explain to Li Yin at all, but looked at him and said, "Come and help." With the help of Li Yin and others, the equipment in the base was quickly moved away. The residents of Huayuan base were standing outside the base at this moment. Without Li Chen's order, they dared not go in. And Li Chen did not want to stay here at all. The Jingping base had already fallen. This Huayuan base was close to the meteorite crater. If it was not moved, it would be easily irradiated. So he first found the person in charge of the base, asked Li Yin to make his intentions clear, and exchanged the crystal cores for certain supplies, all of which were loaded on Li Yin's car. When leaving, Li Chen and everyone else said solemnly, "The harm of meteorites to people is immeasurable. If you have the ability, leave here as soon as possible." Others knew about the meteorite fall, but when they heard about leaving, many people still had red eyes. Although the welfare in Huayuan base is not good, from the leaders to the superpowers, they all oppress ordinary people. But at least it is a place to stay. The world is so big. Where can they go after leaving here? Besides, due to the impact of the meteorite, the zombies have not been dispatched. Those creatures are already dead. They are not afraid of radiation. Will they attack humans soon? No one answered these doubts for them. Seeing that Li Chen and his group were leaving, some of these people hoped that Li Chen could take them with him. Although Yi Xiao was a doctor, he felt uncomfortable when he heard this request. It was because of Kai Fengmao's greed that the entire Jinping base was destroyed. He still had a lot of precious information that he had not brought out. Even if the ordinary people in Huayuan base were innocent, Yi Xiao could not just put aside their past grudges and take them away. But this was Li Chen's car after all, and Yi Xiao did not speak. Seeing these people begging him, Li Chen couldn't help but think of when he was still in Shangjing. He went to a hospital to look for equipment and met a small group of people. At that time, he couldn't take them with him, but he left them guns. It's only been a few months, and his state of mind has changed a lot. So he turned his face and rejected these people. It's the end of the world. If you can only rely on others, you will eventually be eliminated by this world. He turned his head and looked in the direction of Beihai. After trekking from Shangjing to here, this time, the person he was looking for had become that cute little zombie girl. He missed her very much. Besides, I have someone else to look for, and I can't take you with me. After saying that, Li Chen started the car and left the gate of Huayuan base with Li Yan's team. After the car drove a long way, Yi Xiao looked back from the car window and saw only a group of people at a loss at the gate of the base. Although Li Chen's words just now were not pleasant to hear, they did make sense. The end of the world is too cruel. It is very likely that there will be no tomorrow after today. Just as he was about to turn around, Yi Xiao noticed that there were many boxes covered with black cloth at the back of the car. Now the black cloth was a little offset. He opened it with his hands and saw the scene in front of him. He couldn't help but widen his eyes. On the helicopter, Nange wanted to say a few more words to Li Chen, but who knew that Zhong Haoxuan directly cut off the radio. She was so anxious that she jumped up and down, and her eyes were full of complaints when she looked at Zhong Haoxuan. How can I call back? Nange used this thing directly as a phone. Her tone was very anxious, as if she was really going to do it if Zhong Haoxuan didn't let her do it. Zhong Haoxuan was not threatened by her. He was very tall. He lowered his eyes and looked at Nangu. Our helicopter is not well supplied. We need to find a place to land as soon as possible. Go back and sit down. Nangu opened her mouth and repeated the question. I want to call back. Sister Nangu. Xi and Yuhua called her weakly, wanting to tell her not to mess with Zhong Haoxuan. He was the strongest in the 5-member team. Even if Nangu was a zombie, he was no match for him. If it were before, Xi and Yuhua would definitely come to hold Nanji's hand affectionately. This time, because he was facing a zombie, he didn't dare to move. Zhong Haoxuan had already turned around and didn't regard Nangu as a threat at all. Thinking of Li Chen's warning just now, he also found it very funny. If he really wanted to kill Nangu, he would have taken action when Tang Xiyue was thrown onto the helicopter. Why did he have to wait until now? If you don't want the helicopter to fall from the sky and leave no trace, just sit still, Zhong Haoxuan said coldly, and his handsome face was also stained with coldness. Sure enough, this sentence was still very useful. Nangu popped up his cheeks and had to sit back in his original position. Nangu was still very happy because he had talked to Li Chen. The cold and gloomy aura that just kept people away from him also dissipated. Xi and Yuhua was sitting not far away. The helicopter was constantly swaying in the air. Everything was controlled by Zhong Haoxuan. The instrument was still flashing, and there was a simple electronic map on it. It could be seen that Zhong Haoxuan was looking for a suitable place to stay. Nangu also noticed that Xi and Yuhua was still observing her. She didn't ask him anything this time. She simply closed her eyes, leaned against the cabin, and closed her eyes to rest. Xi and Yuhua was a little depressed. He had killed many zombies, but he was more afraid of them. So when facing Nangu, his thoughts were a little complicated. He would never attack Nangu, but he seemed unable to get close to Nangu. Xi and Yuhua lowered his head. His flaxen hair drooped softly, and the boy's face and eyes were full of struggle and doubt. The helicopter flew in the air for more than an hour, and no one spoke again. Just when the third energy alarm sounded, reminding that the resources would be completely consumed soon, Zhong Haoxuan found a place to stay. This is a building in the center of the city. Although it has experienced a disaster, it was not damaged because it was not at the epicenter. The top of the building is very flat, mainly because the city center is full of zombies, and ordinary people will not set foot here. If they park the helicopter here, they can also go to nearby to find supplies. After all, in the end of the world, helicopters are too precious and no one can abandon them. Nangu was leaning against the cabin, drowsy, and when she heard the change in the sound of the propeller turning, she knew that it was time to land. So she opened her eyes. Who knew that before she could move, the entire helicopter tilted a bit, and then the cabin shook violently. Zhong Haoxuan's face turned pale in an instant. It was really that the helicopter was about to land, and there was a problem with it. They have always paid attention to regular maintenance of this helicopter. Now there is only one explanation for the problem. When the meteorite landed, it still had an impact on the helicopter. Xi and Yuhua didn't fall asleep at all, seeing the lights in the helicopter flashing again and again. The cabin was also shaking violently, and the speed of falling was faster. He immediately asked, Zhong Haoxuan, what's wrong? Zhong Haoxuan grabbed the joystick with both hands and said to Xi and Yuhua, the helicopter is about to fall. You should be prepared for impact. Chapter 106. The plane crashed into the building. Xi and Yuhua was also frightened, but he subconsciously wrapped his hands with vines, and then tied a vine around Nanji's waist. Nangu did not close her eyes, but she had already begun to use her mental power to perceive. It was at this moment that she realized that Zhong Haoxuan had actually driven the helicopter to the city center. Is he crazy? There are so many zombies here. How can they get out? Even if he is confident in his own abilities, he is not so confident. But now it is obvious that Nangu can't care about so much, because Zhong Haoxuan is controlling the helicopter and crashing into the tallest building. Oh my god! Does he think this helicopter will not break? If it crashes like this, he will be the first to be killed. Nanji's hands were tightly clasped on the cabin door, and he and Xi and Yuhua also looked at each other. If they really have to crash into the building in a while, then they will jump down first. In just a few moments, the helicopter, with the help of gravity, was rapidly approaching the building. Nanji's scream was stuck in her throat, unable to go up or down. At the critical moment, she even shouted, Li Chen. But Li Chen was not here. And of course, he could not save her. It was Zhong Haoxuan who timed it. When the helicopter was about to hit the building, he suddenly pulled up the control stick, and the entire fuselage went upwards. The helicopter had no fuel, so even if it rushed upwards, it was only enough to rush to the top of the building. Nangu grabbed the cabin and felt the fuselage rush up and down, and then hit the roof a few times. And because of inertia, it began to glide. Fortunately, the roof was wide enough, and Zhong Haoxuan was braking all the time. They rushed from one side to the other, and finally stopped the helicopter. The heavy rain continued to wash the fuselage, and the lights in the helicopter flashed several times, and finally turned off. Zhong Haoxuan took a deep breath, turned his head, and saw Nangu still staring at him with her beautiful big eyes. What he wanted to say suddenly stopped when facing these eyes. His Adam's apple moved, and it took a long time for him to calm down. Open the door. Let's leave here now. Xi and Yuhua opened the door without saying a word, and then took Nangu out first. There were no crystal cores on the helicopter, and there was nothing to take away. The three of them were all neatly dressed. Even Xi and Yuhua was reluctant to see the helicopter flipped over. Zhong Haoxuan. Is this helicopter scrapped? Zhong Haoxuan didn't know how to repair helicopters. He walked out of the cabin door, and the rain fell on his face. He wiped it carelessly. The system is damaged. I can't repair it. But if it stays here, few people will find it. Next time, we will bring professionals to repair it and drive it away. Xi and Yuhua grinned when she heard that there was still hope of repairing it. Although they were a team of 5, this helicopter was definitely their sixth partner. Nangu followed them silently, and couldn't help but think of the scene when she followed Li Chen to repair the train. She thought, Li Chen must be able to repair this helicopter. But he is not here now. Just when she was distracted, she felt the vines wrapped around her waist suddenly pulled. She turned her head sharply, and a wind blade passed by her cheek and cut off her green hair. Zhong Haoxuan turned his head and looked at her indifferently. If you don't want to die, focus. Even Xi and Yuhua was still in fear. Yes, there are zombies here. Nangu pulled the corner of her mouth and thought, I am also a zombie. But she obviously didn't say it out loud, because she also noticed that the zombies in the city center, after sensing the breath of life, all went berserk and were flying towards the building. And there are many high-level zombies among them. Nanji's face turned pale. Can she get away from these two people now? She is also a zombie, and she doesn't want to be killed by other zombies as an enemy. But Zhong Haoxuan and Xi and Yuhua obviously didn't give Nangu this opportunity. They had already fought with the first wave of zombies that rushed up. This time, because they didn't regard Nangu as a fighting force, and the situation was critical, they had to fight quickly. So no one reserved their strength. Fortunately, they were not here for the crystal core this time, but to get out of the city center. It was the first time that Nangu saw Xi and Yuhua use weapons other than vines. It turned out that he could give birth to many plants. Now, the ones around him were poisonous queen flowers. These flowers were different from the ones they usually saw. The huge queen flowers looked like countless heads with sharp teeth. One bite would turn into a zombie's head. Moreover, Xi and Yuhua's ability to control vines was already perfect. When he and Zhong Haoxuan ran out of the city center together, he didn't use his feet at all. Instead, he wrapped the vines around 2 buildings, shortened the pulling force of the vines, and flew forward. The reason why Nangu could also feel this feeling was because she still had vines wrapped around her waist. When Xi and Yuhua ran away again, she didn't forget to take her with her. Nangu didn't even need to walk. She felt her skirt was blown by the wind and stuck to her knees and thighs. The tang sword in her hand was basically useless, because when Xi and Yuhua passed, the queen flower would only leave a field of headless zombies. The two of them were very fast, but Zhong Haoxuan could only run. But his fighting style was obviously more domineering than Xi and Yuhua. He originally controlled lightning, and on rainy days, the rain was conductive, which was even more amazing. This kind of weather was simply the best time for Zhong Haoxuan to kill and rob. He used a big move, which could originally kill zombies within a few miles. Now it was even more domineering. The zombies spread by the rain, nearly 10 miles away, could be electrocuted by him without leaving a single piece of armor. Even the lightning he sent out was better than the lightning in the sky. The crackling rain, mixed with the sound of lightning, illuminated the city center like daylight. Nangu now understands why Xi and Yuhua ran so fast. If she didn't run faster, would she be electrocuted by Zhong Haoxuan? Now they are out of Zhong Haoxuan's attack range. Nangu can still smell the smell of barbecue. It is conceivable how many zombies Zhong Haoxuan killed at one time. There are so many crystal cores that they don't have time to collect them. More zombies heard the noise and rushed here. There are two companions with strong fighting power. They fought until midnight and finally escaped from the encirclement of zombies in the city center. But Xi Yuhua and Zhong Haoxuan also exhausted all their superpowers because of this battle. Now they were outside the city. The zombies here should have been cleared by the passing teams. Xi Yuhua sat on the ground and gasped. Zhong Haoxuan leaned against the wall, obviously very tired. Only Nangu was alone. From beginning to end, she didn't do anything. She was dragged by the two of them. The only one who was the same as them was that Nangu was also in a mess. Her beautiful red skirt was soaked by the rain and stuck to her body. But Nangu obviously didn't notice this. She was carrying a tang sword and thinking about what to do. These two people obviously couldn't let her trust them. It was definitely a good opportunity to kill them while they were exhausted. But her hand was already on the hilt of the knife. And she didn't draw it out in the end. Forget it. Since they helped her escape, she shouldn't kill anyone. Besides, Li Chen didn't like to kill people himself. Although Zhong Haoxuan looked away, his shoulders relaxed after Nangu put her hand down. The two of them rested for about half an hour before they finally recovered some strength. Zhong Haoxuan walked over in the rain and said to Xi Yuhua, "Now our helicopter can't be operated. We must find a car to travel." Xi Yuhua nodded. He still sat on the ground dejectedly. Just looked up at Zhong Haoxuan. "Let's look for it separately." After that, he supported himself against the wall and tried to stand up. But it was Zhong Haoxuan who helped him up. Xi Yuhua was still thinking self-deprecatingly at this moment. He would be scared to tears if he killed two more zombies in the past. But this time he didn't feel anything. And he glanced at Nangu secretly. And it was clear that he felt that if all zombies looked like her, he would not be afraid. Nangu, who had been silent all this time, hesitated and spoke. "I know where there is a suitable car." Zhong Haoxuan and Xi Yuhua looked at each other and finally said to Nangu, "Then you lead the way." Although the two of them did not trust Nangu very much, they had the same idea as Nangu and could not kill him. The contradictions and entanglements could not make things better. The two sides were originally testing each other. Whoever made the first move would give the other party a chance to make a move. But Nangu really did not lie to them. She just used her mental power to sense and found a Hummer. This Hummer is still very new. There are bloodstains in the car. It is estimated that the owner has been killed. And the location of the Hummer is very remote. If it were not for Nangu, no one would find it. Zhong Haoxuan asked Xi Yuhua and the other two to wait downstairs. Then got in the car and checked it. There was still a lot of oil in the car, because it was a new car and could be driven. Zhong Haoxuan decided that this would be their car in the future. Nangu and Xi Yuhua saw that there was no problem. And finally they could open the back door and sit in. As soon as Xi Yuhua got into the car, she sneezed heavily. Nangu was fine. She had no body temperature or heartbeat, and was not afraid of the cold. Zhong Haoxuan weighed the pros and cons. The most urgent thing was to drive to a safer place first, wait for the physical strength to recover, and then turn back to the city center to buy clothes and food. As for where to go in the future, Nangu must go to Beihai. He has not yet considered it. Thinking focused, Zhong Haoxuan turned on the headlights. And soon, the car drove to the main road. Before driving for long, they ran into another car head-on. It turned out to be a bus. And there were no telling how many people on the bus. It seemed that they did not expect to meet humans. The bus in front shook its headlights and stopped in the middle of the road. Zhong Haoxuan looked at Xi and Yuhua in the rearview mirror, and both became alert. Chapter 107 Reagents were used. Nangu had already checked the situation inside the bus when it just stopped. There were 15 people in total, both men and women, but no children or elderly people. And these 15 people were sitting separately, with different numbers of people in each group. The smallest group was a couple who were resting together. After the bus stopped, no one spoke. Only the driver opened the door and walked down. Zhong Haoxuan and Xi and Yuhua had not recovered their superpowers yet. The driver looked like a superpower. If he suddenly attacked, it would be bad for them. Nangu originally had no spirit of dedication. But she just saw Zhong Haoxuan and Xi and Yuhua killing zombies happily. But she didn't do anything. So her hands were itching. So she took the initiative to open the door and walk down. The driver was a middle-aged man. When Nangu appeared, His eyes were straight. It was really, her outfit was too charming. Zhong Haoshuan cursed inwardly, dragged off his wet coat, opened the car window, and threw it at Nangu. Nangu took the coat, looked at it in confusion, and put it on obediently. His coat was very long, and Nanji's petite body was covered inside. The driver also realized his impoliteness and apologized with a smile. Are you also passing by and going to the city center? Nangu shook her head. No. They just came out of the city center. The driver also said, there was a big noise in the city center just now. It seems that thunder fell from the sky, killing a large number of zombies. We all have to go to the city center to find crystal cores. How about you join our team and take care of us? Nangu is no longer so easy to trust people now. Not to mention that the city center is too dangerous. They just escaped and don't want to go back. Just talking about this crystal core. Who doesn't want to take it all for themselves? And there are humans who are so kind to give up the crystal core? So Nangu shook his head neatly. No. Sure enough, the driver's eyes flashed with disappointment. In this case, his plan to win over his companions could not be implemented. However, he still pointed out a road for Nangu and the others, saying that they would be able to leave the city soon and let them leave from here. Zhong Haoshuan didn't let Nangu deal with these people anymore. He opened the co-pilot and let her get in the car, then nodded coldly to the driver. We will leave first. Soon, their car passed by the bus. After driving a long way, he asked Nangu, can we take the road he just mentioned? Nangu glanced at Zhong Haoshuan, a little surprised at the man's keen observation. She could get information, but she had never told these people. But since his biggest secret had been exposed, Nangu simply stopped hiding it. Yes, he didn't lie to us. There are fewer zombies on that road. After hearing this, Zhong Haoshuan turned the steering wheel to the right and quickly turned onto the road the driver just mentioned. Xi and Yuhua was still sitting in the back and laughing. These people thought that the zombies were killed by lightning. Haha. Nangu also thought it was quite funny. The group of people just now definitely didn't expect that the two people in this car killed the zombies. After driving for another half an hour, they'd finally left the city, and Zhong Haoshuan didn't plan to leave. The main thing was that he didn't know where they were now and what the situation was. There were quite a few people on the bus just now. When they came back, Zhong Haoshuan was ready to find out the situation. The rain slowly stopped. Zhong Haoshuan and Xi and Yuhua got off the bus, found a hidden place, took off their clothes and wrung out the water. Nanji's skirt was also wet and uncomfortable to stick to her body, but she thought the skirt was troublesome. So she thought about it and tore off half of it. When Xi and Yuhua came back, she looked at Nanji's long legs. Her eyes were straight, and her ears were a little red. It was a half-length skirt just now. How come it has become a short skirt now? Nangu now misses the days with Li Chen very much. There are blood bags and clean clothes to wear. Li Chen, where are you? Li Chen is different from Nangu and the others. He knows the direction of Beihai, and took Li Yan out of Huayuan base, and asked Li Yan where he was going. Now they are parked in a ruin. There is no shelter around. If there are zombies, they can be found quickly. Li Yan replied to Li Chen, I originally wanted to go to Shengjing to find you, but I didn't expect to meet you here. My companions and I have nowhere to go, so just follow me. Li Chen had no objection to this. The world is too chaotic now, and he was worried about Li Yan going on the road alone. But he asked with some concern, can you trust all your companions? Li Yan patted his chest and guaranteed, we came all the way from Beihai, and these people are my classmates. And because there was only one superpower in the team, we were almost dead at the beginning. Later, the classmates brainstormed, found some materials, and made some weapons. So we survived. Li Yan was also a little upset about not being a superpower. He was now the captain, but he didn't even have the ability to protect these classmates. Li Chen suddenly caught a point. Weapons? When it came to this, Li Yan was still very proud. He ran to get their homemade weapons and explained them to Li Chen one by one. The more time passed, the more wrong Li Chen looked at Li Yan. Really? If you learn math, physics and chemistry well, you won't be afraid to travel around the world. It's hard for this group of scientific researchers, even if they don't have superpowers. Li Chen has no doubt that they can live well in the end times. You are great, Li Chen said sincerely. Li Yan was embarrassed. They are just some small things. After all, I don't seem to have any other advantages except that I have a good brain. Li Chen remembered something else. I just counted. Including you. There are a total of 10 people in your team. Call everyone over. Li Yin asked with some confusion. What are you calling them for? He thought Li Chen was going to lecture him. After all, Li Chen was abroad all year round, and the brothers rarely met. Li Yin was still a little afraid of this slightly majestic brother. Don't you have superpowers? Let me try to see if I can change your physique. Li Yin opened his mouth wide, and couldn't believe what he heard. This? Can a person's physique be changed? He knew that if this thing succeeded, their team would definitely undergo earth-shaking changes. So he didn't dare to delay, and called the other people over. However, Li Yin didn't tell them specifically what Li Chen was going to do, but only said that Yi Xiao was a doctor and could give them a checkup. The two brothers looked very similar, but Li Chen is obviously a few years older than Li Yin. Yi Xiao stood in the distance, watching the two brothers talking, full of questions. Before he could find Li Chen came over and said to Yi Xiao, I'm going to inject the reagents into these 10 people. You come and help me observe. Yi Xiao nodded subconsciously, and after agreeing, he realized that he still had something to ask. Besides, he was not Li Chen's exclusive doctor. Following Li Chen, Yi Xiao asked him, Are you not in a hurry to find Nangu? Li Chen was of course anxious, and explained his intention to Yi Xiao. If there is one more helper, the journey will be smoother. Yi Xiao has now completely given up the idea of leaving Li Chen. This man is too mysterious and too capable. He has injected the reagents several times, but he has not stimulated his superpowers. Being alone and a doctor is too dangerous in the end times. After finding an open space, Li Yin and others lay down. Because of his absolute trust in Li Yin, he followed Li Chen's words. Li Chen had 10 sets of reagents on his hands. Yi Xiao looked at them and asked excitedly, Isn't this what I gave you before? Now the whole world probably only has those in your hands. Li Yin looked up at Yi Xiao after hearing this. Dr. Yi, this thing is very precious. Is it going to be used on us? We have no physical problems, so let's leave it to those who need it more. The team is full of high-level intellectuals, and they are all smart and capable. In fact, they have the same idea as Li Yin. The only girl also agreed, yes. We are not superpowers. Don't use it on us. Li Chen and Li Yin smiled and told him to relax, close your eyes, and take a nap. Yi Xiao washed his hands, put on white gloves, and began to inject reagents into several people. After a while, everyone fell asleep. He finally took this opportunity to ask Li Chen, the medical equipment in your car, are they all from the hospital in Shangjing? And it's the hospital where Ninggu is. He was missing an equipment before, and when Li Chen found it for him, he felt familiar. But because Jinping and Shangjing were too far away, he rejected his idea. Now the facts are in front of him. Li Chen clearly hid all these equipment. Then where did he hide it? Such a big car. It makes no sense that the people at the base can't find it. Li Chen answered Yi Xiao's question, yes. So Yi Xiao asked, then where did you hide the things? You don't need to know this. After Li Chen finished speaking, he turned back to his car and started fiddling with the radio equipment. But after calling several times, the helicopter did not respond. He could only suppress his anxiety and secretly calculate when he would arrive in Beihai. Among those who were injected with the reagent, one of the superpowers woke up first, and the reagent had no effect on him. Yi Xiao thought that it would be good if 2 of the 10 people could awaken. But who knew that in the end, 8 of the 10 people awakened. The only one who did not awaken was Qin Mayan, the only girl in the team. When she woke up, the other people in the team were all happy and discussed the superpowers they had obtained. When Yi Xiao injected them with the reagent before, no one thought that this reagent could be so amazing and completely change their fate. Now the facts are in front of them. They really feel like pie in the sky has fallen from the sky. And they almost fainted. Chapter 108, Watching Someone Die Without Helping. After Qin Mayan woke up, Li Yan was the first to run over, and asked her with a smile, Mayan, what superpower did you awaken? Qin Mayan didn't understand what he meant, and could only look at him in confusion. Li Yan spread his hands, and saw a faint flame floating on one of his palms, and a water column on the other hand. Qin Mayan was stunned, and it took her a long time to react. This is superpower? You have superpowers. And dual system. She was so happy. It was too difficult to come all the way from Beihai without superpowers. Because she was the only girl in the team. She was more emotional and cried at that time. Li Yan immediately patted her shoulder and said, this is a good thing. Don't be sad. Check what you have awakened. Qin Mayan felt it. But there was no abnormal movement in her body. She looked at Li Yin with a pale face. I may not have awakened anything. The others were paying attention to the situation here. And they immediately fell silent when they heard Qin Mayan's words. After all, they are all superpowered now. Only Qin Mayan is not. She must be more sad. It was Li Yin who reacted first. And said to Qin Mayan, "It's okay. We have awakened superpowers. We can protect you. You will stand behind us in the future. Okay?" Qin Mayan is 20 years old this year. And she still looks like a girl of 17 or 18 years old. And her eyes are also warm and soft. Because of Li Yan's guarantee. She is no longer afraid. And she also smiled at these people with blessings. "You are all awakened. It's great. I can be lazy in the future." Li Yin also laughed. In fact, everyone understood that Qin Mayan just didn't want them to worry. Li Chen also came over, pointed at Yi Xiao, and said to Qin Mayan, "Neither of us has superpowers. But the reagents you use were developed by this doctor. Just now, I heard from Li Yin that many of the weapons in the team have your ideas. You are very smart, and can survive with your own wisdom." Qin Mayan was encouraged by Li Chen and ignited hope. She looked at Yi Xiao with admiration. Such a great doctor is her role model. Yi Xiao was a little embarrassed when Li Chen praised him. He thought that he and this rival had always been at odds. So why did he say good things about him? But after all, the team was full of men. Even if he didn't have any extra feelings for this delicate girl, he hoped that she wouldn't be too uncomfortable for the sake of his companions. Qin Mayan's mental endurance was still very strong. She stood up, thanked everyone, and promised that she would work harder in the future and not drag everyone down. Li Yin comforted Qin Mayan for a few more words, and then said to these companions, "Although we came from Beihai, we have to go back now. Are you willing to go with me? If not, we will go separately tomorrow morning." The other people in the team immediately shouted, "Captain, wherever you are, we are there. Yes, it's good to go back to Beihai. We are more familiar with Beihai. It's convenient to do things." Qin Mayan glanced at Li Chen and Yi Xiao, knowing that Li Yin could make this decision because of his brother. She is a girl who knows how to repay kindness. Li Chen took out such a precious reagent for them to use. Qin Mayan certainly wanted to help them. So she nodded, "I'll follow you." After hearing this, Li Yin turned around and laughed at her. "You must follow me. I am the captain and I have to protect you." Qin Mayan blushed slightly, with a gentle look in her eyes. Since they had already decided to go to Beihai, they rested for a night, and set off in a mighty manner the next day. Although there were only 12 people in their team now, most of them were supernaturals. And there was also a doctor with superb medical skills and a smart little girl. When they set out on the road, they were full of confidence in this trek. Li Chen and his group were determined. But Nan Ge and the others were still waiting in the car. Zhong Haoshuan and Xi and Yuhua slept in a daze in the second half of the night. And they heard the sound of the bus when it was almost dawn. Both of them woke up and pulled at the half-dried clothes that stuck to their bodies. Zhong Haoshuan's eyes were clear, and he asked Xi and Yuhua, "How is your ability recovering?" Xi and Yuhua felt it, and nodded to him. "It has all recovered." Zhong Haoshuan also returned to his peak state. He was confident. So he opened the door and walked down. Xi and Yuhua and Nan Ge followed him. And Nan Ge was still wearing his coat. This time, the bus stopped and everyone on the bus walked out one after another. But they were all in a mess. Their clothes were torn. And it could be seen that they had experienced a fierce battle. They themselves were pale and thin. And their eyes were empty. And there were 15 people before. But now there are only 13 left. It goes without saying how the other two are doing. It was when Nan Ge faced them that he realized that life outside was not comfortable at all. She had only been away from the Jinping base for 2 days. But she felt as if she had been away for a lifetime. She didn't know if she would be able to experience such peaceful and happy days in the future. The driver came forward again. And this time he and Zhong Haoshuan took the initiative to introduce themselves. "My name is Hua Jie. And they are all companions we met along the way." After Hua Jie finished speaking, the people behind him said their names one by one. Nan Ge listened to them all, but didn't remember any of them. Xi and Yuhua was young and looked very young. So it was easier for people to let down their guard when he came out to introduce them. As for Zhong Haoshuan and Nan Ge, one was too cold, and the other was too beautiful. From the beginning, he had been looking at the two of them. Hua Jie listened to Xi and Yuhua and smiled. "Then we can be considered to know each other." Xi and Yuhua nodded innocently. Yes. Yes. By the way, Brother Huajie, how was your trip to the city center? Did you pick up a lot of crystal cores? Huajie became alert in his heart. The crystal cores must not be taken away by others. So he said bitterly, alas, there are not many. When we arrived, they were all taken away by others. Later, we encountered zombies and escaped with a narrow escape. The crystal cores we picked up were also digested internally. Xi and Yuhua said obediently, Brother Huajie, you have worked hard. Seeing that he did not ask them for crystal cores, the people behind Huajie slowly put away their defensive eyes. Xi and Yuhua called him Brother Huajie, and he called him Brother Huajie. And he had already started to ask questions. But everyone has been walking in the apocalypse for so long, and few people can easily trust others. In the end, Xi and Yuhua only got a little food and brought it back to Zhong Haoshuan. The three of them returned to their Hummers. Nangu didn't need to eat, so he sat in the passenger seat and wiped his tang sword. Xi and Yuhua also said to Zhong Haoshuan sadly, Huajie is too tight-lipped. We don't know their origins at all. We can only judge what kind of supernatural power they have by the color of their pupils. After biting the dry bread in his mouth, Zhong Haoshuan swallowed it and patted Xi and Yuhua on the shoulder. You have done a good job. Xi and Yuhua sniffed and sighed, not knowing whether she was more sad or frustrated. Nangu paid attention to the movement behind him, but suddenly thought that Zhong Haoshuan was not as indifferent as he seemed. He said that he had been taking good care of Xi and Yuhua all the way. The two had just eaten when they heard a commotion from the bus. After looking at each other, the three rushed out of the car again. It turned out that a dozen people on the opposite side surrounded a man, and several others drew their weapons and pointed them at the man. The man was crying and kept explaining, No, I was not hurt by the zombies when I was fighting them just now. Even if he explained like this, others would not believe it, because blood had already seeped out of his arm. Nangu was a little excited when he smelled the blood, and was looking at him with interest. Zhong Haoshuan and Xi and Yuhua were not prepared to meddle in other people's business. After all, Huajie was the captain of this team. At this moment, Huajie also stared at the man with cold eyes. But you were injured. Why did you hide it? The man kneeling on the ground was obviously collapsed. Because I don't know how I was injured. You just said you weren't bitten by zombies. Now you change your words. A woman screamed sharply, and the dagger was about to stab the man. I'd better kill you before you turn into a zombie. The man shivered and hid back. No, he begged. I really wasn't bitten by a zombie. You believe me. Even if he said so, the other people in the team were still not ready to let the man go. Only the couple sat quietly aside and didn't intervene. Xi and Yuhua couldn't help but whisper to Nangu, Sister Nangu, look at the man's injury. Is it caused by zombies? Nanshuga's brain circuit is now tortuous, as if she grew up overnight after leaving Li Qin. Human minds are too cruel, and she can only understand it by becoming more cruel. So Nangu said calmly, no matter whether it is true or not, we can tie this man up and observe him for a whole night. Right? But they obviously can't even wait for a few minutes. Do you think they want to let him go or kill him? Xi and Yuhua understood. Even if they rescued this man now, other people would find other reasons to kill him. So Xi and Yuhua could only force herself to retract her gaze and walk back with Zhong Haoshuan with a heavy heart. After walking 2 steps, she found that Nangu was still standing there watching with interest. Xi and Yuhua called her, Sister Nangu. Aren't you coming back? Nangu waved her hand. You guys get in the car first. I'll see where they will throw this man in a while. After saying that, she swallowed her saliva. This time Xi and Yuhua completely understood Nanji's intention. No wonder she didn't save him. She treated that man as a snack. Nangu looked more real. Xi and Yuhua walked up to her with a dark face and pulled her. Sister Nangu, come back quickly. Although she didn't know why, Xi and Yuhua was now thinking about not letting Sister Nanji's zombie identity be exposed again. Chapter 109, She is not happy. Nanji's behavior is no different from that of ordinary people. So Xi and Yuhua has always treated her as a human being, even after knowing that she is a zombie. It is difficult to change her attitude instantly. But now, he understands what it means that zombies can't change their blood-drinking nature. She can see that she is abnormal by the way she covets others. Xi and Yuhua came to pull Nangu, but she was unwilling to leave. She was still looking at the people opposite reluctantly. After Xi and Yuhua stopped Nangu, Zhong Haoshuan also stopped. After thinking about it, He walked over and stopped those angry people first. Those people on the bus were obviously very surprised and looked at Zhong Haoxuan coldly. What do you mean? Don't meddle in other people's business. The man who was surrounded by them was still slumped on the ground, constantly covering his bleeding arm. Compared to Ai's face, Zhong Haoxuan could admit to being first, and no one dared to admit to being second. So he looked back directly, causing the other people to shrink. Don't kill people in front of us. You said you don't want to kill? Get out of the way, a woman said tremblingly. Another man echoed, he has been infected by zombies and must be killed. Zhong Haoxuan was obviously a little impatient. What do you want to do with it? Wait until we leave. Some people were dissatisfied and wanted to argue. But Zhong Haoxuan flipped his hand, and a thunderbolt fell on the open space in the distance, directly smashing a big pit out. And the trees beside the pit caught fire. This move of his shocked everyone, including the frightened man just now, who looked up and stared at Zhong Haoxuan. In the end times, the strong are respected, and Zhong Haoxuan is obviously the strongest among the strong. This time everyone was shocked, and no one dared to mention killing again. Although Hua Jie had not participated in the fight between these small groups of people before, he always paid attention to the situation. Zhong Haoxuan turned out to be a Thunder-type mutant. This cognition made him excited. Their team has always lacked strong combat power. If they can absorb Zhong Haoxuan, it will be much easier for them to act in the future. But just as he had the intention of winning him over, Zhong Haoxuan turned around and went back to the car. Nangu was also pulled into the car by Xi and Yuhua. They had almost rested for a night, and now they needed to go for supplies. So Zhong Haoxuan was checking the car, and was obviously about to leave. Hua Jie was worried that they would not see each other again after the separation. So he changed his coldness towards Xi and Yuhua when he just came back, and took the initiative to greet her. Zhong Haoxuan was still standing outside the car, and Hua Jie stood at a distance not too far away and started chatting with Zhong Haoxuan. Although Zhong Haoxuan didn't talk much, he still got a lot of information from Hua Jie. This place is called Liwu City, which is completely in the opposite direction of Jinping. If you want to go to Beihai, you need to travel a long distance. When the meteorite fell, their helicopter was only focused on flying far away, and they didn't expect to choose such a direction. It seems that if you want to go to Beihai, you need to prepare a lot of supplies, and the battle line is too long and dangerous. Hua Jie also said with a smile, yesterday I heard Yuhua say that you are going to Beihai. Alas, now except for Shangjing, the base in Beihai is bigger. But Beihai is very strict in recruiting people, and the main base is full of hidden talents. People like us can never get in, but I think you will be accepted by them. Zhong Haoxuan is originally a cold person. Hua Jie said 10 sentences, and he might not be able to answer one sentence. But Hua Jie was not embarrassed. Instead, he advised him, otherwise, you can follow us. We are very familiar with this area. There will be no problem surviving. Zhong Haoxuan had already checked the car and finally turned his head to look at Hua Jie. What about after surviving? Are you just satisfied with the status quo? Hua Jie was also stunned for a moment, and his ears were a little red. Of course not. But we have no choice. Without unity, we can't defeat the zombies. Zhong Haoxuan had already opened the car door, sat up, and looked at Hua Jie through the car window. But the unity I am talking about is definitely not this kind of small group. Even zombies know how to form an army. If humans continue to kill each other like Jinping and Huayuan, they will go to see God before the zombies besiege them. Hua Jie stood there blankly, listening to Zhong Haoxuan saying again, thank you for telling us so much. But obviously, we are not on the same path. This directly rejected Hua Jie. Then, he started the car, stepped on the accelerator, and drove towards the direction of Liwu City. When they escaped from the city center last night, Zhong Haoxuan also memorized a few directions. If everything goes well, they can resupply in one day. Hua Jie watched the car drive away, lowered his head, and pondered. Nangu was sitting in the back seat at this time, and Xi and Yuhua was in the co-pilot seat. She looked at Zhong Haoxuan with admiration. If I had known that showing a little skill would make them obediently tell so much information, I should have done the same. Zhong Haoxuan still drove calmly without answering Xi and Yuhua's words. Xi and Yuhua was used to it. So she turned to Nangu and said, Sister Nangu, when you look at me, do you also want to drink my blood? Nangu was still in a daze. She didn't listen carefully to the conversation between Zhong Haoxuan and Hua Jie just now. Facing Xi and Yuhua, She smiled sweetly. You are so smart. Xi and Yuhua's face was a little dark, and Zhong Haoxuan's eyebrows jumped. What on earth did they bring with them? In fact, Nangu was more regretful that she didn't eat snacks. Since they had left, she had no choice but to follow Zhong Haoxuan and others to find supplies. After entering Liwu City, the Hummer drove very slowly, mainly to avoid the zombies hiding in the dark. In the past, the 5 of them went on missions separately for reconnaissance. But this time it was different. With Nangu, the little radar, Zhong Haoxuan asked Nangu to report to him every once in a while. At first, Nangu was quite obedient. But later, she wanted to go on strike. Not only did he not give her good food, but he also enslaved her like this. She was not happy. Although Xi and Yuhua never interrupted, she compared Nangu with Tang Xiyue in her heart. Sure enough, Nanji's ability was much greater. She even knew where the zombies were, and how many there were. But why is she talking less and less now? Just when Xi and Yuhua thought of this, a zombie rushed out from the front, which really scared him into a cold sweat. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and the vine flew over, and the zombie's neck was cut off. After dealing with the zombie, Xi and Yuhua turned around and asked Nangu, "Did you know it was coming just now?" Nangu was lying on the back seat. She was slender, so it was quite suitable for her to lie alone in the back seat. Hearing Xi and Yuhua's words, she lazily opened her eyes. You can handle it anyway. Xi and Yuhua glanced at Zhong Haoxuan again, asking him with her eyes, and found that there was nothing wrong with Nangu. They didn't provoke this little zombie. Why did he suddenly get upset? Zhong Haoxuan was not Li Chen, and he didn't know Nanji's temper at all. He simply didn't mind and said to Xi and Yuhua, "Let's be careful ourselves." The car stopped and walked along the way, and it took half a day to drive to the outskirts of the city center. At this point, you can't go in anymore. It's too dangerous. After Xi and Yuhua got off the car, she said to Zhong Haoxuan, "We killed so many zombies in the city center yesterday. But now it seems that the number of these zombies has not decreased at all." Nangu also got off the car, but he was still unhappy and said lazily, "There are still many people near Liwu City. They heard the noise yesterday and wanted to come and pick up bargains. There are many new zombies here." Xi and Yuhua and Zhong Haoxuan understood. Since they turned into zombies because of greed, they could no longer save people and could only go to find supplies separately. When Nangu did not actively attack these zombies, they would ignore her. When the two left, she slowly went to the city center. Zhong Haoxuan and Xi and Yuhua were mainly responsible for finding fuel and food. By the way, they also brought back a lot of clothes, mostly neutral clothes, which Nangu could wear. Nangu was familiar with hospitals, so he went into a hospital in the city center, found the warehouse, and picked some commonly used medicines. After she was able to carry all the medicine with her, she walked out and realized that she was a zombie and didn't need this. So what was the point of looking for it? Every time at this moment, she would think of Li Chen. It's all that man's fault. If he hadn't developed this habit, how could she come to the hospital? I don't know where he is now. He also asked me to wait for him in Beihai. He won't break his promise. Right? When walking downstairs, Nangu suddenly felt the breath of humans. She looked at her current appearance and wanted to hide. Who knew that because of her sensitive hearing now, she actually heard Hua Jia's voice. How did they get to the city center? There are so many zombies here. How can they get ahead of Zhong Haoxuan? Zhong Haoxuan and Xi and Yuhua found a lot of supplies at this moment. When they returned to the car, they saw that Nangu was not there. They didn't have any communication equipment. There were zombies everywhere, and they couldn't just call Nanji's name casually. Xi and Yuhua waited for a while, and finally couldn't wait any longer. So she said to Zhong Haoxuan, "She probably went to the city center. I'll go and see." I thought Zhong Haoxuan would not care about him, but who knew that Xi and Yuhua was stopped by him? "I'll go with you." When looking for supplies, Zhong Haoxuan weighed the pros and cons, and he also wanted to follow Nangu to Beihai, not to escort her, but because of Hua Jia's words. Beihai has a base and military reserves, and its status is the same as Shangjing. It's better to go to the base and join everyone to fight against zombies instead of fighting alone. Besides, Nanji's situation is too strange. How can a zombie look like her? She is no different from ordinary people except that she has no heartbeat and breathing. Although Zhong Haoxuan will not hand Nangu over to others for research, He also wants to find out why her body has changed so much. Chapter 110. Someone has become a zombie. It would be great if the human body could reach a higher level after being strengthened by superpowers. That way, we can completely distance ourselves from zombies. Xi and Yuhua didn't expect that Zhong Haoxuan would go with her, and she was very moved for a moment. As the two walked on the road, Xi and Yuhua whispered, "I have thought a lot just now. I want to go to Beihai with Sister Nange. Although she is a zombie, she has never done anything to hurt me, and has helped us a lot. This is the first time I have been so close to someone, and I can't leave her behind." In fact, after the initial fear, Xi and Yuhua really felt that Nange was quite kind. He especially missed the days when he and Su Feng and Su Xian were cheerleaders for Nange. Besides, he also suggested that their team be named Nange Team. Now that the captain Gao Chongshu is dead, he can finally be the boss. Right? Going to the city center, the two people will inevitably encounter zombies. As soon as he finished speaking, zombies rushed out in a mighty force. Zhong Haoxuan pushed Xi and Yuhua to get him into combat readiness. Before attacking the zombies, he said calmly, "Let's talk about the future later. Take care of the present first." It is impossible for a battle to be silent. Listening to the rumbling noise, Hua Jie and several people around him said, "Hurry up. Let's move our things and go back. The city center is too dangerous." A sharp female voice sounded, "What are you afraid of? The zombies have been attracted by those three people. We are safe here." Then her companion said, "Yes. Don't be afraid. We can leave through the tunnel anyway. There are no zombies there." The sharp female voice laughed, "Although that thunder-type mutant looks powerful, he is unwilling to cooperate with us. Don't blame us. Let him lead the way." No matter how dumb Nange was, he understood what these people meant. They have been active in Liwu City all the time, and they must be more familiar with this place than he is. According to the sharp woman, there should be some secret passage that can go all the way from the outside to the city center. But that passage should not be accessible by car. These people probably came here on foot. Nange thought about it, and did not leave the building. Instead, he walked around the zombies, and went to a high place. From here, the view is much clearer. Zhong Haoxuan and Xi and Yuhua are killing zombies in the distance. And they don't forget to collect crystal cores. As for the people brought by Hua Jia, there is indeed no injured man before. What Nange cares about more is that the couple still didn't speak. The man always held the woman's hand, and protected her behind him. Hua Jia made a simple deployment again, and then let these people start to act. They were all superpowered and cooperated well, so they killed a lot of zombies along the way. The couple also made a lot of efforts. The main reason was that they were a group of two, so they were easily dispersed by the zombies. Others also hoped that they would attract more zombies, and did not care about their small number. Nange had been watching all this coldly, without any intention of helping. Even though the couple looked pitiful, they did not say anything when Hua Jia tricked them to go to the city center, even because their presence was too low. It was the first time that Nange observed them. In less than half an hour, these people also rushed into the pharmacy. But after opening the door, they found that many commonly used medicines were gone. Hua Jia gritted his teeth, very unwilling. They had already taken advantage of the time and place. But they didn't expect that someone would get there first. In the tunnel, in order to kill a mutant zombie, they also sacrificed a companion. There was no way. Hua Jia could only tell these people, "Take whatever you have. Hurry up. Other zombies will come soon." Xi and Yuhua and Zhong Haoxuan also finished the battle at this moment, and found that something was wrong with the hospital. They also rushed over, and happened to meet Hua Jia and the others. Xi and Yuhua's eyes were full of interest, but Hua Jia was obviously not prepared to explain anything to him. Seeing that there were only two people, he also asked, "Where is the other girl?" "Not with you." Nange carried the tang knife, and walked downstairs slowly. Many zombies avoided her. She had just discovered that after killing Tang Xiyue, her abilities had improved a lot. Now, she was very powerful to these zombies, and they dared not attack her. Xi and Yuhua no longer trusted Hua Jia, and imitated Zhong Haoxuan, saying lightly, "She has other tasks." Hua Jia pulled the corner of his mouth, thinking that Nange was in danger, and they came to rescue her. The pharmacy was still a mess, and Hua Jia's teammates stuffed all the medicines into their packages. Although Zhong Haoxuan and Xi and Yuhua also knew that the medicine was important, Hua Jia stood at the door, and obviously marked the area behind him as their territory. Zhong Haoshuan was still unable to kill ordinary people. And just when he was about to tell Xi and Yuhua that they should look in another direction, he saw Nangu walking down the stairs. She was still wearing the red skirt. But because of the trek, the color of the skirt had become darker. And because of the light, her legs looked even whiter. The tang sword in her hand was still emitting bursts of coldness. And Huajie couldn't help but shudder. Sister Nangu. So you are here? Xi and Yuhua called her. And when Nangu walked down, these people noticed that there were a lot of medicines in her bag, all of which were common medicines needed by everyone. Huajie's face became very bad. And he questioned Nangu, while we were killing zombies just now, you were sitting in there and reaping the benefits? Nangu would never admit to something she hadn't done. And she didn't bother to explain it. She got the medicine before these people came. Walking to Zhong Haoshuan, Nangu handed the bag to him and ignored Huajie. Huajie became very angry. Although you are very powerful, this is clearly the medicine we found first. How can you embezzle it? I hope you hand over the medicine. Nangu still did not express her opinion, but walked slowly into the pharmacy with a knife. There are too many people here, and the zombies will probably arrive in 3 minutes. She still has things to do. In fact, when Nangu appeared, the people in the pharmacy stopped, and no one knew what she was going to do. Even Huajie was afraid of Nangu. She wouldn't really kill people to silence them, would she? So Huajie winked at the people in the room, signaling them to take action first. Nangu felt the killing intent, but did not change her pace, but said, there are zombies in the house. Xi and Yuhua opened her mouth wide, thinking, Sister Nangu, how did you expose your identity? The others also forgot to attack Nangu, but they looked around quickly and didn't find anything wrong. When Nangu was talking, Zhong Haoshuan just turned his head and looked into the distance. Then, he said from behind, Nangu, make a quick decision. We only have 1 minute to retreat. Nangu walked behind the couple. They looked at Nangu with some unnatural expressions. Just as they were about to make way for Nangu, the cabinet in front of them made a bang, and the cabinet door was opened, and a zombie rushed out of it. The zombie was still wearing a dirty white coat, and it was obvious that he was a doctor when he was alive. It had been waiting to attack humans for a long time. When it rushed out, it bit the couple. Nangu raised his knife and chopped off its head directly. No matter who it was, they were shocked by Nangu. This girl doesn't look very old, but she kills zombies without blinking an eye? Nangu has nothing to be proud of, seeing that everyone is relieved. She said lightly, the zombie I'm talking about is not him. Who is it? Huajie walked over and asked. Nangu glanced at the couple. Who among you is injured? What? Everyone looked at the couple. They always behaved very low-key. Everyone was puzzled and took a step back. The couple was shocked for a moment, and then asked Nangu awkwardly, none of us was injured. Did you make a mistake? The man was talking, and the woman was still protected by him. When everyone saw this, they all guessed that the woman had turned into a zombie, and the man was protecting her. But Nangu was too perceptive. The two had been acting together, and she hadn't noticed because the man had just been infected by the zombies. Now she was standing in front of them. What was there to distinguish? No need to hide. One of you will lose your mind if you are infected by the zombies. And the other one even cut his companion to protect him. Nangu said coldly. The couple was still playing dumb. What are you talking about? We don't know at all. But before he finished speaking, the man had already grabbed the medicine box at hand and threw it at Nangu. Then he saw his cheeks quickly turn purple. Corpse spots also appeared, and he rushed towards Nangu with a roar. Nangu could have dealt with him neatly, but she only dodged twice in the end. The woman had already cried, and she rushed out to block the man, shaking her head desperately. The other companions, after figuring out the situation, wanted to kill the two men. It turns out that the man's arm was bleeding, not because he was bitten by a zombie, but because the woman secretly cut him to avoid being seen. Now the man has turned into a zombie, but she is still protecting him. The woman opened her hands and said to everyone, he will definitely get better. If we find medicine, he will recover. Please let us go. The man was injured to protect her. I thought he would not turn into a zombie so quickly after being bitten for just a few hours. Who would have thought that the man would lose his mind? The man obviously didn't recognize the woman anymore. At this point, the woman was still deceiving herself. Huajie also sighed, walked out, and said to the woman, get out of the way. He is already like this. He must be killed. If he doesn't die, the whole team will be in danger. But the woman still refused to let him go. He is a human, not a zombie. You can't touch him. Chapter 111. Willing to die. They were a couple before the end of the world. There was no prince and princess plot like in fairy tales. They were ordinary people who only shone in each other's hearts and eyes. After the outbreak of the apocalypse, she lost all her relatives and only had him left. So she relied on him more. In the eternal night, they didn't expect that both of them awakened their superpowers, which made them rejoice for a long time. But even with superpowers, facing powerful zombies, they could only run away. At this time, they met Huajie and his group and joined their team. In fact, there were more than these people in the team in the early days. Some died, some left, and the two of them never integrated into it. In order to protect each other and not be abandoned by their companions, they have always been fighting on the front line and rarely hide any supplies. They have been careful and careful, but unexpectedly, they were still injured by zombies because they were still moving with the team at that time. Leaving the team rashly would definitely arouse the suspicion of these people. So they decided to leave the team immediately after searching for drugs in the city center. Who would have thought that the man had reached his limit and turned into a zombie in the hospital in the city center? The woman was unwilling to let him go and stood in front of him, just like he always took care of himself. Without hesitation, seeing that the woman did not listen to his advice, Huajie could only gather other companions and attack them. Leave him here. You evacuate with us. We can choose not to kill you. The woman shook her head with tears in her eyes. How could she leave? The two of them were originally one. If one died, how could the other survive in the end times? Now in front of Nangu and the others, Huajie might still be able to say these words, but her ability was weak, and the other people in the team would not take her with them. Thinking of this, she had no intention of surviving at all. Facing Huajie's coercion, she turned around suddenly and hugged the man, and all her tears fell on his collar. The man was completely furious and didn't recognize who the woman was at all. The woman was still hugging him and said helplessly, "Tell me. It will definitely get better. Right?" He grabbed the medicine box at hand, and the woman was still shaking in front of him. "Look, there are so many medicines. Let's try them one by one, and we will always be cured. Right?" The man's eyes were cold. He realized that this was a human in front of him. So he roared and bit down on the woman's neck. Nangu was standing not far away at the time and wanted to stop it. But the woman put her neck close to him and let the man bite it. Now her whole body was almost lifted by the man, and her face turned pale because of this bite. Moreover, her skin was changing color at a speed visible to the naked eye. She had actually turned into a zombie. Nangu also looked at her in shock, wondering why this woman would choose to be a zombie instead of being a human. Moreover, her transformation into a zombie was too fast, and it was clear that she did not resist at all. The woman's eyes were full of relief, and her previous panic had all disappeared. She still hugged the man tightly and said with satisfaction, "This time it's good. We can finally be together forever." There was blood flowing from the corner of her mouth, but the man did not pity her at all, and bit her neck. Immediately, the woman's voice was also fragmented. The 2 minutes were up. Zhong Haoshuan dragged Nangu and asked Xianyu Hua to follow him. They had to evacuate. Huajie originally wanted to kill the two zombies before leaving, but seeing the actions of Zhong Haoshuan and his friends, his natural vigilance made him make a decision and called on everyone, "Leave quickly." Just as Huajie shouted, waves of zombies' roars rang out from outside the hospital. Those zombies gathered here from different directions. Huajie and his friends didn't drive, so they could only use their supernatural powers to open a road first and then leave from the tunnel. Companions were constantly bitten by zombies, but no one dared to look back. Only Nangu looked back when Zhong Haoshuan pulled her wrist. The woman and the man had already sat on the ground, but they still kept hugging each other. If they didn't know that they had both turned into zombies, the scene of the man burying his head in her neck would have been very beautiful. Nangu also saw that even though the woman looked distracted, her hand was still patting the man's back, as if telling him that she was always there. Before the woman lost consciousness, she suddenly thought of the scene when the man took her to escape at the end of the world. Life was already very difficult at that time. For a little material, the man always fought with others. Obviously, before the end of the world, he had a good temper and never argued with others. Sometimes the other side had more people, so he had to be beaten. But no matter how hard it was, He would always bring back some trophies for himself. Even if it was just dry bread. The woman would share half with him and eat it together. The man always refused, scratching his head honestly. His face was covered with wounds. But he didn't look hideous at all. I really ate it. You eat it. I don't know whether the tears or blood are overflowing from my eyes. Anyway, if this world doesn't have you, it won't be the world I miss. Then what's wrong with becoming a zombie? At least, I won't let you be alone. After running a few turns, the figures of the two people were completely out of sight. Nangu slowly retracted her gaze, and an emotion called sadness actually stained her heart. This has never happened before. She is a zombie, and doesn't have any human emotions. Could it be that when she evolved, she could also evolve emotions? Zhong Haoxuan and Xian Yuhua were killing zombies. It was not an easy task to rush out of the zombie tide. Fortunately, the other team had more people than them, and attracted many zombies. Nangu shook his head, picked up the Tang sword, and joined the battle. The three of them fought together, from the initial unfamiliarity to the tacit understanding later, and the cooperation became better and better. Especially Nangu. She never used her superpowers, but her physical fitness became stronger. Zhong Haoxuan felt that her speed was comparable to that of a third-level speed zombie, and her strength was not much different from that of a strength zombie. Her fighting skills became more and more sophisticated, and many zombies could not get close to her at all. With her help, Zhong Haoxuan, Xian Yuhua, and the other two killed their way out in less than half an hour. The Hummer started, rumbled, and crushed the zombies in front, moving forward without hesitation. As for Hua Jie and his group, although they ran back to the tunnel, they still suffered heavy losses. The companion who was left behind was originally to cover them, but in order to prevent other zombies from coming in, they directly closed the tunnel exit and did not let another human in. Because Nangu was not far from them, she felt their actions, and she could even hear the screams of the human left outside. This time, Zhong Haoxuan drove, and Xian Yuhua was still sitting in the passenger seat with a bag of medicine. Nangu curled up in the back seat, hugged her knees, and her black eyes blinked very slowly. She had long understood that this was the end of the world. Zombies and humans. Only one can survive forever. Humans are even more terrifying than zombies. Regardless of whether they were once companions who shared weal and woe, they could kill each other for a bite of supplies or a box of medicine, in order to escape for their own lives. Other people's lives, in their eyes, can be abandoned. Nangu covered her eyes, and the feeling in her heart was too chaotic, which actually reminded her of an incident when she was a child. Speaking of which, other people's memories are restored from the most recent time. But she can't remember anything about the past few years when she was a doctor. How young was she when she recovered this memory? Probably only 3 or 4 years old. In the picture, there is also a man and a woman, and her face has the outlines of both of them. It was probably her parents. But what she saw was not her parents getting along happily, but endless quarrels. Her mother was always protecting her behind her, but her father was cold and wanted to pull her out. Nangu thought, did she get into trouble? So her father wanted to punish her? But there was one thing she couldn't figure out at all. Why did the place where they quarreled look like a laboratory? What did her father do? Nangu had never discussed this issue with Yi Xiao before, but she had a vague feeling in her heart. Her father was just an ordinary worker. At the end of the scene, the mother fell in a pool of blood, and the father hugged her and cried bitterly. Many people rushed into the laboratory and smashed everything inside. The father could only take himself and leave there overnight. Sister Nangu! Sister Nangu! Xian Yuhua's voice dragged Nangu out of her memories. She looked up and looked at him a little dazed. Xian Yuhua smiled and said, we have already left Liwu City. What are you thinking about? Why are you so focused? Nangu opened her mouth. If it were usual, she would definitely not hide it. But now, she just felt that she couldn't figure out these things herself. So it was better to say less. So she said lightly, think about the blood of those people. It was wasted. Especially the woman who died in the pharmacy before. She was equivalent to committing suicide. Alas, I should help her. Xian Yuhua was full of black lines again. He should have guessed it. How could there be anything normal in Nanji's heart? Besides, she is a zombie. The sadness he just saw from her must be fake. After driving out of the city, Zhong Haoxuan did not stay outside the city. He found an open high ground at night. They had to sort out the supplies and then head to Beihai. Nangu was bored and leaned against the car door, watching the two people sort the supplies. After they were all done, Zhong Haoxuan stood up and stared at Nangu deeply. Today, why did you point out that man was a zombie? In fact, Nangu didn't understand why she did it in the first place. Anyway, who becomes a zombie? Whether the people in the team die or live, it has nothing to do with her, right? But when she wanted to hide it, she thought of Li Chen's face. Chapter 112 Nanji's Request. If Li Chen was here, what would he do? Hua Jie and his men concealed many things, and in Nanji's opinion, they were also very selfish. But Li Chen would definitely help them get rid of the zombie. So Nangu pondered for a moment and said to Zhong Haoxuan, at that time, I just wanted to talk about this matter. Zhong Haoxuan obviously didn't believe Nanji's words. But since Nangu had already said so, he didn't ask again. Xin Yuhua said from the bottom of her heart, you can save people. Which means that Sister Nange is becoming more and more like a human being. Like a human being? Nange was surprised, but I am a zombie. Xin Yuhua was no longer afraid of Nange, but curiously said, Sister Nange, if you bite us, will we become zombies? Nange wanted to say no, but then she changed her words cunningly. Why don't you try it? Xin Yuhua shrank and smiled dryly. Forget it. Hee hee. Zhong Haoxuan took out a set of clothes and handed it to Nange. Go change. It's not convenient to move in a skirt. When taking the clothes, Nange couldn't help but think of the scene when Li Chen changed her clothes before. She went into the car and closed the door. Soon, Nange came out after changing her clothes. The two men, Zhong Haoxuan and Xin Yuhua, had changed outside. Their previous clothes were already tattered and could not be worn at all. Nangu asked them openly this time, where are you going next? Xin Yuhua and Zhong Haoxuan had already discussed it and smiled brightly at Nangu. We will go to Beihai with Sister Nangu. Nangu actually didn't want to go with them, mainly because she was used to being with Li Chen, and these two people were clearly on guard against her. Zhong Haoxuan saw Nanji's distrust and just said lightly, as a zombie, you are more alert than us. If we want to do anything to you, you will know it immediately. Nangu nodded, agreeing with their approach. I can let you go with me, but how can I get food along the way? Food? Xin Yuhua didn't understand. Nangu pointed to the supplies at the back of the carriage and said to them, you humans need to eat. And I am a zombie. So of course, I need to eat too. Will I find food myself in the future? Or will you find it for me? It's not okay to let Nangu act on her own. What if she can't stop and kills too many people? So Zhong Haoxuan weighed the pros and cons and said to Nangu, we will solve it for you. But as a condition, you must warn us along the way. Nangu smiled sweetly, and that smile dazzled Xin Yuhua's eyes. She also stretched out her hand and shook hands with Zhong Haoxuan, indicating that they had formed an alliance deal. Li Chen, who was still on the road with his men, would definitely be relieved if he knew that his little zombie was smart enough to negotiate with others. But he didn't know. He was only worried that Nanji's silly personality would be fooled by Zhong Haoxuan. Even Yishao accepted the fact that Nangu was a zombie, and his initial suspicion turned into worry. How long will it take us to reach Beihai? Will Zhong Haoxuan do anything to Nangu? Yishao asked a lot of questions like this along the way. Once, Li Yin heard it and looked at his brother in surprise. You know, Li Chen has been a bachelor for thousands of years. When he was on a mission, he might not even see a woman, let alone a female fly, let alone fall in love. But Nangu, the name sounds like a girl. And Li Chen went to Beihai just to find her. Right? Li Yin is quite interested in his sister-in-law. He couldn't tell anyone about the secret, so he just went to Li Chen's car on the pretext of asking about other situations. Unfortunately, Li Chen was very tight-lipped about Nangu, and didn't reveal anything. He even rarely responded to Yishao's words. Only when Yishao asked too many times, and Li Chen was impatient. Would he tell him, don't stop on the way? It will take 10 days. 10 days doesn't sound long, but every minute and every second is torture for Yishao. He couldn't sleep at night, for fear that Nangu would make a mistake outside. Compared with Yishao, Li Chen's change is not very obvious, but Li Yin, as his younger brother, still noticed it keenly. In the past, Li Chen also spoke little, but he smiled a lot, and even had a bit of ruffian. But this time, no matter what happened, Li Chen looked like he was not broken even under the pressure of a mountain, which clearly broke himself into a string. If Li Chen couldn't find Nangu in Beihai, Li Yan couldn't imagine what he would do. Nangu and Zhong Haoshuan set out again, and also followed the direction described by Hua Jie and drove towards Beihai. On the way, they also met other teams. Without exception, they were all wary of them. Some people saw that these three people were not ordinary people, so they wanted to win them over. However, Nangu did not want to act with other humans at all, and Zhong Haoshuan was extremely cold. Many people tried to win him over, but no one succeeded. They drove on the road for 5 days. Because of Nanji's warning, they did not always conflict with zombies. That night, they rested outside a small town called Anlin. 5 days later, there was still food in the car, but the water was almost used up. Zhong Haoshuan and Xi Yuhua discussed it and decided to go to the small town to find some. Nangu did not want to stay in the car, so he volunteered to go with them. Coincidentally, there was also a convoy where they stayed. Seeing that they were leaving, they hurried over. The leader of the convoy was a woman. Unlike Nangu, who was always cold, she was about 30 years old and smiled kindly. Women were naturally friendly. Xi Yuhua let down her guard a lot when she saw her. Shin Qingyao had been observing them for several hours. When she got closer, she was shocked by the color of Zhong Haoshuan and Xi Yuhua's eyes. What level of superpowers are they? It is estimated that the power of one person can overthrow their team. Although Shin Qingyao also wanted to win them over, she was not like the previous captains, who put on a high attitude and acted like you were honored to join my team. When facing Zhong Haoshuan, Shin Qingyao was always gentle and polite, and took the initiative to explain her purpose. I see that you seem to be going into the city, and I want to talk to you. What do you want? Xi and Yuhua stood up. Zhong Haoshuan was not talkative. Now the young boy was growing up rapidly. All the arguments with other captains were handed over to him. Shin Qingyao said awkwardly, "We don't have enough water in our team. If you can bring it back for us, we will exchange it with you for crystal cores." Afraid that Zhong Haoshuan would not believe it, she took out 2 crystal cores and put them in Xi and Yuhua's hands. This is a deposit. Shin Qinyao's team has a total of more than 40 people, which is already a very large team in the end of the world. So she wanted so many people's water, and the amount was so large that taking out 2 crystal cores was not a small amount. In fact, the crystal core of the wood system is quite easy to get, but the thunder system is a mutant ability. After walking for 5 days, they only hunted down a thunder zombie. Now Shin Qingyao took out 1 thunder system and 1 wood system. Xi and Yuhua felt that this deal could be done. Before she agreed, Shin Qingyao said, "This is just a deposit. When you get all the water back, I will give you 4 more crystal cores. But I only have 1 thunder and 2 wood crystal cores now. You can choose another one for the remaining one." Zhong Haoshuan's eyes did not change while he was thinking. He glanced at Nangu and then asked Shin Qingyao, "We can take 3 more crystal cores from you, but we need you to provide us with something." "What?" Shin Qingyao thought they wanted other supplies. She secretly estimated and felt that it would be okay to give them a little. Who knew that Zhong Haoshuan said, "Each of you, give us a little blood." "What?" Shin Qingyao was surprised. "What do you want blood for?" Zhong Haoshuan looked mysterious, and Xi and Yuhua just smiled faintly, clearly not explaining to Shin Qingyao, letting her imagine it herself. Nangu was thinking of going on strike. After all, she hadn't eaten for 5 days. Who knew that Zhong Haoshuan actually found 40 rations for her? Shin Qingyao was indeed imagining it, because he had noticed their Hummer from the beginning, and the clean clothes on several people. They can live easily in the end of the world. There must be some means. Could they be hunting zombies and using blood to lure them? With this idea, Shin Qingyao was also enlightened. Yes, why didn't she think of this kind of fighting method? Zombies are attracted by blood. If they can use this effectively, can they kill many zombies? Xi and Yuhua saw that Zhong Haoshuan was playing mysterious, and Shin Qinyao's eyes were getting brighter and brighter. Obviously, they didn't say anything, and she had found the answer. Okay. Shin Qingyao agreed neatly, but now everyone's body is lacking in nutrition. So each of you can only be given 100 cubic centimeters. After you enter the city, find the blood bag yourself. This time, before Zhong Haoshuan could speak, Nangu came to the front. "Don't worry. We will find it." Xi and Yuhua looked at Nangu helplessly, thinking, "You are too eager." After the conditions were agreed, Zhong Haoshuan and his team rested for a while and drove into the city. Shin Qinghua and her 2 assistants were still waving goodbye. Wait for them to go far away. The 2 assistants asked Shin Qinghua, Sister Shin. There are only 3 of them. Can they really find enough water for 40 people? Shin Qinghua smiled and said generously, if we can't find it, we will just lose 2 crystal cores, and they will not pass the test. The others didn't say anything. Shin Qinghua continued to tell them her idea. In this way, we can set a trap with blood to lure the zombies over. The 2 assistants' eyes lit up and they praised, this method is really great. Chapter 113, If you want to fight, then fight. The interior space of the Hummer is not as large as the armored car that Li Chen drove before. Drinking water for 40 people is not a small amount. Fortunately, Shin Qinghua only told them to bring back enough for 1 day. Otherwise, their car really can't fit it. In the past, Zhong Haoxuan also took them to resupply. Along the way, they passed many small cities with many zombies. However, because the cars were placed outside the city, they were small targets, so it was still easy to avoid the eyes and ears of the zombies. This time, because they had to fetch water, they had to use a car to transport it. So the difficulty was much greater. Nangu has been a bit passive these 2 days. He is depressed and unwilling to talk. Today is different. Zhong Haoxuan's negotiation conditions are so many delicious foods / greater than over equal to less than over equal to / so Nangu volunteered to sit in the co-pilot seat and squeezed Xi and Yuhua to the back seat. She was upright, like a primary school student. And she was also conscientious and detailed in predicting where there were zombies. With her help, it was quite smooth when we first entered the city. Now Nangu can observe the area within a radius of 2,000 meters. But although he can survey the structure of the building and the distribution of zombies inside, he can't feel what items are inside. Passing by several small supermarkets on the way, Xi and Yuhua wanted to get off the car to take a look. But Zhong Haoxuan stopped him. Too many people have come here outside, and the things inside must be gone. In fact, even if he entered Anlin City, Zhong Haoxuan doubted whether he could find any more supplies. After all, this place is not far from the North Sea. Beihai has a main base and a dozen branch bases. There are many survivors in Beihai. It is far from enough to rely on the supplies in one city. If he guessed correctly, Shin Qinghua brought people from Beihai, since they can search in Anlin City, as long as they have suitable weapons and transportation tools. It is not a problem to come to the city center. Xi and Yuhua sat in the car honestly after hearing Zhong Haoxuan say that there is no need to survey. The further you drive inside, the harder it is to go. It is impossible to bypass those zombies. But as long as there is a battle, the sound will be transmitted far away, and other zombies will rush over. Nanji's face is also a little ugly. How many people died in Anlin City? Why are there so many zombies? The roads ahead are blocked by zombies. We must break through. Nangu turned her head and glanced at Zhong Haoxuan. These days, she and Zhong Haoxuan basically didn't talk. Zhong Haoxuan was cold to begin with, and even Xi and Yuhua didn't know what he was thinking. And Nangu did not forget that when she first met Zhong Haoxuan, he was hostile to her. In addition, Li Chen was not with Nangu, and the little zombie seemed to grow up overnight, and she refused to believe in humans. Zhong Haoxuan and Nangu were fighting partners, so of course he believed her. So he first slowed down the car and asked, which road is easier to go ahead? Nangu looked at the difference of 2 kilometers and said to him, although there are more zombies on the right, if you rush over, the road behind is very flat. Zhong Haoxuan said indifferently, then go from the right. Then, he turned the steering wheel and rushed to the road on the right. Xi and Yuhua had fought side by side with the 2 men for a long time, so he didn't need them to say anything. When the car turned, he had already activated his supernatural power. However, before the various plants wrapped the car body, Nangu opened the car window, turned over and climbed onto the roof, and knelt on one knee. She slowly pulled out the Tang sword on her back. The weather was pretty good today, with sunlight shining through the thick mist. Nanji's movements were not fast. She held the sword horizontally in her hand, and the light reflected from the blade formed a bright band on her face. At this moment, the car was approaching the zombies blocking the road. Nanji's eyes were cold, and his long hair was tied high on his head, because the car was going too fast. It was always flying in the air. Xi and Yuhua was ready in the car, but they just wanted to rush through this road. So Zhong Haoxuan never slowed down. The zombies also found that there were humans in the car. And on the roof, there was a zombie who was hostile to them. They were afraid of Nanji's strength. But after all, there were many of them. So they all rushed up, because there were dozens of them at a time. After Zhong Haoxuan knocked away a dozen of them at first, the other zombies still held on to the vines on the car tightly, and their sharp claws left scratches on the car body. Xi and Yuhua held her breath and calmed down. When she opened her eyes again, it was already a murderous scene. Nangu did not face these zombies head-on, because when she turned over in the air, Xi and Yuhua had already taken action. These plants that seemed to have no lethality instantly became powerful weapons. Many sharp saw teeth appeared on the plants. With a few swish sounds, several plants flew into the air, twisting in the air like a ferocious snake. While they were twisting, the heads of those zombies were neatly cut off. This is a trick Xi and Yuhua has recently developed. He hunted zombies along the way and obtained a lot of wood crystal cores. All of them were digested by Xi and Yuhua. His advancement in the past few days is greater than that in the 2 months at the Jinping base. When he dealt with these zombies, Nangu also fell from midair and stepped on the car again. The hunting of zombies here was not small. Other zombies came after hearing the news. But as long as they were left behind by the car, several people would ignore them. If there are zombies rushing to the car, it will be Xi and Yuhua who will deal with them. Nangu mainly dealt with some speed zombies. At this moment, he turned another corner. On the long street, there seemed to be a zombie waiting for them. The zombie was wearing a sports suit, although it was worn out. He did not attack the car directly like other zombies, but made a starting motion first. That's a speed zombie, Nangu said cautiously to the 2 people in the car. Zhong Haoxuan asked Nangu for his opinion. Should we slow down? Nangu smiled, obviously not taking the speed zombie seriously. No. As expected, as soon as Nangu finished speaking, Zhong Haoxuan stepped on the accelerator to the ground, and the car almost left a trail of afterimages on the road. Rushing towards the zombie without fear, the zombie was ready to start running, roared, and kicked the ground hard with his back feet. When Nangu saw him rushing forward, the ground behind him was crushed by him. The speed of the zombie was definitely faster than this car. If it weren't for the superpowers, these human senses were greatly changed, and perhaps they couldn't see its figure. Xi and Yuhua sat in the car, and slowly stretched out his hand to the window. If Nangu couldn't solve it, he would support her. In just a moment, the zombie had arrived in front of the car, and punched hard at the front window. The fist had a force of 1,000 pounds. If it was really smashed down, the entire front of the car would be damaged. Even Xi and Yuhua subconsciously closed her eyes. But Zhong Haoxuan still drove the car coldly. And even his eyes did not change, because someone blocked the fist of the zombie. Nangu kicked the car body, and kicked hard on its fist. The zombie probably didn't realize that Nanji's strength was so great that he was kicked away by Nangu. However, Nangu also failed to stand on the roof of the car because of excessive force. He flipped back and stood on the ground. The speed zombie was completely angry and vented all his anger on Nangu. Nangu raised his knife horizontally and took the initiative to meet the zombie at a terrifying speed. When a knife was chopped on him, Nangu said unsatisfiedly, "If you want to fight, just fight. Why are you always yelling?" The speed zombies originally had an advantage in speed, but who knew that Nangu was no worse than him? So he quickly fell behind and had to be beaten. Zhong Haoxuan had slowed down a little when he passed this street corner, and they had to wait for Nangu to come back before they could go. Xi and Yuhua was just scared, and when she saw that she was fine, she touched her nose and said to Zhong Haoxuan embarrassedly, "I really thought that fist was going to hit my nose just now." Zhong Haoxuan, who had never communicated with Nangu much, continued, "Nangu is a teammate. You have to believe in her. She is very capable." The only person that Zhong Haoxuan could describe as strong was Li Chen. And now there was Nangu. Of course, he had never seen Li Chen in combat, so this judgment was just a feeling of a strong man. Nangu was different. From the Jinping base to this road, they watched Nangu grow up. Zombie physique was really scary. She had a very terrifying imitation ability. Plus her speed and strength were excellent. And she also had mental suppression. Now Zhong Haoxuan had no doubt that Nangu could definitely fight him to a draw. Zhong Haoxuan felt that what Xi and Yuhua said was very pertinent. But who knew that Xi and Yuhua was shocked after hearing it? No way. Zhong Haoxuan actually praised Nangu? Still trust him so much? Didn't he dislike contact with Nangu before? Zhong Haoxuan ignored Xi and Yuhua's shocked eyes, and a crack appeared on his always cold face. He cleared his throat and said to Xi and Yuhua, "Urge her to hurry up." Xi and Yuhua opened the car window, and the smell of dirt and zombies outside the car diffused in. Sister Nangu has been dealt with, and the crystal core is being cut out. Speaking of this, Xi and Yuhua still couldn't understand it. Nangu couldn't use these crystal cores, of course. He didn't know at the moment that Nangu could take spiritual crystal cores. So why did Nangu cut them out? If Li Chen was here, this wouldn't be a problem. After all, Nangu always liked these shiny things, especially diamonds. Now that Li Chen is not here, no one is looking for jewelry and bags for Nangu. Nangu said she was in a bad mood. Huh? Chapter 114 Zombie Army. It didn't take long to dig out the crystal core. After Nangu put it away, she was about to run back to the car. She glanced at the roadside and saw a convenience store. There were many zombies wandering inside. At this moment, they were clinging to the glass and were about to rush out. The door of the convenience store was locked. I don't know if a team had done this before. As for what attracted her, it was a city introduction map. Nangu put away her knife, split the glass window, took the introduction map and left. Xi and Yuhua was about to collapse when she saw her wild movements in the car. My god. There must be nearly 100 zombies in that convenience store. She just let them out. Fortunately, Nangu was very fast. She didn't even open the car door, but got in through the car window directly, and said to Zhong Haoxuan, "Go." Zhong Haoxuan's car was never turned off, so he could wait for Nangu to come back. So before Nangu sat down, his car drove away like an arrow. Because of the good cooperation, other zombies did not catch up. Nangu sat in the co-pilot seat, very happy, and stretched out her hand to Zhong Haoxuan. High five. Zhong Haoxuan did not like any physical contact with people. Xi and Yuhua was about to persuade Nangu, but who knew that he actually smiled and really high-fived Nangu, although his smile was fleeting. Xi and Yuhua still saw it. Hey, did you forget that I was still behind? Nangu was just in a good mood, so she did this. Without thinking much, Zhong Haoxuan asked her, "What's in your hand?" Nangu opened the map and looked at it, muttering, "Introduction map." She actually wanted to know where there were shopping malls. She wanted beautiful clothes and bags. But after turning 2 pages, Zhong Haoxuan said to her, "Stop for a moment." Nangu looked up and looked at him in confusion. She thought, "Zhong Haoxuan, why don't you concentrate on driving? Why are you looking at my introduction pictures? Turn back to the front." 2 pages. After Zhong Haoxuan said that, Nangu still turned the pages obediently. After she saw it clearly, she asked Zhong Haoxuan, "Mineral water factory? This place is far away from here. It's in the suburbs." Zhong Haoxuan did not answer Nanji's question, but said, "Are there many zombies ahead?" Nangu closed his eyes, felt it, and his face turned black. There are too many zombies. The whole street is full of them. How can our car rush through? In that case, let's change the road. Zhong Haoxuan turned and said, "Go to this mineral water factory." Xi and Yuhua also thought it was feasible to take a detour to the suburbs. After all, the terrain of Anlin City is different from other cities. Although the mineral water factory is in the suburbs, there is only one way to get there from the city. People who come to Anlin City to find supplies first react to sweep supermarkets and convenience stores. So it is very likely that they will be the first batch to arrive at the mineral water field. Nangu felt that it was too much trouble to survey the distribution of zombies in the city center, so he agreed with Zhong Haoxuan's words. It's true that Zhong Haoxuan's judgment was correct. After they took a detour, they didn't experience many major battles before they arrived at the mineral water farm. The suburbs were relatively empty, and there were not many zombies, mainly workers from several nearby factories. With Xi and Yuhua and Zhong Haoxuan, 2 powerful fighters, Nangu basically didn't need to make any moves, and the zombies couldn't get close. Now the 3 of them were wearing the same style of neutral clothing. Zhong Haoxuan was the tallest, and although Xi and Yuhua was much thinner, she was also a tall and straight young boy. Nangu was relatively petite, holding a tang sword in her hand, and she walked very lightly. Both men were very handsome, and Nangu was young and beautiful. If this combination was put in front of the model, the rate of turning heads would definitely be 120%. But now is the end of the world, and no one has the heart to appreciate it. When Zhong Haoxuan and others arrived outside the mineral water field, Nangu predicted, there are more than 200 zombies in this factory. And no living people. The gate of the mineral water field was still closed. Even though Xi and Yuhua could not see the zombies inside, she could feel a dead air standing at the door. These zombies must have not had time to run out when the disaster occurred. 200. Not as many as they killed along the way. Xi and Yuhua smiled and said to Nangu, Sister Nangu, it seems that we can go back earlier today. Nangu said solemnly, I always feel that this place is very unusual. Zhong Haoxuan chose to believe Nanji's words and told Xi and Yuhua, after entering the door, you must be careful. Xi and Yuhua also became alert and activated her own ability. The gate of the mineral water field was just a decoration for them. Nangu raised his knife and fell. And with a clang, the gate was split open. The three people quickly entered and looked around the decorations inside. This mineral water field should have been visited by no one. Many facilities inside have been severely corroded. I don't know how much distilled water that has been installed is left now. There is a small square just after entering the door, where several zombies are wandering. Further inside, there are factories and office buildings. Nangu pointed to the factory. There are more zombies over there. Xi and Yuhua had already activated the vines and saw the zombies in the small square when he just entered the door. After Nangu finished speaking, he said with a little surprise, the two just now were mutant zombies. Mutated zombies are more powerful than ordinary zombies, and they have already gained a certain degree of wisdom. Nangu turned to look at Xi and Yuhua and asked, but you have solved them, right? That's because there are only two. Xi and Yuhua didn't know how to describe his current feeling. He looked at the factory and murmured, I always feel, we came to the wrong place this time. Even if we came to the wrong place, there is no turning back now. Zhong Haoxuan took the lead and walked in front. Lightning appeared around him, crackling, and the light always collided in the air. I thought they would have a fierce fight in the factory. And Zhong Haoxuan even told the two people not to damage the water purification equipment and canned distilled water. Who knew that before he took a few steps? A large number of zombies rushed out of the factory. They were all wearing workers' uniforms. Their bodies were rotten and their eyes were cold. Obviously they wanted to fight to the death with these three people. What do they want to do? Xi and Yuhua asked in a low voice. Zhong Haoxuan subconsciously blocked the two people behind him, and his eyes became particularly solemn. Xi and Yuhua's question was soon answered. And these zombies roared together. And Nanji's face turned pale. They are calling their companions. Get started. Zhong Haoxuan had a feeling that if they continued to roar, the consequences would be disastrous. So the three of them attacked the zombies without any hesitation. But these zombies moved faster than them. Instead of attacking, they changed their positions. The zombies of the water, fire and wind systems all stood behind them, while the zombies of the earth and strengthening system stood in front of them. And the zombies of the speed system were at the forefront. Nangu wanted to curse. These zombies actually knew how to attack in groups. They had encountered large-scale zombie attacks before, but not like this time. They could distinguish between melee and long-range attacks so clearly. The most terrible thing was that all these more than 200 zombies were mutant zombies. Not only the ones in the factory, but other mutant zombies rushed out of the office building and surrounded them. After Xi and Yuhua strangled several speed zombies, he was surrounded by several wood zombies who attacked him. Moreover, these wood zombies cooperated very well. They did not entangle Xi and Yuhua for a long time, but just prevented him from escaping from the battle. Then, they assisted other fire zombies, and began to burn the vines that Xi and Yuhua had spawned. Xi and Yuhua was born afraid of fire, and so were his plants. As a result, he suffered heavy damage. If Zhong Haoxuan had not just helped him, he would probably have been burned to death by several fire zombies. Nanji's situation was not very good either. Earth thorns emerged from the ground one after another, blocking Nanji's way forward. After several zombies tried, they knew that Nangu was good at fighting, so they began to let a large number of wind zombies attack Nangu. The other zombies were mainly to block Nanji's progress and prevent him from running around. After Nangu killed several speed zombies, no zombies dared to come forward. In comparison, it was a little easier for Zhong Haoxuan. After all, he was a thunder zombie, and these mutant zombies could basically do nothing to Zhong Haoxuan. He could also attack from a distance. With a thunderbolt, many zombies became burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. But he was only one person after all, and there were nearly 200 zombies. He had to take care of himself and save Nangu and Xianyuhua, which gradually became difficult. Nangu pursed his lips tightly and heard Xianyuhua shouting in frustration while running. What kind of monsters are these? They can actually cooperate. Nangu had an idea in her mind, but because she was not sure, she did not tell the other two people. Ordinary zombies definitely do not have such a high IQ. And she had seen similar scenes before, where mental zombies controlled other zombies. It's just that he wasn't so perverted at that time. After all, a person's spirit is limited. He can control 200 zombies at a time with such precision. No wonder I can't feel him. His spirit must be above mine. But how could Nangu give up so easily? If she can't get water, her food will fly away. The general zombies are very frightened. But Nangu, as long as there is food, she is not afraid of anything. So along the way, Nangu didn't deliberately use her spirit to suppress these zombies. But now she did. But in an instant, all the zombies were frozen. And some even circled on the ground. Obviously, because of the control of two kinds of spirit, they didn't know how to choose. Zhong Haoshuan and Xianyuhua saw the opportunity, and finally got out of trouble, and killed dozens of zombies. When the three of them stood together again, facing three directions, Zhong Haoshuan asked in a deep voice, "Is there another spirit zombie?" Chapter 115. Submit to me. Yes, but I don't know where he is. The gap between Nangu and the other party was too big, and she couldn't find any clues. And what she didn't say was that she always had a feeling that she would die here today. Xianyuhua had fought zombies many times, but she had never been so worried as she was at this moment. But he still encouraged Nangu, "It's okay. We can even avoid meteorites. And we will definitely not die in the hands of these zombies." As soon as Xianyuhua finished speaking, all the zombies went berserk, and the attacks on the three people became more fierce. Nanji's spirit was also shocked. Obviously because the other spiritual zombies had once again taken control of the initiative of these zombies. Zhong Haoshuan and Xianyuhua did not dare to be careless. After exchanging glances, they chose two directions to attack. Nangu chose the remaining direction. Although Xianyuhua was younger than him, he and Zhong Haoshuan chose places with more zombies. And Nangu was facing the gate of the factory, being led by several zombies. She entered the factory building in a short time, feeling the battle behind her. Zhong Haoshuan and Xianyuhua were still stuck by other zombies, and couldn't get away at all. Nangu took the Tang Dao, dealt with a wind-type zombie in front of her, and looked into the factory building. The zombies in front of her were always retreating, keeping a certain distance from Nangu. Nangu did not relax her vigilance. She not only observed the environment around her, but also the top of her head. But obviously, the factory building was empty, and there were no zombies running around on the roof. But it was this silence that made Nangu shudder. She opened her mouth, and a cold voice rang out, "Why don't you attack?" These zombies should not be able to hear Nanji's words. They just kept retreating. If someone who doesn't understand the situation sees it, they will think that these zombies are afraid of Nangu. Slowly, some zombies hid. Although Nangu could sense their position, she didn't attack rashly. She was thinking now. Frowning and thinking. Could it be that this mental zombie dragged Zhong Haoshuan and Xianyuhua to lure her over? Why? While Nangu was still confused, a voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "You are a zombie." The voice was particularly cold. And after it sounded, it could be fixed in people's hearts. And Nanji's back was trembling, being able to speak in her mind. It means that this zombie has controlled her. When did it happen? Her current level is not low, and she is on alert. Shouldn't it be difficult to control herself? Don't play tricks. Come out! Nangu shouted in anger. She had never been so embarrassed before. Even though she had encountered so many powerful opponents, she thought that this zombie would ignore her. But who knew that slowly a male zombie would walk out from the darkness. He was a tall and thin man, and his skin was festering like the zombies outside. What was different from other zombies was that he had eyes. Nangu could even see his mockery and disdain in his eyes. Nangu suddenly didn't understand. Aren't all mental zombies fragile? He just walked out so swaggeringly. Wasn't he afraid that she would kill him? Just as she thought about it, the mockery in the zombie's eyes became deeper. He didn't speak, but his voice kept exploding in Nanji's mind. "I think you have been following humans for too long and have forgotten that you are a zombie. But you are obviously doing well. The two men outside have been protecting you all the time. when Nangu first became a zombie, but still had her own consciousness. She was very much looking for a companion. As a result, the more she looked, the more disappointed she became, because other zombies had no consciousness of their own. They were thirsty for blood and could not control themselves. Nangu was just like Xian Yuhua said. She had many zombie characteristics, but her movements and so on were no different from ordinary people. This time, she really found a companion with consciousness. But she was very scared, because this zombie made her feel creepy. His sanity was a misfortune for Nangu, even now that he controlled himself. It was too easy for him to kill himself. Nanji's throat was a little tight, and she still argued stubbornly, "My affairs are not yours to take care of. You control me. What are you going to do?" The male zombie took 2 steps forward, and Nangu looked at his hideous face and couldn't move. His eyes fell on Nangu, and his voice still echoed in her mind. "I appeared only to ask you. Do you want to submit to me? Since we have become zombies, we should kill all humans." Ha ha ha. The voice was too sinister, and it had no human characteristics at all. Nangu asked with trembling lips, "You also forgot the things in your life, right?" Recently, she remembered some things, and her steps were no longer as firm as when she first became a zombie. Maybe this man is in the same situation as herself? Who knows? That the male zombie said sarcastically, "How can I forget the past? I know that I was a human being when I was alive, but I am a zombie now." Nangu looked at the male zombie with a complicated look, not knowing how to refute his words. Obviously, his thoughts now are the same as hers before. Why does she disagree now? Is it because she has recovered some memories belonging to human emotions and is playing tricks in her body? The male zombie asked again, "Are you going to surrender or not? If I surrender, what will I become?" Nangu thought of the zombies outside. The male zombie answered in her mind, "Surrender to me? Of course. Is to let me devour your spirit and thoughts." Nangu widened her eyes. She never knew that the thoughts of other zombies can also be used as nutrients. No wonder this male zombie is so powerful. With 200 mutant zombies as his food, he must be very scary now. But Nangu is not in a chaotic state when she just woke up. She doesn't want to lose herself. Moreover, she keeps reminding herself in her heart that there are still important things to do and important people to meet. So Nangu refused without thinking, "I won't be your food. Even if I am a zombie, I want to live independently." The male zombie was completely angry. "You really don't want to drink the wine?" Just when he was about to devour Nanji's thoughts. Who knew that Nangu was waiting for him to go berserk? His imprisoned spirit suddenly found a breakthrough and directly lifted the control of the male zombie. Holding a knife, he flashed and came in front of him. Psychic zombies are usually not very skilled. Nangu showed a determined smile, thinking that if she stabbed the male zombie, he would definitely die. Who knew that he was faster than her and dodged? Is this a joke? He can't even speak. How can he be so fast? He dodged, but Nangu didn't dodge his fist. With a bang, she felt that her chest was about to be flattened, and her body suddenly flew out and hit the metal equipment behind her. With a few clangs, those metal pipes fell on her body and slid away. Even though she didn't feel pain now, she still shrank subconsciously. She raised her head and looked at the male zombie fiercely. How long has it been since she was injured so badly? The male zombie also looked at Nangu with contempt. Zombies can already communicate with brain waves. I just don't bother to talk. Only you, who has become such a noble species as a zombie, still maintain the despicable nature of humans. Nangu almost laughed when she heard this. Many human behaviors made her despise them. But zombies are transformed after death. So what qualifications does he have to mock humans like this? After a heavy spit, Nangu wiped his mouth and said coldly, "At least humans look much more pleasing to the eye than you." Nanji's cold attitude really hurt him. Originally, when he launched his mutant zombies to attack them, he saw Nanji's strong mental power and wanted her to submit to him. Otherwise, he would not have spent so much time talking to her. Who knew that she dared to despise herself? It seems that she not only retains the bad nature of humans, but she actually regards herself as a human. Haha. Since she didn't have any zombie consciousness, there was no need to be polite to her. He stepped heavily on the ground, jumped into the air, and kicked towards Nangu. Nangu had just suffered because of underestimating the enemy, and had learned a lesson long ago. His kick didn't hit Nangu. Moreover, she had already stood up, and after a few dodges, she jumped onto the back of the zombie. The knife in her hand had already cut towards the zombie's neck fiercely. But who knew that his body would become extremely soft, and his neck bent to an angle that ordinary people could hardly do. Avoiding Nanji's knife, he was irritable, and had begun to devour Nanji's thoughts. Nangu gritted his teeth, and refused to let him succeed. I am also a zombie with backbone. If you want to devour me, you have to kill me. The male zombie had never encountered such a difficult zombie. He snorted heavily, and flipped Nangu off him, while urging his mental power to control Nangu. He fought with Nangu. Nangu was at a disadvantage mentally, so she could only exert half of her original strength. So she took a lot of punches from the man at the beginning. If she had been beaten to pieces by the man in the past, she would definitely be thankful that she was a zombie. And if her head didn't fall off, she wouldn't die again. Now she didn't dare to be distracted at all, and she used all her strength to collide with the man. Just as Li Chen said, Nangu had a lot of capital, but she was always lazy and liked to retreat when she encountered danger. If she could train well, her progress would definitely be amazing. The male zombie who fought with Nangu was now feeling this sentence. Nangu was growing at a speed he couldn't imagine, and was even slowly getting out of his confinement. But Nangu with scarlet eyes would never notice this. Chapter 116: A Fierce Battle. She just hoped that she could be faster, heavier, and more powerful. She had to kill this male zombie anyway, because the male zombie was focused on dealing with Nangu. The more than 100 mutant zombies outside were immediately thrown into disarray. Zhong Haoxuan and Xian Yuhua felt the pressure suddenly reduced, and they did not dare to delay. The carnivorous plants kept flying in the air, gnawing off their heads. Lightning kept exploding in the small square, and there were deep pits everywhere. Originally, the zombies from several factories nearby wanted to attack the two humans, but now they were afraid and wanted to hide as far away as possible. When fighting, Xian Yuhua shouted to Zhong Haoxuan, "I'll hold on here. Go and see Sister Nangu. She's fighting with that spiritual zombie inside." Ordinary zombies are no match for Nangu at all. Now that Nangu is trapped in the factory, it must be the work of that spiritual zombie. Zhong Haoxuan pondered for a moment, blasted the road ahead, and ran towards the factory. The battle between Nangu and the male zombie has reached a white-hot stage. It is unknown where the male zombie learned those skills, and he can even strengthen himself. The Tang sword on Nanji's hand is sharp and hard enough, and his hand is even comparable to the Tang sword. When the Tang sword and his arm collided, Zhong Haoxuan could even hear the sound of metal colliding. The male zombie also felt that someone had invaded his territory. With a roar, he let the zombies hiding in the dark come out to attack Zhong Haoxuan. Zhong Haoxuan had just experienced their cooperation, so of course he did not dare to take it lightly. But before these zombies rushed over, he still went to help Nangu. Zhong Haoxuan's sudden joining relieved Nanji's pressure a lot. Even his lightning was the nemesis of the spirit zombie. Just a few shots would make him scream. Nangu also got excited. No matter what moves he used, he would attack the zombie. Let him bully others. Let him talk in his mind. Let him hit himself. The male zombie became more violent, and Nangu and Zhong Haoxuan were a little overwhelmed. Especially Zhong Haoxuan was targeted by several other zombies. He had to be more careful not to get hurt. Nangu tried hard, thinking, is there no other way? If she didn't kill this zombie, her mind would definitely be devoured by him. And just when she was struggling to resist, a wind zombie actually rushed towards Zhong Haoxuan from the ceiling. He couldn't avoid it from the angle he was standing. Nangu gave up the male zombie in a hurry, and swung the Tang Dao to chop off the head of the wind zombie rushing down from the ceiling. Zhong Haoxuan just felt the danger, but he couldn't dodge it. He thought he was going to die, but he didn't expect Nangu to save him. For a moment, he looked at Nangu with a more complicated look, including this time. Nangu has saved him twice. Nangu didn't have time to see Zhong Haoxuan's attitude soften, and the male zombie's attack had already arrived. This time, his claws went straight to Nanji's heart. If Nangu hadn't dodged quickly and only caught her shoulder, her body would have been hollowed out by the male zombie. Even if this was avoided, Nanji's arm was still shaky. Zhong Haoxuan's pupil shrank, and his heart suddenly tightened. At this moment, he had forgotten that Nangu was not a human being, and he would not feel pain. Even if he lost an arm, his life would not be affected at all. He just burned the superpowers in his body in an instant, and all the zombies around him were electrocuted into charcoal. As for the male zombie, there was no place to hide. because the metals in the factory were all conductive. Seeing him so embarrassed, Nanji's eyes lit up. And he did not thank Zhong Haoxuan. He took this opportunity to step forward and knock the male zombie down. When the male zombie reacted, Nanji's spiritual eyes completely escaped his control, and Zhong Haoxuan fell to the ground because of exhaustion. And he couldn't even stand up. In his previous move, he burned not only his superpowers, but also part of his mental power. Now he has completely lost his fighting ability. Nangu sat astride the male zombie, with the knife in her hand pointed at his eyes. Die! The male zombie panicked and screamed, wanting to kill Nangu. Nangu, no matter how he attacked, only protected his neck and head. In order to kill this zombie, she would not let go even if her body was cut in half today. Under her bloodthirsty control, the tang knife finally pierced into the male zombie's eye socket and directly destroyed his brain. Before Nangu lost her strength, she heard his last voice in her mind, "You can't kill me." But after this sentence disappeared, the man never struggled again. Nangu fell to the ground next to her and gave the male zombie a middle finger with her right hand. "You are dead. But you still say cruel words. Do you think I am really afraid of you?" Nangu was too tired, and her body was so tattered that she looked like an unwanted doll. She didn't even have the strength to dig out the crystal core, and she felt that her vitality was also fading. Taking advantage of the last bit of strength she had, Nangu slowly moved to Zhong Haoxuan's side. Zhong Haoxuan's mouth could still move. "Take out the crystal core of the thunder system and give it to me." Nangu could do a small move. She took the crystal core from her pocket and gave it to Zhong Haoxuan. When she saw him open his mouth, she put it directly in. The crystal core disappeared in his mouth soon, and Zhong Haoxuan's complexion also improved a lot. Nangu originally wanted to tell Zhong Haoxuan about her funeral. This time she finally understood that when the mental strength and body were damaged to a certain extent, it turned out that even if you didn't lose your head, you would die. But what she wanted to say, she couldn't say it. She really didn't want to die. Zhong Haoxuan was able to sit up, and his eyes looking at Nangu were also complicated. Finally, Nangu said to him, "Can you let me bite you? I won't spread the virus if I bite people." Zhong Haoxuan also noticed Nanji's shaky body. His pupil shrank suddenly, and his heart seemed to be squeezed. "What's wrong with you? Are you seriously injured?" In fact, in the past few days, Zhong Haoxuan could have found many opportunities to bring blood back to Nangu, but he didn't do it. To put it bluntly, he was still on guard against Nangu, so he didn't want her to maintain sufficient physical strength. But because her body had no supplies, this battle was so strenuous. Thinking of the last moment, she was almost shot through in order to save herself. Zhong Haoxuan was full of regrets, so he pulled Nangu over, rolled up his sleeves, and put his arm to her mouth. "For you." His voice was firm, but his eyes were gentle, completely different from his cold look before. Nangu didn't hesitate, and bit his arm. Her teeth were still very sharp. "And Sue?" Zhong Haoxuan felt blood oozing out of the wound and being sucked away by Nangu. She was really tortured by the fear of death, and with just a few bites, she almost sucked Zhong Haoxuan dry. When Xi and Yuhua entered the door, she saw Nangu leaning in Zhong Haoxuan's arms, sucking blood. He noticed the abnormal blood color on Zhong Haoxuan's face, rushed over, pulled Nangu away, and said anxiously, "What's wrong with you?" The zombies outside had been killed, and the factory was in a mess. And how come both of the companions seemed to be seriously injured? Zhong Haoxuan was also bitten by a zombie. Although Nangu was a little dissatisfied, she still regained a trace of consciousness. A warm current slowly flowed through her body, and when she couldn't feel it, her heart actually beat a little. Before she fainted, she looked at Zhong Haoxuan with approval and whispered, "Sure enough, you are still straightforward. You bite them as soon as you say it. Those two people, now I still need a meal." Xi and Yuhua wanted to talk to Nangu again, but she had already fainted, and Zhong Haoxuan's situation was not much better, and his expression was distracted. Luckily, there were no zombies here. Otherwise Xi and Yuhua would want to cry. Take the two of them back to the car and settle them. Xi and Yuhua went back to the mineral water factory first and dug out the crystal cores of those mutant zombies. Although the crystal cores were not of high level, there were many of them. There was another male zombie in the factory, probably the spiritual type. When Xi and Yuhua cut open his head, he found that there were 3 crystal cores in it. What does that mean? Is this zombie a 3-type zombie? But other 2-type zombies only have one crystal core in their heads. No one answered his doubts. So he could only put the crystal core away first. After a fierce battle, he had almost no superpowers left. If he had used the with superpowers, he could move the barrels of water quickly. Now, with his small arms and legs, he could only move them one barrel at a time to the car. There were quite a few barrels of water in the mineral water field. The back seat and trunk of the Hummer were too small. So Xi Yuhua also found a rope and tied a lot of barrels on the roof. Finally, he used the remaining superpowers to wrap the entire roof tightly. From a distance, it looked like a double-decker car with green paint on the upper layer. Zhong Haoshuan was still asleep. Xi Yuhua took a breath and held 2 with crystal cores in her mouth. Then she started the car and prepared to leave the city according to the map Nange found. Now he had no fighting power. The 2 people were placed in the front seat by him and were both asleep. Obviously, they were not as good as him. So he didn't dare to get involved with the zombies, and could only choose those remote roads with few zombies. After driving for almost 3 hours, they finally got out of the city. This was not the end. He was followed by a team of zombies. When he drove towards where Shinchinya and the others were, Xi Yuhua rolled down the window and shouted, "Help! There are zombies behind!" Shinchinya didn't panic either. She sent a few people and quickly killed the zombies. Her eyes were always on the Hummer, which was very hot. How much water did he find? Even on the roof. That young boy is not simple. With such a strong wood ability, he is obviously a super strong man. Xi Yuhua was relieved when she saw that she was finally safe. Chapter 117 Haoshuan wakes up. After the car stopped, Xi Yuhua wanted to do a lot of things. Zhong Haoshuan and Nange were still unconscious, so they had to make room for them. With so much water, they had nowhere to put their supplies. If they had a chance, they would have to change to a bigger car. Even Shinchinya had come over, and they still had a deal with Shinchinya. But Xi Yuhua was really too tired now. He had been fighting alone all the way, and was terrified. Now his mind was a mess. So when Shinchinya stood by his car window and asked him with a smile, "You are really capable. When will we continue to discuss our deal?" Xi Yuhua waved his hand weakly. "I can't make the decision. Let's wait until Zhong Haoshuan wakes up." Shinchinya looked to be in her 30s. The end of the world made her more introverted and calm. She just saw 2 people squeezed in the co-pilot seat from the car window. Out of politeness, she didn't ask the reason. Now that Xi Yuhua brought it up, she said in a friendly way, "Why don't we move them to our tent first? We brought a doctor with us. Can you give them some treatment?" Even though 2 people were injured, Shinchinya still felt that the strength of these people should not be underestimated. Xi Yuhua was worried about letting her people treat them, mainly because Nange was a zombie, and the doctor would be exposed as soon as he checked. So Xi Yuhua smiled at Shinchinya. He was young and looked cute. So Shinchinya liked him very much. "If it's convenient, we can borrow the tent, and we don't need anything else." Shinchinya also smiled gently, and didn't persuade her anymore. Xi Yuhua's ability has recovered a little now, and his identity as a wood-type ability user has long been known to Shinchinya and her team. He simply did not hide it. He used vines to wrap around the waists of the 2 people, lifted them up in the air, and placed them in the tent. The tent was not small, but it was a bit stuffy. Xi Yuhua first changed Zhong Haoshuan's clothes and checked his body. He made sure that there was no external injury except for the bite of Nange, and then walked out of the tent. As for Nange, her bloody appearance also made Xi Yuhua very worried. But he really didn't know how to treat Nange. Sitting outside the tent, he was also very tired. But Shinchinya invited him to sit by the fire for a while, but was declined by Xi Yuhua. He leaned against the tent, closed his eyes and rested. And soon, he was a little dazed. But he didn't dare to sleep. After all, there were too many people in Shinchinya, and he had to be on guard. Shinchinya really had no ill will towards Xi Yuhua. In the end times, the status of the strong was quite high. Xi Yuhua might not have realized how powerful he was. But with his level, it was absolutely no problem for him to enter the main base of Beihai. After Xi Yuhua fell asleep, Shinchinya's 2 assistants whispered to her, "Sister Shin, are you sure they can follow us back to the 17th base?" The 17th base is a branch base of Beihai, and the ranking of the base is also their ranking of strength. Although the strength of the branch base of Beihai is poor, it is much better than other scattered bases in various conditions. But there are only 19 branch bases in total. And they are ranked 17th. Which is obviously the last. Anyone who is a little arrogant will not come. Shinchinya actually couldn't figure it out. But she was obviously not very anxious. She patted her assistant on the shoulder and said calmly, "If they don't come, it means we are not destined to come. So don't worry too much. We just need to do our best to invite them." The other assistant nodded, but sighed in his heart. Sister Shin wanted to test the three of them at first, but she didn't expect that they were much stronger than them. Zhong Haoxuan woke up after a whole night of rest. When he just opened his eyes, he didn't feel Nangu beside him. It was mainly because she didn't move, breathe or have a heartbeat, so it would be strange if he could find her. Later, she moved her arm and felt someone beside her. And Zhong Haoxuan was shocked. After seeing clearly that it was Nangu, Zhong Haoxuan immediately checked her shoulder. Sure enough, zombies are zombies. And their body healing ability is not ordinary fast. Especially after taking their own blood. Now there is a piece of intact skin on her shoulder. It's just that she hasn't woken up yet. I wonder if other functions of her body are slowly recovering. Zhong Haoxuan sat up and felt the supernatural power in his body. He had recovered a lot. He didn't have any other thunder crystal cores at hand, and he couldn't replenish them for the time being. So he prepared to go outside the tent to have a look. Xi and Yuhua was originally sleeping soundly against the tent. It was too cold at night. This child gave birth to many plants and wrapped him up like a big dumpling. When Zhong Haoxuan saw it, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He sighed and looked at the surrounding environment first. It was indeed outside Anlin City, and there were many tents in the distance. They should be Shinchinya's people. He retracted his gaze and kicked Xi and Yuhua with his toes. Xi and Yuhua was sleeping soundly, but he woke up with a start, and the plants wrapped around him were instantly ready for battle. If he hadn't stopped in time, he might have heard Zhong Haoxuan, seeing him standing in front of him intact. Xi and Yuhua was very excited. He jumped up and checked the wound on Zhong Haoxuan's arm, which had already scabbed. "You didn't become a zombie, did you? This night, I was really scared to death. Afraid that you two would go crazy and kill us all." Xi and Yuhua's worry was normal. But Zhong Haoxuan always felt that it was very embarrassing to be worried about by a teenager who was so much younger than him. So he frowned and said coldly, "Have we taken care of all our things?" "They are all in the car." Xi and Yuhua pointed to the green car in the distance. Zhong Haoxuan walked over, checked it, and finally smiled and praised Xi and Yuhua. "Not bad. So many barrels of water were transported out. We don't have to worry about the water problem for a long time." Xi and Yuhua was still complaining when he stretched out his hand. "You said it. My superpowers were used up at that time, and I worked hard to move this truck of water. You and Sister Nangu only know how to sleep. Oh, by the way, how is Sister Nangu?" Zhong Haoxuan said to Xi and Yuhua, "It's not certain yet, but her external injuries have healed." He said very seriously, "This matter must be kept secret." Xi and Yuhua made a gesture of sealing her mouth, nodded and said, "Don't worry. I know what I can say and what I can't say." But she slept for so long, which reminded me of the time when they just arrived at the Jinping base. Sister Nangu fainted in Li Chen's arms. "Right? Is the situation at that time similar to the current situation?" After hearing what he said, Zhong Haoxuan also found something in common. After Nangu fell into a coma, there were slight changes in her body, and intuitively, she became more beautiful. Is she evolving now? Nangu is not evolving at all. Her body was severely injured and is still healing. Fortunately, Zhong Haoxuan's blood is very good, and he is a high-level psychic, so Nanji's recovery time is much shorter. But her coma will continue for a while. Xi and Yuhua hasn't eaten much for 2 days. When she was about to take out bread and have breakfast with Zhong Haoxuan, Shinchinya took the initiative to call them. "We cooked instant noodles. Let's eat together." Xi and Yuhua felt embarrassed and shyly declined. "No. It's so hard to find supplies now. Because of these natural disasters, many fertile lands have been destroyed, and the whole world has no harvest this year. Whether it can be farmed next year is still a question. In this case, every loaf of bread and every bag of instant noodles are very important. They are 2 grown men, and they didn't want to take advantage of others." Shinchinya smiled gently. "You really don't have to worry about it. We still have a lot of this stuff. Enough to eat. Besides, I want to talk to you about cooperation. Just come over." Xi and Yuhua looked at Zhong Haoxuan, and when he nodded slightly, he followed Shinchinya. Shinchinia's team are all superpowered. Even the doctor is no exception. When they met Zhong Haoxuan yesterday, they didn't trust these people very much. The strength of the three people is too strong. And they taught this team the most vivid lesson. They hope that Zhong Haoxuan and others can join the 17th base. So when Zhong Haoxuan and Xi and Yuhua sat down, everyone greeted them one after another, smiling very kindly. Zhong Haoxuan was still cold. When others talked to him, he would just nod at most. Xi and Yuhua also smiled dryly. The main reason was that if these people were too friendly, it would be difficult for him not to suspect that they had some conspiracy. Thanks to Shinchinia, they finally had a hot meal after such a long time. And sausages were even cooked in the bowl, which was really too luxurious. Woo woo woo. Such a fragrant smell. They seemed to have never smelled it in their lives. Originally, Zhong Haoxuan and Xi and Yuhua were embarrassed to eat more. But Shinchinia kept adding noodles for them. Men have a big appetite. And they were still hungry. So each of them ate a big pot. When the basin was put down, Xi and Yuhua was the first to blush, and said with an embarrassed look, "Thank you for the treat. We really ate too much." Shinchinia covered her mouth and chuckled. "It's okay. I'm happy to see you eat more. I have a 20-year-old daughter. When I was taking care of you, I thought that I hope she can eat well outside." Xi and Yuhua looked at Shinchinia with wide eyes. "What? A 20-year-old daughter? You are so young." But the woman in front of her looked only in her 30s. How could she have such a big daughter? As long as she is a woman, there is no one who doesn't like others to praise her for being young and beautiful. Shinchinia was the same. And her eyes narrowed with laughter. "Don't tease me. I'm over 40. That's also very young." Xi and Yuhua immediately felt that Shinchinia became friendly. Now that Zhong Haoxuan woke up, they could finally talk about business. Shinchinia gathered all her men and handed them a thunder crystal core and 2 wood crystal cores, all of which were high grade. And she also said, "When do you need blood?" Chapter 118 Explosion of Happiness. Speaking of blood, Zhong Haoxuan just remembered that they forgot to go to the hospital to get the blood collection device. Xi and Yuhua also looked at Zhong Haoxuan with guilt, thinking, if Sister Nengu wakes up and knows that her rations are gone, she will tear them apart. Fortunately, Zhong Haoxuan reacted quickly and said to Xi and Yuhua, "You induced the birth of a bamboo shoot. There were bamboos in the previous base." After Xi and Yuhua induced the birth, he brought a piece of bamboo shoots with him. Now he inserted the bamboo shoots into the soil. And soon, a piece of green bamboo grew out. Shinchinia looked at the bamboo, her eyes burning so hot that she wanted to burn a hole in the ground. The same is true for the others. There is no such powerful wood-type mutant in their base. Xi and Yuhua picked up some more bamboo shoots and put them away. Then held the bamboo and asked Zhong Haoxuan, "What's next?" Zhong Haoxuan took out a dagger from his boots and began to cut bamboo carefully. After a while, several bamboo tubes were ready. "Put your blood in here." Zhong Haoxuan handed over several bamboo tubes, and the others didn't think much about it. After taking them, they said they would take blood from Zhong Haoxuan later. Zhong Haoxuan thought the deal was over. But Shinchinia added, "Each of us will give you 200 cc. How about you give us more bottled water?" Zhong Haoxuan waited and nodded. "Anyway, it's not convenient to carry so much water, so it's better to exchange it with Shinchinia." Shinchinia liked Zhong Haoxuan very much when she saw how efficient he was. She thought that if there was a chance, it would be great to let her daughter get to know him. With more water from Zhong Haoxuan, Shinchinia's blood must have been more than 200 cc. And the other men also collected more blood. In the end, the bamboo tubes made by Zhong Haoxuan were already filled with blood. He took them expressionlessly, and then asked Xi and Yuhua to unload the water from the car for them. Shinchinia also asked, "Did you find this barrel of water from the water plant? Can the water purification device inside still be used?" Zhong Haoxuan didn't pay attention to this, mainly because he was exhausted at that time. Xi and Yuhua was quite clear. "I checked it. It works. But the water purification equipment is very large and difficult to take out." Shinchinia's eyes lit up. "I wonder what your next itinerary is." Zhong Haoxuan pointed to the distance, to Beihai. "We are from Beihai." Shinchinia boldly invited the two of them. "Why don't you come with us to get the water purification device back? And then we will escort you to Beihai. How about it? Don't worry. If you don't trust us, I can give you the weapons on me. Besides, I'm just a water-based psychic. I don't have much combat power. Water-based psychics don't have combat power? If you see Su Fang and Su Xian, your jaw will definitely drop. But Shen Qinghua didn't lie. Her water-based psychic ability was used to provide water to the people in the team every day. The weight of 40 people made her feel very tired. If there is a water purification device, it will be different. The water supply of the entire base may be solved. She really thinks that these people are the lucky stars of their 17th base. Zhong Haoshuan did not agree to Shen Qinghua directly this time. He thought about Nange, who was still sleeping, and said, "Wait until our other companion wakes up, and then we will discuss it." Shen Qinghua nodded, knowing that this matter was very important. After all, she wanted to keep the water purification device. The specific division of benefits during this period needed to be discussed. Nange woke up that night, but she didn't move in a hurry. She checked her body first. Very good. No longer torn, but still very weak. When she sat up, she heard a crashing sound. This sound was too familiar to her. It was the sound of crystal cores colliding. She reached out and touched it, and it turned out that the bag they put the crystal cores in was next to her. This Xin Yuhua was too careless to just leave the crystal core here. The bag was opened. She fiddled with it twice, and actually found a spiritual crystal core. This crystal core was different from the one she had touched before. It was more white and transparent, and was wrapped in a layer of white light. Nange used to eat crystal cores as snacks, but they really didn't taste good. This time, she actually swallowed her saliva and thought that the crystal core was particularly delicious. Thinking of it, she moved, and when she held the crystal core in her mouth, she was so happy that she was about to bubble. Wow! This should be the crystal core of the spiritual zombie. Right? Why is it so delicious? It really has evolved into a mind. It is different. The crystal core slowly melted in her mouth, and she walked out of the tent as if she was holding some sour fruit candy, because they were stationed on a high ground. As soon as they walked out, what came into view was a red sun that was about to set, and the clouds in the sky were all dyed red by the sun. The clouds spread, beautiful beyond words. After so many days of rain, it was actually a sunny day today, and Nange was in a much happier mood. She closed her eyes and felt it, and found that she did not advance. Alas, it was a pity that Zhong Haoshuan gave her blood. She thought that a high-level superpower could help her break through the 5th level. After Nange woke up, she quickly found Xin Yuhua and shouted to him, "Yuhua, bring me a set of clothes." Xin Yuhua was very happy when she heard Nange's voice. Now he also figured it out. Nange is a zombie. Anyway, she has always been very good to him. Right? Zhong Haoshuan's thoughts are similar to Xin Yuhua. In the past, he really hated zombies and wanted to kill them all. But after contacting Nange, he found that not all zombies were bloodthirsty and cruel. Besides, Nange saved him twice, and he couldn't repay kindness with enmity. Even when Xin Yuhua said that their team was called Nange Team, Zhong Haoshuan didn't object. Xin Yuhua quickly brought clean clothes to Nange and handed her a wet towel so that she could wipe the blood off her body. Nange took care of herself before coming out of the tent. At this moment, the sourness in her mouth had been completely digested. The sun had completely set, and the sunset glow was still burning in the sky. It was night, and it was a little cold outside. Nange's face was a little rosy because she had enough rest. Seeing that she was fine, not only Zhong Haoshuan, but also Shen Qinghua breathed a sigh of relief. She repeated what she had said to Zhong Haoshuan during the day to Nange. Nange answered directly, "Then what benefits can you give us?" Only they knew the location of the mineral water factory. Shen Qinghua was also straightforward. "All the crystal cores and supplies we got from the zombies this time will be given to you. We only want the water purifier. And you don't have to worry about us when you are in danger." This means that Shen Qinghua didn't want to hold them back. Nange didn't like fighting at all. She wanted to go to Beihai. But Shen Qinghua's eyes were burning. Zhong Haoshuan and Xin Yuhua had eaten 2 meals with them and wanted to help them. If it were before, Nange didn't care what others thought. If I said to go to Beihai, I had to go. But this time, she couldn't bear to refuse them. Yes, what the male zombie said was right. The part of human emotions was slowly awakening in her body. If everything goes well, we can solve this matter in 6 hours. And we will rush back to Beihai the day after tomorrow. Shen Qinghua has made a plan. I thought Nange would be hard to talk to with a cold face. But she nodded in the end. That's it. But let me make it clear first. I can't help much. Shinchinyo was very happy. A woman in her 40s was as cute as a girl in her 20s. It's okay. Just tell us the route. Everything had been discussed. And Shinchinyo left on the pretext of not disturbing them. Xi and Yuhua had been guarding these two people for such a long time. And she was so sleepy that she turned around and went to sleep. Zhong Haoshuan was not sleepy. He looked at Nangu with some complicated eyes. Nangu put his hands in his pockets. His shoulders drooped slightly. And asked lazily, "What are you looking at me for?" Zhong Haoshuan never spoke. She felt bored and was about to leave. But he stopped her. Nangu looked back in the slowly darkening sky. Zhong Haoshuan felt something hit his heart. And his tone was extremely gentle. "Nangu, thank you for saving me twice." Nangu thought about it for a while. And then realized what he meant by these two times. Shaking her head nonchalantly, Nangu said, "If it weren't for you yesterday, I would have died at the hands of that zombie. So we are even." Turning her head, Nangu walked towards the car. She didn't want to lie in the tent. Zhong Haoshuan wanted to call her, but heard Nangu mutter, "Alas, I don't know where Li Chen is now. I guess he has already reached Beihai." Zhong Haoshuan stood quietly in the same place. His whole body was stained with desolation. Nangu didn't know how complicated Zhong Haoshuan's feelings for her had become. She was thinking about Li Chen from the bottom of her heart. As a result, as soon as she got in the car, she smelled the smell of blood. Her eyes suddenly lit up. And she forgot about Li Chen. Her nose was so sharp that she soon found the blood, which was all placed in bamboo tubes. She counted and found that there were 10. Woohoo! 10! She felt that she had never been so happy in her life. Nangu locked the car door tightly, nestled in the back seat, and hugged the 10 bamboo tubes in her arms. Oh ha ha ha! Li Chen was not here. No one cared about her. She could drink as much as she wanted. Thinking of this, Nangu opened a bamboo tube, smelled the smell, and her saliva was about to flow out. She raised her neck and tasted it with relish. Not long after, she had drunk 3. When she wanted to drink more, she was a little reluctant. There were only 10 in total. If she drank them all, she didn't know when she would have food next time. So she had to save a little, reluctantly putting the other 7 down. Nangu missed Li Chen even more. Oh! If that man was here, he would definitely let me eat my fill. Chapter 119: Attracting Zombies. After nightfall, the area around the camp was quiet. Others had already fallen asleep. But Nangu didn't need to sleep. So she just lay on the back seat of the Hummer, propping her feet on the car window and swaying. Hazily, she seemed to recall some scenes from the past. The picture still showed her parents, but the place where the two people quarreled had changed. Speaking of her childhood memories, many of them are no longer remembered. Looking at the places in her memories, it might be the house where the family lived before. At that time, her mother hugged her and held her father's hand tightly, her eyes full of pleading and reluctance. "You can't do this. You will ruin her." The father's eyes were also red, and he looked at his mother stubbornly and wanted to snatch him away. "If I don't do this, it will really ruin her. At that time, not only her, but all of us will be destroyed." No matter how strong her father was, her mother refused to let go of her hand. She looked up and questioned her father. "You can't be unaware of the risks. Anyway, I will never agree to it even if I die." The young self seemed to have been accustomed to the quarrels between her parents. Or maybe she was too young to know what they were quarreling about. In the end, her mother prevailed. She rubbed her head and said to her softly, "Xiaogu, do you want to go to Grandma's house to play for a while? Don't you like those little friends the most?" When she heard that she could go out to play, she immediately became happy and clapped her hands. Yes. Recalling this, Nangu came to her senses. It turned out that she was sent away in this way. And it was there that she saw the buried Tang sword. What do these memories represent? After Nangu became a zombie, she was not a person who liked to dig deep, especially since she had no memories of growing up. However, when she saw herself as a child, she still had some preconceived thoughts. Perhaps, it was something her father did to her that made her mother stop him like that? In the end, her father still convinced her mother, but she died because of it. What happened next? How did she become a doctor? Nangu sighed lightly. She was really not suitable for thinking about these things. If only Li Chen was here, she could ask Li Chen to give her some advice. She simply stopped lying down, opened the car door, and walked down. It was already late at night. The moon was hanging high in the sky, and the heavy clouds kept moving, always blocking her for a long time. When they dispersed, the bright moonlight spread to the earth. Nangu emptied herself and slowly felt the surrounding environment. She originally thought that she could only survey 2 kilometers. But who knew that she could now actually see an area of 3 kilometers in radius? When did it evolve? How come she didn't know? Was it because of the crystal core of that high-level spiritual zombie? Oh, yes. She just drank the blood of San Sutong. In any case, it's always good to be stronger. Unfortunately, there was no trace of Li Qin within the range she could perceive, and Nangu was a little disappointed. Ever since she knew that this Tang sword might have a great connection with her past experiences and her life experience, Nangu carried it wherever she went. Now she had just taken a few steps and noticed something wrong. There were zombies coming towards this side. The place they chose was originally a high ground, and it was a distance away from the city. Shin Qinyao said that when they arrived on the first day, they had already cleared all the zombies nearby. So what attracted these zombies? Nangu felt it carefully again. There were not many zombies coming. She just wanted to test her current strength. So she licked her lips and walked towards the direction where the zombies came from. These zombies were of high level and fast, and they quickly crossed the 3,000 meters. Just when the zombies appeared, the person in charge of the sentry on Shin Qinyao's side also issued a warning. Immediately, the whole camp was alarmed. However, in the end of the world, everyone was living in fear. In the past, the base was attacked by zombies in the middle of the night. So everyone took their weapons and walked out of the tent neatly. Several superpowers all looked solemn, and they would attack as soon as the zombies reached their attack range. Nangu was still a little unhappy. She wanted to try her skills, but these people got ahead of her. She touched her Tang sword, still itching to do it. Forget it. If she wanted to find zombies to train, she could do it anytime. Not just now. So she was just about to go back to the car, but she didn't expect that the zombies would bypass others and attack her. Nangu was in a bad mood. Hey, this is not right. In the past, as long as she didn't actively attack and help humans, these zombies would ignore her. What kind of treatment is this now? Do they think she is a human? Not only Nangu, but Xian Yuhua and Zhong Haoshuan, who had already run out, were stunned, because they knew Nanji's background. Looking at Nangu again, since these zombies are rushing up, what else can she do? Of course she will fight. In Shin Qinyao's cognition, Zhong Haoshuan and Xian Yuhua are both masters. This Nangu is originally delicate and tender. After a mission, she rested for so long before waking up. Maybe she is not very strong. She can't just stand by and watch them die. So she immediately said to the people around her, "Hurry up and help. Several superpowers are about to rush up." But Nanji's knife fell, and the action was clean. In an instant, she chopped off the heads of 3 zombies. Shin Qinyao opened her mouth in surprise, and her other teammates wanted to rub their eyes. Is this really the fighting power of humans? These zombies are obviously not weak, but Nangu can deal with them without any effort. And seeing that Nangu only uses a Tang sword, he should not have any superpowers. Right? These people were so excited that they almost cursed. Ordinary people are so strong, which really makes them the superpowers. Ashamed, Nangu has been focusing on dealing with these zombies, and has no time to care about what others think of her. In fact, because she is too tough alone, other people have no chance to intervene to help her. During the fight, Nangu felt keenly that these zombies did not seem to want to kill her, but to capture her. What a joke. Why do they capture me? When did zombies become popular with imprisonment play? There were dozens of zombies coming, and Nangu had solved them all in less than 2 minutes. Xian Yuhua and Zhong Haoshuan even stood where they were, without moving forward a step. At this moment, the mist in the sky had all dissipated, and the moon was big and round, illuminating the camp as if it were daytime. Nangu stood under the moonlight, holding the Tang sword in her hand diagonally, with the body fluids of zombies dripping from the blade. Sticky and bloody, Nangu looked even colder under the moonlight, and at the same time, because there were too many zombies lying under her feet, she also looked a little cold. Nangu swung the sword carelessly, cleaned the blood stains on it, and then turned her hand and put the Tang sword back into the scabbard. Turning around again, her black hair drew a very beautiful arc in the air. She saw Zhong Haoshuan at a glance and said to him, "Do you want this crystal core?" Xi and Yuhua also looked at Zhong Haoxuan and asked dryly, was Sister Nangu so powerful before? No. She didn't seem to be like this during the day. Right? Although she might be a little weak against a few zombies. Nangu really didn't spend any effort to kill them. Oh my god. Is this the terrifying evolutionary ability of zombies? At this speed, it will not take long for Nangu to completely leave them behind. For some reason, Xi and Yuhua felt anxious when she thought of being left behind by Nangu. He would never allow this to happen. He had already followed her. So of course, he would follow her to the end. Starting tomorrow, he would also work hard to hunt zombies and improve himself. He would never let Sister Nangu look down on him. Zhong Haoxuan first answered Nanji's words. We don't need this crystal core. Give it to Sister Shen and the others. After that, he looked at Xi and Yuhua thoughtfully and asked softly, I remember the pocket where we put the crystal core was on her body. Xi and Yuhua nodded. Sister Nangu likes shiny things. Zhong Haoxuan seemed to understand why Nangu had become so powerful. Shen Qinya also reacted now, and her eyes looking at Nangu became particularly hot. It would be great if such a strong man could also go back to the base with her. And she would definitely give Nangu the best treatment. People like them who came from the base, to a certain extent, did not take advantage of ordinary people. This time she also declined. Crystal cores are very precious in the end times. If you don't need them, you can keep them first and exchange them for supplies later. Nangu was not interested in supplies. But the transaction between Zhong Haoxuan and Shen Qinya made her think about whether she could use crystal cores to exchange for blood. Anyway, everyone is blood. A crystal core can be exchanged for 100 cc. And there must be many people with special abilities willing to do so. She just had to be cautious in her actions, so that they would not find out that she was a zombie. So Nangu responded to Shen Qinya, then we keep it for ourselves. It has always been Xi and Yuhua's job to dig out the crystal core. Now that he was in a daze, Nangu did it himself. As soon as he put the crystal core away, Nangu looked at the distance impatiently. Everyone thought something was wrong, and heard Nangu mutter, why are they here again? Sure enough, not long after, another group of zombies appeared, and they were still rushing towards Nangu. Everyone was not in a hurry to help this time. Sure enough, within 3 minutes, all the zombies were solved by Nangu again. Similar situations happened 5 times in succession. Everyone went from being shocked and amazed at the beginning to being numb later. Shen Qinya's 2 assistants even yawned and asked, Sister Shen, I think we have nothing to do tonight. Can we go to bed? Shen Qinya twitched her mouth and thought to herself, isn't it nothing to do? The zombies hunted by Nangu tonight are almost piled up into a small mountain. Chapter 120. Stabilize the hatred. So she waved her hand, go to sleep. Get up tomorrow morning and burn all these zombies. Xi and Yuhua and Zhong Haoxuan also asked Nangu from a distance, do you need our help? Nangu shook his head indifferently, no. These zombies are just ants that can be crushed to death. I don't know why they keep rushing up. Nanxioga said that she has an IQ advantage again. Xi and Yuhua and Zhong Haoxuan have to accompany Shen Qinya into the city tomorrow. Seeing that there is really no danger, they turned around and went to sleep in the tent. So they spent the most bizarre night. The sound of Nangu hunting zombies outside never stopped. But they were not worried at all that zombies would rush into the tent. Shen Qinya didn't sleep all night, mainly because she was still worried that Nangu would have an accident. As it turned out, she was really overthinking. Not only did Nangu not lose a hair, but he was still in good spirits after hunting zombies all night. She really wanted to kneel down to Nangu. It was finally morning, and no zombies came. Nangu started to fiddle with the crystal core she got. Shen Qinya's people had already started cleaning the battlefield. Everyone wore anti-gas gloves. And then the Earth-type superpowers dug a deep pit from the ground. Everyone threw the zombies into the pit. The Fire-type superpowers waved their hands, and a raging fire burned in the deep pit. The hundreds of zombies burned for 2 hours before they were extinguished. In the end, the pit was basically filled with ashes. Shen Qinya invited Nangu and the others to have dinner. But Nangu just said that he had already eaten. He saw Zhong Haoxuan and Xi and Yuhua eating happily beside Shen Qinya. After Shen Qinya finished eating, she couldn't hold back and finally asked Nangu, why do I feel that those zombies last night were all coming for you? Have you always been like this? Although she had seen such humans before, every time they went on a mission, they would always attract zombies. Just like before the end of the world. Some people especially love to attract mosquitoes. But she had never seen Nangu like this. Nangu didn't know what was going on, so she could only answer lightly, maybe. Shinchinya hesitated for a moment and whispered, then you have to be careful. When you go on a mission, hide in the crowd to avoid those zombies besieging you. Nangu thought to himself, I'm not afraid of those weak chickens. Shinchinya added, I also received intelligence that a highly intelligent zombie appeared in the Jinping base destroyed by the meteorite. Her appearance and behavior are no different from ordinary people. You have to pay more attention. If she is targeted, it will be dangerous. After she finished speaking, she didn't notice that Zhong Haoxuan and Xi and Yuhua's faces became very strange. Nanji's expression was not very vivid. Otherwise she would have looked like she was screwed, seeing how much Shinchinya cared about her. Nangu really couldn't bear to tell her that she was the zombie. Zhong Haoxuan obviously grasped another point, frowned and asked Shinchinya, how did you know about this? They hadn't seen anyone mention this on the way here, and thought that no one believed Tang Xiyue's words. Shinchinya had already regarded them as her own people. And out of kindness, she said, I am also a small leader, and I have regular contact with other leaders. Now this news has not been spread widely, and the upper level is worried that the people will panic. But I guess that this news is true, so you have to take my words to heart. Nangu pursed her lips, and there was a hint of smile in her eyes. Sister Shin, do you think I look like that zombie? Xi and Yuhua and Zhong Haoxuan looked at Nangu suddenly, thinking that this little zombie was really not afraid of death. Compared to Zhong Haoxuan, Xi and Yuhua was obviously more impatient, and she had to explain to Shinchinya dryly that Nangu was joking. Who knew that Shinchinya laughed first? She looked gentle, like a typical cute little woman in the south, with watery eyes. Haha. How can a zombie be like you? So young and beautiful, and so powerful? Besides, if you were a zombie, how could other zombies take the initiative to attack you? Nangu also laughed. She completely ignoring what Shinchinya said later. I just thought about her praising me for being young and beautiful. Sure enough, there are still humans with good vision. She expressed that she admired Shinchinya very much. After breakfast, Shinchinya and her group began to pack up and prepared to drive towards Anlin City. There were more than 40 people, driving 3 large trucks. Their cars were relatively small, so they put all the bottled water on their trucks. Because Nangu was already familiar with the route, they took the lead and went around to the mineral water field from some remote roads. They also encountered many zombies along the way, but the people in Shinchinya's team cooperated seamlessly, and did not let these zombies get close to them. Nangu had seen the scene of Zhong Haoxuan and the other 5 people going on a mission together, because they were all strong. They fought alone. Compared to the 5 of them, Shinchinya's subordinates have no strongmen at all. But the superposition of their strength is definitely not worse than any strongman. Nangu couldn't help but think of the battle in the mineral water factory yesterday. Even the zombies knew to cooperate. Will these humans unite? When Zhong Haoxuan was driving, Xi and Yuhua sat in the co-pilot and muttered, when I drove out last night, there didn't seem to be so many zombies. Zhong Haoxuan looked at Nangu, who was sitting in the back seat thoughtfully, and didn't say anything. Fortunately, they finally arrived at the mineral water factory without any danger. After checking the water purification equipment, Shinchinya was so excited that she was about to cry. They were all intact. Great! The zombies in the mineral water factory were killed by Zhong Haoxuan and his men, so Shinchinya didn't have to work hard to get these equipment. After installing the equipment in the car, Shinchinya decided that if she had the chance, she would have a good talk with Zhong Haoxuan and the others, and try to get them to come to the 17th base. If they really didn't want to come, she would give them more rewards. The other people in the team were also very happy. After all, this mission was the easiest one among so many missions. When everyone was preparing to drive back, they were still talking and laughing. Nangu did not help along the way, just as she said. Even when Shinchinya checked the water purification equipment, she still sat in the car honestly. But who knew that before Xi and Yuhua and the others got in the car, Nangu suddenly opened the car door and jumped out. Xi and Yuhua also teased her. Sister Nangu, what's in the car? Why are you so nervous? Nangu was a little impatient. But not to Xi and Yuhua, but to the distance. Really? Is this going to end? Because there are many factories here. The terrain is open and the view is good. So not long after Nangu finished speaking, everyone noticed that there were many zombies rushing from a distance. They all roared, as if they were driven by something, and raised a puff of smoke. And Nangu clearly felt this time that these zombies were all running towards her. She was also angry. If she was besieged by zombies wherever she went, what was the point of being a zombie? She might as well go to join humans. Holding the tang sword, Nanji's speed increased to the extreme, leaving those behind him behind. When Shinchinya saw Nangu rushing forward, her heart was in her throat. This is different from last night. Look at the number of zombies. How come it's like a whole city has been mobilized? No matter how powerful Nangu is, she is only one person. So Shinchinya shouted behind her, Nangu, come back. Let's evacuate now. Nangu thought to herself, if I really can't win, I will definitely run faster than you. Now she felt aggrieved. Even if she wanted to run, she had to kill a few zombies first. So what Shinchinya saw was that she rushed towards the zombie group without looking back. The knife light was dense and occupied several directions. For a moment, the heads of the zombies flew in the group, and it was impossible to see where Nangu was. Shinchinya commanded everyone to support Nangu. These zombies were now like the big boss, who was hated by Nangu. No matter how Shinchinya and others attacked, they ignored them. Shinchinya was initially worried, but later on, she actually became excited. Today, they might be able to take advantage of Nanji's help to strangle more zombies. Xi and Yuhua and Zhong Haoshuan were indeed watching the fun last night, but today, they were not able to do so. After all, there were too many zombies, and they were also worried that Nangu would be devoured by these zombies. So in this area in the far suburbs, various superpowers emerged one after another, and they were directly directed at the zombies. Soon, a large group of zombies fell, and more zombies came up. Nanji's eyes were already red from killing, and she was always searching with her mental power, wanting to see which mental zombie was causing trouble. But she had already surveyed as far as she could, and still couldn't find it. She couldn't help but think of the words that exploded in her mind when she killed the male zombie yesterday. He said that she couldn't kill him. What is this now? Is he coming to take revenge on me? Nangu was really getting crazier and crazier, wasting her energy without cost. Anyway, these fellows didn't show mercy to her, so she didn't have to worry about anything, because half of the zombies in Anlin City were eager to be attracted by Nangu. Li Qin and his group were surprised when they drove out of the city. They didn't see a single zombie along the way. The team needed to replenish some supplies, so Li Qin asked them to rest first, and then go into the city later. Li Yin sat in the back seat of the armored vehicle with a military telescope in his hand. He was looking around, but who knew that he found a deep pit? Li Yin hurriedly told Li Qin about this. Li Qin drove to the deep pit, squatted down and checked. Yi Xiao also came down and stood beside Li Qin. There was a flash of shock in his eyes. Is this pit burning zombies? Li Yin took a breath. How many zombies were killed in such a big pit? There were still some zombies that were not completely burned in the pit. Li Qin jumped in and was stunned at the first sight. This zombie was killed by a knife.